This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Rebirth. Growing female protagonist. Weak at first and strong later. Brain storage. At night, heavy rain poured down. In an abandoned warehouse. Lulu was covered in blood and fell weakly to the ground. She looked at the arrogant woman in front of her and hated herself for being blind. Why? I'm so good to you. Good? Do you mean the little food you gave? Su Pingting sneered. You eat delicious food behind my back. And you still have the face to say you are good to me. Lulu was in disbelief when she heard this. She thought she was her best friend. And saving the things hidden in the space to share with her. Turned out to be a mistake. Stop talking nonsense. Hand over all the supplies in your space. Don't even think about it. Lulu replied subconsciously. Su Pingting looked at Lulu's stubborn eyes. Turned her head and gestured to Ma Weizhou. Drag him over here. Lulu saw Ma Weizhou walk to the door of the warehouse. Open the trunk of the car. And come over with a large plastic bag. With a bang. Sound. The plastic bag was thrown on the ground casually. Wow! The cry of a child suddenly appeared in the plastic bag. Lulu heard the familiar voice. Dragged her broken legs. Hurriedly crawled to the bag. And trembled to unzip the plastic bag. Xiao Wu! Lulu exclaimed when she saw Xiao Wu. She endured the severe pain in her body. Hurriedly took out the rag stuffed in Xiao Wu's mouth. And hugged him tightly in her arms. Don't be afraid. Xiao Wu. Your mother is here. Xiao Wu opened his hazy eyes when he heard the familiar voice. Mom. It hurts. Xiao Wu stretched out his little hand and wiped the blood off Lulu's face. Mom. It's bleeding. Lulu looked at the worry on Xiao Wu's face. And in an instant, her tears couldn't stop falling. TSK. What a deep mother-son love. Su Pingting's sweet voice sounded impatiently. Hand over the supplies. Or I'll kill him. After saying that, she twisted her waist and walked in front of Lulu. Pinching Xiao Wu's arm vigorously. Trying to lift him out of Lulu's arms. Lulu lost too much blood. And in a trance, she couldn't beat Su Pingting's strength. And Xiao Wu was snatched away by her. Xiao Wu was lifted and hung in the air by Su Pingting. Click. The sound of bone dislocation sounded. And Xiao Wu cried in pain. Seeing Xiao Wu's painful face, Lulu collapsed on the ground and cried out. Please, give Xiao Wu back to me. Give him back to me. Don't you want supplies? I'll give them all to you. All to you. It would have been better if it had been like this earlier. Su Pingting giggled and casually threw Xiao Wu's soft body to the side. Xiao Wu was thrown to the ground again, like garbage by her. Lulu's eyes were bloodshot. With the help of her hands, she crawled to Xiao Wu's side, picked up the dying Xiao Wu, and burst into tears. Oh! You can't blame me for this. I accidentally slipped my hand. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself. If you hand him over earlier, he will suffer less. Lulu ignored Su Pingting's sweet voice. She only had Xiao Wu's small body in her eyes. Mom. It hurts. Cough. Xiao Wu's hands hung weakly by his side. As he spoke, the blood he coughed up splashed on Lulu's face. Don't be afraid. Xiao Wu. Mom is here. Lulu said, reaching out to wipe the blood from Xiao Wu's mouth. But in just a few seconds, Xiao Wu closed his eyes, and his little head fell to the side. Xiao Wu. Lulu screamed and cried in pain. Su Pingting panicked immediately. She just wanted to teach Lulu a lesson and see her in such a mess. Who knew that the child was so fragile and died after falling twice? This bastard. If he dies, then die. Hurry up and hand over the supplies. Lulu trembled all over and raised her head with difficulty. She looked at her former best friend with a sad smile on her lips. You want supplies? You will let me go after I get them. Su Pingting nodded. Well, I just want the supplies. I won't kill you. After all, we used to be good sisters. Lulu turned her head and looked at Ma Weizhou, who was standing at the door of the warehouse smoking at some point. What about him? Will he let me go? Of course. I don't believe it unless I hear him promise to let me go. Su Pingting glared at Lulu and shouted at the door of the warehouse. Weizhou. Come here. Ma Weizhou put out the cigarette, but in his hand, and walked to Su Pingting. What? She is willing to hand over the supplies? Lulu heard Ma Weizhou's low voice, and her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. It turned out that they had been hooking up with each other for a long time. But she only knew it today. Ma Weizhou. Have you ever loved me? Lulu asked with a last glimmer of hope. Ma Weizhou lowered his head and looked at Lulu. Su Pingting sneered at the side. He loved me. However, Ma Weizhou suddenly said. I have. Su Pingting's face changed drastically. Lulu laughed at herself. Since you loved her, why did you watch her hurt me and remain indifferent? Have we been so careless about our feelings over the years? Ma Weizhou said calmly. Lulu, you are too arrogant. Over the years, you have been self-righteous. I have never even held your hand. You know, I am a man. Men have needs. You can't satisfy me. So I can only find someone else. The most important thing is that you are not innocent. I asked you to get rid of this child. But you insisted on giving birth to it and embarrassed me. Lulu laughed. I am not innocent. You said it at the beginning. You don't care about these things. At the beginning? I compromised for the Yunchang shares under your name. I love you. Love your face and figure. And love the shares in your hands even more. When Lulu heard Yunchang shares, her face changed drastically. It turned out that all this was because of the shares in her hands. She fell into the current situation because she went out to collect supplies the day before yesterday and was caught by Su Pingting. Su Pingting learned that she had an alien space, which led to today's disaster. All of this was just for profit. It turned out that people's hearts cannot be exchanged for people's hearts. Lulu, hand over the supplies, and I will let you live, Ma Weizhou said coldly. Lulu chuckled. Is there any way for her to live? Xiao Wu died tragically in front of her. But she was powerless. She is not worthy of being a mother. It was her negligence and saintly heart that led to Xiao Wu's death. She has no face to continue to live in the world. What's more, this couple of dogs and bitches will do anything for their own interests. And they will definitely not let her survive. Lulu held Xiao Wu in one hand, communicated with the space with his mind, and took out a bomb from it. She pulled the safety pin with her other hand and stared at the adulterous couple in front of her. Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting were shocked when they saw the bomb and turned around and ran out. With a loud bang, the entire warehouse was blown to pieces. Lu Liu's last consciousness stayed on the backs of Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting being blown away. Xiao Wu. I'm sorry. Lulu hugged Xiao Wu and closed her eyes forever. Xiao Wu. I'm sorry. Mom is sorry for you. Xiao Wu. Lulu kept mumbling until she opened her eyes due to the severe pain in her body. And then she found something wrong. The snow-white ceiling and the 4 hanging on her right hand made her fall into a trance. Where is this? Chapter 2 Enemies Meet. First People's Hospital of City A. Lulu. Are you awake? Lulu suddenly heard a sweet female voice that disgusted her. She tried her best to suppress the overwhelming hatred in her heart. Lulu. Brother Weizhou is angry now. Su Pingting pretended to comfort her. We all know that what happened that night was an accident. After a long time, Brother Weizhou will be relieved and will definitely forgive you. The most important thing now is that you take good care of your body and sit well after the confinement after being discharged from the hospital. Lulu felt unbearable pain in her back and lower abdomen. This was the sequelae of the anesthetic after the cesarean section. This severe pain was not as good as the scene that kept flashing in her mind. Su Pingting grabbed Xiao Wu's small arm and threw him to the ground casually. Lu Liu's hands under the quilt were clenched into fists, and his nails were tightly dug into the flesh of his palms. She turned her head with difficulty and saw Su Pingting sitting on the sofa in the VIP ward, and then looked at the fruit knife on the coffee table opposite the sofa. Kill her! Kill her! Kill her! Although she didn't understand why she returned to the First People's Hospital of City a week before the end of the world. But at this moment, she had only one idea in her mind. Kill Su Pingting and avenge Xiao Wu. No! She would break Su Pingting's legs first and destroy her face. Just like she did to her. She would watch her kneel in front of her like a dog and repent and beg for mercy. Su Pingting saw Lu Liu's weird eyes and felt a strange chill on her back. Lulu, what's wrong with you? Are you still in pain? Lulu pursed his lips tightly and said nothing. Su Pingting smiled unnaturally. Lulu, look, the baby is very cute. You are pregnant for 12 months. And the baby born will grow up to be very smart in the future. According to the latest survey data from the United States, babies who are pregnant for 12 months generally have higher IQs than their peers. Parallel aquamarine. Due to the development of technology in the future, the pregnancy period of women can be extended to 12 months based on the original 42 weeks through technology. Please do not imitate in reality and follow the doctor's advice. Baby! Xiao Wu. By the way, she went back to the end of the world, and her Xiao Wu was still alive. Su Pingting stood up, picked up the baby in the baby box beside the bed, and slowly walked towards Lu Lulu. Lu Lilio's eyes tightened. Bitch. Bitch. Go to hell. Let go of my son. Su Pingting had no idea that Lu Lulu was reborn. She smiled and held Xiao Wu in front of her. Lulu, how come this child doesn't look like you at all? Does he look like? Su Pingting said, and suddenly stopped talking. Look at my mouth. I won't talk about what happened that night. Lu Lulu took a deep breath. Baby, give it to me. Su Pingting was secretly happy to hear her say this with pain. She remembered that the night 12 months ago was Lu Liu's birthday party. Ma Weizhou booked the most luxurious Regent Hotel in City A for Lu Lulu to hold her birthday party. He also asked someone to buy a luxurious diamond ring worth millions and gave it to Lu Lulu as a birthday gift. What's more infuriating is that Ma Weizhou knelt on one knee and proposed to Lu Lulu in front of all his classmates and friends. Lu Lulu accepted with a smile, and she stood in the center of the crowd, shining brightly amid the congratulations of everyone. All this made Su Pingting, who had worked hard to climb up from the bottom, very jealous. That night, she drugged Lu Lulu and took her to the guest room upstairs in the hotel under the pretext of sending her home. She also spent a huge amount of money to bribe the hotel security guard to destroy Lu Liu's innocence. The security guard readily agreed. In the early morning, the hotel security guard told her that the operation had failed. Before he went in, he saw a man in black clothes and black pants, wearing a black mask, entering the half-closed room. The security guard wanted to return the money to Su Pingting. Su Pingting refused. She used the money to bribe the security guard to shut him up. It didn't matter who the man who entered the room was, as long as it wasn't Ma Weizhou. The next morning, she took Ma Weizhou to the hotel to find Lu Lulu early. The two entered the guest room and saw Lu Lulu lying on a messy big bed. She was only covered with an air conditioning blanket, which barely covered her body from being exposed. Su Pingting succeeded. She saw Ma Weizhou's angry and disgusted expression. Lu Lulu changed from the image of a pure university beauty to a dirty rag. Su Pingting looked at the pale Lu Lulu and felt secretly happy. Who could know that she did this? The surveillance at the door that night had been secretly destroyed by the hotel's security guard she bribed. There was no evidence to prove that she was the one who harmed Lu Lulu. Su Pingting smiled and put the newborn baby next to Lu Lulu. Lu Lulu had an four in her hand, and her back, waist and abdomen were all in pain. But when she saw Xiao Wu, she instantly felt that this pain was nothing. Xiao Wu was still alive. So good. She was in pain all over, and she couldn't exert any strength. She could only try to turn her head and rub Xiao Wu's arm with her head. Xiao Wu opened his eyes at this time. He looked at Lu Liu's familiar and blurry face and smiled faintly. Lulu. The baby smiled. He likes you very much. Xiao Wu heard a familiar voice and suddenly burst into tears. Su Pingting wanted to pick up Xiao Wu and coax him, so as to show her relationship and love in front of Lu Lulu. Don't touch him, Lu Lulu shouted nervously. At this time, the nurse who went out to buy white porridge for Lu Lulu came in. Lu Lulu saw Sisterly striding over and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sisterly heard the baby crying, quickly put the white porridge in the thermos aside, picked up the baby and coaxed him gently. Su Pingting keenly found that Lu Liu's reaction was a little wrong. She was about to ask when the mobile phone in her bag suddenly rang. Hey. Okay. I'll be right over. Lu. There's something urgent to deal with at the company. I'll come to see you after get off work tonight. Su Pingting smiled kindly at Lu and turned to leave the ward. When Lu saw the door of the ward was closed, he immediately said to the nurse, "Go and call the attending physician for me." The nurse thought of the 20,000 yuan monthly salary offered by Lu, and immediately put the coaxed child next to Lu and turned to call the attending physician. A few minutes later, Dr. Tian came to the ward. Sisterly, please go out first. Okay. Sisterly closed the door of the ward and left. After Lu sent Sisterly away, he said to Dr. Tian, "Dr. Tian, I want to be discharged." Dr. Tian, who was about 35 years old, frowned Nonsense. You just took off the pain pump and ventilated. And the incision has not healed yet. You can't be discharged. I want to be discharged. I will take responsibility for anything that happens. No. There is still inflammation in your blood test results. If you are discharged now, you will get a systemic infection and the incision may crack. Lulu took a deep breath and whispered, Dr. Tian, I will give you 30,000 yuan. You can take 3 days off and go to my house to give me an anti-inflammatory injection. Dr. Tian was stunned. 30,000 yuan for 3 days. No. I am a doctor in the hospital and cannot take jobs privately. 50,000 yuan for 3 days. Lulu continued to raise the price. I will not tell anyone about this. Dr. Tian hesitated. After deducting Social Security and Provident Fund, she gets about 8,000 yuan a month. 50,000 yuan is her salary for half a year. Dr. Tian met Lu Liu's pleading eyes and changed his words. I can't take jobs privately. If you really want to be discharged, I can help you with the procedures. Then how do I deal with the inflammation and wounds on my body? I have a friend who is a professional doctor. She opened a private clinic. I can help you contact her. Okay. Please help me contact her. 2:30 p.m. Lulu added a nurse to help through Sister Li's introduction. At the same time, Dr. Tian successfully handled the discharge procedures for her. 2 nurses pushed Lulu into an extended commercial vehicle using a mobile bed rented from the hospital. Dr. Lin Fong, a friend introduced by Dr. Tian, accompanied Lulu and his group in the commercial vehicle. The online taxi driver that Lulu called drove them to the Linwan Villa district. Chapter 3. Cashing in Funds. Linwan Villa is one of the properties under Lu Liu's name. The reason she came here was because she had never brought Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou to this property. This place is located in the wealthy area 20 kilometers away from City A. The terrain is high and open, and the population is not dense. After the apocalypse, this is one of the official shelter bases. The apocalypse virus will break out a week after she is discharged from the hospital. She remembered very clearly that the day the apocalypse broke out was the early morning of June 6, 2060. That day happened to be her birthday. 1 year after the apocalypse, the zombies disappeared. Then, the survivors will face natural disasters. Heavy rains that last for several months, extremely cold temperatures. At that time, she was discharged from the hospital 2 days before the apocalypse broke out. She asked the nurse sisterly to clean the villa in advance and told her to go out and buy a lot of fresh ingredients. She thought about inviting Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou to celebrate her birthday in the villa on her birthday. On her birthday, she formally apologized to Ma Weizhou, hoping that he would forgive her. However, before she could invite them over, the apocalypse broke out. At that time, she had just been able to get out of bed, and her milk supply was not very sufficient. Fortunately, before the baby was born, she had stored a lot of milk powder and baby supplies in the villa's warehouse. Therefore, she relied on these supplies to survive the most difficult 6 months in the early stage. 6 months later, in an accident, she broke a glass bottle, and when she reached out to pick it up, she accidentally cut her finger. The ancestral ring on her hand was stained with blood and activated, and from then on she opened a space as large as 10 football fields. However, there were not many supplies to store at that time. Later, she met Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou, who came to seek shelter, and accepted them to live in her place. After that, the material team went out to collect materials. Others could not hide more, but she could quietly save a lot by relying on the space. She kept the baby in her rations, and saved the rest to help Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou. Who would have thought? Lulu lay on the mobile bed, her eyes dark. This time she was reborn. She still had a week to prepare to stock up on materials. About an hour later, the business car stopped at the gate of the 5th room of Linwan Villa. This villa was bought by Grandpa Lu for her on her 10th birthday for 10 million. Lulu has held it for 15 years. And now the villa has doubled in value, and is worth 20 million on the market. That year, after Grandpa Lu gave her the villa, he found a lawyer and an official notary. And under their witness, Lulu signed hundreds of documents. 1 month after signing the documents, Grandpa Lu died of advanced lung cancer and the spread of cancer cells. Lulu cried bitterly. As soon as her grandfather passed away, she was taken by her grandmother to live in seclusion in a small county town under Jay City. When she was 18 years old and entered university, Her grandmother also passed away. Her parents died in a car accident shortly after she was born. Until now, the authorities have not caught the culprit of the hit and run. Lulu looked at the villa, recalling the past, and her expression was a little sad. "Miss Lu, we can't get in. Push me over," Lulu whispered. Sister Lee and another nurse, Sister Jin, pushed her to the gate of the villa. "Help me up." The two nurses carefully helped her up. Lulu reached out to the door of the villa and entered the password. With a click sound, the door of the villa opened automatically. Lulu lay down on the bed again, and the nurse and Dr. Lin Fong accompanied her into the villa. After she was pushed to the master bedroom on the first floor of the villa by the nurse, Dr. Lin Fong examined her and then rehung the nutrition injection. Nurse Sister Lee took Xiao Wu to the second bedroom to settle down and feed her. Another nurse, Sister Jin, and Dr. Lin Fong, with Lu Liu's permission, each found a second bedroom to put their luggage and settled down. Lulu looked at the bottle hanging on her left hand, picked up her mobile phone with her right hand, turned it on, and opened a red software. She recalled an account that her grandfather gave her, and entered her birthday password after logging in. The personal center interface showed that she held 51% of the shares of Yunxiang Technology Company Ltd. These stocks have increased from a market value of 500 million yuan that year to 1 billion yuan now. After her grandfather passed away, she and her grandmother lived a low-key life in the 18th-tier county town of J City, leading an ordinary life. It was not until she was 18 that she learned from her grandmother that her family was actually a billionaire. She now had 1 billion yuan in her hands, and she was not short of money to stock up on supplies. The area where she lived, Linwan Villa, would become one of the bases of City A in a year, and could not be sold. Time was tight, and her physical condition did not allow too much tossing. So, Lulu took her mobile phone, opened the Yunxiang shareholder group that had been blocked, and sent a group chat message. "Sell 51% of Yunxiang Technology shares in your hands, and need liquid cash." The other 10 shareholders in the WeChat group saw the message and couldn't believe it. A few minutes later, 10 shareholders began to add Lulu as their friend. Yunxiang Technology has a pivotal position in the entire Blue Star, and even the Blue Sea country due to the high-tech core technology developed by Lu Liu's father when he was young. After so many years, shareholders who held shares in Yunxiang Technology in the early years can become rich every year by relying on dividends. They clearly know how high the return rate of this 51% of shares will be in the future. The current cash flow of the 10 shareholders must be added together to eat up the number of shares in Lu Liu's hands. "Lulu, I want to buy 10%, and pay in full according to the current market value." "Bah! You old man. You only have 51%. Why do you eat up 10% by yourself?" That's right. The 10 shareholders in the Yunxiang shareholder group quarreled. Lulu held his mobile phone and peeked at the screen silently. An hour later, the 10 shareholders reached an agreement, 9 of whom bought 5% of Yunxiang shares, and the first old man who spoke bought 6%. "Let Yunxiang's lawyer draft the equity transfer contract, and he will come to me to sign it alone. The money will be transferred to this card of mine. The card number is 655. At 4 p.m., Yunxiang Technology's top lawyer came to the villa where Lulu lived with the contract. The lawyer opened the group chat video, and 10 shareholders joined in to witness Lu Liu's signature. Lulu glanced at the contract and signed his name on the contract in front of the 10 shareholders. The lawyer gestured to the video. The 10 shareholders, with the contract obtained by the lawyer as a guarantee, instructed the personal financial advisor beside them to transfer money to Lu Liu's card. A few minutes later, a total of 1 billion yuan of liquid funds were received on Lu Liu's card. The lawyer excitedly took the 1 billion contract, said goodbye to Lulu, and turned to leave. Lulu logged into the bank app of Heilangsing and saw the original 600 million funds on it, plus the 1 billion funds from selling equity, totaling 1.6 billion. She frowned and thought about how to quickly and conveniently stock up on supplies. She couldn't move now. The wound hurt so much, so she could only go online shopping. The supplies purchased online can be stored in the space. After her previous life's experiment, the space has a preservation function, and the items are the same as what they are put in. The space is as large as 10 football fields, so there is no need to worry about not being able to put in 1.6 billion supplies. Thinking of the space, Lu Liu's eyes cast on a safe next to the desk in the room. The ring passed down by her grandfather is in the safe. Chapter 4 Activate Space. In her previous life, she was short of supplies. So she opened the safe and exchanged the jewelry inside for some supplies. At that time, she saw the ancestral ring and remembered what her grandfather said before he died. Lulu. No matter what happens, the ring cannot be sold. You must carry the ring and pass it on. In case there are no descendants to inherit, you will take the ring to the ground. Lulu looked at the safe and tried to walk down the bed. Dr. Lin Fong was worried that she was in too much pain, so she gave her an injection of painkillers in the afternoon. Lulu did not feel any pain at this time, but only felt a little weak and tired. 3 minutes later, she opened the safe and took out the ancestral ring. Lulu held the ring and walked slowly to the bedside. She found the infusion needle that had been hung with the bottle, poked it between her middle fingers, squeezed out a drop of blood, and dripped it on the black ring. The ring flashed a bright light. The next second, she felt a little heat between her middle fingers. She raised her hand and saw a small black dot on it. She tried to connect to the small black dot. Instantly, she sensed a storage space the size of 10 football fields. Lulu activated the space, took a long breath, and lay back on the bed to rest. Just as she lay down, Dr. Lin knocked on the door and came in to check her body. Dr. Lin, how many days do you need to hang the strip? It depends on your physical condition. Generally speaking, hang for another 3 days. And when your blood count returns to normal, you'll be fine. Lulu was uneasy. She also had a property and a luxury car under her name. It was a bit difficult to cash out in just a week. Fortunately, the 1 billion yuan of stocks had been cashed out. With this 1 billion yuan plus the 600 million yuan in the original bank card, it was more than enough to stock up on supplies. The most important thing now is to find a way to stock up on supplies. She can't go out for the past 3 days during the recovery period. Once the wound cracks, it will be even more troublesome. Xiaowu has just been born, and she is still injured. Both of them need someone to take care of them. Dr. Lin and the nurse are in the villa, so it is not convenient for her to buy supplies and send them to the villa in front of them. In her previous life, the Linwan villa where she lived was very safe. There are few people here, and the occupancy rate is not high. It was not until a year and a half after the end of the world that the government sent people to requisition it, especially the villa where she lives. When it was renovated, it used the latest security technology developed by Yunshang Technology. At the same time, my grandfather found a well-known foreign designer and carefully designed the security system of the villa. In the past, several nearby villas were forcibly broken into by nearby residents. Moreover, many tragedies have occurred inside. Only the villa where she lives survived when facing zombies and riders looting supplies. This is all thanks to my grandfather's careful design at the time. The outer wall of the villa is 5 meters high, and there is a circle of new composite steel spikes on the top of the wall. If anyone wants to come over the villa wall, they will be stabbed by the steel spikes. Moreover, these steel spikes are all barbs. Once touched, they will either die or be injured. The steel spikes are also connected to the circuit of the villa. As long as the switch is turned on, the steel spikes on the top will release high voltage electricity. All those who want to climb over the villa wall are electrocuted into corpses by the steel spikes. The gate of the villa was made of the latest super steel material developed by Yunshang Technology. Unless the correct password is entered, it cannot be blown open even with a bomb. The glass inside the villa is the best bulletproof glass. In order to give her a home full of security, Grandpa personally participated in the design of the villa. Dr. Lin, please ask Sister Li and Sister Zhen to come in for me, Lulu said weakly. Lin Fong nodded and notified the nurse to enter the room. Lulu looked at Sister Li and Sister Zhen who came in and asked, Sister Zhen, did you bring your phone? Yes. Please add my WeChat. Sister Zhen did it without knowing why. Lulu opened WeChat, found Sister Zhen and Sister Li in the contacts, and transferred 200,000 to each of them. Messages popped up on Sister Zhen and Sister Li's phones at the same time. The two were shocked when they saw the transfer. Go buy me some nutritional supplements to promote recovery. I feel very weak. Sister Li and Sister Zhen looked at the pale Lulu and looked at each other. Miss Lu is really rich. She spent 200,000 to buy supplements. Money doesn't matter. The main thing is to buy good and expensive ones. If you don't have enough money, call me. Sister Li and Sister Zhen only lamented that they didn't understand the things of rich people. Then they went out one after another. And according to Lu Lilio's instructions, they rode their motorcycles to a large supermarket 5 kilometers away to purchase supplements. After the two nurses left, Dr. Lin Fong was temporarily responsible for taking care of Xiao Wu. Dr. Lin, please help me purchase some commonly used medicines. Lu Lulu found Lin Fong's WeChat and transferred 200,000 to her. Ms. Lu, there is too much money. It won't cost so much to buy only commonly used medicines. Dr. Lin, these medicines are prepared for my company's employees. Our company is a large listed company. We must buy the best regular medicines. And the types must be complete. Lin Fong thought of the multi-million mansion where Lu Lulu lived, and suddenly understood when she heard her say that her company was a listed company. For a second-generation rich man from a listed company, 200,000 was just a drop in the bucket for her. She had a small vision. She had a lot of room to maneuver with a 200,000 medicine. If this matter was done, she could make at least tens of thousands of profit from the price difference. She was a doctor and ran a clinic. There were all kinds of medicines at home. And one of her relatives had opened a pharmacy in City A. Ms. Lu, you have no one to take care of you now. So I'll stay and take care of you. I'll make a list of medicines first. If you see that the list is okay, I'll ask my pharmacy staff to deliver the medicines. Yes. Lu Lulu nodded and closed her eyes. Seeing that she wanted to rest, Lin Fong whispered, call me if you have anything. I'll be outside. Okay. Lin Fong left and closed the door. After she left, Lu Lulu opened her eyes. She asked Dr. Lin to help her buy 200,000 medicines. If it was just some headaches and fevers, these medicines would be enough for her and her baby to use for a lifetime. As for other supplies, Lu Lulu thought for a moment, took out her mobile phone, and opened the blue app of Hunger. Hunger service is very good, and the items she needs can be delivered within 30 minutes in the same city. Lu Lulu took a quick look at the merchants on Hunger, and the products were dazzling. She opened a well-known Zhongqian warehouse supermarket and added things to the shopping cart. Due to the restrictions on delivery, the items added at one time cannot exceed 100 kilograms. Lu Lulu first chose rice supplies. She found different supermarkets and convenience stores and purchased 100 kilograms of rice in each store. The average price of these rice is 3.5 yuan per kilogram, which is much more expensive than the price of about 2 yuan in the wholesale market. But now she is lying in bed. She is too weak to walk a few steps, and she can't go out at all. She can only rely on this method to stock up on supplies temporarily. It doesn't matter if the market price is a little higher. The 1 billion yuan she got from selling stocks, plus the original dividends and the savings left by her grandparents, totals 1.6 billion yuan. It is definitely enough to stockpile supplies for her and Xiao Wu. Chapter 5. Can I still believe in love? Lu Lulu quickly added various brands of rice. Wuchang rice, Thailand, Northeast, imported. A total of 100 stores. 5 tons of rice. The settlement interface shows a total amount of 360,000. Lu Lulu checked and placed the order, and filled in the address of her villa in the urban area of City A. As soon as the order was placed, the order showed that the riders had accepted the order, and the rice would be delivered within half an hour. Half an hour later, Lu Lilio's cell phone rang. She picked up the phone and said to the delivery rider, deliver to Jinxin Villa number 10 in City A. The password for the villa gate is, put the takeaway in the villa yard. Lu Lulu finished speaking and hung up the phone. Then, her cell phone started to ring again. Lu Lulu repeated the same words to the delivery rider. Later, without waiting for her to speak, the rider told her, when delivering food, I met many colleagues. The gate of the villa was open, and they put the goods in the corridor of the villa. Lu Lulu was very confident in them. We are still in a society ruled by law, and her villa in the urban area of City A is equipped with a high-definition camera produced by Yunshang Technology. At this moment, the laptop beside her is showing the scene in the yard of Lin Xian's villa in City A. A group of riders in blue work clothes carried rice from the car and placed it on the corridor of her villa. Lu Lulu lowered his voice and said to the riders inside through the surveillance camera, thank you. You have worked hard. The rider who was carrying rice was shocked and frightened. Good guy. They still wondered how the rich people could be so careless. And the password of the luxury villa was told to them, and no one came to pick up the goods. It turns out that there is a camera installed here. The riders knew there was a camera, so they put the rice away properly, closed the door of the villa and left. When Ji Qian saw the riders leave, he immediately reset the password of the door of Jinxin Villa through the laptop backstage. Time was tight, and after buying this batch of rice, the sky gradually darkened. The nurse who went out to buy supplements came back. After showing the purchase receipt to Lulu, they sorted and stored the high-end nutritional supplements they bought. For dinner, Lulu ate the fresh meat wontons made by Sister Li and Sister Jin. After dinner, Lulu recovered some physical strength. Dr. Lin waited for her to finish her meal and measured her blood pressure and blood sugar. The data showed that everything was normal. Another half an hour passed. Lulu was browsing the Are You Starving app, and suddenly felt her chest hard like a stone. And the pain was unbearable. Because of her experience in her previous life, she knew that this was the pain of postpartum milk swelling. Lulu told the nurse Sister Li about the pain. Ms. Lu, please wait a moment. I'll get you a breast pump. Breast pump? Can't I feed my baby directly? You just had surgery. In order to quickly heal the incision, we recommend that you use a breast pump in the first few days. Of course, the best way is for you to hold your baby and feed him her. It will help to open your milk. But this will have some impact on your wound recovery. Lulu thought of the doomsday virus that would break out in a week, and pondered. Give me the breast pump. Sister Li quickly brought the breast pump. Lulu had just finished sucking milk and felt the pain of breast engorgement relieved. Sister Li took the milk she had just sucked and poured it into the bottle. She looked at the time. Miss Lu's baby was about to wake up. It was almost time. Sister Li put the bottle into the constant temperature milk warmer to warm the milk, and the baby could drink milk as soon as he woke up. Sister Li, I want to see the child. Sister Li got up and carried Xiao Wu to Lulu. 20 minutes later, Xiao Wu woke up, and Sister Li fed him. After feeding, Sister Li persuaded Miss Lu. It's getting late. I'll take the child to the next room to take care of him. And the most important thing for you now is to have a good rest. Lulu nodded, watched Sister Li carrying Xiao Wu away, and slowly closed her eyes. In her previous life, not long after she was discharged from the hospital, the end of the world broke out. At that time, the child and Sister Li's family had a high fever. Sister Li asked her for leave to go back to take care of the sick child, and she never came back. After Sister Li left, there was no one to take care of her. In order to take care of the newborn child, she didn't care about her wound. Later, the incision was not well cared for, and an ugly scar grew on her stomach. Lulu gently touched the dressing on her belly and picked up her phone to send a message to Dr. Lin Fong. Dr. Lin, how can I take care of my cesarean section incision so that it does not proliferate? You can apply silicone scar gel in the morning and evening after the incision has scabbed, and use hydrogel scar patches and tension patches to effectively inhibit scar hyperplasia. Then I'd like to trouble you to prepare some scar removal drugs for postoperative care. How much do they cost? You gave me 200,000 yuan before. And I will also list the drugs you need after delivery. Thank you. You're welcome. After Lulu finished communicating with Dr. Lin Fong, he exited WeChat and operated other shopping apps on his phone. This time she opened a Red Dong software. After the end of the zombie wave, it rained for a month in City A. After the rain stopped, the temperature dropped day by day. It was the end of summer, but the temperature dropped to below zero. According to official reports, some areas even dropped to minus 50 degrees. Lulu thought of the rainstorm and cold weather that might be experienced after the zombies, found the Red Dong software, and began to place orders for cold-proof clothing. Dong Software's own store. Delivery is very fast. Place an order tonight, and it will be delivered tomorrow. After the zombie outbreak, the most lacking things are food and water. People are not interested in clothes, and they can make do with what they can wear. However, 1 year after the zombie outbreak, the temperature dropped sharply, and warm clothes were popular, and the market was in short supply. Stock up clothes first. May 29, 2060. Aquamarine Star. 8 o'clock in the evening. Lulu opened the official flagship store of Bob Oden. The clothes in this store are very expensive. She always wanted to buy them when she was a child, but she didn't dare to ask her grandmother for them. Grandpa asked her to sign hundreds of documents. After Grandpa passed away, Grandma took her to live in a small county town. Grandma told her that the family was bankrupt and very poor, and she had to save money. She always thought that her family was very poor. It was not until she was 18 that her grandma told her the truth. Grandma said, Lulu. Grandma is to protect you. You were too young at that time. And the people who harmed your parents were not found. Grandma was worried that you would be hurt. So she took you to live in seclusion in a small county town in Jay City. You must remember that after going to college. Be careful of the people around you. And never tell others about your wealth. Otherwise you will be targeted by bad people. Lulu was very simple at that time, and did not understand what her grandma meant. After going to college, she followed her grandma's teachings and kept a low profile. But later, she did not know what happened. She met Ma Weizhou. Lulu remembered that the first time she met Ma Weizhou was in an orphanage. She donated 10 million to the orphanage. Every weekend when the university was on vacation, when she had time, she would go there to volunteer. Not long after, she met Ma Weizhou, who also came to the orphanage to volunteer. Lulu was lost in thought as she held her phone in her hand. Thinking of the past, she laughed at herself. Ha! Ma Weizhou. You knew my identity from that time on. It's funny that she thought it was love. Is there still love in this world? Chapter 6 Stocking Up 1. Lulu shook her head and continued to look at the clothes in the Bob Oden flagship store. It is now the end of the 5th lunar month, and the weather is hot. The homepage of Bob Oden is full of summer sun protection clothes. Lulu saw the best-selling summer sun protection clothes and added them to the shopping cart. She chose 2 sizes, M and L, one slim version and one loose version. She saw that there were men's models and added 2 sizes to the shopping cart. Xiaowu will definitely be able to use them when he grows up to be a handsome boy. She remembered that after a month of heavy rain, the whole city was submerged in the heavy rain. All the warm clothes that used to be warm were washed away or wet by the heavy rain. Warm and cold-proof clothes were scarce at that time. Those useful things were collected by the search and rescue team sent by the government as early as the 3rd month of the outbreak of the apocalypse and handed over to the government for unified distribution. Occasionally, some moldy food and supplies appeared in some corners, which would cause a bloody battle. Thinking of this, Lulu accelerated the action of adding to the shopping cart. She mainly looked at 2 points. First, the hottest items with the highest sales. Second, the most expensive items from top to bottom in terms of price. She also chose 2 sizes for men's items, L and XL. As time passed, she added clothes to the shopping cart faster and faster. There were various types of down jackets. She chose the size and added men's and women's styles to the shopping cart as soon as she saw them. When she scrolled to the back of the down jackets, she saw children's styles, 2 of each. The children's style was prepared for Xiaowu. No one could guarantee whether the weather would continue to be so bad in the future. Lulu spent 2 hours shopping for a down jacket worth 500,000 yuan at Bob Oden. When the customer service lady saw the order, she confirmed with her again and again whether she really wanted the goods. Lulu communicated with the customer service and asked them to ship the goods quickly. The customer service lady saw the big order and promised to help her urge the warehouse to pack overnight, and gave her many Bob Oden peripheral gifts. Lulu was satisfied and gave the customer service a 5-star praise. After purchasing the winter coat, Lulu found a well-known flagship store specializing in wool-based clothes. According to her and Xiaowu's configuration, they purchased 100% pure wool sweaters for adults, men, women and children, in 2 sizes and in various styles. The total amount of sweaters was 100,000. She had just placed an order for sweaters at 11 o'clock in the evening. The phone suddenly vibrated at this time. Lulu saw the call reminder. It was Su Pingting calling. She actually forgot to blacklist the couple. Lulu ignored Su Pingting's call and blacklisted all her and Ma Weizhou's contact information. Now is not the time to deal with them. 1 year after the end of the world, the couple will come to the shelter here. Without her help, how can they survive? Lulu remembered the harm they had done to her, gritted her teeth, and controlled herself to calm down. A few minutes later, she calmed down and continued shopping on Dongong software. Disposable underwear. 3 sizes, $2.50 per pair. According to the quantity of 100 years, she stocked 100,000 yuan of disposable underwear. Women's underwear in 3 sizes, 100,000 yuan. Children's underwear, 100,000 yuan. Adult men's underwear, 200,000 yuan. For Xiaowu to wear when he grows up. Baby and children's clothing. Placed orders in 10 stores. Each store purchased 100,000 clothes. A total of 1 million yuan. Women's spring, autumn and summer clothes, according to her size, were ordered in different stores, with a total purchase of 2 million. Adult men's spring, autumn and summer clothes, 2 sizes, also ordered in different stores for 2 million. Next is sports shoes. Children's shoes of a certain big brand with good quality reputation. Men's shoes and women's shoes. All choose lightweight sports shoes, dad shoes, and Martin boots, etc. for easy movement. Lulu found 3 stores selling sports shoes and chose a size 38 sports shoe for herself. For men's shoe size, she chose a size between 42 to 45 according to the size of her grandfather and father in her memory. When Xiaowu grows up, there will always be a model that he can wear. The total consumption of shoes is 1 million. Due to the large quantity, Lulu asked the customer service to prepare gifts. A few minutes later, the customer service told her that the store would give away 1,000 pairs of sports socks of super high quality, boys and girls, as gifts. Thinking of socks, Lulu quickly found a sock store that sells winter socks and purchased 20,000 pairs of socks at a unit price of less than 10 yuan per pair, with a total consumption of 150,000 yuan. In order to avoid being targeted by someone with ulterior motives, she filled in the address of Jinxin Villa in City A for all these things. She was Xiaowu, who was born at 2 p.m. on May 27, 2060. Dr. Lin said that she would be able to walk for a long time in 5 days. In other words, on the afternoon of June 1st, she could go to Jinxin Villa and put away everything inside. Even if someone was targeting her and found Jinxin Villa to get the supplies, she would have been in Lin Wan Villa, 20 kilometers away from City A. By the way, she could also go to City A to shop around and stock up on a batch of supplies. After buying clothes, Lulu opened a flagship store selling outdoor products. She saw smokeless pure fruit charcoal inside, which cost about 5 yuan per pound. These charcoals are very useful and can be used for heating, barbecue, boiling water, and simple cooking. Lulu bought all the charcoal they could buy from 3 outdoor product stores, a total of 10.5 tons, totaling 470,000 yuan. 200 cassette stoves, with 200 bottles of gas, totaling 10,000 yuan. A bottle of gas is sold at 7 yuan per bottle, and Lulu ordered 10,000 bottles, totaling 70,000 yuan. The store customer service gave her a small gift as usual. Lulu didn't have time to look, and almost placed an order when she saw something she thought was useful. Tents, folding chairs, folding tables, hiking poles, camping lights, inflatable mattresses, folding recliners, sleeping bags, barbecue grills, camping cars, bowls and chopsticks, flamethrowers, high-intensity flashlights, folding buckets, hiking gloves, wrist and knee pads, portable buckets, blankets, kettles, sausage grills, barbecue grills. Buy 100 copies of each important item and 20 copies of the less important items. She spent 6 million yuan after leaving 3 well-known outdoor goods stores. When Lulu saw the lights in the room, she remembered the most important thing: electricity. Many electrical appliances need electricity. After the end of the world, there were intermittent power outages for a long time, and in the end, there was no electricity at all. She quickly found solar power generation equipment and stocked up on solar power generation equipment at a price of 200,000 yuan per set according to the highest specifications. A total of 10 sets cost 2 million yuan. Then, there was water. She found a well-known mineral water brand. The average price of 1 kilogram of water was about 1.75 yuan. She stocked up 200 tons of mineral water, totaling 750,000 yuan. This water can be drunk directly. As for domestic water, she ordered a lot of 304 stainless steel water barrels and a lot of plastic water barrels to store domestic water. Chapter 7: Stockpiling 2. After the outbreak of the apocalyptic virus, the authorities notified that the water source was not clean and could only be used for washing, not drinking. At that time, drinking water was hard to come by. It was not until a year later that the heavy rain came and the authorities built shelters, and the shortage of drinking water was improved. Lulu remembered the scene of the heavy rain at that time. The heavy rain was fierce, causing floods, and it rushed from afar like desperately. It did not stop until the heavy rain submerged the buildings below 10 floors in the city. Lulu was uneasy and instinctively stockpiled many water storage containers. These water storage containers can store 10,000 tons of domestic water. And the total cost is 5 million. Lulu remembered the cold climate after the heavy rain. So, he found a flagship store selling heating bedding and ordered 100 goose down quilts, totaling 100,000 yuan. By the way, he bought a large number of pure cotton bedding sets and goose down pillows, totaling 100,000. She found a real mulberry silk quilt cover in the store, priced at 1,800 yuan per set. 100 sets of different styles, a total of 180,000 yuan. All the bedding added up to about 380,000 yuan. The customer service also gave her many small gifts. Next, raincoats, umbrellas, rain boots, and rainproof bags. A total of 200,000 yuan. Lulu placed orders in a row. This was the first time she felt so tired after spending money. She looked at the time again, and before she knew it, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Time was running out, and things would change if she delayed. Many years ago, some apocalyptic novel she had read always mentioned that the apocalypse would break out early, which made her feel unpredictable. So she could only use this method to get some supplies first. Lulu took a deep breath, opened Zizibio, and checked the bill. From the time she was discharged from the hospital until 2 a.m., she spent 20.19 million yuan on Zizibio, 600,000 yuan on WeChat transfer, and 15,000 yuan on discharge settlement. After a day, she spent just over 20 million yuan. She didn't even reach the small goal of 100 million yuan. No, she can't sleep. Keep placing orders? She must achieve the small goal of 100 million yuan before dawn tonight. Thanks to Dr. Lin Fong for taking care of her this time. Dr. Lin Fong gave her imported, high-priced analgesics without side effects every day. So the incision on her abdomen was not as painful as in her previous life. With the experience accumulated in her previous life, as long as she survived the first 5 days, she could walk slowly and unimpeded. At this point, Lu Yoyo's head was not very clear. She clicked on Feimao Supermarket and added supplies according to categories. As long as she saw useful things, she added them all to the shopping cart. Feimao Supermarket also delivers quickly. In developed cities like City A, goods can be received the next day. Snacks and fast food. Instant noodles range in price from 2 yuan to 10 yuan. 500 bags of each variety. A total of 10,000 bags of instant noodles. A total of 60,000 yuan. Bread and pastries. Dried tofu and meat. Candy fruit. Candy chocolate jelly. Potato chips and puff food. Nut gift packs. Biscuits. Imported biscuits. Snacks and chocolate. Anti-hunger compressed biscuits. A total of 1 million yuan. After shopping for a wave of fast food, she came to the grain, oil and seasoning interface. First, she saw rice, and she had only stockpiled 360,000 tons of rice before. According to 100 years, she and Xiao Wu each eat 2 kilograms of rice every day. So at least 36.5 tons of rice need to be stockpiled. Only 60,000 tons were stockpiled, which was far from enough. Lulu started to add rice, and her fingers were sore from clicking on the screen of her mobile phone. She only added 30 tons of rice. The prices of these rices varied. Some were more than 2 yuan, more than 3 yuan, more than 4 yuan. When it was settled, the total was 280,000 yuan. After stockpiling rice, the next thing was cooking oil. Lulu did not pay attention to the detailed information on the product interface, but directly selected the price, bought the top 3 cooking oils with the best sales, and directly added 300,000 cooking oils. Cereals, corn, a treasure porridge, black rice, glutinous rice, millet, sesame, black rice, peanuts, oatmeal rice, cooked seed, chia seeds, organic cereals. She was dazzled. Her eyes scanned the products, and her fingers slammed to add them to the shopping cart. She did not switch to the next category until she bought 300,000 worth of cereals. Flour, whether it was low, medium, or high gluten flour, or cornmeal, sweet potato flour, etc. She bought them crazily when she saw them. Similarly, the price is 300,000 yuan, and the order stops after it is placed. The next category is imported food. Lulu looked at the various strange imported food that he had never heard of before, and he didn't have time to study in detail why the imported food was better than the domestic food. He pointed to the number of more than 10 items. The amount is still 300,000 yuan. North and South dried goods. Fungus. White fungus. Wolfberry. Bean curd. Dried shrimp. Etc. 300,000 yuan. Finished noodles and pasta 300,000 yuan. Kitchen seasonings 300,000 yuan. Pickled mustard 300,000 yuan. Hot pot seasoning 1 million yuan. Ham sausage. Luncheon meat. Instant porridge. Canned food. Self-heating pot. Rice noodles. Snail noodles. Imported ham. Etc. Consumption 500,000 yuan. Toilet paper and cleaning supplies. Cotton soft towels. Cloud soft towels. Wet wipes. Laundry detergent. Laundry soap. Laundry gel beads. Detergent disinfectant. Household kitchen tools. Aromatherapy candles. Disinfectants. Insect repellent. Mosquito repellent. Moisture repellent. Cockroach repellent. Consumption of 1 million yuan. Milk. Beverages. Drinking water. Yogurt. Alcohol. Tea. Coffee. Cereal. Juice. Vita soy. Total 1 million yuan. Milk powder. She thought of Xiaowu for milk powder. Found the most expensive milk powder brands. And bought 500,000 yuan of milk powder alone. She knew that Xiaowu would never finish drinking so much milk powder in 3 lifetimes. But seeing these milk powders, she felt very safe and inexplicably wanted to stock up more. Daily necessities. Towels. Slippers. Cooking pots. Car supplies. Water cups. Hardware. And other messy daily necessities. She added them to the shopping cart and bought 500,000 yuan. Maternal and child products. When she came to the maternal and child category, Lulu suddenly became energetic. She was very excited when she saw the diapers. In her previous life, diapers were used up very quickly. The diapers stored in the villa were used up in 1 month. As a result, it was very inconvenient for Xiaowu to go to the bathroom at night. If he was not careful, he would pee in the bed. Diapers are her life. She found 3 diapers with the best reputation. The price was expensive. About 3 yuan per piece. Xiaowu needed to use about 10 pieces a day for at least 2 years. 30 yuan a day. 10,800 yuan a year. 73,000 yuan in 10 years. Lulu checked the size. There are S, M, L, XL, XXL, XXXL. According to Xiaowu's needs, only about 30,000 yuan of diapers are needed. Lulu was too lazy to calculate it. So he directly stocked 20,000 yuan of diapers of each size. Diapers totaled 120,000 yuan. She had previously stocked up an outrageous 500,000 yuan of milk powder. Ask her why she is so outrageous and hoards so much. She is rich and willful. She has stockpiled all the baby food and milk powder for Xiaowu. The next step is the rice noodles for complementary food. She wants the best and spends 100,000 yuan. Chapter 8 Stocking Up 3. Early Childhood Picture Books. Children's Toys. Children's Early Childhood Books. Children's Snacks. Children's AD. Children's DHA. Milk bottles. Milk warmers. Thermostatic kettles. Disinfection cabinets. Primary and secondary school teaching aids. As long as it is a child-related item, Lulu will add it to the shopping cart. These categories finally totaled 1 million. Coming to the personal care category, she stocked up a lot of various brands of toiletries, especially toothpaste and toothbrushes. Just a variety of ordinary toothbrushes, electric toothbrushes, dental floss, water flossers, etc., each of which is hundreds of pieces. Toothache is not a disease, but it can kill people when it hurts. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, most hospitals were flooded and doctors were scarce. Once you have a toothache, it is difficult to find a dentist, and you can only bear it yourself. Oral hygiene must be done well. She remembered clearly that 6 months after the outbreak of the apocalypse, most of the survivors had a lot of bad breath in their mouths when they talked. That smell makes her want to vomit when she thinks about it now. She also added razors and other men's products to the shopping cart after seeing them. Xiaowu will grow up one day and will need these things. Next, it's electrical digital products. Cooling fans, air conditioners, printers, watches, juicers, batteries, tablets, multifunction sockets, data cables, computers, mobile phones, health pots. She stocks 10 digital products for each spare replacement. A total of 500,000 yuan. Various imported Labeled healthy snacks. 1 million yuan. Medical health. About drugs. Masks. Alcohol. Iodine. Cotton swabs. Sterile gauze. Thermometers. Temperature guns. Vitamin tablets. Small umbrellas. Wonton bone and muscle patches. Warm baby. Cooling oil. Sunscreen. Blood pressure monitors. Blood glucose meters. Nebulizers. Oxygen generators. Oxygen cylinders. Contact lenses. Contact lens cleaning solution. When Lulu saw the contact lenses, she remembered that she had some mild myopia. So, she stocked up some contact lenses of various degrees to prevent her myopia from increasing and not being able to see clearly in the future. When her body recovers a little and she can go out for long-term activities, she needs to go to the optical shop and get 20 pairs of glasses of each degree. Lulu wrote down the glasses and remembered that her grandfather had high blood pressure and her grandmother had high blood lipids. The 3 highs are chronic diseases. People with the 3 highs cannot do without chronic drug control. Otherwise they will suffer from stroke and hemiplegia. Maybe one day she will get old and get these diseases. Lulu prepared for the rainy day and stocked up a lot of drugs for lowering blood pressure, blood sugar and blood lipids. Famous Supermarket is one of the largest supermarkets on the internet, with a large inventory, and everything she wants to buy is very complete. In the category of medicine and health, she spent a long time selecting, especially for children's commonly used medicines. She stocked up a lot. These medicines totaled 1 million yuan. After stocking up on medicine, it was just dawn. She hadn't slept all night and was very tired. But now was not the time to rest. She checked the supplies she bought from Dongdong and Famous Supermarket, totaling 11.96 million yuan. Lulu checked the total bill. Wow! After a busy night, she only spent more than 32 million yuan. She was still more than 60 million away from her goal of 100 million yuan. Lulu opened Famous Supermarket, selected the items she had ordered, and added them to the shopping cart with one click. Similarly, in Dongdong Supermarket, the same item was added to the shopping cart twice again. This function of the 2 platforms is very advanced, saving her the time of adding items to the shopping cart. In a few minutes, she managed to get tens of millions of goods. However, in this way, she only spent more than 90 million, and still did not reach the small goal of 100 million. Lulu rubbed her sore eyes tiredly, and then sent a message to the customer service to confirm the goods again and again, and asked them to ship them quickly. She set an alarm for 2 hours on her mobile phone, and when the alarm rang, she continued to get up to stock up on supplies. At 7 o'clock in the morning on May 30th, 2060, the alarm on the mobile phone rang. Sister Lee entered the room with the wrapped fresh meat dumplings. Miss Lu, eat breakfast while it's hot. Sister Lee put the fresh meat dumplings on the bedside table and reached out to help Lulu up. Lulu quickly finished the dumplings. Miss Lu, you have a good rest. I'll go out first. Wait, I want to see the child. Sister Lee smiled slightly. Please wait. I'll go and hold it for you. A few minutes later, the sleeping Xiao Wu was placed next to Lulu. Lulu looked at Xiao Wu's cute little face, with a loving smile on her lips. Sister Lee did not disturb them, turned around and quietly walked out of the room and closed the door. Lulu kissed Xiao Wu's face. She was very happy. She listened to Xiao Wu's breathing, and fell asleep with a smile unconsciously. Until 8:30 in the morning. Dr. Lin entered the bedroom as usual and hung up the bottle for her. Lulu felt the pain of a mosquito bite on her hand. She saw Dr. Lin Fong in a daze and whispered, Dr. Lin, are the medicines I asked you to prepare ready? It's ready. The staff of the pharmacy will drive it over this afternoon. Lulu was relieved. She turned on her mobile phone and saw that most of the supplies ordered yesterday had been shipped. Her anxious mood of stockpiling goods was relieved. If these goods are successfully received in the space, they will be enough for her and Xiao Wu to use for several lifetimes. Ms. Lu, you have a good rest. Call me anytime if you feel uncomfortable. Yes, Lulu replied. Dr. Lin Fong turned and left. Lulu looked at the sleeping child and closed her eyes to recover her strength. This time, she slept until 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Sister Lee heard her getting up and entered the room with the 8 treasure porridge that was simmered on a low fire. Lulu picked up the bowl and ate it in small bites. The 8 treasure porridge was added with white sugar and simmered on a low fire until it was soft and messy. Such food is very suitable for her current body to replenish her strength. During her meal, Xiaowu woke up. Sister Jin took Xiaowu out to feed her. And after feeding, she put Xiaowu next to her again. Lulu smiled at the sleeping Xiaowu. And then she sat up with her back against the bed. She looked at the fully charged mobile phone at the bedside. Pick up the phone and unlock the screen. On her hand, there were 2 missed calls from unfamiliar numbers. There were also many spam messages. Among them was the spam message from Su Pingding. Lulu. This is Su Pingding. Why did you leave the hospital without telling me? Where are you? Why didn't you answer the phone? Lulu. Are you angry with me? The company really had something urgent yesterday. Now that the matter is settled. Are you in City A? I will go to see you right away. Lulu saw these messages and sneered. She thought about it, edited the message and sent it. I'm in the old house in J City, and I will return to City next week. Su Pingting was fooling around with Ma Weizhou on the bed in the hotel. Ma Weizhou heard Su Pingting's phone ringing, and immediately picked up the phone from the bedside to check. Weizhou. What did she say? Su Pingting leaned on Ma Weizhou's naked upper body like a boneless snake, and she saw the message in a glance. Weizhou. She's in J City. Should I go visit her? Ma Weizhou shook his head. No. Just ignore her for now. Is this really a good idea? She needs someone to take care of her right now. That's what she asked for. Ma Weizhou pushed Su Pingting away, lit a cigarette, stood up, and walked to the French window. Su Pingting smiled secretly. Chapter 9 Stocking Up For. Even though Lulu is a rich lady and her parents are both highly educated. So what? She can't beat her. Su Pingting stood up, walked behind Ma Weizhou, and gently hugged his thin waist. Ma Weizhou was ignited by her desire. He extinguished the cigarette butt in his hand, turned around and hugged Su Pingting, and the two fell on the bed and made love. After Lulu sent the message, she no longer paid attention to the couple. The end of the world is coming soon, and the most important thing for her now is to continue to stock up. This 100 million covers a wide range of categories, but does not include vegetables, fruits, and meat. These fresh ingredients cannot guarantee freshness when purchased online, but they can be purchased through large supermarkets and vegetable stores in the same city, and they are all delivered in half an hour. However, she can't go to the villa in City A to receive the goods now. She can only temporarily add the vegetables, meat, melons and fruits to be stocked into the shopping cart. Each store has a delivery limit of 50 kilograms, so she can only choose several large supermarkets that sell fruits, vegetables, and meat to add to her shopping cart. It took her an hour. She cut various fruit boxes in the shopping cart. 100 kilograms of Kirin watermelon, pure fruit flesh, cut and put in boxes and added to the shopping cart. 100 kilograms of Hami melon, 100 kilograms of mango, 100 kilograms of honeydew melon, 100 kilograms of kiwi fruit, 100 kilograms of red grapes, 100 kilograms of cherry tomatoes, red dragon fruit, milk papaya, etc. These fruits are handled very cleanly, and the merchants pack them in disposable boxes, so you can pick them up and eat them. Lulu packed 100 kilograms of each variety of fruit. Every 100 kilograms of each fruit is divided into 200 boxes, and each box is 250 grams, which is half a kilogram. She bought a total of 1 ton of this kind of fruit. Even if she and Xiaowu each eat half a pound of fruit every day, 1 ton is enough for the two of them to eat for 5 years. This is based on Xiaowu's food quota when he grows up. 1 ton is still not enough. Lulu continued to buy more. This time she chose a 4-piece fruit box. 4 kinds of fruit. A total of 500 grams. Packed in a box. The price is 30 to 35 yuan per piece. Lulu still stocked up 1 ton in the shopping cart. She checked all the 2 tons of cut fruit boxes and looked at the price, which was just over 120,000 yuan. On average, the average price of fruits of different prices is 30 yuan per pound. The price is high, but understandable, because these fruits are peeled and only the edible flesh is left. After buying 2 bags of fruit, she spent 120,000 yuan. Lulu thought that after these orders were delivered, she would continue to place a few more orders to make up a total of 1 million yuan for fruits. Next was vegetables. Vegetables, like fruits, were washed, cut, and packaged, and could be used right away. Of course, there were also original, unprocessed ones. Lulu ordered 1 ton of each of the two. Vegetables were much cheaper than fruits. The average price of 2 tons of vegetables, including expensive vegetables and cheap ones, was 6 yuan. In other words, 2 tons of vegetables totaled 24,000 yuan. 2 tons of fruits and 2 tons of vegetables, totaling 144,000 yuan. After purchasing fruits and vegetables, Lulu continued to add meat, pork, chicken, duck, beef, lamb, fish, lobster, etc. She ordered 1 ton of each type of meat. The quality of meat varies, and the price also varies. The average price fluctuates around 25 yuan. Then, there are eggs. For the time being, we stock up 2 tons. The unit price of 1 pound of eggs fluctuates between 6 to 10 yuan, and the median price is about 8 yuan per pound. 2 tons of eggs cost about 30,000 yuan. Duck eggs and goose eggs are usually eaten less, so a total of 30,000 yuan is purchased. Vegetables, fruits, meat, eggs, a total of 1.22 million. After Lulu purchased the ingredients, she looked at the ready-made food. Milk tea, fruit tea, coffee of various brands, iced, hot, 7-point sweet, 5-point sweet, full sugar. Each category is purchased 1,000 cups. All these brands of milk tea, even if 1 cup a day, are enough for her and Xiao Wu to drink for 100 years. In addition to beverages such as milk tea and coffee, there are also boxed lunches. For boxed lunches, choose those restaurants with physical stores and good reviews. Don't choose those pre-prepared food workshops. This kind of freshly cooked food, in a more conscientious restaurant, has a customer unit price of 30 yuan per portion, which is several times more expensive than the pre-prepared food that costs just over 10 yuan. But she mainly wants to eat with peace of mind. So the shops she purchases are all shops with good ingredients and good taste. She buys 100 more portions from each shop, and when the goods arrive, she will take a look at the finished product first. If she encounters a good shop, she will contact the owner and book it for 3 days, asking the owner to cook for her for 3 days and 3 nights. There are also dumplings, wontons, hamburgers and fries, pizza and pasta, steamed buns and porridge shops, rice noodles and spicy hot pot restaurants, Sichuan and Hunan cuisine, fried chicken and fried skewers, special snacks, barbecue, Western food, stewed food, Korean cuisine, cakes and bread, freshly made desserts. As long as it is a category that appears on the delivery of Hungary, she will buy 100 more portions of each. After adding food, Lulu turned her attention to medicines again. Dongdong and Feimao Supermarket are 2 platforms. And Are You Starving? Is another platform. She looked at the various categories of medicines and stocked up 100 copies of each. After this operation, the total amount was 3 million yuan. After Lulu finished all this, she sighed. It was really difficult to spend some money. From her rebirth to now, she has only spent a little over 100 million. There is still a small goal of 1.5 billion that has not been spent. Lulu thought of the extremely cold temperature caused by the heavy rain, and had a premonition that other natural disasters might occur in the future. So, she opened Qianbeidu to check what needs to be prepared after the natural disaster comes. She saw kayaks, yachts, lifebuoys, life jackets, assault boats, anti-overheating, anti-earthquake and other life-saving tools. Lulu slapped his head. Yes, when going out in heavy rain, they all paddled the official kayaks to search for supplies. If you want to rent it personally, you need to spend a lot of supplies. She quickly found the Dongdong platform and added the items that Qianbeidu suggested to buy to the shopping cart. Except for the yacht, which was not sold on the Dongdong platform. She bought 100 sets of all the others. These things cost her 5 million yuan. But speedboats need fuel to start. Fuel cannot be hoarded in large quantities in the current peaceful and prosperous times. You can only hoard a part of it first. And when the end of the world comes, go to the gas station to get some into the space. Lulu thought about it and set her sights on the charging speedboat. She ordered 100 speedboats and told the merchant to fully charge each speedboat. Otherwise she would return the goods. The customer service would not meet such a big buyer in a year, and hurriedly notified the boss, who replied that Lulu would definitely charge it before shipping. After hoarding this batch of supplies, it was dark. Lulu had a bowl of multigrain porridge cooked by Sister Lee for dinner, accompanied by a small bowl of fresh meatball soup. After the meal, Lulu rested for a while, until Xiaowu woke up and made unconscious calls. Sister Li heard the sound and took Xiaowu to the next room to feed him. Dr. Lin Fan entered the room, changed the medical dressing on Lu Luoyo's cesarean section incision, and told her to have a good rest. Lulu lay on the bed. She was very tired and sleepy, but she couldn't fall asleep. Chapter 10 Stocking Up 5. Every time she calmed down, she would think of what Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou had done to her and Xiaowu. She gnashed her teeth in hatred. However, the end of the world is coming soon, and stocking up is the most important thing. Lulu opened the Dongdong platform again and found a store selling USB electronic resources. She bought 1,000 USB resources with a storage capacity of 2T. The USB covers various fields, and it is full of high-definition videos carefully compiled by the store. Customer service. Dear, since you purchased 1,000 products from our store, the boss specially gave you a surprise gift. A seed worth 10T of high-definition hormone video. I hope you can give a 5-star praise after receiving the goods. Lulu always felt something was wrong when she saw the words sent by the customer service, especially the smirking yellow cartoon avatar expression added by the customer service. She pouted and didn't care too much. Wait until the goods arrive and see what the boss is keeping secret. After she had stockpiled resources in various fields, Lulu found a bookstore and bought various kinds of books, especially books about planting crops and how to avoid danger and survive. She stocked up a lot of each kind. Seeing books, she thought of crop seeds. After the end of the world, the floods caused by heavy rain destroyed more than 70% of the ground floor buildings. Everything in the ground floor buildings was useless or washed away by the flood. After the flood receded, the government paid a high price to purchase useful seeds. Seeds are very valuable. When the heavy rain stopped, the flood subsided, and the extreme cold came, the government built a large number of greenhouses to plant crops to increase food production. Unfortunately, Lulu was killed by the dogs and men before those crops matured. At that time, she was planning to rent a greenhouse, buy some seeds to grow food, and improve the lives of her and Xiaowu. Lulu gnashed her teeth in hatred. She suppressed her hatred and found a store that sold seeds, stocking up on some seeds of each fruit and vegetable. Then, she thought that the time she would stay in the villa to avoid disasters would last for a year. So, she went to a store and stocked up on 1,000 mobile power banks. These mobile power banks were stocked according to the most expensive and highest capacity specifications. Even if there were frequent power outages in the future, mobile phones and tablets would not be out of power with mobile power banks. With electricity, coupled with the entertainment and audiovisual resources purchased, it was enough to pass the long time at home. In addition to power supplies, there are also matching electronic products and other electronic materials. For example, the electronic map of Aquamarine. Whether it is City A, other provinces and cities, or even foreign maps, all need to be stored in one copy. She quickly found a store that sells electronic materials and asked the boss to download all the detailed offline maps of Aquamarine into a USB flash drive for shipment. There are also various high-scoring movies and TV series. The boss was asked to put these resources into 100 USB drives. After stocking up virtual resources, Lulu thought about the power outage. It was definitely not enough to rely on mobile power. She found many solar products that can generate electricity, the perpetual motion lights that can emit light from the sun, plus the solar generators she had stockpiled before, are equipped with 1,000 large-capacity batteries. There is absolutely no problem driving home appliances such as air conditioners and refrigerators. No! Lulu remembered the heavy rain that month, and the humidity of the air was terrifying. Dryers and the like are inevitable. There are also moisture-proof products. There is no sun this month, and the solar generator can store very little electricity. All the batteries in the villa must be fully charged before the heavy rain that lasts for a month comes. Lulu stocked up more than a dozen dryers and dehumidifiers according to the humid weather that causes magic damage. I hope these things can play a certain role when the time comes. After stocking up these, the next thing is to have weapons and fuel. Diesel and gasoline are officially controlled. It's a bit troublesome. However, if you don't make some preparations before the end of the world, it will be more difficult to get them later. In the first 3 months, City A was full of zombies. At this time, she, a woman who had just given birth, ran out with a newborn baby alone to collect supplies. It was simply courting death. In the next 3 months, the official organization began to kill zombies. At the same time, they gradually built shelters and took over large and small resource points in City A. Ordinary people who want to exchange for survival resources must participate in official tasks and work, and use the points obtained from work to exchange for supplies. At that time, all the supplies were taken over by the government, and there was no chance to fish in troubled waters and buy them for free. In her previous life, she was just with the official team searching for supplies, saving some supplies secretly found when no one was paying attention, and living humbly with the hope of accumulating these little. It seems that she must stock up a lot of fuel before the outbreak of the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, it will be difficult to get some supplies. As for weapons, baseball bats, antique collectible tang swords, and the like can be used as substitutes for the time being. Lulu saw the 10 solar generators ordered, and purchased 10 diesel generators and 10 gasoline generators on the platform. She bought all the generators with the highest configuration, spending a total of 800,000 yuan. The emergency shelter bag, which covers various emergency items, has a total of 1,000 pieces and a total of 410,000 yuan. After Lulu placed the order for these items, she saw the items to be shipped and the items that had been shipped, and her brain was a little insufficient. She carefully checked and found out the missing items. She was dazzled by these supplies and simply didn't look at them. She continued to browse the shopping platform. Coincidentally, she saw a well-known Anchor Chi on Taobao platform was broadcasting live. So she clicked in to check. It is said that the products recommended by Anchor Chi are all discounted prices, and the quality is all carefully selected good things. Lulu watched for 3 minutes and thought that Anchor Chi was very handsome and explained very well. Her hand couldn't help clicking on the small yellow car to add to the purchase. Anchor Chi was explaining a skin care product. Lulu had heard of this brand before, but she had never used it. She casually bought 10 sets for 2,800 yuan. There are also set loose powder, hair dye, perfume, facial mask, sunscreen, depilatory cream, makeup remover wipes, etc. She bought 10 of each. After looking at the makeup, there are a lot of bedding and tableware, disposable bath towels, disposable toilet paper, and sanitary napkins in the living area. Oh, right. Sanitary napkins. She stocked up so many supplies. But it seems that she didn't stock up many sanitary napkins. Lulu directly stocked up on sanitary napkins that are 100 years old. Thinking of sanitary napkins, there are also sleeping pants. When the quantity is large, the sleeping pants are really amazing. She jumped out of the live broadcast room and found the store recommended by Anchor Chi, and bought a lot of sleeping pants in it, and also bought sanitary napkins that are 100 years old. After adding to the shopping cart, she returned to the live broadcast room to continue discovering good things. Summer mats, imported snacks and red wine. All new things she had never heard of. Lulu immediately clicked on the small yellow cart. You can never have too much food. When she came to the digital technology category, she found that there were many massage therapy instruments in it. In a busy life, who doesn't want to relax with a big-name massage chair? Lulu placed an order for 10 massage chairs worth 50,000 yuan each. In addition to massage chairs, there are also small massage instruments, which are also stocked in quantities of 10. Coming out of Chi's live broadcast room, she spent 5 million yuan. Then, she pulled down Tao Live and jumped to the next live broadcast room. This live broadcast room sells women's clothing brands. Lulu saw that the model had a similar figure to her, and the clothes looked good on her. She didn't know if she would use these beautiful clothes in the future. Anyway, it wouldn't cost much, so she directly added 2 sizes, one fitted and one loose version. As she was browsing, she came across a live broadcast room selling children's clothing. Lulu has no resistance to baby clothes. She has stocked up 200,000 yuan worth of children's clothing, covering the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter. Among the stocked goods, there are many princess dresses and small clothes for baby girls. These little girls' clothes are really beautiful. When Xiaowu grows up, it will be a very amazing thing to put on these little dresses and take pictures for him. It is summer now, and children's down jackets that are out of season are very cheap. Lulu added 100 down jackets to her shopping cart. Next, she found several live broadcast rooms that sell clothes. She has too many clothes in stock and no longer pays attention to this aspect. Lulu skipped these live broadcast rooms. Chapter 11 Jiangyi. Next, she found those selling hairbands. Buy. Those selling magic water. Buy. Those selling bags. Backpacks. Outdoor off-road bags. Buy. Survival bracelets. 9-in-1 functions. Buy. Fishing tools. Buy. Healthcare products. Vitamins. Etc. Buy. Kitchen tools. Buy. Toilet paper. Roll paper. Tissue paper. Cotton soft towel. Cloud soft towel. Wet wipes. Buy. All kinds of ordinary fans. Cooling fans. Etc. Buy. Later, Lulu bought a lot of things. She looked at the amount of consumption. About 50 million yuan. Adding the 100 million yuan spent before. The stockpiling of goods in the past 2 days is 150 million. When Lulu saw these supplies, her anxiety was temporarily relieved. She turned on the TV in the room and continued to follow the official news program. No news comments about the end of the world were seen. Just then, her WeChat on her mobile phone rang. It was a message from Jiangyi, her good friend since childhood. When Jiangyi was a child, her parents died in an accident. She lived with her grandparents in her hometown since she was a child. Lulu and her situation are somewhat similar. So, the two people who also lost their parents at a young age sympathize with each other. They went to elementary school together, junior high school together, and high school together. And they are very good friends. As a sports diving specialty student of J High School, Jiangyi participated in the National College Diving Competition and won the championship. Her talent was noticed. She received a scholarship for the competition and was admitted to a foreign university by exception. In order to pursue new developments in her diving career, Jiangyi chose to go abroad for gilding. She just came back from abroad this year and opened a fitness institution in City A, where she is responsible for teaching diving. When Lulu saw the message from Jiangyi, she remembered that she had such an exchange in her previous life. At that time, Jiangyi didn't know where she got the news from. She heard that she had just given birth and wanted to visit her. The two had just made an appointment when the apocalypse broke out. Later, the network communication was cut off, and the two could not contact each other. Lulu was less than 10 days after the operation, and was trapped in the villa with Xiaowu, unable to protect herself. 1 day later, the network communication was suddenly restored for a moment. At that time, Lulu's mobile phone received a video sent by Jiangyi. Jiangyi was trapped in the office of her fitness club, and there were crazy zombie members outside. She was anxious to ask about her situation, but she waited for a day and a night. But she didn't get any news from her. From that day until the shelter was established, she never saw Jiangyi again. Nor did she get any news about her. Lulu, are you there? Jiangyi's message brought Lulu back to her thoughts, and she slowly typed a word in the chat box on her mobile phone. Yes. I heard you gave birth to a baby. Is it a boy or a girl? Boy. Are you still in the hospital? Why didn't you tell me that you gave birth to a child? I heard the news from a member. We have been friends for so many years, and you didn't tell me such an important thing. Jiangyi typed these words and added an angry emoticon. Lulu thought of the past of the two of them with a faint smile. Jiangyi's concern is still so rough and direct. I'm discharged from the hospital and now live in Linwan Villa 5. I miss you very much. Is it convenient for you to come and see me tomorrow? Lulu was worried that Jiangyi would be trapped in the gym again, like in her previous life. She wanted her to come earlier to change her inevitable death. In this world, if there is anyone she can trust, it must be Jiangyi. However, before she can fully trust Jiangyi, she needs to observe silently for a while. In her previous life, she had experienced betrayal by her fiancé and her best friend in college. She naturally developed a little defense against her friendship with Jiangyi. Jiangyi remembered that her classes were full this week, and hesitated. Lulu, my classes are very full this week. I will visit you next week. Lulu saw that Jiangyi's reply was the same as in her previous life, and insisted, can you cancel the class? I miss you very much. It hurts to give birth. There is a big cut on my stomach. Woo woo woo. Lulu sent a message with a pitiful emoticon. Jiangyi was broken. Since childhood, she has always been the one who protected the soft and sticky Lulu. Lulu is very delicate, but she is a strong woman. She has been practicing diving since she was a child, and her body is very strong. Lulu was a premature baby, which made her physically weak. Later, under her training, Lulu gradually recovered to the physical level of a normal girl. She hated to see the delicate Lulu cry the most. Last year, her grandfather passed away. Last month, her grandmother also passed away. Now, the person she cares about most is Lulu. Wait, I'll drive over right away. Send me the location. After sending the message, Gianni asked the assistant, who arranged the class, to move all her diving classes tomorrow to a later day. After giving instructions, she finished her work. Gianni went downstairs and drove her SUV to the nearby Wowuma shopping mall. She looked at the sign and went to the maternal and child store on the 5th floor of the supermarket to buy gifts for Lulu. The female salesperson at the maternal and child store saw her and greeted her enthusiastically. Hello. What do you need to buy? Things suitable for newborns. Look. How about this newborn gift box? It contains 4 sets of newborn clothes. The same socks, nursing towels, small hats, and swaddles. Gianni saw the sample the female salesperson brought, and the bunny pattern was very nice. 2 sets. There are 4 colors in red, pink, blue, and yellow. Which one do you want to choose? Baby boy. Of course it's the cute pink. Just 1 set of pink and 1 set of blue. The salesperson saw that Gianni didn't ask the price, and knew that she was a big customer, and secretly sighed that she didn't recommend a better package to her. You have a good eye. Are you buying it as a gift? The salesperson looked Gianni up and down. She didn't see Gianni's pregnant belly. It must be a gift for someone. Gianni looked around the maternal and child store. Yes, I'm giving it to someone. What other good things do you have here? Recommend them to me. Money is not a problem. The key is good quality. The female shopping guide's eyes lit up, pointing at the Mezzel brand milk powder. Look! This milk powder is natural milk powder from an organic farm imported from abroad. The new national standard. International Organic and Domestic Organic Dual Certification. Only 400 yuan a can. Now there is an event. Buy a box and choose one of 6 exquisite gifts. Give me a box. The gift is the Mercedes-Benz baby stroller. The shopping guide smiled brightly. Look again. This is a baby stroller. There are also baby beds, baby toiletries, baby mosquito nets, baby natural harmless electric mosquito repellent liquid, baby imported anti-flatulence milk bottles. Gianni nodded. I want 1 set each. Take a look at this organic natural bird's nest, which helps to recover after childbirth. It is on sale now. A 1-month course of treatment only costs 18,888. The original price is 2,666. If you buy it now, you will also get a bird's nest stew pot and matching bowls and spoons. Well, not bad. I want 3 boxes. The female shopping guide was surprised. She thought she would be very happy if she could buy 1 box. But she didn't expect her to buy 3 boxes at once. It is rare to see such a rich young girl. Okay. I think it is not convenient for you to carry so many things by yourself. So we can deliver them to your door. No need. You can send a waiter to help me put the things in my car. The maternity and baby store met such a generous customer, and sent a female salesperson to help transport the items purchased by Gianni to the underground parking lot with a shopping mall-specific card. All the gifts purchased by Gianni were put into the trunk of the SUV. She started the car and drove to Lin Wan's villa according to the location given by Lulu. Chapter 12. Have you seen the child's father? May 30th, 2060. 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Wan Villa number 5. Gianni drove for an hour and arrived at the gate of Lin Wan Villa number 5. She sat in the car and sent a WeChat message to Lulu. Lulu, I'm already at your gate. Lulu saw the message on the phone and asked Sisterly to open the door. The gate was opened by Sisterly. Gianni drove the SUV into the large yard of the villa. With the help of Sisterly and Sister Jin, the 3 of them unloaded the gifts she brought from the trunk of the car and put them away. Sisterly took her to the door of Lulu's room. Then, Lulu heard the sound of the door being pushed open. She turned her head. What caught her eyes was Gianni's long legs. Gianni was wearing black yoga pants, a black vest of the same color, a white shirt on the outside, and a pair of dad shoes on her feet. As she walked, Lulu could see the firm muscle lines on her abdomen. Sisterly stood beside her. Jiangyi was more than half a head taller than Sister Li, who was 1.6 meters tall. Lulu, you are so mean. Lulu suppressed his excitement and said to Sister Li, Sister Li, go out first. Sister Li left and closed the door. Jiangyi sat by Lulu's bed and frowned. You didn't tell me about such a big thing as giving birth. Lulu recalled the absurd things that happened during the period from pregnancy to childbirth, and sighed. It's a long story. Very bloody. Humph. Since I went abroad, you have lost contact with me. Especially in the past year. I didn't take the initiative to find you. You didn't even know to find me. If I hadn't heard from a member that you had a child out of wedlock, you still kept it a secret. We agreed that when we had children, we would have a boy and a girl as baby lovers. The 2 girls would be best friends, and the 2 boys would be good brothers in the future. Lulu blinked her wet eyes. Will you forgive me then? Jiangyi crossed her arms. How can I really be mad at you? By the way, how did your members know about me? Jiangyi pouted. My private fitness club serves high-end people. The rich ladies there like to gossip when they have nothing to do. I accidentally heard them talking about your name. So, I just heard the news and sent you a WeChat message to ask. Where's the child? Let me hold him. Jiangyi looked excited. The child is sleeping next door. When he wakes up, you can hold him and play with him. Jiangyi said helplessly. It seems that I came at the wrong time. By the way, who is the child's father? Is he handsome? Lulu was stunned by the question. That night, she drank a glass of red wine handed to her by Su Pingting. And then she felt dizzy. In a daze, she was supported by someone and fell on the bed. When she woke up the next day, she found something wrong under her body. The room that night was opened by Su Pingting. At that time, she suspected that it was Su Pingting who did it. Su Pingting cried and refused to admit it. Lulu could only check the hotel surveillance. Coincidentally, the surveillance in the corridor of her room was broken that night. There was no evidence. Plus Su Pingting's sweet voice and her innocent eyes. She could only admit defeat. Later, she found out that she was pregnant. She had thought about aborting the baby. When she went to the hospital, she heard the baby's heartbeat and couldn't do it. Maybe it was God's will. After that day, she took an emergency contraceptive pill. But it didn't stop the strange man from leaving seeds in her body. When Lulu was dizzy, she vaguely saw a light brown mole behind the strange man's ear. As for his face, she had no impression at all. Lulu replied truthfully, I didn't see clearly whether he was handsome or not. What he looked like. Jiangyi was shocked. No way. You had sex with the child's father. But you didn't see his face? I blacked out that day. TSK. Guess the plot of the novel where the domineering president walked into the wrong room. You drank too much and passed out. The domineering president had a one-night stand with you. And then you ran away with the baby? Lulu was speechless. She was really half right. As for whether the other party is a domineering boss, she doesn't know. Lulu, is the villa you live in now the breakup fee given to you by the domineering boss? Woman, take this card and abort the child. Jiangyi smiled evilly. Then by chance, you couldn't bear to see a little life end. So you gave birth to the child. Lulu was helpless. You still like to imagine so much. This villa is the property left by my grandfather. I only realized that I was a hidden rich woman after I became an adult. Grandma asked me to keep a low profile. And so, for so many years, I have been keeping a low profile. As Lulu said this, she thought of Ma Weizhou again. She did follow her grandmother's instructions and kept a low profile. When she learned that she was a billionaire, she never thought of touching the money in it. Honest, graduated from college, and worked step by step, in addition to donating the annual dividends to the orphanage and the Red Cross. Until she met Ma Weizhou, everything began to change. After she became a boyfriend and girlfriend with Ma Weizhou, she heard that his family business was short of funds. So she did not hesitate to take out 20 million to help him through the difficulties. Now think about it. Ma Weizhou's family business was short of funds at the time. It was his way of testing whether she was a real rich woman. Jiangyi heard this and smiled. When I was a child, I felt that your grandmother was very elegant, and the temperament was very similar to those noble ladies I had seen. I didn't expect that your family was really a hidden rich family. This villa is worth at least 10 million. Right? Jiangyi said, standing up and looking around the room. She saw the neatly arranged limited edition brand bags in the transparent glass cabinet of the closet. And the quality was very good. These bags, she heard those rich ladies brag about, are worth hundreds of thousands. Global limited edition. Worth more than 1 million. And there is no market for them. In the glass cabinet under the bag, there are many jades, gold and precious diamonds. Wow! The things in your closet are worth at least tens of millions. Right? Jiangyi curiously opened the closet next to the bag. When she saw the various clothes with brand name labels hanging in the closet, she almost dropped her jaw. Wow! These skirts and clothes are worth at least tens of millions. Right? Lulu said unhappily. Take whatever you like. These things will become a pile of ordinary clothes with little value after the end of the world. If they are used as fuel, they will be disliked for their short burning time. Some of the few rare bags, after the end of the world, can only be exchanged for a few packs of instant noodles from those women who have a habit of hoarding bags and are vain. None of these luxury goods are as valuable as gold. Gold, a rare metal, is needed for base construction, which is more useful than bags and clothes and skirts. Moreover, she heard from the survivors of the base that gold can be exchanged for many good things. She has now hoarded 150 million in supplies. Enough for her, Xiaowu and ET for 3 lifetimes. There are still more than 1 billion in the black card of the international bank she opened. She is not short of money. Jiangyi likes it, so it's no problem to take it all. Then I won't be polite. Jiangyi found a few sets of sportswear size and clothes in the closet, and chose a bag and a set of jade jewelry. Lulu saw her coming to buy goods, and shook his head helplessly. It's better to get more gold than taking those. Keep some of the clothes and bags you like, and help me get rid of the rest. Except for the gold jewelry. Jiangyi carried a limited edition bag on each arm, and asked in surprise, You want to sell all these? Chapter 13, The money can't be spent. Well, sell it. If you sell it now, you can get more cash and stock up more supplies. Who knows what kind of natural disasters will happen after the rainstorm and extreme cold. You still need to make more preparations and stock up more supplies. These things are old things used by her mother. If you want to keep a memory, just keep the ancestral ring. Although the ancestral ring has lost its luster and was put into the space by her. But in your spare time, you can take it out and recall the good times of the past. Other things except the ring are vulgar things. So it is better to exchange them for food and other supplies. Jiangyi blinked. You have found the right person. Give it to me. It can be sold at a higher price than those second-hand luxury stores. Jiangyi took out her mobile phone with a smile and opened the WeChat group. A high-end VIP fitness group for ladies was opened by her. She took her mobile phone and took a high-definition video of the high-end goods in Lu Liu's wardrobe and sent it to the WeChat group. My friend's personal belongings. I need to sell them urgently. Message me with the price. She forwarded the same video and message to 4 other groups. Each group had about 200 members. A total of more than 1,000 people. Soon, her phone kept ringing. How much is that HMX pink platinum bag? That HMX white platinum bag? 500,000. I want it. Is it genuine? Is it authentic? Can I come and see the goods? Jiangyi looked at the small red dot that kept flashing on her phone and ignored it. She turned off her phone and put it aside. Lulu, there are too many messages. I'll check it tomorrow. Don't worry. I will definitely help you find the highest price buyer. Yeah. Lulu has 90% trust in Jiangyi. From the moment she saw Jiangyi again, the feeling was very strong. But after she was betrayed by the people around her, she was really scared. She would always be vigilant towards Jiangyi. Lulu, it's late. You have a good rest. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Don't go. Stay in my villa tonight. You always said that you must live in a big villa in the future. Now there is a villa. Don't you want to experience it? Jiangyi thought for a moment and nodded to agree to stay. She was arranged by Sisterly to rest in another second bedroom on the first floor. The second bedroom has an independent bathroom and bathtub. And the sheets and quilts inside were just washed and changed by Sisterly yesterday. In the middle of the night, Xiaowu woke up to breastfeed. Lulu heard the noise and got up to suck milk. Jiangyi also heard Xiaowu crying. She got up, walked out of the room, and took Xiaowu to feed him. You little guy. How come you don't look like Lulu at all? With those big dark eyes and that face shape and temperament. Your cheap dad whom you have never met must be a handsome guy like you. When Xiao Wu heard Jiang Yi's complaints, he closed his eyes and didn't answer. He drank milk silently, thinking of the scene before his death. It was not that auntie. Not her voice. He wanted to drink milk quickly, grow up quickly, and let his mother stay away from that vicious auntie. After drinking milk, Xiao Wu was confused and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Yi quietly went to see Lu and saw her fall asleep after sucking milk at night, and then quietly left the room. At this time, it was more than 4 o'clock in the morning. Standing in the villa, you can vaguely hear the sound of birds outside. Since it was summer, the sun rose very early. Half an hour later, it was daybreak. Jiang Yi couldn't sleep, so she did stretching exercises in the living room of the villa, and then jogged around the villa for half an hour. When she returned to the villa, the sun rose and the sky was bright. She went back to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into the casual home clothes that sisterly prepared for Lu. Before Lu got pregnant, she wore size M clothes, and after she got pregnant, she wore size L. Although Jiang Yi was 1.74 meters tall, she weighed only 52 kilograms because of years of exercise, and her body fat rate was also very low. Lu's size M clothes fit her just right. After Jiang Yi finished exercising, she checked WeChat messages. In the end, she selected 3 buyers. These 3 were the core figures among more than 1,000 noble ladies, and their husbands were all CEOs of medium-sized companies. These 3 were the most financially powerful women in their group of noble ladies. Lu. I found 3 buyers. They want to come and look at the bags and jewelry. No problem. I'll go to the second bedroom next door to rest. Jiang Yi and the 3 ladies agreed to come and look at the things at 10 o'clock in the morning. After some bargaining, in the end, the jewelry, clothes and bags in Lu's wardrobe were sold for 150 million. It was exactly the price of her stockpiling supplies in the past 2 days. After this round trip, the amount in the card returned to 1.6 billion. After the 3 ladies left, Lu moved back to the master bedroom to rest. There are no big-name clothes in her wardrobe now. All of them were replaced with pure cotton sportswear that she usually wears. The price is about 200 yuan a set. Comfortable and cheap. All shoes were changed into sports shoes. Sisterly washed all her favorite sports casual clothes and shoes, as well as the bed sheets and quilts in the bedroom, and put them neatly in the closet. Jiang Yi stayed with Lu for the whole day. In the evening, she got up and prepared to go home. Don't leave. Stay with me for the confinement period. Lu reached out and held Jiang Yi's arm. There is still a week before the end of the world, and Jiang Yi can't leave. No, I have already turned down a day's class. If I continue to turn down classes, it will cause complaints from VIP members. Your gym will be suspended for a month. I will bear the losses during this period, Lu said, took out his mobile phone, and transferred 5 million to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi almost dropped her jaw when she saw the 5 million on her mobile phone. She only spent 5 million to open the studio. The venue was rented, and the decoration was self-contained. Those wealthy ladies came to sign up for their children for classes mainly because of her international fame. Among them, there are also some men with bad intentions who sign up for her courses to take advantage. Lu. So much money? Are you serious? Jiang Yi did not dare to click to collect the money. Lu insisted. Take it. Thanks to your help in selling the idle second-hand clothes and bags, 150 million has just arrived. This 5 million is the loss of your business. I will give you another 5 million as a commission for your help in selling things. After Lu finished speaking, he transferred another 5 million to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi looked at Lu and felt as if she was in a dream. She always fantasized that her best friend would make a fortune, and she could lie down in the future. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Jiang Yi saw that Lu was not joking. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the 10 million. Pushing and refusing, being fake polite, is not her character. Hey, you are really nice. I will call the class scheduling clerk at the front desk right away. Jiang Yi took her mobile phone and went to the living room to call her assistant to cancel all the classes for the next month. She asked her assistant to contact the 10 students who signed up for her course and refund the tuition and 3 times the liquidated damages to those students who signed up for the course according to the contract. The liquidated damages and tuition fees compensated added up to almost 1 million. Jiang Yi saw this amount And she didn't feel bad at all. Just got 10 million. Lulu lives in a big villa and has over 100 million in savings. With such a good girlfriend, she doesn't want to work hard. Chapter 14, Selling the Villa in City A. It is impossible for her not to work hard. Lulu has no relatives around her, and she needs someone to take care of her during the confinement period. Even if Lulu doesn't give her money, she will find a way to come and visit her in her spare time. This is good. No need to go to work. Just move in to take care of Lulu. Jiangyi communicated with the class scheduling assistant and returned to the master bedroom. Lulu is now walking on the ground with the help of Dr. Lin Fong. She had a cesarean section on the afternoon of May 27th. And today, May 30th, has been 3 days. Generally speaking, the wound will scab after 5 days. Ms. Lu, you have recovered very well. Remember to apply scar removal ointment in 2 days. Dr. Lin Fong said with a smile. Lulu nodded and walked around the room, holding the wall. Jiangyi followed her to prevent her from falling. After walking around, Lulu returned to the bed and lay down. The nurse, Sisterly, was originally a retired nurse. She took a basin of hot water from the bathroom and used a wet towel to clean the lochia and dirt from Lulu's body. Lulu was not convenient to bend over, so she could only let her help her clean herself. She could wash herself, but when she bent over, it would affect the wound. Sisterly was very quick and cleaned Lulu quickly, and walked out of the bedroom with the basin. At 6:30, dinner was on time. Sisterly brought her a bowl of fresh meat wontons as usual. Fresh meat wontons are easy to digest, rich in meat protein and low carbohydrates. Lulu took the bowl and chopsticks, brought it over and finished eating. After dinner, she emptied her breast milk. She felt very tired and was about to fall asleep in bed. The phone rang. Hello. Is this Ms. Lu? The things you ordered from Dongdong Online have arrived. I am at the door of your villa now. Please open the door. I am not at home now. Please leave them in the yard of my villa. Lulu told the Dongdong courier the password of the villa. The Dongdong courier opened the gate of the villa and moved things out box by box from his truck. This truck was full of goods bought by Lulu. He and another Dongdong courier unloaded and moved the goods back and forth for half an hour before they put all the goods in the pavilion of the villa. Lulu saw through the surveillance that the courier left after moving the goods and changed the password again. Then the goods from Famous Supermarket and some other online shopping stores also arrived. The 2 trucks stopped at the gate of the villa again. Lulu told him the password, and the goods were placed inside the villa. Tomorrow, she will go to the villa in City A to collect all the things. By the way, sell the villa in City A. The villa in City A is in a good location, in a prosperous area of the city, and is more valuable than the one she lives in now. It is estimated that it can be sold for more than 30 million. Lulu opened her mobile phone, found a well-known real estate agency, and told an agent on the platform that she wanted to sell the villa. She made an appointment with the agent to come to see the house at 2 p.m. After Lulu did all this, she sent a good night emoticon to Jiangyi. Then she lay down to sleep. In the middle of the night, her breasts were swollen and painful, and she got up to suck milk several times. May 31st, 6:30 in the morning. After Lulu finished sucking milk for the 3rd time, she took Jiangyi's ride back to City A. Lulu, I have to leave for a while. I have to go back to the gym to hold an emergency meeting for the staff of my club. Well, go ahead and see you in the evening. Jiangyi waved to Lulu, returned to the SUV, and went to the gym to handle her work. Lulu stood at the gate of the villa with a suitcase. She entered the password and entered the gate. As soon as she entered, she saw all kinds of boxes and express packaging bags in the yard. She didn't check these items carefully. She stretched out her middle finger and gently touched the express packaging. After a while, all the express in the yard were collected by her into the space. She felt that a part of the vacancy in an area of the villa was filled, and her heart was much more at ease. Then, she turned on her mobile phone to check the logistics confidence. Some express arrived in Cydia last night and are expected to be delivered today. Lulu slowly dragged the suitcase and entered the first floor of the villa. She went to the water dispenser to get herself a cup of warm water. Then she lay flat on the leather sofa in the living room and opened the app Hungry to place an order. She placed an order and paid for the items added to the shopping cart with one click. Half an hour later, the delivery men delivered the food one after another. Lulu had to get up and asked the deliveryman to put all the food on an open-air stone table in the yard. There was no room on the stone table, so she put it on the stone bench next to it. After the deliveryman left, she put all the food on the second open space in the space. There was no time to sort these out now. She continued to order food this morning. According to the previous categories, all of them should be ordered again. The deliverman who had just delivered to Lulu once was surprised when he saw the same address. Is this girl mentally ill? Can she finish all the food she ordered at once? Lulu ignored the thoughts of the deliveryman. Anyway, they won't see her in a week. Even if they see her, they won't recognize her. As early as when she received the food, she was fully armed, wearing sunglasses, masks and hats. Those deliverymen can't see what her face looks like. What if one day, some smart person thinks that there are supplies here and runs over to search, but nothing will be found? After receiving 2 waves of food, it was 11:30 in the afternoon. Lulu took out a small dish and ate it. Then she put all the furniture and kitchen utensils in the villa where she lived into the space. In the villa where she lived, all the clothes were affordable, and they were put into the space together with the wardrobe. After doing all this, she was soaked in cold sweat. Although Dr. Lin Fong gave her painkillers before she left, she still felt weak all over. Lulu sat on the only sofa in the living room that had not been taken away to rest. She turned on the LCD TV that was inconvenient to remove, switched to the official Channel 1, and checked the latest news. The latest report: a well-known actress in the island country, Song Tian-Yujing, is seriously ill. It is said that she is infected with a virus. This virus can be spread through droplets. The entire hospital of the island country's Beijing City First Hospital is isolated. At the same time, the first place on the TikTok hot search is all about the news that island actress Song Tian-Yujing is infected with the virus. Below the TikTok news, there are all kinds of ridiculous comments. The Japanese like to come up with new ideas. This Song Tian-Yujing is most likely infected with the rumored AIDS. That's not right. The official news didn't say it was AIDS. TSK. What does Song Tian-Yujing do? I think no man would not know. With the nature of her job, it is a sure thing that she is infected with AIDS. TSK. It's really her own fault. Women, you should keep yourself clean. What women? The Japanese rely on actresses to develop a special industrial chain. It is legal in their island country. Actresses in this industry are not ashamed, but proud. Let's not talk nonsense here. I sympathize with Song Tian's sister for being infected. After all, we may not see her in the future. You old six. Lend me a movie to talk. Lulu frowned when he saw the news. The masses were completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. This was not an ordinary infectious disease. This may be a precursor to the outbreak of the doomsday virus. She remembered that in her previous life, the domestic incident started with a well-known female star who stayed overnight while getting her hair done. The female star Lulu and her husband lied that she went to get her hair done, but in fact she was fooling around with her assistant and stayed out all night. The next day, the female star Lulu went out early in the morning and was photographed by a paparazzi, which became a hot topic. Tragically, the female star lied to the public that she was admitted to the hospital for treatment because of pneumonia. In order to keep her mouth shut, she bribed the attending physician and the nurse in charge of the hospital. As a result, after a week of lurking, the virus broke out completely, and the entire hospital was sealed off and isolated because of her. Another week later, the original female star Lulu and her underground lover assistant all turned into zombies. Chapter 15: Conditions for Becoming an Awakener. The hospital where Lulu was treated was also implicated. In the entire hospital, more than 80% of the people were infected with the zombie virus. The probability of this group of people infected with the virus becoming zombies is over 99%. However, danger often comes with opportunities. Among this group of infected people, one person became an awakener. Lulu was deeply impressed by this awakener. The news about the awakener in this hospital was a rumor she heard from the survivors of the base. Because Lulu was a household name at the time, she was very famous and loved by many audiences for her pure wife personality. Her incident caused a big stir. When mentioning the awakener, everyone would mention Lulu. So the deeds of this awakener were widely spread. It is rumored that the awakened ability of this awakener is healing some very serious diseases, such as lung cancer, uremia, breast cancer, etc., can be cured. His ability is to absorb special energy and use it to transmit into the body of the patient, so that the tumor in the tumor area can be dissolved and finally eliminated by the healing ability. A very magical ability. Lulu is very envious. However, the probability of awakening is too low. The first condition is to be infected with the virus, survive the infection process, and not become a zombie. The second condition is that among those who survive, only a very small number of people can awaken their talents. Most of the survivors who were infected with the virus in the end of the world did not become awakened, but their physical fitness was enhanced. It is also because of their physical fitness that the survivors can withstand some of the extreme cold and survive after the natural disaster. In her previous life, she had been living in a villa, had no contact with the source of infection, had not been infected with the virus, and had not become an awakener. The price to be an awakener is too high. Fortunately, after the shelter was established, some scientists developed a vaccine for the zombie virus, for people like her who were not infected with the virus. After taking the vaccine, her physical condition was also enhanced to a certain extent because of the special effect of the virus vaccine. In this life, she has the ancestral space, which is already very satisfying. If she takes the risk of being infected with the virus, once she becomes a zombie, Xiaowu will have no one to take care of him. Xiaowu was just born, and she couldn't take this risk. Lulu used her mental power to scan the space. When she saw the full supplies, she felt relieved. However, she had never seen the news about the island country in her previous life, and she was a little worried that the end of the world would change because of her rebirth. Therefore, the speed of stockpiling supplies must be accelerated. Lulu continued to order takeout while lying on the sofa. One trip every half an hour, and ordered twice more. After ordering the takeout, she put the takeout into the space. The time came to 1:30 in the afternoon. The agent she had agreed with called her half an hour in advance. Lulu had just finished receiving the takeaway and asked the agent to come directly. Soon, the agent came to her Jinxin villa. Ms. Lu, your villa is the best in terms of both location and layout. Do you really want to sell it? Well, sell it as soon as possible. The sooner the better. It would be best if it is done within 3 days. As long as the villa is sold, I will personally give you a 3% commission. The agent was stunned when he heard the 3% commission mentioned by Lulu. This house is priced but not sold, so it is easy to sell. In addition, Ms. Lu is willing to cut her own price, and is willing to compromise on the price. He was confident that he could sell the house within 3 days. As the gold medal salesperson in charge of villas in this area of City A, he had many big clients waiting to buy the property. As long as the price and the villa were suitable, he could sell it immediately. When he heard about the extra 3 points of commission, he stood up excitedly. Ms. Lu, let me make a call. The agent stood up, ran outside the villa to take photos and videos, and called the big clients who were interested in buying the villa on WeChat one by one. Half an hour later, the agent's face flushed, and he said to Lulu excitedly, Ms. Lu, a buyer has been found. He is willing to offer 28 million to buy your house. Okay. Lulu knew that the villa was at least 2 million lower, but she was in a hurry to sell it and didn't care. Anything is good. 28 million can buy a lot of things. Then I'll go back and draft the contract now. Yes. The agent ran out of the door in a hurry and rode away in his Dongfeng car. He can get a commission of 840,000 yuan for this deal. Usually the company takes 2% of the commission, and he can only get 1% at most. In addition, these customers are sometimes very difficult to deal with. The seller is unwilling to cut his own cut, and the buyer is unwilling to spend money because he can't get a big bargain. Now it's good. He is going to break the record. He sold a villa worth tens of millions in one day. In addition to the 1% commission given by the company, he also got a 3% commission from the customer, add up to more than 1 million yuan. He made a fortune. It's true that if you don't make a deal for 3 years, you can make money for 3 years. The agent was worried about something going wrong, so he drove faster and quickly drafted the contract. He went to find a big customer and went to the Jinxin villa where Lulu was. 3:30 p.m. The agent brought a middle-aged man with a jade ring and a big belly into the villa. With Lulu's permission, the middle-aged man toured the villa and nodded with satisfaction. The house is very good. Sign the contract. The agent's hands were shaking with excitement, and he couldn't speak clearly. Here is the contract. Please sign it. Lulu glanced at the contract and said it was fine. The agent had sent her an electronic version before she left. The middle-aged man had also read the contract on the way here and had no objection. It took more than 10 seconds for the two to sign. The agent's heartbeat almost jumped out. He made a fortune. Mr. Sun, I have a deep affection for this house. It was left by my grandfather. I need a few days to reminisce about the past. The middle-aged man, Mr. Sun, laughed. I understand. I'll give you a week, and I'll come to collect the house after a week. Mr. Sun was really happy. He got a big bargain this time. He made 2 million yuan as soon as he bought this villa. According to the housing prices in this area of City A, this villa still has a lot of room for appreciation. After Mr. Sun finished speaking, he called the company's finance department to transfer money to Lu Lulu. 28 million yuan has been received in Zizibio. Lu Lulu heard the voice, glanced at the Zizibio information, and nodded to Mr. Sun. Mr. Sun walked to the gate with the contract, got into his luxury car, and asked the driver to drive away. The agent handed another contract to Lu Lulu. Lu Lulu casually put the contract on the sofa. Your commission is 840,000 yuan. I will round it up for you. Thank you for helping me so quickly. 850,000 yuan has been received in WeChat Bao. The agent heard the sound of the receipt and smiled from ear to ear while holding the phone. Ms. Lu, you are so straightforward. The money and goods are settled. I have something else to do, so I won't send you off. The agent smiled and said, Goodbye, Miss Lu. If you have any properties to sell in the future, please contact me on WeChat. Lu Lulu saw the agent leave, turned around and laid down on the sofa. She had been delivering takeouts all day and was very tired. After selling the house, there were still a few collectible cars in the garage that had not been sold. These cars were all sports cars. After the apocalypse, driving them on the road was very fuel-consuming, and the chassis was still grounded, so they were not suitable for many terrains. Chapter 16 Purchase of a Yacht RV. Lu Lulu saw the time. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was still early before dark. She found the information of a used car shop on the internet. In the information, there was a phone number left by the owner of the used car shop. Lu Lulu called the number. Soon, the call was connected. Hello. Guagua used car front desk. How can I help you? I have 3 cars for sale. Ferrari X. Guagua used car front desk replied immediately. Madam, where is your home address? I will immediately arrange for employees to come to your home to inspect the goods. Jinshin Villa. Okay. Please wait. Our staff will arrive in half an hour. Lu Lulu pressed the hang-up button on the phone and lay on the spacious sofa to rest. Guagua used car front desk immediately told the boss the vehicle information. The boss smelled a business opportunity and rushed to Jinshin Villa with his assistant. Half an hour later, the boss of Guagua used car and his personal secretary arrived at the destination. Lu Lulu took them into the garage of the villa to see the car. The boss of Guagua used car carefully checked the car and was very satisfied. He immediately signed an electronic contract with Lu Lulu. And after paying the car price, he notified other staff working in Guagua used car shop to come and help drive the car back to the company. The sale of the car went very smoothly. At 5 p.m., Lu Lulu successfully sold 3 luxury cars in Jinshin Villa. A total of 5 million cash was obtained. All the cash added up to just over 1.6 billion. Lu Lulu was ready to go out. And before going out, she used the breast pump as usual. This is a must. She has gradually gotten used to pumping milk once in the morning, noon and evening, and 3 times in the middle of the night. It's troublesome, but her breast will swell and ache if she doesn't suck milk. 20 minutes later, she finished sucking milk, cleaned the breast pump, and put it into the space. Then, she checked the villa. Except for the things welded to the wall that couldn't be pulled down. All other movable items were put into the space by her, and they could be taken out at any time when they wanted to use them. Lu Lulu walked out of the villa, took a taxi, and went to the place where the RV was sold. The idle sports car had been sold. Now it's time to buy a car. After the end of the world, it's great to have an RV. Find an open space in the base shelter. Park the RV and rest. And the parking fee is 4 or 5 times cheaper than renting a single room. Of course, you could also rent a room in the shelter. But the single room is very expensive. In the previous life, it was very inconvenient for her to bring her children. If her villa hadn't been requisitioned by the government, She would probably have to sleep on the floor with her children in the refugee area. Now that she has the conditions, selling the RV can be prepared for any eventuality. Take the RV out of the space and find a place to camp and live. In this life, she never wanted to be squeezed into a small room with a large group of people again. Sweaty, smelly feet, bad breath, and a lot of people who don't like cleanliness. In the public bathroom, people often don't flush the toilet after going to the toilet. The most annoying thing is that things are often thrown away. And later, those people will directly and blatantly snatch them. Once, she just made a bottle of milk for Xiaowu, and Xiaowu was walking around the living room with the bottle. When she came out, a disheveled man snatched Xiaowu's bottle and drank it all. After drinking the milk, the man threw the bottle on the ground. If the bottle was not made of plastic, it would probably be broken into pieces. There are all kinds of weird things in the shared house. Every day, Xiaowu is affected by these strange smells and noisy sounds, and is always worried. With an RV, Xiaowu can take a trip anytime and anywhere. Moreover, at that time, if the authorities want to use a little bit of supplies to buy her villa, she will definitely not agree. When the villa was requisitioned, the authorities arranged for her to live in a community near the shelter. It was obviously a house with 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. But the official design genius made it into a partition room and changed it to 6 bedrooms, 1 living room and 1 bathroom. It was impossible to cook, and the kitchen was changed into the 6th room. In addition to a small house for shelter, she did not have to pay points to live. The authorities also compensated her with some supplies. Later, she was full of saintly heart and saved 2 ungrateful people. For supplies, they actually beat her into a disability and harmed her children. Lulu looked at the street scene in a daze. Until the brake sounded, Lulu came back to his senses. "Miss, we're here." Lulu opened the car door and got out, slowly walking towards the car sales and rental center. The economy has been sluggish in recent years, and car sales have dropped sharply. A car salesman saw Lulu coming in and was happy. After waiting for almost a day, a customer finally came. The waiter warmly welcomed Lulu into the sales center. "Miss, hello. Are you going to buy a car or rent a car?" "Buy a car. I want to buy a motorhome." The salesman was even more respectful when he heard it. "This is a big fish, and it must be caught." Lulu was guided to the motorhome sales area by him. This is a second-hand motorhome, and the price is cheaper than the first-hand motorhome. This row is new RVs, and the price is a bit expensive. "Miss, which one do you need?" Lulu frowned when she thought of her C1 driver's license. Then, she relaxed her brows. The end of the world is coming, and only then will anyone check driver's licenses. After buying the car, she can ask the salesperson to send someone to drive it to her villa, and she can just make room for it. What bothers her the most is gasoline. It's very difficult to get. The official control is very strict. Generally, places where vehicles are sold have more or less some gray channels. Lulu came for this channel. In fact, she can rent a car for a month and don't have to return it later. But the unit price of renting a car is low, and the car company will definitely not be willing to provide her with a gray channel for gasoline. "Miss, you can ask any questions you have. Don't be polite to me." The salesperson seemed to see her concerns, so he spoke slowly. "I can buy your RV in full. The only problem is that I need a lot of gasoline. If you can help me solve the gasoline problem, I will buy the RV today." Lulu whispered in a voice that only she and the salesperson could hear. The salesperson was silent for a moment, then replied, "Please wait. I need to ask the boss about this matter." Soon, the behind-the-scenes boss of this store received Lulu. Lulu was invited to sit in the VIP lounge. A female salesperson brought a fruit plate and made her a cup of coffee. Lulu looked at the owner of this car center and said straight to the point, "I need a good quality RV with a budget of 10 million. Provided that you can provide me with a lot of gasoline." The car owner couldn't believe it when he heard 10 million. The RVs here, with the highest configuration, cost just over 1 million. "Miss Lu, how much gasoline do you need?" "At least 2 tons of each of 92 and 95. And more than 2 tons of diesel." "Miss Lu, with your 10 million, you can buy 2 RVs, and there will be more than 7 million left. I do have some channels for gasoline and diesel, but even with these, your consumption will not reach 10 million. What expensive and high-performance cars are there here? 2 off-road vehicles. The car owner looked entangled. Even with 2 off-road vehicles, 10 million would not be enough. Someone who can spend 10 million to buy a car is definitely not an ordinary person. The car owner smiled flatteringly. Miss, I see that you seem to be very interested in these vehicles. What do you use them for? The company organizes a self-driving tour to go to other provinces to collect folk songs. Lulu made up a reason casually. The car owner just asked casually. He is a bastard if he doesn't make money. Hearing this reason, he chuckled. Miss Lu, you can buy a motorhome and an off-road vehicle, plus gasoline, and it will cost less than 10 million. The car owner paused. Have you considered a yacht? I have a distant relative who sells yachts. If you can buy a yacht, it will not be a problem to get a lot of gasoline and diesel. My distant relative has some connections with the government. Lulu was planning to find an opportunity to get a yacht in the coastal city after stockpiling supplies. When he heard what the boss said, his eyes lit up. No problem. Yachts? I'll buy 2. The car owner was about to drop his jaw in shock, and his hand holding the teacup was shaking, and a few drops of tea were splashed out by his shaking. When do you want it? Now. Lulu was in a hurry. 2 of your best equipped RVs and 2 SUVs. All delivered to my villa. The password is? The car owner was surprised to see that she was more anxious to buy things than he was to sell things. If you don't make money, you're a bastard. Who cares if she's in a hurry or not? This is a society ruled by law. One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten. He was not afraid that Lulu would use the source of gasoline to trick him. His distant relatives were very powerful, and often cooperated with the government to provide gasoline to some self-driving tour groups. If anyone dared to make trouble, they would lose the lawsuit. The legal advisor hired by the distant relative's company was Zhang San, an outlaw. In the whole city of A, no one was more powerful than Zhang San. Almost all the employees of the law firm came from Zhang San's lawyer family. How dare students ruin the good deeds of their teachers? Chapter 17, Pick up the goods in C City. The car owner is confident. Ms. Lu, my distant relative is in C City, and the yacht is not in a city. It will take time to transport it here. I'm going to C City today, and I'm going to pick up the goods today. Please wait. I'll contact them. Lulu sat on the sofa and drank some light tea. She opened WeChat and sent a message to Jiang Yi. I have something to do tonight. You don't have to pick me up. I'll go back to a city tomorrow. Jiang Yi received the message from Lulu and replied with an OK emoticon. After she replied to the message, she went to an apartment opposite the fitness club. She rented the apartment. It costs at least more than 3 million to buy a house here. She opened the Noble Fitness Club and spent 5 million, which was almost all of their family's savings. In a city, she couldn't afford a house. The tuition for studying abroad was paid by the Special Talent Study Abroad Scholarship. The living expenses were mainly earned by her part-time work. After her grandparents passed away, in order to gain a foothold in a city, she chose to start a business. Why start a business now? Her best friend got rich, and she just wanted to lie down. Hee hee. 2 hours later, Lulu and the car owner took a car and arrived at City C, which is adjacent to City A. City C is most famous for a river, which runs through City C. On the river, many ships are moving forward with lights on. Lulu looked out the car window, took out her phone, and took a picture of the night view of the river under the neon lights. Miss Lu, we get off the viaduct and go straight for 800 meters to reach the pier. Lulu nodded. Along the way, she closed her eyes and rested for a long time. Her breasts began to swell again, and it hurt, but she could only bear it. When she bought the yacht, she would drive everyone away and then take the opportunity to store the yacht in the space. If she didn't buy it now, once the apocalypse broke out, there would be zombies everywhere, and she wouldn't be able to buy a yacht. A few minutes later, Lulu and the car owner came to the dock run by his distant cousin. At the dock, there were large and small ships and yachts docked. From a distance, Lulu saw the distant relative the car owner mentioned. Miss Lu, this is my cousin, Zhao Xian. Zhao Qian. Is this the big client you introduced to me? Zhao Xian looked scrutinizing. The Miss Lu in front of her was dressed strangely, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. She was wrapped up so tightly. Could it be that she couldn't see anyone? Lulu saw the scrutiny in his eyes. So she lowered her voice and pretended to be weak. Boss Zhao, I just had plastic surgery. And it's not convenient to see the light. Zhao Xian suddenly realized. The lovers he kept also had plastic surgery. It's annoying that you can't touch this or that every time. It looks good. But it's not very interesting. He looked at Miss Lu's outfit. Could it be that she had been modified from head to toe? Zhao Xian looked at her and said seriously, I heard from Qianzi that you want to buy a yacht. Well, I need to buy 2 yachts, 5 cruise ships, and 3 speedboats. Lulu decided to buy these things after careful consideration. The quality of the rafts and speedboats purchased online is not visible. She received a batch of goods today, all in a big box, and she didn't have time to open them to see. The end of the world is coming, and returns are impossible. Find a physical store owner to check the goods and buy some. The quality is guaranteed. Zhao Xian heard her tone and knew she was a big fish. She might be the mistress of some big boss who came to help her boss buy goods. Ms. Lu, you finally found the right person. In City C, no one has a yacht more awesome than my family, Zhao Xian said, and took Lulu to visit the yachts and boats docked at his dock. Lulu listened to him bragging about these yachts. Zhao Xian spoke for an hour with eloquent speech. After seeing the last yacht, Lulu sat on a large yacht with Zhao Xian, Zhao Qian and Zhao Xian serpentine-faced secretary to watch the river. The serpentine-faced secretary served them red wine. Lulu asked for a glass of boiled water on the pretext that she couldn't drink because of plastic surgery. Miss Lu, you have seen so many yachts. I believe you know something about them. Lulu nodded. Cruise number 3. Cruise number 8. Yacht number 5. Boat number 13. 14. 15. Zhao Xian's eyes were shining. The mysterious Miss Lu in front of him picked all the high-end goods under his name. Yachts are also divided into grades. The 2 yachts named by Lulu were imported goods that he bought at a great price. It cost more than 20 million to buy 2 yachts. The seller gave the yacht's own lifebuoy, life jacket, and many tools. As for the boats, it was just a drizzle. Miss Lu, 50 million. 2 yachts. And the other boats you want, the speedboat, are free. And the jacket, fishing on the boat, and rescue supplies are also free. Lulu only showed 2 dark eyes and stared at Qian Xian. Zhao Xian was a little scared by her look. Will she find out that he asked for too much? With just a touch of his lips, he made a net profit of 30 million. His conscience would not hurt. Anyway, those buyers were all knowledgeable people who would compare prices and bargain with him in half. In the end, the price was reduced to just over 20 million, and he made a few million in commission. Zhao Xian was mentally prepared and waited for Lulu to bargain. But suddenly, he heard her utter 2 words lightly. Okay. Lulu knew she was being cheated. But it didn't matter. She had more than 1.6 billion. 50 million. Provided that I want gasoline and diesel. 10 tons of each gasoline. Zhao Xian's cousin Zhao Qian opened his mouth wide. 10 tons of each gasoline. How many times would you go around the earth? Before, didn't you say that you only needed 2 tons? Zhao Qian was confused for a moment, but saw his cousin Zhao Xian's face full of excitement. With a pop sound, Zhao Xian slapped the white thigh of the secretary next to him and said readily, no problem. It's just gasoline. He has ways both at home and abroad. As long as Lulu is willing to spend 50 million to buy his 2 yachts worth 20 million, not to mention 10 tons of gasoline each, he is willing to get her 100 tons. Ms. Lu, the price of gasoline is very transparent. This money, I will buy the money at the market price. Lulu said calmly. When will the gasoline arrive? Zhao Xian saw that she was in a hurry and asked, 3 days later? Lulu shook her head. I want to get gasoline and diesel before tomorrow morning. 3 types of gasoline. 10 tons each. 3 types of diesel. 10 tons each. A total of 60 tons. Zhao Xian was embarrassed and was about to refuse. But he saw Lulu stretched out a white finger. As long as you can get things done before tomorrow, I will give you 100 million. Zhao Xian and Zhao Qian heard it, as if they thought they had heard it wrong. 60 tons of oil. The total will not exceed 1 million. Adding the money from the sale of the yacht, he can make at least 70 million from this. That's 70 million. He has been reselling yachts for so long, and he only makes a difference of 1 million each time. And it's hard to sell a yacht in a year. As long as he finishes this deal, he will be completely financially free. 70 million in the bank. Not going to Las Vegas to gamble. The interest alone is enough for 3 generations to live comfortably. Chapter 18. A luxury cruise ship. Before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the oil will be delivered to number 5. Jinshin Villa, City A. I will pay 30% of the money when the oil arrives. The oil quality is fine. The balance will be paid in full 1 week. After Lulu finished speaking, a smile appeared at the corner of her lips under the mask. A week later, the apocalypse broke out. City A was blocked, and not even a fly could fly out. At that time, she could find an excuse to delay for another week. Another week. Zombies attacked. This boss Zhao Xian, unless he survived the first week of the virus, and was lucky enough not to become a zombie. He can also be lucky enough to come to the shelter in City A. He is lucky enough to come to the shelter base of Linwan Villa. He is lucky enough to find her, and ask her for debt again. This probability is very small. According to the information she got from the official shelter, the Blue Star, the blue country where she is, has a population of 2 billion. And the first batch of viruses killed 1 billion. There was a food shortage, and 200 million died. After that, a natural disaster struck, and another 300 million died. 2 billion people. Only 500 million left. Every day, the number of 500 million people is still decreasing. Zhao Xian didn't know the key inside, and could only think of the sky-high price of a small target offered by Lulu. His breathing began to quicken, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He couldn't help but slap the buttocks of the secretary next to him, who had been stunned. Zhao Qian looked at his cousin, and his heartbeat also accelerated. He was the introducer, and his cousin made a lot of money with this vote, so he had to give him benefits. He operated the dock for the family, and sold some cheap goods, so he couldn't make much money at all. Miss Lu is really a money-giving boy. No bargaining. Take 100 million if you say so. Zhao Xian tried to calm down, and picked up the red wine glass and drank it all. Miss Lu. Wait a minute. I will definitely take care of this for you, Zhao Xian said, and walked off the yacht with his secretary. Went ashore, and fiddled with his phone. The secretary, dressed in cool clothes, opened the tablet, and checked the ownership of the 5 Jinshin villas without waiting for Zhao Xian to speak. Boss! The villas belong to the assets of the chairman of Yunshang Technology. Zhao Xian was relieved. Yunshang Technology is well known throughout the country, and all walks of life are full of core AI artificial intelligence technology from Yunshang Technology. Yunshang's algorithm is very powerful. The market value is estimated to be close to 10 billion. This order? 1 word. Do it. 4 words. Do it and it's done. Zhao Xian immediately contacted a godmother of the official backstage force, and called the godmother to open a green channel. With this operation, the amount of gasoline and diesel that Lulu wanted was mobilized without anyone noticing. The gasoline was packed in a special oil container, and someone was sent to drive it to Lulu's villa area in City A overnight. Zhao Qian was quite jealous when he saw his cousin making money in a hurry. He suddenly remembered the RV and SUV that Lulu ordered from his shop. So he called the employees of the car shop overnight to ask them to work overtime and drive them to her villa. His cousin made so much money, he had to make some money even if he made less. At 12 o'clock in the morning, the car purchased by Lulu arrived. She paid Zhao Qian 5 million yuan for the car without bargaining. Zhao Qian made a small profit and smiled from ear to ear. Although it was not as much as his cousin, it was not bad. As for the gasoline, Zhao Xian did not let her wait for long. Driven by the ability to make money, at 2 o'clock in the morning on May 31st, she saw 2 large trucks parked in front of her house through mobile phone monitoring. Ms. Lu, the goods have arrived. Lulu told Zhao Xian the password. Zhao Xian told the deliverman to open the door, and put the barrels of oil with model labels on them into the courtyard of the villa. Until all the deliverymen left, Lulu changed the password of the gate again. The gate is a product of Yunshang Technology. Without the correct password, it cannot be blown open even with a bomb. Card number. I'll transfer the money. Zhao Xian immediately reported an international account opened abroad. This account has no limit. There are too many restrictions on domestic transfers, and it is easy to get into trouble. The source of money in Lulu's bank card is very legitimate, so she is not afraid of being checked by the authorities. She operated on the app on her mobile phone. 3 minutes later, 30 million arrived. The secretary showed an excited expression to Zhao Xian and nodded. Boss Zhao, wait for me to return to City A tomorrow to check if there is any problem with the gasoline, and pay you the balance in a week. Zhao Xian smiled flatteringly. Ms. Lu, you are joking. Why call me boss? Just call me Zhao Xiudi. Hee. I can trust you. Zhao Xian thought to himself. Yunshang Technology is such a large listed company, and its industry has expanded to foreign markets. If Lulu dares not to pay the final payment in a week, he can run away. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. Besides, the cost of selling yachts, boats, gasoline and diesel, plus the handling fee of the official godmother, 30 million is enough for him to recover his capital. He will definitely not lose money. As for Lulu finding out that the yacht is worth more than this, it is also a matter of money and goods, which has nothing to do with him. Okay, I'm going to drive the yacht back to City A. Wait for my news in a week, Lulu said tiredly. She felt the wound from the cesarean section aching slightly. The painkillers have worn off. We need to go back quickly, collect the gasoline, and go back to the villa to let Dr. Lin take a look at her. Zhao Xian was surprised. Miss Lu can also drive a yacht. She is really a heroine. Lulu did not answer, and looked at him coldly. Zhao Xian observed Lu Liu's expression, and saw that Lulu was unhappy. So he immediately ordered his secretary to put the boats she bought, inflatable kayaks and other items into the 2 yachts. Miss Lu, this boat is too big, and can only be placed on the deck of the yacht. The inflatable kayak has been folded and packed for you. Lulu looked at the large yacht that was almost impossible to step on, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Zhao Xian saw Lulu urging him to leave with her eyes. So he took his secretary and cousin to say goodbye. Lulu glanced at the other yacht next to her, but did not put it directly into the space. After she got the key to the yacht, she drove a yacht away from the dock first. 10 minutes later, seeing that there was no one on the river, Lulu pulled out the key and used the space transition to put the speedboat on the river. In the middle of the night, the river was pitch black, with no one around and no light at all. She then put the yacht into the space with confidence. Then, she drove the speedboat back to the dock and did the same thing again. Fortunately, she had space, so she put the speedboat into the space first, and then mobilized her consciousness to put it on the river. Otherwise, it would be an impossible task for her to move such a heavy thing by herself. Lulu put away the yacht, driving the speedboat along the riverside of City C, according to the navigation, drove for an hour and a half, and arrived at a dock in City A. This dock is an open scenic spot, and no one is on duty. Lulu saw that it was dark all around, and after observing for 3 minutes, she confirmed that there was no one. She took back the speedboat, walked out of the scenic area, and came to the main road. On the side of the main road, she took a taxi. 10 minutes later, Lulu returned to number 5 Jinshin Villa. She glanced at the time on her phone. May 31st, 5 a.m. Lulu entered the villa and saw the RV and SUV, as well as the piled-up oil drums. She walked over slowly, stretched out her right index finger, and touched the gasoline and diesel in the car. Chapter 19. Change the dressing and take a rest. A few minutes later, she put all the things into the space. The oil drums and cruise ships were placed in one area. After doing all this, she was exhausted. The pain of breast engorgement was almost exploding. Lulu took out a sofa from the space, sat on it, and took out a breast pump to pump milk. When she was on the yacht before, she used the excuse of going to the bathroom to pump milk once. Now it was time to pump milk again. After Lulu finished pumping milk, she put it in a milk storage bag and put it into the space. The space keeps the milk fresh, and it will not go bad. No matter how good the milk powder is, it is not as good as breast milk. If Xiaowu can eat breast milk, he will not eat milk powder. In the last life, she ran out of milk early for various reasons. In this life, she had to find a way to increase milk. Lulu solved a big problem of stockpiling. Lying on the sofa, gently stroking the painful wound, closed her eyes and rested for a while. At 6 in the morning, she took out an SUV she bought from Zhao Qian and drove along the streets of City A. Many breakfast shops were open. Lulu found a shop selling breakfast and bought all the breakfasts they had just made. Porridge, soy milk, fried dough sticks, rice noodles, soup noodles, hot dry noodles, eggnog, noodle nests, 3 fresh bean skin, soup dumplings, black rice porridge. 5 breakfast shops in a row were bought by her. The boss and the employees who helped in the shop were busy packing. According to Lu Liu's request, they packed the breakfast according to the amount of one adult, packed it in bags, put it in a large foam box, and kept it warm with a heat-insulating protective film. Lu sat in the back seat of the SUV and laid down to rest. An hour later, the trunk of her car, the interior of the car, and the passenger seat were all filled with packed food. Lu was worried that the food would go bad after a long time. So she drove the car back to the villa yard and put all the packed breakfasts in the space. Following this pattern, she went to the vegetable market, large supermarkets, convenience stores, and drugstores. She kept transporting goods and buying things until the evening. She stopped stockpiling, put the SUV back into the space, and took a taxi back to Lin Wan Villa. Lu entered the villa. Sister Li and Sister Jim were cleaning the villa. They felt that Lu Liu's salary was too high, and they felt uneasy if they didn't do more work. Lu looked at the spotlessly clean villa and nodded with satisfaction. The flowers and plants in the villa yard were also watered by them one by one, and they looked pleasing to the eye. Sister Li, where is E? Sister Li heard the voice and immediately put down her work. E? You mean Miss Jiang? She's in the nursery in the second bedroom, looking after the baby. The baby is awake. Lu quickly came to the door of the nursery in the second bedroom, opened the door, and saw Jiang Yi holding Xiao Wu and humming a nursery rhyme. Lu, you're back. The baby is so cute. Come and see, Jiang Yi said with a smile. Lu strode forward, looked at the baby in Jiang Yi's arms, and unconsciously showed a loving smile. Xiao Wu seemed to have noticed something, and tried to open his tightly closed eyes, revealing a gap, and looked at Lu. His little mouth moved, and his voice was weak, and he whispered, Mom. Jiang Yi was shocked. Lu, your son is so smart. So young. He can call Mom. Lu also widened his eyes, feeling incredible. Xiao Wu could call Mom when he was 11 months old. Maybe it was just Xiao Wu's mumbling. How could a child who was born only a few days ago call for his mother? However, Xiao Wu continued to call for Mom 3 more times. Lu frowned. She was reborn in the explosion. Could Xiao Wu also be reborn? Otherwise, how to explain that he would call for his mother at such a young age? Jiang Yi exclaimed. Lu, your son must be a child prodigy. Lu took the child from Jiang Yi's arms. Xiao Wu, sleep well. Your mother is always by your side. This is your mother Jiang. She is a good person and will not hurt you. Xiao Wu heard the familiar and gentle voice, slowly closed his eyes, and fell asleep in Lu Liu's arms at ease. Lu put Xiao Wu back on the bed. Please take care of him for a while. I'll go find Dr. Lin Fang. Jiang Yi glanced at Lu Liu's abdomen and said worriedly, Lu, you just had surgery. Don't go out. If there is anything, just let me do it. Lu thought that the supplies she had to stock up were enough for Xiao Wu and Jiang Yi to use for several lifetimes. But she still had more than 1 billion in cash. It would be a pity not to spend it. I'm fine. The wound is recovering well, Lu said with pain, and slowly walked towards the master bedroom next door. Jiang Yi looked at her staggering back and shook her head helplessly. Lu is a person who always likes to show off, which is really not cute at all. Lu returned to the master bedroom and immediately lay down on the bed. As soon as she lay down, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was not easy to go out this time, but fortunately her purpose was achieved. A few minutes later, Jiang Yi pulled Dr. Lin Fang to check Lu. Lin Fang lifted up Lu Liu's t-shirt, revealing the medical patch on her lower abdomen. There was no blood seepage on the medical dressing. Dr. Lin Fang's frowning eyebrows slightly flattened. She carefully tore off the dressing and checked Lu Liu's wound. Fortunately, there was no fluid seepage. Dr. Lin Fang disinfected Lu Liu's wound with iodine, reapplied growth factor gel, and changed a new medical dressing. Ms. Lu, your wound is fine. There is no cracking and exudation. I heard from Miss Jiang that you were out for a day and a night, which is not good for your wound recovery. You can go out after your wound scabs. Lu nodded. Dr. Lin, this wound will scab in a week. Right? Generally, the surface wound will scab in 7 to 10 days. At this time, you can't overwork or exercise. It will take at least 2 months for it to really heal. Dr. Lin left the room after a few instructions. Jiang Yi sat by the bed and said unhappily, Lulu, you should listen to the doctor. If the wound is cracked, it will take longer to recover. You may have to go to the hospital again. Lulu thought of the money she had not spent. Shook her head at first, then nodded. I will go out after the wound scab's over. Isn't that right? You take good care of your wound. I will make you some meat wontons. You can also make wontons? I have a strong learning ability. But it's just wontons. Sisterly will teach me once today, and I will learn it. Jiang Yi gave her a few instructions, and went out to cook dinner for her. Lulu was reborn to the present, and the 10th string was relaxed. She closed her eyes, and soon fell asleep. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi quietly opened the door, saw her sleeping, and walked out silently again. You bastard. These wontons are made by me. Forget it. I'll eat them myself. I'll cook them for you when you wake up. After eating the wonton she had just made, Jiang Yi went to the kitchen, washed the dishes, and made a bunch of wontons. Packed 20 wontons in a plastic bag and put them in the refrigerator. Chapter 20 Digging a Well. She made 5 wontons. During this time, Sisterly wanted to help, but she refused. These wontons were made by her own hands. When Lulu eats them, she will feel a sense of accomplishment. Lulu slept for 10 hours. During this time, Dr. Lin Fan gave her 4 bottles of medicine, but she didn't notice it. When she woke up, it was 2 a.m. on June 1st. As soon as she woke up, she felt a strong urge to urinate. Lulu got up slowly, held the wall, and went to the bathroom to solve the hygiene problem. She returned to bed and felt very hungry. At this time, she did not disturb Jiang Yi and Sisterly. She picked a cup of black rice porridge with fresh meat buns from the space to fill her stomach. After eating, she lay on the bed and thought about what to do next. This villa will be lived in for a long time. The solar generator and some other equipment should be installed in advance. It's still in time. It's not convenient for her to go out, so she can ask Jiang Yi for help. Add a year's supply to the villa, enough to support the zombie tide and the establishment of the shelter. Lulu took out his mobile phone and listed the items that needed to be added to the villa on the mobile phone memo. First, solar energy related products. There is still electricity in the first 3 months after the end of the world, and the electricity after that depends on fate. Solar storage batteries, controllers, solar panels, and 13 more sets. Install 3 sets in the villa, and the other 7 sets are taken back into the space. Fill in the villa address for 3 sets, and fill in the Jinshin villa address for 10 sets. Solar water heaters, solar lights, solar electric cars. Purchase 1 million and solar energy related products. Secondly, stock up fresh vegetables and meat for the villa, which can be handed over to Jiang Yi. Let her drive to City A to buy, so that she will not be easily targeted. Choose air-dried bacon for meat, which can be stored for 1 or 2 years. Buy some chickens, ducks and fish. Raise the chickens and ducks in the yard, and raise the fish in an artificial lake in the yard. This way there is a source of fresh eggs. Some animals can also be prepared in the space. These animals will be the same as they are when they are taken out. She tried it in her previous life, and the animals seemed to be sealed after entering, and they would recover to be active after being taken out. She has never tried it on living people. She dare not try Xiaowu, fearing something might happen. If other living people go in, if they discover the secret of the space, they can only be killed when they are released. If people do not offend her, she will not offend others. After decades of official education, she is not the kind of person who kills innocent people indiscriminately just for experiments, which is unnecessary. She will have nightmares when she sleeps at night. She will try it again when she has a chance. At present, the only living things considered are chickens, ducks, fish and meat. She also needs to dig a well in the villa and fill the water tanks customized for her space with water. She could reach into the well, collect the incoming water through her fingers, and control it into the water tank with her mental power. The well water is not easy to dry up, and after the end of the world, it can be used to grow vegetables and water. If she only drained water through the tap, she would not be able to fill the water storage barrel she bought even if she stayed in the house for 7 days and nights. Vegetables need seeds, and she had previously stockpiled some of these online. There is too much money, so she will stockpile another batch. Lulu worked for 6 hours, taking into account all the supplies that the villa needs to stockpile for a year, and placed all the orders. The courier address was Lin Wan Villa. Other supplies were checked for missing supplies, and the address of Jean Xin Villa was filled in. In these 6 hours, a total of 50 million yuan was consumed. After doing all this, she found the contact information of a well drilling master on the internet, and was willing to hire them to come and dig a well in the yard at a high price. The master was in City A, and he found 5 helpers. Jiang Yi drove to City A and purchased supplies according to the purchase list sent to her by Lulu on WeChat. Lulu asked her to buy more supplies that could be preserved and transferred 1 million to her. Although Jiang Yi felt a little strange, she was not surprised after learning that Lulu was a super rich woman. So she assumed that the quality of the ingredients should be the best imported ones to replenish Lulu's body. So she went to the well-known Shanmu supermarket with a good reputation to shop. Lulu took advantage of the free time when Sister Li and Sister Jin were taking care of Xiaowu, and quietly went to the small warehouse of the villa to take back the 200,000 medicines purchased from Dr. Lin Feng, and also put 2 first aid kits in the small warehouse. The medical supplies in the first aid kit are very complete, and there is no problem in dealing with daily minor injuries. After doing all this, Lulu went downstairs to have lunch, and then took a 2-hour lunch break at ease. When she woke up, the well in the yard had been dug. It was poured with cement, steel and concrete. A protective stainless steel cover was built next to the well water according to her requirements. The cover was locked with an iron lock to prevent Xiaowu from falling into it when playing. Lulu looked at the fresh well water that kept seeping into the well, and felt relieved. After she paid the bill to the workers, she observed the well water for a while. The well water was turbid at this time. The master said that it could be used after 8 hours of sedimentation. Lulu decided to take action tonight. When the well water was settled and usable, she would fill the water storage container in the space. In the evening, Jiang Yi drove back. She pulled a cart of rice, flour, grain and oil. Lulu took a look and found that they were all in foreign languages. She could understand English, but the languages of other countries were like heavenly books. Jiang Yi was very happy when she was carrying them. Lulu, they are all imported high-end goods, organic products. You will definitely have organic and nutritious food during your confinement. Sister Li and Sister Jin helped unload the goods and put all the rice, flour, grain and oil that could be stored into the small warehouse of the villa. In the middle of the night, Lulu got up and quietly came to the well in the yard. She looked at a faucet-shaped device by the well and remembered the words of the master. Miss Lu, when you water the flowers and vegetables, you are not in a hurry. You can turn the faucet to get water. If you use a lot of water, you can open the well cover and use a bucket. Lulu turned on the faucet. The clear and cold well water flowed into the container. Lulu was very satisfied to see the clear water under the light of the moon and the street lights in the yard. Natural well water is healthier than water filtered by a water purifier. However, she needed to test it. Lulu took out the prepared water test pen and tested the water quality. The value displayed by the water test pen indicated that the water quality was excellent. Lulu picked up the container and drank a small sip of well water. It was sweet and refreshing. Even without passing through the refrigerator, you can feel a chill. She didn't dare to drink more. The water quality was fine. She stood in front of the well, took out the key, opened the well cover, and put her middle finger into the well. Through space and mental power, the bottomless clear well water was introduced into the space container. These containers were prepared by her unpacking in the space. All were neatly placed on the 4th football field in the space. Even so, these containers only occupied a small area. Most of the area in front of the space and the 6 areas in the back were still empty. The first area was filled with cardboard boxes, which were full of unopened goods. The second area was filled with car fuel. The third area was filled with maternal and child supplies. The fourth area was filled with water storage barrels. Chapter 21. The well water is delicious. Lulu checked the space, and in a few seconds, 5 2-ton water storage containers were immediately filled. Even if so much well water was removed in an instant, the water source in the well only dropped by 1 centimeter. The workers said that the well was connected to the groundwater system of the Lin Wan Villa complex. As long as there are rivers, lakes and groundwater near the Lin Wan Villa area, This well will never dry up. When they left, they gave Lulu 2 water measuring pins. As soon as Lulu changed her mind, the water level of the well water was restored immediately. She continued to fill the water storage bucket in the space with well water. After working for several hours, the 20,000 tons of domestic water in the space were stored. These 20,000 tons of water are enough for a family to live for 100 years. Even if the water supply is cut off in the future and the water is polluted, her family will not lack water. Through investigation, she learned that the average monthly water consumption of a family is about 11 tons and 132 tons a year, 13,200 tons in 100 years. The water she stored is definitely enough. After the zombies are extinct, it will rain for 3 consecutive months, and there will be no shortage of water. On the contrary, floods will become disasters. Stocking these for the time being is definitely enough. The quality of this well water is excellent, the same level as mineral water and purified water, and it is okay to drink it directly. Lulu solved the problem of the source of life water. Go back to the room and lie down. Find the first area of the space to open the express package. All the things were placed in the corresponding area according to her classification. She also put away the cardboard boxes for unpacking express. When the temperature drops sharply after the rain, these cardboard shells can be used to burn fires for heating. Smokeless charcoal heating, barbecue and cooking. A lot of them are stored, so I am not afraid of being cold at that time. Add cold-proof clothes, cold medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs. After checking everything to make sure everything is safe, Lulu closed her eyes and went to sleep to recover. Woke up again. She was woken up by Dr. Lin Fong. Dr. Lin brought a light and stomach-nourishing breakfast. Millet porridge and buns made by Sisterly, with a boiled egg and a plate of stir-fried vegetables. Miss Lu, please eat first. After eating, you will have to hang up the needle in half an hour. Lulu nodded, finished eating, lay on the bed, and waited for Dr. Lin Fong to register her for an 4 drip. The 4 drip was hung at 9 in the morning. According to the usual calculation, the 4 drip would last for 2 hours. After hanging up, eat lunch, then take a nap. During this period, Xiao Wu would wake up once. Sisterly brought the baby over to let her see the baby, and then she closed her eyes and rested at ease. When she woke up, it was night and she had dinner. She would suck milk several times during this period, in order to recover from the wound as soon as possible. She did not choose to breastfeed. Instead, she used a breast pump to suck out the breast milk and fed it with a bottle. This will also make it easier for Xiao Wu to wean in the future. After dinner, she recovered her spirit and would open her mobile phone to shop. At this time, Jiang Yi would come over to chat with her. Lulu tentatively asked her what she would stock up if the end of the world came one day. With Jiang Yi's advice, she added another batch of supplies to the shopping cart. On June 2nd, she spent 50 million. The bank card balance was more than 1.45 billion. There were still 4 days left. Lulu looked at the money that could not be spent and was a little anxious. She found the supplies she had bought on Feimo and Dongong before and bought another one. After doing this, she finally spent 150 million. She thought of the value-preserving function of gold. I plan to go to the gold shop in City A tomorrow and visit the fresh food market to buy live animals such as chickens, ducks, fish, meat, cattle and sheep. I may not be able to keep them alive, but I will keep some for breeding. When the end of the world and natural disasters are over, there may be a chance to breed these animals again. Early morning of June 3rd. Dr. Lin Fong checked Lu Liu's wound and changed the medicine. Miss Lu, your wound is starting to scab, and it is expected that the surface wound will heal in 3 days. You can walk around at ordinary times, which will help recovery and prevent intestinal adhesion. Remember to apply the scar removal medicine twice a day, morning and evening. Lulu nodded. Dr. Lin Fong, I want to go out for a short time. It shouldn't be a problem if I don't do strenuous exercise. It is not recommended that you go out. It is best to rest at home. Lin Fong saw Lu Liu's determined look and sighed helplessly. Miss Lu, please do not go out for more than 2 hours. Please walk slowly to avoid the healed wound from cracking. I will. Lulu smiled slightly and asked Sisterly to pack her luggage for going out. Sisterly packed all the things she needed to take out. Jiang Yi was determined to send her to the A-World Villa. Lulu couldn't persuade her and had to agree. Jiang Yi drove Lulu to the gate of the villa and went back to the company to check the company's recent accumulated affairs. After Lulu left, she put the suitcase back into the space, took out a car, and drove to the nearby fresh food market. Chicken, duck, fish and meat. These live animals can be bought. But she couldn't find cattle, sheep and pigs after searching around, and could only see finished meat. She bought a lot, and the trunk of her car was full. The boss found a helper to drive the tricycle they used to buy goods, and help Lulu deliver the live animals she bought to the yard of her villa. After they left, Lulu put the 10 chickens, 10 ducks, and 20 fish she bought into an area of the space. Then, she visited several large vegetable markets nearby. Finally, she found 2 sheep, 3 cows, and 5 piglets in the vegetable market. Seeing that there were rabbits for sale, she bought 10 rabbits. She kept them as pets when she was bored, and killed them directly when she wanted to eat rabbit meat when she was hungry. Lulu asked the vegetable market owner to deliver the animals to the villa. She drove a car with a cart of packaged fresh meat and followed them back to the villa. After everything was in place, she paid the owner of the vegetable market stall. As usual, she put the things into the space. After buying the small animals, she drove to a fast food restaurant. KKC has a good reputation and serves food very quickly. A single set meal, spicy chicken leg burger, ice cola, a serving of medium fries, and a serving of spicy chicken nuggets. Lulu was craving for these things. She wanted to eat these things as soon as she was reborn. Her physical condition did not allow it. Now the wounds began to scab over, so it was okay to eat a meal to relieve her craving. You know, she had not eaten such junk food for a year and a half since the end of the world. It was bad for the human body and easy to gain weight. But it tasted great. Lulu sat in the seat of KKC, eating while looking at the street view outside the window through the glass window. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There were not many people in the KKC store. It just happened to avoid the peak lunch time from 12 to 2 o'clock. Lulu's space stocked up a lot of set meals. She was very addicted to it, thinking that Xiao Wu would have to try this kind of addictive food when he grew up. So she took out her mobile phone and scanned the order code on the KKC table. She was eating this single set meal now, and ordered 100 servings. Chapter 22 Shopping. The price per serving is 35.9 yuan, totaling 3,590 yuan. The store attendant received the order and thought he had read it wrong. He hurried to the table where she placed the order and asked about the situation. After Lulu confirmed again and again, he sent the attendant away on the grounds that it was a group meal for company employees. KKC is a large chain store. She asked for 100 packaged meals, and the attendant told her that she would have to wait for 2 hours. Lulu paid the money, left her phone number, and asked the attendant of KKC to call her after the meal was packed. Then, she walked along this commercial street and visited the shops on the street one by one. Gu what milk tea, Rui what coffee, Star what bucks, Cha what bai dao, Shi what tea, Shanghai what anti, Mi what shuecheng. All the top 3 popular drinks in all stores. All for 100. Also left the contact information and asked the attendant to call her after preparing the meal. Due to the large number of orders, the attendant directly closed the Maywood Group and the Hungry Dead Meat platform. All the staff members were busy preparing meals for Lulu. The commercial street was very close to her villa by car, and it only took 5 minutes to get there. The staff told her that it would take at least an hour to prepare meals. So she went to Zhou something Fu, Zhong something Jean, and Lao something Xiang. She found gold sold by gram, and bought 10,000 grams of gold from each store. With a labor cost, the average weight of gold on that day was 430 yuan. The total consumption was 13 million yuan. The waiters during this period were all shocked. After Lulu was reborn, she cherished time very much, and cherished the beauty before the end of the world. When she bought gold, she pretended to be a beau bee. All waiters, please serve me. Close the door and say goodbye to customers. Good service. I will buy at least 10,000 grams of gold today. When the waiters heard her speak like this, they were dumbfounded. At the same time, they looked at each other and thought that Lulu was a mental patient who had escaped from a mental hospital. Until Lulu opened the bank balance and showed it to the manager of the gold shop. The manager received her respectfully and directly arranged 2 waiters to stand at the door and refused to let others enter. The 2 new waiters were very unhappy. because Lulu really bought so much gold. The commission was a sky-high price for them. When Lulu was a child, she thought her family was very poor and worked in clothing sales. She knew that it was not easy for these waiters to make money. After enjoying the supreme treatment and the careful respect of the waiters in the gold shop for her service, she was very satisfied. Tell the manager that today's consumption will be distributed to each staff member on the spot according to the commission stipulated by their gold shop. Otherwise she will not check out and return the goods. The waiters must be paid the commission first. The store manager originally thought that she could serve a big customer this time, and she could pocket the commission. She didn't expect Lulu to do this. She had no choice but to agree. The boss behind the gold shop would never forgive her for losing such a big customer like Lulu. Lulu was very fair, and called in the 2 new waiters guarding the door, and transferred the commission to them. After this wave of operations, 2 hours passed quickly. The reason why she bought so much gold. Because the gold after the end of the world can be used for the construction of the base. Gold is a must for many invented high-tech equipment. I heard that a survivor in the H-City base has awakened the special ability of gold. As long as he is given enough gold as a price, he can use gold to make high-tech weapons and other equipment. These machines are very high-tech, at least hundreds of years ahead of current technology. She saw a second-in-command of the shelter in the base, who exchanged gold for a private plane. The plane can actually become a small pendant, hanging on the body. As long as a special key is entered, the plane can become larger. It is fully automatic, imported into the official satellite system in the air, and will not get lost. The plane is also equipped with weapons. Lulu heard the people in the villa say it was magical. It was only fortunate to see the second-in-command fly a plane away from the base, go outside to search for supplies, and transport them back by plane. She bought so much gold just to exchange some high-tech products from the person who awakened the gold talent in the future. Use the high-tech products in that person's hands to improve her, and shall lose combat effectiveness. 2 hours later, Lulu's mobile phone kept ringing. It was the milk tea shop, KC, KBC and other stores that asked her to pick up milk tea. She reached out to stop 3 deliverymen waiting outside the store to receive orders, and asked them to help deliver her purchases to the villa. The deliverymen were not happy at first. Lulu offered a high price of 1,000 yuan a day, so they canceled the order and decided to follow Lulu to deliver goods. They worked hard all day and only earned more than 200 yuan. If they were unlucky, they would be complained and fined. It would be a fool not to do such a good thing. Lulu took pictures of their ID cards and the license plate number of the electric car, and let them pick up the goods and deliver them to the villa without worry. She returned to the villa with 2 items of stock from the store in the car. Soon, the deliverymen delivered all the goods she ordered in the commercial street. Lulu looked at the 3 deliverymen and asked, "Do you know which restaurant nearby has delicious and clean food?" The deliverymen often deliver food and have been to many places, so they are very familiar with this aspect. They hurriedly named several restaurants. Lulu had never heard of them. She went to stock up, ran around everywhere, had to wait for a long time, and bought fast food products under capitalist commercialization. "Please help me buy delicious food. Just the restaurant you mentioned. As many as you can. When you get there, take a picture of the menu and show it to me. I will order the dishes. You wait, and the food will be ready and delivered to me. If the job is done, I will give each of you an additional bonus of 1,000 yuan. The 3 deliverymen were very happy. They asked for Lulu's phone number and scanned the code to add her WeChat. Then, riding her electric scooter, her back disappeared into the crowd. After they left, Lulu collected all the takeaway goods. Then, she drove out and went to the major banks in City A to buy gold bars. The purity of the gold in the gold shop might be a little fake, but the gold bars in the bank are very real. She wasted some time to stock up 30,000 grams of gold. It was too much effort to spend money. It would be better to go to the bank and buy all the gold in the bank with a remaining deposit of more than 500 million yuan. Lulu went to several banks and bought all the gold in their spot. Originally, when she went to the first bank, the bank was about to close. Knowing that she was a big customer, the president came to meet her in person. He also contacted the presidents of several other banks for Lulu and asked the bank employees to work overtime temporarily. Lulu was very busy. The takeaway man sent her a message to tell her that the food was piled up in the yard and the yard of the villa. She didn't have time to collect it. "I can only go back to the villa every hour. The deliverymen bought only meals this time. No pasta. Now it is getting darker, and the temperature is dropping. So it won't be a big problem if the food is left for a while. Chapter 23 Gold. During this period, when she bought gold, she found that the bank had strict control over this aspect. When she was asked why she bought so much gold, Lulu directly brought out her identity as the person in charge of Yunshang Technology. She had just transferred the stocks to other shareholders internally, and the news had not yet been exposed. Those shareholders were also unwilling to be exposed so quickly. It would do them no good, because Lulu is the daughter of the founder of Yunshang Technology. Her large-scale selling of stocks, once known and used by opponents, would cause great losses to Yunshang Technology. When asked why she hoarded gold, she said that firstly, it was because she liked it personally, and secondly, Yunshang Technology needed a lot of gold to develop new products. After the bank verified her identity, it learned that she was really the major shareholder behind Yunshang. Immediately agreed to complete the transaction with her. Yunshang Technology benefits the people of Hailan country. This company often does charity. And if you buy their gold, you will also contribute to the development of the people of Hailan country. Besides, they will not lose money by selling this gold. The source of gold comes from some foreign gold diggers, and their purchase price is far lower than the market price. Lulu bought so much to generate income for their bank. Lulu went to all the banks in City A. She spent 500 million yuan. She put all the gold she bought into the off-road vehicle. And after returning to the villa by the off-road vehicle, she deposited all the gold into the space. At 7 o'clock in the evening, she returned to the Jinshin villa. She put the food bought by the takeaway men back into the space. She ran for several hours that day and was very tired. I simply took out a box lunch ordered by the delivery men. I ate one. It was indeed different from what the general stores sold. The ingredients were very fresh, and the cucumbers in the stir-fried cucumbers with meat had a melon fragrance. Unlike the medicinal cucumbers I had eaten before, the lean meat was also very good. The box lunch had 4 dishes, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes. Lulu was very satisfied. She sent a big red envelope of 1,000 yuan to each of the 3 delivery men. The delivery men who were waiting for the food in the restaurant were so happy that they almost jumped up after receiving the transfer. They were like chicken blood, and found the best back kitchen restaurant they had ever seen, and continued to run errands for Lulu. After calculating the price, they directly sent the QR code in the boss's store. Lulu scanned the QR code on WeChat to transfer the meal money to the boss. The 3 delivery men were still a little slow in stocking up. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, which happened to be the peak time for ordering. Lulu created a WeChat group and sent messages to the 3 delivery men. Do you have other delivery colleagues? Introduce a reliable deliveryman to run errands for me, and I will give you a bonus of 500 yuan. The 3 deliverymen's eyes lit up. Invite friends in your WeChat list to join the WeChat group. They trust Lulu very much. Living in a big villa in a wealthy area like that, he can buy food worth tens of thousands of yuan without blinking an eye. The bonus is 1,000 yuan. After a while, the WeChat group quickly filled up with 200 people through the form of person-to-person communication. Lulu didn't expect things to develop so outrageously. Stop the delivery men from calling friends. The WeChat group was also flooded with messages from these delivery men. 10 minutes later, Lulu sent 10 red envelopes. The upper limit of each WeChat red envelope is 200 yuan. So she could only send red envelopes in this way. 10 red envelopes were sent. The messages on the screen finally stopped. Lulu asked the first 3 delivery men to be administrators and explained to them. She offered the same salary as the first 3 delivery men, 1,000 yuan per day. She successfully bought a delicious food store and gave her a commission of 1% of her actual consumption. After the 200 delivery men took the red envelopes, they started to act. Their figures shuttled through the streets and alleys of the city. After Lulu sent this wave of messages, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. She looked at the darkening sky. Only then did she realize that she had been sitting in the yard of the villa for an hour, sending red envelopes and sending messages in the WeChat group. Lulu hurried back to the living room, took out a large floor-standing air conditioner from the space, plugged it in and turned it on. Then a sofa was placed next to the air conditioner, and she lay on the sofa to rest. In her hand was a remote control that controlled the switch of the door. A few minutes later, the air conditioner controlled the temperature at a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. Lulu felt more comfortable. She took out a cup of milk coffee and drank it to refresh herself. Breast milk from coffee will have some impact on Xiao Wu, but she can't take care of so much now. Tonight she is busy receiving takeout and sending red envelopes. Following the new message in the WeChat group, Lulu pressed the remote control to open the door. She always wears a mask and sunglasses to avoid being seen by the deliverman. After the deliverman delivered the goods, she took back the space. She didn't worry about being discovered at all. As long as they asked, she said it was an overtime dinner ordered by the company. The deliverman automatically imagined that Lulu was the leader of a large company and was giving extra meals to the employees. So they delivered food to the villa in batches at different times. The area of Jinxin Villa is full of single-family villas, which are semi-isolated from other prosperous places in City A. The villas are townhouses, with a total of 50 villas. The occupancy rate of the villas is not very high. Many of them are investment properties of wealthy people and speculators. The wealthy people who lived in the villas only felt a little strange about so many deliverymen entering and leaving Lulu's villa, and didn't think much about it. Lulu was not worried about being exposed at all. She was dressed so well that even her grandparents probably couldn't recognize her. 8:30 p.m. Lulu saw Jiangyi's message. Lulu, I'll come to pick you up right away. The company has handled everything. Hee. I'll accompany you to recuperate for the next month. Lulu's face changed. Almost forgot he. She hurriedly replied. Don't come to pick me up. I have some things to deal with here. You go back to Linwan Villa first, and help me take care of Xiao Wu. Jiangyi shook her head helplessly. Lulu, do you remember what Dr. Lin told you? You should take care of your body. Don't overwork. And call me immediately if you feel uncomfortable. Yes. Lulu replied. Lay on the sofa, and took a long breath. Jiangyi can't know that the end of the world is coming for the time being. She can't tell anyone. She doesn't want to be arrested as a lunatic. Nor does she want to be caught by the official people for slice research. Many years ago, an ancient prophecy said that the end of the world will come to Aquamarine at a certain time and year. But decades later, the rumor was broken. In recent years, the global climate has been warming, and many pessimists always post on online forums, saying that the end of the world is coming. However, it still hasn't happened. Lulu deeply knows that even if she posts, it won't change anything. Everyone has their own destiny. She can only change the people she has to change. Jiangyi is the only person she wants to change in this end of the world. There are too many variables, which will flutter the wings of a butterfly. I don't know what other changes there will be. She can't bear such cause and effect. Saving Jiangyi alone is her selfish desire. As for the future variables, she can only take one step at a time. Lulu is numb on this night. Receive the express delivery. Put it in the space, and transfer the commission red envelope amount. Chapter 24. It's too hard to spend money. From dark, I received express deliveries until 3 in the morning. There are no good stores after 3 in the morning. After the early morning, Lulu received takeout meals from barbecue restaurants. Other restaurants are basically closed after the early morning. She tasted the meals that the deliverymen got. It was delicious. The barbecue was very conscientious, good quality and cheap. At 3:30 in the morning, she told all the deliverymen that they would continue to run errands for her to buy delicious meals after 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. It took an hour for Lulu to pay the deliverymen today's wages. Each person was 1,000 yuan. Lulu had settled the commission for them when they were waiting for the meals. However, when she was paying the wages, she was dumbfounded. It took more than half an hour to pay the wages to 20 people. Lulu fell into confusion and chaos. If she continued to pay like this, she would not be able to pay the wages until dawn. So, she found the first 3 people and asked them to manage 1/3 of the other deliverymen. After delivering the food, she counted the money that each person should get, and she transferred it to them, asking them to transfer it to other deliverymen. She opened a family card limit for the 3 deliverymen. 200,000 yuan. 200 people. 1,000 yuan each. Exactly 200,000 yuan. If there is more or less, just go to the 3 deliverymen directly. She really can't bear the job of paying wages. The 3 deliverymen didn't work for nothing, so she gave them 1,000 yuan each for overtime pay. The 3 deliverymen readily agreed. After these 8 hours, the deliverymen's wages, bonuses, commissions, and meals consumed a total of more than 10 million yuan. After arranging the hard work of paying wages, it was dawn. Lulu glanced at the sky and saw that there was still 900 million liquid funds in the bank card. She was very helpless. Money is too hard to spend. Spending money is too tiring. After sighing, she went to the bathroom to take care of her personal hygiene. After all the things were done, it was already 6:30 in the morning. Lulu collapsed on the sofa and closed her eyes to rest. Until 8 o'clock in the morning on June 4th. The message in the WeChat group rang. She felt that a nightmare was coming. So she quickly found the 3 delivery men and asked them to calculate the commissions of other delivery men. With the restaurant's payment bill reconciliation and making a table, she transferred the money to the 3 delivery men to forward the wages. Now it is a society ruled by law, and there is no worry that these delivery men will default on their debts. She took pictures of their ID cards. The police in Highland country are very powerful. As long as she makes a call to the police, these delivery men will be unable to escape even if they want to be deadbeats. Calculating commissions. She doesn't want to do this job. From last night to the early morning. Such a long time. She was really tired. She still had more than 900 million to spend. She didn't want to waste time on calculating commissions. These 3 delivery men were college students, who were forced to do the delivery work. It was relatively easy for them to calculate commissions. Lulu lay flat on the sofa, while the delivery men were on the move. She added products on the local express delivery platform. Time was very tight. She had been discharged from the hospital until now. I didn't expect that the doomsday countdown would start so soon. Before June 5th, she had to return to Lin Wan's villa. Hide inside and not go out. She didn't sleep much all day and felt very tired. But it's not time to rest yet. Lulu lay on the sofa, charging her phone while choosing a delivery person in the same city to deliver something to her. After placing the order, she laid down and continued to sleep. The delivery man who came every half an hour rode an electric bike and went in and out of the gate of her villa. Every time she was the only one left in the villa, she would immediately take the food back to the space. Spending money like this is still too slow, including the things she bought in the same city. Today's consumption would not exceed 20 million. Lulu closed her eyes and thought about how to use the 800 million to buy useful things. She bought clothes, food, drinks, things to use, transportation, running on the ground and swimming in the water, tools for survival and heating in the wild, etc. Flying in the sky. After the end of the world, find a way to find the golden ability person and ask him to exchange for a high-tech plane. She had no idea and resisted the sleepiness. She turned on her phone and searched the internet for the supplies she needed. After the end of the world, there were few entertainment facilities. Lulu bought a lot of hard drives and some books online before, but it always felt incomplete. She decided to go to the library and the electronics city in the afternoon. After making a good plan, she rested on the sofa for a while. However, the speed and time of the delivery men coming in and out were inconsistent. She had to prevent being discovered. She didn't find much rest time in the morning. She had other things to do in the afternoon. The delivery men bought her food for the past 2 days. She couldn't finish it in 100 years. There was enough food. So she sent a message to the WeChat group. And the salary would be settled after 2 p.m. because the commission and salary were handed over to the other 3 delivery men in advance. When the delivery men finished their last delivery and gathered in the yard of the villa to calculate their wages, Lulu finally found an opportunity and returned to the living room to rest for an hour. During this hour, the 3 delivery men calculated the wages of the other delivery men. Lulu transferred the money to them all at once. After the transfer was completed, the delivery men left with a smile on their faces. Lulu stood in the corridor of the villa and did not remind them that the end of the world was coming. All I can say is, wish you the best. Only those who can resist the virus and survive are qualified to enter the next cycle of disaster. Until she saw one of the 3 delivery men standing in the villa. Ms. Lu, your company is quite big, right? Lulu looked at him puzzled. She saw that the delivery man was wearing black-framed glasses, of medium build, and with shrewd eyes. What do you want? The delivery man heard her tired voice and said nervously, Ms. Lu, I see that you have ordered so many overtime meals for your employees. Your company must be a people-oriented company. To be honest, I am the boss of a fitness equipment company. Recently, due to the downturn in the industry, Many fitness equipment are idle. If your company needs it, I can sell it to you at a low price. Lu Lilio's eyes lit up. Fitness equipment is very important. After the end of the world, in those boring days, she can only rely on buckets and running around the room to exercise her physical strength. With professional fitness equipment, it must be different. Lulu nodded. Our company does need a batch of new fitness equipment recently. Wang Wei, the owner of a fitness equipment store who works part-time as a deliveryman, was overjoyed. Let's go. Take me to see it. Wang Wei was overjoyed and excited. He led the way on an electric bike, and Lulu drove the off-road vehicle in the yard to follow him to his store in City A. Wang Wei warmly welcomed her to visit the store. Lulu was very tired. She sat on the sofa and drank the tea brought by the front desk of Wang Wei's shop to refresh herself. Chapter 25. Filling in the gaps. Explain it to me. I only have an hour. Lulu still has to go to the library and the electronic city, so there is not much time to waste. Books will be destroyed after the rainstorm. Buy as many books as you can now, so that you can always use them in the future. Wang Wei excitedly introduced the various fitness equipment in his store to Lulu. Ms. Lu, if you buy now, I will give you 20% off according to the market price, and also provide relevant equipment used teaching videos, as well as a full set of real-person teaching video tutorials for exercising various parts of the body. 40% off. I want everything in your store. Wang Wei looked embarrassed. 40% off? He didn't make much money. Adding the time wasted and the store expenses, he could only barely recover the cost. But the industry is not doing well now. If you don't sell it now, it will be more difficult to sell it in the future. 70% off. Wang Wei spoke with difficulty. Ms. Lu, 40% off will make me lose money. Lulu was silent for a few seconds and nodded in agreement. While Wang Wei was explaining, he asked the front desk to prepare the price list. Lulu glanced at it and nodded to confirm. You send all these equipment to my villa. I will pay you half of the deposit first, and pay the full amount after the goods arrive. Wang Wei nodded vigorously. Lulu added his WeChat and sent him the villa password. She was not worried about what Wang Wei would do in the villa. The villa had been emptied by her a long time ago. There was only a large sofa for resting, an air conditioner, and the toiletries she used in the bathroom. So many equipment. Wang Wei would count them one by one. It would take some time to transport all the equipment to arrive. It is now 4:30 p.m. on June 4th. Lulu drove to the largest bookstore in City A to shop. Highland Country has developed rapidly in recent years, and fewer people read books, all of which have been replaced by electronic audio products. This Xinhua library has been established since the founding of Highland Country and has not closed down until now. It is said that there is official support behind it. It is just to ensure that Highland Country's 5,000-year-old writing culture will not be lost. It is a different spirit. Lulu parked the car in the open-air parking lot at the entrance of the library. She entered the library. There were only 2 waiters in the huge library. One was standing at the front desk in a daze, and the other was arranging books on the bookshelf. Lulu walked straight to the young girl who was arranging books. I need a lot of books. Do you have a book catalog here? The young girl was stunned, and then she looked happy. The salary in the library is very low and very tiring. The commission for each book sold is very high. However, there are too few people willing to come here to work every day. She was not only responsible for organizing the bookshelves, but also had to clean the entire store with the front desk and dust every book. The young girl invited Lulu to sit on the sofa table in the library. She took out a tablet and showed Lulu the book catalog in the tablet. Economics, politics, biology, agronomy. There were too many books, and Lulu was dazzled after taking a glance. She said to the waitress, all the books in all categories in your library. No 2 copies of each book should be sent to Jinxin Villa. The young girl was stunned. She took a look at the densely packed bookshelves in the store and opened her mouth. Lulu has seen this expression many times these days, and there is no emotional fluctuation. Don't be dazed. Go and prepare it quickly, and send someone to deliver it to my villa when it's ready. The young girl thought Lulu was playing a trick on her. Miss, are you really sure you want it? Lulu stood up and walked to the front desk to pay. Let her calculate the price. I'll pay first. The young girl was sure that Lulu was serious. She has been here for several months and has not sold many books. Today is really a dog shit luck. The front desk was also unbelievable. And she helped calculate the price together. These books cost a total of 500,000 yuan. Lulu scanned the code to pay directly. Remember? Deliver it to my villa before dark today. Otherwise I don't want these books. After saying that, he ignored the two girls and turned to the electronic company. The girl who sorted the books knew that she couldn't take such a large commission. She took the initiative to find the front desk lady to help her sort the books together. She was willing to give her half of the commission, because it was 4:30 in the afternoon, and it would be dark in 3 hours. Time was very urgent. Only the radio operator who had been working in the library often cleaned with her, and was familiar with the location of each book. The cashier's commission depended on the milk tea and coffee sold at the front desk, not the books. This time the sales volume was 500,000, and she was very excited. The two closed the door and said goodbye to the guests. They started to prepare books. While they were busy, Lulu came to the largest electronics city in City A. This place has the most electronic technology talents in City A. Go straight to the largest leading enterprise inside. Lulu had no time to waste. She asked the waiter to call the store manager and explain her purpose. I want 2 of all entertainment products. And the requirements are all audiovisual entertainment and electronic information teaching video content, as well as electronic files on the market. The store manager was surprised, but this did not bother him. Highland Country has developed very fast in the field of electronic information technology. Artificial intelligence AI has been applied to the lives of gentlemen in recent years. Miss, please wait a moment. I'll give you 2 hours, Lulu said, lying on the sofa to rest. As soon as she lay down, she felt a swollen pain in her chest. In the morning, she took time out of her busy schedule to pump milk twice. Before going out, she went to the bathroom to pump milk once. Now 3 hours have passed, and she needs to pump milk again. Lulu had no choice but to sit up from the sofa, asked the waiter, and went to the bathroom of their store to solve her physical discomfort. When she came out again, she saw the employees in the store were busy packing electronic products. Lulu set an alarm for an hour and a half and slept on the sofa in their lounge area. Seeing her like this, the waiter thoughtfully prepared an air-conditioned blanket for her. Lulu slept until the alarm went off. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the store manager and the waiter looking at her. Ms. Lu, everything has been packed for you. Here are the electronic resources you want. Do you need to take a look? Lulu shook her head. She didn't have time to look. Even if these employees were not fully prepared, she didn't have time to worry about it. Move everything to my car and check out. The store manager took out the POS machine to scan the code. Lulu paid. Soon, the bill and all the products were placed in her car. Entertainment products of various models. Small in size, her large capacity off-road vehicle just fit these gadgets. Just after coming out of the electronic city, she received a voice call from the library in Wang Wei. Lulu didn't answer, replied to the message, and drove back to the villa. She paid the balance to Wang Wei and inspected the books and fitness equipment. As the library staff and Wang Wei left, she spent a few minutes to put everything back into the space. There are some express parcels inside, which are goods from Feimao Supermarket and Dongdong Platform. Chapter 26, Stocking Up in the Mall. She checked the platform software and found that some express deliveries would arrive tomorrow. Tomorrow is her last day in City A. Lulu, why haven't you come back yet? Angry emoticon. You said you would stay in confinement, and your wound hurts, but you've been out for several days. Angry emoticon. Lulu saw the message from Jiangyi. Call her. Tomorrow is the last day, and she must tell Jiangyi some news about the end of the world. It just needs a different way. Space is her biggest secret, and she can't tell Jiangyi this. Hey! Jiangyi had just finished running, and was a little out of breath. I have something to tell you. Jiangyi took a big breath, and took a big sip from a bottle of mineral water. What's the matter? Lulu was silent for a moment, then organized his words and said, I am a shareholder of Yunshang Technology. You know this? Right? Well, you told me about this a few days ago. I got the news from the internal group of Yunshang Technology that Highland Country is not peaceful recently. The source of the news comes from the official inside. Jiangyi was a little confused. What does not peaceful mean? Lulu said seriously, the end of the world is coming. In these 2 weeks. Jiangyi was stunned at first. then covered her stomach and laughed. Today is not April Fool's Day. Why are you playing such a joke on me? How can the end of the world be coming? Decades ago, the officials said the end of the world was coming every year. But it didn't happen. It's probably false news again. Lulu had expected Jiangyi's reaction. She said slowly, if you believe me this time, drive to Jinxin Villa in Sitia now. I'll wait for you. Jiangyi curled her lips, totally disbelieving Lulu's words. The end of the world has been spreading for decades. At first, people even started a stockpiling craze. But it never came. Such rumors are as boring as the story of the wolf crying in fairy tales. Now people in Hailan country don't believe the words that the end of the world is coming. Jiangyi guessed that Lulu might be like what the doctor said, with some postpartum depression and a change in her mental state. She picked up her keys and coat, got in the car, and went to Jinxin Villa. I must persuade Lulu. June 4th, 9 o'clock in the evening. Jiangyi drove into Jinxin Villa. She strode into the villa and saw Lulu lying on the sofa watching the news on the other side of the wall. Jiangyi followed her gaze and looked at the news program on TV. According to reliable information, a well-known actress in the island country, Song Tianyujing, is seriously ill. The actress's condition has seriously deteriorated and she died at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Song Tianyujing's body has been taken back by her relatives. Due to Song Tianyujing's condition, many medical staff at the first hospital of Jing City in the island country have been infected. No solution to the virus has been found so far. Lulu, I didn't expect that you actually followed Teacher Song. Jiangyi looked at Lulu with a smirk. Lulu felt helpless. She sighed. The end of the world is coming. Before 12 o'clock tomorrow. It will be the last carnival for the people of Hailan country. Jiangyi looked unconvinced. Lulu found that Teacher Song had become a corpse and could turn into a corpse at any time. In her previous life, she didn't pay attention to official news. And now she always feels uneasy when she sees it. Whether you believe it or not. Accompany me to go shopping now. And I will pay for all the consumption. When Jiangyi heard the word pay, her eyes lit up. Whether it is the end of the world or not, she likes shopping. Today, rich woman Lulu will pay for it. And she will not be polite. I like shopping. Let's go now. Jiangyi said impatiently. Don't worry. Take this before shopping. Lulu took out the three-piece set of hat, mask and sunglasses that he had prepared long ago and handed it to Jiangyi. Jiangyi opened her mouth wide when she saw what Lulu handed over. She shook her head helplessly and chose to take these three catching adultery equipment. After seeing Jiangyi take protective measures, Lulu stood up and drove an off-road vehicle with her to a large supermarket nearby. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the supermarket and parked the car. There are a lot of people near the large supermarket, which is open 24 hours a day. The mall has a total of 10 floors. Jiangyi and Lulu entered the supermarket and started shopping from the first floor. It was 9:30 in the evening, and the nightlife had just begun. There were a lot of people in the supermarket. It was just that there were fewer people on the first floor, because the first floor of the supermarket was for jewelry and display cabinets of big-name skin care products and cosmetics. Jiangyi couldn't walk when she saw the sparkling jewelry. She winked at Lulu. Those? Are you going to pay for them too? Lulu nodded. Buy whatever you want. Take whatever you want. And after tomorrow, you won't have this opportunity. With her words, Jiangyi rushed to the jewelry booth and asked the staff to take out a row of jewelry for her to try on. Another waiter in the jewelry store received Lulu. Since it was midsummer, the waiter was not surprised to see them dressed like this. He just thought they loved beauty and wanted to protect themselves from the sun. Miss, if you want to try on the necklace, it's best to take off your mask and sunglasses. This way, the effect will be better. Don't take it off. Lulu stopped him. According to the official news released after the end of the world, the zombie virus is transmitted through droplets. Wearing an N100 mask can effectively prevent infection with the zombie virus. She didn't know where the source of the virus started. However, there is only 1 day left before the outbreak of the end of the world. If there is a virus source in this mall, it will be bad. The three-piece set of masks, sunglasses, and hats can be their temporary umbrella. Jiangyi cooperated with Lulu to play the news that the end of the world is coming, and did not take off the three-piece equipment. She asked the waiter to try it on her. Lulu looked at the gold jewelry in the booth. Earrings and necklaces are low in weight and generally cheaper. She saw a set of 5 pieces in ancient style. They were a crown, a necklace, earrings, and 2 bracelets. How much does this set weigh? The waiter was ecstatic when she saw the set of treasures that Lulu pointed to. If this set was sold, her commission would be higher than her monthly basic salary. Miss, you have a good eye. This set is made of 5/9 gold, weighing 200 grams including the labor cost. This set of jewelry is worth 99,900 yuan. Rounded off. 100,000. Not bad. Lulu glanced at it and said, "Pack it up for me." The waiter was stunned for a few seconds. His face flushed. And he thought he had heard it wrong. "Don't stand there. I want this set." The waiter finally reacted and packed the jewelry set for Lulu in a red box. The store manager saw the commotion and immediately pushed away the customer he was serving and ran over to serve Lulu. Chapter 27. Lulu saw the logo on her chest and recognized her as the store manager. "Miss, what else do you need? Let me serve you. The waiter just came not long ago, and she is still lacking in gold." The waiter who just opened the order heard this, and his face turned pale. Lulu hated such a leader the most. He always wanted to grab all the commissions and big orders for himself. "No, it's the waiter just now. If she hadn't served me, I wouldn't want any of these." The store manager smiled awkwardly. The waiter looked happy and became more enthusiastic and patient with Lulu. "Take out all the bracelets that are calculated by gram here for me to see." The waiter immediately found a box of bracelets and took them to the glass platform for Lulu to see. Lulu glanced at it. The bracelet style was very old-fashioned, but the jewelry calculated by gram had a lower labor cost. "I'll take all of this box." "Anything else?" "Gold jewelry by gram." "Bring them out for me to see." The waiter was smiling, and her hands holding the box couldn't stop shaking. She tried her best to resist the good thing that fell from the sky, and ran to the jewelry store's warehouse to get the goods. Lulu just took a look and put all these gold jewelry in her pocket. Since she bought a lot, the gold store happened to catch up with the promotion and gave her a lot of gifts. On the other side, Jiangyi, who was looking at diamonds, chose a set of 3 diamonds for 69999. Lulu saw her buying these useless diamonds and felt a little disappointed. Take a look at the gold. I'll give you a set of gold jewelry." Jiangyi heard Lulu's serious voice and came to the gold display cabinet. "Lulu, I'm really rude. Choose quickly. It's getting late." Jiangyi glanced around the booth and chose a set of gold jewelry. Lulu saw that she was still too conservative, and the 5 sets only cost 20,000 yuan in total. So he took action and picked 5 gold bracelets for her, each weighing 30 grams. This trip to the jewelry store took more than 40 minutes. A total of 1.2 million yuan was spent. After shopping for jewelry, they came to the cosmetics counter. There were big brands such as Xiangxianger, Shengshenglan, and Langku. Jiangyi was choosing and was unable to extricate herself from the lipstick colors. Lulu saw that the time was about to reach 10 o'clock in the evening and shook her head helplessly. She found the waiter of the cosmetics store and said, "In your store, all categories of cosmetics and skin care products. 2 sets of each." The waiter was dumbfounded. Lulu had to repeat it again. The waiter woke up as if from a dream and quickly asked other waiters to help pack the products. With so many goods, she couldn't take the commission alone, keeping the guests waiting for a long time. If the guests don't want to buy, then it's all over. Jiangyi's eyes widened as she heard what Lulu said. She was already surprised when she passed by the jewelry store, but she didn't expect that Lulu's hand was even more outrageous than in the jewelry store. "Give me the latest date of these products in your store. Don't give me those that are about to expire. Otherwise I will return them all." "How much is it?" "I'll pay a part of the deposit first and come to pick it up later." The waitress didn't know how much the total amount was for a while, so she reported a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Lulu didn't say much nonsense and scanned the QR code on the cash register to pay. Then she took Jiangyi to the store below. Jiangyi followed her numbly and saw her doing the same thing as before. Wherever the 2 of them went, there would be a commotion. The waiters on the first floor noticed the movement and were looking forward to the arrival of Lulu and Jiangyi. Lulu did not disappoint them. All the shops were operated in the same way. After shopping on the first floor, they came to the women's clothing city on the second floor. Lulu felt that running like this was very slow, and the mall was too big. So she said to Jiang Yi beside her, you go from top to bottom, and I go from bottom to top. After Lulu finished speaking, she operated on her mobile phone and transferred 10 million to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was completely stunned. Lulu, is it really okay for us to spend money like this? The end of the world is coming. If we don't spend it all, we won't be able to spend it in the future. Jiang Yi heard Lulu say that the end of the world was coming again, and she half believed it. She was sure that Lulu was not mentally ill, and her mental state was normal. What if the end of the world really comes? Jiang Yi thought that this might be possible, and ran to the underground first floor of the mall with her long legs. When the end of the world comes, the most important thing is to stock up on food. She remembered that Lulu had asked her to stock up a lot of rice, flour, grain and oil in Lin Wan Villa before, but she always felt that it was not enough. So she ran to the underground first floor to buy a lot. Lulu's space has goods, so she is not panicking. She walked around the second floor and selected 5 brands. She asked them to pack 2 pieces of clothes of each style that were suitable for her and Jiang Yi's sizes, paid a deposit, and asked them to pack. Lulu and Jiang Yi walked until the early morning. At this time, they looked around almost all floors: jewelry, skincare products, household appliances, snacks and fast food that can be preserved for 1 or 2 years. After shopping, they came to a Chinese restaurant on the top floor and ordered 2 dishes for dinner. During the meal, Jiang Yi came back to her senses from the shopping spree. How to transport so many things back? The car she and Lulu have cannot fit so many things. Lulu, how do we transport these things back? Lulu opened the taxi hailing app and found the contact information of the large commercial vehicle in it. I'll call a car later and ask the driver to help transport them back. That's a good idea. Lulu did not plan to store the things she bought at the mall in the space. The space cannot be exposed, so some things need to be placed in the villa in the open. These things cannot be seen by Sister Li, Sister Jin and Dr. Lin Fong. The surface of her wound has scabbed. With Jiang Yi's help, it's time to say goodbye to Sister Li and the others. While eating, Lulu sent messages to Sister Li and the others to transfer money. Tomorrow morning, the employment will end, and I will pay the salary according to the standard of 1 month. Sister Li and Sister Jin did not understand what they did wrong, but the employer had given the order, so they did not dare to say anything more. It was a good deal to get a super high salary for 1 month after working for a week. Dr. Lin Fong was not surprised when she received the news, because Lulu's injury was almost healed. She only needed to rest, and it would not be of much use for her to stay. She accepted the service fee of 50,000 yuan and prepared to leave Lin Wan Villa and return to the clinic tomorrow morning. Temporarily take this batch of goods back to Jinshin Villa tonight. Tomorrow morning, you go back to Lin Wan Villa and wait. When Sister Li and the others leave, call me and I will ask the driver to deliver the goods. No problem. After the two finished their meal, the large commercial vehicle that Lulu called came to the entrance of the mall. There were a total of 15 vehicles. Lulu doubled the price for them and asked the driver to wait at the door to help load and unload the goods. Chapter 28 Intercity Express Delivery. The waiters all took action to help put the packed goods into the truck. Jiang Yi's SUV was also full of supplies. I have something else to do. You go back with the drivers first. Jiang Yi nodded and left with the supplies. Lulu watched Jiang Yi and the 15 commercial vehicles leave and let out a long sigh. The bank card balance was still 900 million. Only less than 20 million was spent tonight. Money is really too hard to spend. Lulu had no choice but to come to the gold shop again. At this time, the gold shop had changed shifts. There was only one waiter, and she had never seen him when she was shopping before. Pack all the gold on your counter for me. The waiter was sitting and playing with her mobile phone board. When she heard Lulu's voice, she blinked and then stood up immediately. Miss, are you kidding me? I'm serious. Calculate how much money, and pack it now. Lulu skillfully came to the store's cashier and scanned the QR code for a deposit of 1 million. Zizibio has arrived. 1 million yuan. The waiter heard the sound of the money arriving and hurried to the counter to check. As expected, he saw an extra 1 million yuan in the company's account. It was early in the morning, and there was only this income in the account. She rubbed her eyes and was about to say something to Lulu, but she saw Lulu handing her a note. "This is my phone number and WeChat ID. Tell me how much it costs to pack it. I'll pick it up." After that, Lulu left with a tote bag on her back. She drove and took 10 minutes to get back to Jinshin Villa. As soon as she got home, she saw Jiangyi put down the folding sofa. The sofa became a 2-meter by 2-meter bed. Jiangyi was sleeping on it. Lulu did not wake her up, and gently went to the bathroom, sat in front of the dressing table in the bathroom, and took out the breast pump to suck milk. The swollen breasts were really painful. She sucked for half an hour before the milk was sucked out. The pain in her chest was also relieved. After sucking milk, she sat next to Jiangyi, turned on the TV, listened to the midnight news and the broadcast inside. There was nothing new. She turned off the TV, lay on the sofa next to Jiangyi, and closed her eyes to rest. Unknowingly, she slept for 3 hours. At 4:30 in the morning, Lulio's mobile phone rang. Jiangyi was woken up. On the phone, the gold shop clerk told her that everything was packed and asked her to pick up the goods. Go back to Linwan Villa first. I'll wait for your call." Jiangyi understood that Lulu didn't want Sisterly and the others to know that there were so many supplies in the villa. As for the truck drivers, they didn't know what was inside. All the goods they bought were packed in cartons, and the truck drivers couldn't guess. Jiangyi drove away in the night. After she left, Lulu drove to the gold shop. She spent a total of 50 million and bought all the gold jewelry in the counter and the warehouse. With this wave of operations, Lulio's deposit reached 820 million. There was only 1 day left. How to spend all the money became a problem. Lulu stood in a huge shopping mall, staring at the empty counter of the gold column in a daze. The waiter saw her look and didn't dare to come forward to disturb her. This is a distinguished guest. She can't offend him. It would be terrible if the goods are returned. She will resign after this order is issued. She sold 50 million gold, all of which were orders issued by her. The commission alone is enough for her to live a carefree life for several years. Lulu didn't understand the waiter's mind. She frowned, worrying about how to spend the 800 million. When she drove back to Jinshin Villa, she saw a 24-hour pharmacy. When she entered the door, the cashier of the pharmacy was sleeping. Hearing the reminder of welcome at the door, the cashier opened his misty eyes. Lulu walked up to her. She said the words she repeated many times. "I want all the medicines in your store." The pharmacy clerk was stunned. "Are you kidding?" Lulu saw an expression on the face of the pharmacy cashier again. That expression seemed to say, "You are not seriously ill." Lulu was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly scanned the code to transfer 200,000. This 200,000 is a deposit. Count all the medicines in your pharmacy's inventory. I'll buy them all. The pharmacy clerk patted his head hard. "Am I dreaming?" Lulu said impatiently. "Hurry up. I'm in a hurry." The pharmacy clerk pinched her thigh hard. It hurt. She stood up hurriedly and prepared medicine for Lulu. As for why Lulu bought so many medicines, she didn't care. Opening the door is to do business. She can get commissions. As long as they pay, they will sell medicine to anyone. These medicines are in line with official regulations. If anything goes wrong after selling them, they will find this strange woman. There is a transfer card number. If something really happens, they will directly find the owner of the card number. Anyway, it has nothing to do with their pharmacy. Seeing the clerk picking up the medicine, Lulu could only go back to the back seat of the car and close her eyes to rest, thinking about what else to buy. June 5th, 5:30 in the morning. The pharmacy clerk moved all the medicines to Lulu's car, except for the driving position. Other places were filled with medicines. After loading the goods, Lulu checked out, spending a total of 5 million. She drove back to Jinshin Villa numbly and put the purchased medicines and gold back into the space. Turning on her mobile phone, she just saw a message from Jiangyi. Sisterly and the others have left. Lulu got the news and immediately called a car to transport the goods. The driver moved all the goods in the villa yard to the car. Lulu did not stay, and it was important to deliver the goods to the villa. After she solved her own milk swelling problem, she followed the truck driver to Lee City A. More than an hour later, with the help of the truck driver, all the supplies appeared in the yard of Lin Wan's villa. The drivers left one after another. Lulu asked Jiangyi to help count the goods, and turned to go to the nursery to see Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was sleeping soundly. Children in confinement sleep after eating. At least 20 hours a day. Lulu looked at Xiao Wu for a while. And quietly closed the door. Jiang Yi was moving the boxes in the yard to the small warehouse of the villa. Because she has been doing physical exercise for a long time. These boxes of goods were easily moved by her. Lulu. You should take a rest. And leave these things to me. Lulu nodded. But she was a little worried. Today is the last day. It is already 9 o'clock in the morning. 800 million has not been spent. Jiang Yi does not understand her distress, and is immersed in the work of moving goods. Lulu decided to go to City A one last time. If it is really too much to spend, all the money will be exchanged for gold. Please help me take good care of Xiao Wu. I have to go to City A again. Don't worry. Xiao Wu will be in my care. Unpack the goods first, and I will sort them out. Jiang Yi sat on a chair, and unpacked the goods with a utility knife. The joy of unpacking the blind box from the express delivery made her addicted. Lulu took a look at the fine steel protective net on the high wall of the villa. Turned around and drove away in the off-road vehicle. Chapter 29 The Last Carnival. Lulu drove the car to the roadside 3 minutes away. There were no surveillance cameras here. She put the SUV back into the space and called an online car-hailing car on her phone. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the online car-hailing driver came from 5 kilometers away from Lin Wan Villa. Lin Wan Villa is about 5 kilometers away from the nearest large commercial gathering place. It is not easy to get a taxi nearby. Online car-hailing cars rarely come here. Because Lulu was in a hurry, she deliberately increased the price. And it was a long-distance trip. And she could make a lot of money in one trip. So she waited for the driver to accept the order. Lulu got on the online car-hailing car, took out her phone, and found the bank president she had contacted on WeChat. 800 million yuan will definitely not be spent in one day. And her Zizibio and WeChat Pay can both borrow hundreds of thousands of yuan. This kind of platform repays interest on a monthly basis. Not only will she spend all the 800 million yuan, she will also fleece the 2 major Gigi platforms. I still need a batch of gold. Please help me contact other banks to transfer the goods. The budget is 500 million. The president, who was enjoying a massage from his secretary in the office, received the message and immediately pushed his secretary aside, stood up, and contacted other customers with gold resources. Last time, their bank had no gold bars in stock, so they could only let other banks take advantage of them. This time is different. Their bank received a batch of imported gold bars the day before yesterday, worth 300 million. For the other 200 million, they can contact other jewelers to do a favor. Under the operation of the president, Lulu spent half an hour in the car to finalize the time with the president. An hour later, he went to the bank to check the goods. The jeweler urgently mobilized the resources of 5 stores in City A to transfer the goods to Lulu. Lulu arrived at City A at about 11:30. She still had 300 million yuan. So she decided to hire someone to help. She found the WeChat group she had established with the 3 deliverymen again. Lulu sent a message to the group. The salary remains the same. Daily. 1,000 yuan a day. The deliverman who was delivering food saw the message pop-up window and widened his eyes. After working with Lulu for 2 days, plus commissions, he earned almost half a year's salary. Delivering food is not as profitable as helping Miss Lu. The 3 deliverymen stopped the car at the same time and immediately sent a message in the group. Miss Lu, are you still going to the restaurant to order food? Miss Lu, you're right to find us. Miss Lu is generous. Wang Wu, will take this job. No. You go to the supermarket to buy things for me. What to buy? The 3 delivery men holding their phones were confused. Go to Wawuma and Zongbai in City A and buy things for me. All goods in all categories of the supermarket. The upper limit of 300 million consumption. The total price of your purchases. You will get a commission of 1%. You can ask your relatives for help. There are 3 prerequisites. First, the items in each category cannot exceed 1 million. Otherwise, these deliverymen will all buy those expensive and impractical electrical appliances. And it will be useless for her to have so many. Second, all the purchased items must be delivered to Jinxin Villa. And the goods must be kept intact during delivery. Third, the total price of fresh goods must reach 10 million. The 3 deliverymen were stunned for a long time. The phrase 300 million and 1% commission kept appearing in their minds. How much is that? They even took out the calculator function on their mobile phones to calculate. Buy enough for 300 million. 3 million commission. Oh my god. Even if it is divided equally among 3 people, each person can get 1 million commission. 1 million. They work so hard to deliver food. And it takes 10 years to barely earn enough. If the expenses are deducted, it will take at least 20 years to save so much money. The 3 deliverymen felt their hearts beating non-stop. They immediately replied received. Then, they contacted their wives and mothers, and went to the supermarket to shop together. The power of 3 people is insignificant. What about the power of 3 families? Wife, please ask Nana and Bing Bing to take leave and go shopping. Mom, you can go shopping for 3 hours without getting out of breath. Come and help me. It will be worth my hard work for 20 years. Yes. Call all uncles to help. I will pay them 500 yuan a day. Just shopping. Uncle, is your big truck still there? I will rent your car for a day at double the price. Please drive it to Wawuma. Lulu explained clearly, closed her eyes, and took a nap in the back seat of the taxi. An hour later, she came to the bank. Just got off. The bank president and several assistants stood at the gate to greet her. Ms. Lu, your arrival makes my bank glorious. Lulu listened to him flattering a few words, and followed the president to the office in silence. The office was cleaned early and spotless, and the table was full of expensive fruits. Tea, coffee, and red wine were very well prepared. Lulu sat on the sofa and said calmly, I'm in a hurry. Where are the goods? The president saw that she was just as decisive as before, so he didn't keep her in suspense. Just ask someone to go to the vault to open the gold bars, and the goods urgently transferred from the jeweler, and put them on the long table that was put together temporarily. Miss Lu, you see? Everything is ready. We only charge you the cost price. 390 per gram. You can check the latest international gold price today. Lulu did not lower the price. She knew that these people had special channels. The international gold price is 390 per gram. But they only need more than 200 per gram to get the goods. Lulu did not bother with them, because it takes time, money and manpower to get the gold back from some war zones abroad. The bank president took out a contract. Miss Lu, please take a look at the goods, and we will sign the contract. Lulu picked up a few gold bars and touched them. She checked several more pieces randomly, and the bank's gun burned. They are all real goods. She randomly checked a few items in each box, in addition to the gold bars. The rest are all some gold jewelry to make up the number. The gold is printed with Zhou Lifu's steel seal. The goods are fine. Lulu looked at the contract printed on only 2 A4 sheets and read it carefully. She studied management in college and had some understanding of the contract terms often used by enterprises. The contract is fine. Lulu signed her name. Public account. The president immediately reported 2 accounts. One was a bank account, and the other was Zhou Lifu's public account. Lulu transferred 500 million in batches. Soon, the president and the people sent by Zhou Lifu's boss to supervise received the transfer amount. The president smiled and stretched out his hand and said, Miss Lu, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. If you need our bank in the future, just ask. Lulu was not polite and said, open a credit card. The president was stunned for a moment, asked Lulu for her ID card, and then asked the staff to handle the credit card business for Lulu. For a big customer like Lulu, the credit card is authorized with a maximum limit of 10 million for the black gold card. Chapter 30: The Dawn Before Darkness. While waiting for the credit card business, Lulu asked the bank teller to withdraw 200,000 cash for her. After the first stage of the apocalypse, the government recognized that money could be exchanged for materials. However, inflation was getting worse at that time. Keeping some cash can conceal people's tracks and be prepared for emergencies. At that time, cash could still be exchanged for some materials, but the money in the bank became useless numbers. Just after withdrawing cash, I got my credit card. Lulu received a message from Wang Wu and other 3 delivery men in the WeChat group. Ms. Lu, scan the code to pay 1 million. Lulu saw the long bill video and felt a headache. She pulled the video to the bottom and saw the total amount, which was exactly 1 million. So she scanned the official QR code of the Wawuma cashier sent by the deliveryman and paid 1 million yuan. The other 3 deliverymen also scanned the code for 1 million. A total of 3 million was spent. It just so happened that she had finished her business at the bank. However, the more than 2,500 kilograms of gold purchased by the bank made her feel troubled. Lulu asked the bank president to look after the gold and go out to find a car. It was not realistic to take a taxi for so much gold. Fortunately, the villa was very close to the bank. She returned to the villa, found an off-road vehicle, and drove to the bank. At Lulu's request, the bank president asked the teller to take a black suitcase and put the gold bricks and other ornaments into the suitcase. More than a ton of gold filled the suitcase. The bank president told the staff to turn on their mobile phones and record the weight of the suitcase. After removing the gross weight of the suitcase, it was weighed again, which was exactly the weight of the gold purchased by Lulu. Lulu nodded. Several male staff members lifted the black suitcase together and put it in the passenger seat of the SUV. Lulu closed the car window and drove away. The bank president and other employees watched her go away, their eyes flickering, each thinking about something. 2 minutes later, she came to the three-way intersection. The red light came on, and Lulu could only wait in line for the car. While waiting for the traffic light, she saw a familiar face through the car window. Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting. Ma Weizhou drove the car with one hand and held a cigarette with the other. Su Pingting turned her face to the side and said something to him with a smile. After saying a few words, Su Pingting kissed him on the face. Lulu clenched his teeth and stared at Su Pingting's back. Su Pingting took it after the kiss, and Ma Weizhou reached out and held her head, kissing her lipstick-coated mouth. Lulu could clearly see that Ma Weizhou stuck out his tongue. Perhaps her gaze was too hot. Ma Weizhou keenly noticed that she was in the back seat of the taxi and looked at her. Lulu subconsciously lowered her head to avoid Ma Weizhou's probing gaze. The traffic light changed at this time, and the green light was green. Ma Weizhou just felt strange, retracted his gaze, and drove away. Lulu gritted his teeth and drove behind them. She didn't understand why she did this, but the hatred and grief in her heart could not be stopped at all. 5 minutes later, Lulu's car stopped by the road. She saw Su Pingting wearing a suspender dress and a white blouse on the outside, holding Ma Weizhou's arm and walking forward. Lulu followed the direction they were heading and saw the 4 glittering words of Regent Hotel, and her expression was dazed. It was in this hotel Ma Weizhou vowed that she would be the happiest woman in the world. Her birthday was also the engagement party where he proposed to her. Lulu only felt that she was the happiest woman in the world that day. That night, she promised Ma Weizhou to transfer half of the shares of Yunshang Technology to Ma Weizhou as a dowry. Fortunately, an accident disrupted her plan, and the shares of Yunshang Technology were saved. Unfortunately, the news of her having a child out of wedlock and having a one-night stand with a strange man spread. Her reputation was ruined. Yunshang Technology. The chairman's daughter has a messy private life. The daughter is said to have had sex with a strange man in times in one night. According to people familiar with the matter, the battle was fierce and deafening. What on earth is the battle fierce and deafening? Lulu's heart seemed to sink to the bottom when she saw the specious words in the news report. That night, she didn't remember anything. At the moment when Lulu recalled, the backs of Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou entered the revolving glass door of the Regent Hotel. She reached out and put the suitcase on the co-pilot seat back into the space, and then walked quickly into the Regent Hotel. Just after entering the hotel door, she saw Ma Weizhou holding a room card in his hand and walking towards the elevator with Su Pingting. Lulu came to the front desk. The waiter greeted with a smile and was about to serve when the front desk phone rang. "Ma'am, I'm really sorry. I have to take a call first. Please wait a moment." When the waiter answered the phone, Lulu looked at Ma Weizhou with a squint, and then she saw a red room card on the front desk counter. She had seen that card before. At the birthday party, the hotel manager used this card to open the restaurant door. There were 3 big words on the room card: Master Control Card. While the waiter was on the phone, Lulu stood on tiptoe and reached out to get the card. In the blink of an eye, the Master Control Card came to her space. "Wait for the waiter to finish the call," Lulu asked. "Which room did they just go to?" The waiter shook his head. "Madam, we can't disclose the guest's information. We are really sorry. I'll give you 1,000 and tell me the room number." The waiter squinted at the camera above his head and shook his head. "Madam, please don't embarrass me. We really can't disclose the guest's check-in information." Lulu took out her ID card. "Open a room for me on the same floor as them." The waiter had no reason to refuse. So he checked in Lulu. Lulu took the card and went up to the 16th floor. When she arrived at the 16th floor, she found that Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting had disappeared. The 16th floor is the presidential suite, with only 8 rooms in total, and a night stay is 28,888 yuan. Lulu was not in a hurry. She took the room card and walked to her room. The presidential suite was indeed worthy of its reputation. The high-altitude glass swimming pool and the large balcony with floor-to-ceiling windows. The bedding and toiletries in the bathroom were all big brands. There was a free fruit plate and red wine on the table. It was also equipped with a sofa and a large LCD TV, as well as a projector and an electric massage chair. It was really a great enjoyment. Lulu calmly put all the things in the room into the space. 28,888. It would be a shame if she didn't check out. As for checking out, there was no need. In this room, she even took the bathtub bed and the mattress worth tens of thousands. The checkout time was tomorrow afternoon. It would be useless to find out by then. City A had already been closed. Besides, how could she prove that she took the bed? Lulu was not in a hurry at all. Chapter 31. She did it. She cleaned the room and the bathroom. She cleaned the shower, body wash, and hair dryer. The bathrobes were all made of mulberry silk. The 28,888 was worth it. After doing all this, she called the front desk. Your rooms are very nice. I need to book 6 more. The waiter was delighted when he heard this and began to promote Lulu to become a member. He could get a discount when he booked a room. The waiter secretly thought that if he became a member, she could get a commission. Lulu followed her instructions and became a Supreme VIP member. Then she asked the waiter to book 6 rooms for her. Lulu went down to get the room card. When she saw the room card, she ruled out 7 guest rooms. It was obvious where Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou lived. She was calm when she got here. Lulu first sent the villa password to the 3 delivery men who were doing the work and asked them to put the things in and someone would inspect them. Then she moved and cleared the things in the presidential suite. Red wine glass, fruit plate, coffee cup, small refrigerator, slippers, mulberry silk pajamas, LCD TV. Unfortunately, the suite has central air conditioning, and she can't get the air conditioning for free. Lulu cleared all the rooms. She came to the door of Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting's room without any hurry. She stood at the door and heard pleasant music coming from inside. Through the layout of the 7 suites, Lulu knew that there was a living room outside the room, and the bedroom was inside the living room. She listened to the movement and was about to use the master control card to open and catch a wave of adultery. See how Ma Weizhou would react when she was caught in bed. Who knew that just as she was about to open the door, she heard footsteps coming. Lulu saw the long corridor in full view, with no place to hide. So he took the master control card and pretended to check in and open the door. Su Pingting went out and saw her disguised in a disguised way, and saw Lulu guarding the door. So she just thought she was someone's mistress and didn't care. Fortunately, Lulu disguised herself very well during the past few days of stockpiling. Su Pingting didn't find anything unusual. After Lulu opened the door, she saw Su Pingting walk to the safe fire escape. She gently closed the door, touched the door of the fire escape, and heard Su Pingting holding the phone and talking to someone. Don't go too far. I've already given you some money. Miss Su, you're using that money to pay off beggars. You don't want me to tell Mr. Ma what you did to Miss Lu, right? I advise you not to push your luck. Even if you tell him, he won't believe it. Not to mention you have no evidence. I've already sent someone to destroy the surveillance video. Who would know it was me? Miss Su, you'd better transfer 1 million to me right now, or I'll tell Mr. Ma anonymously. And then Miss Lu, guess what they'll do when they find out? Isn't the bill you transferred to me before evidence? Su Pingting's angry voice rang out. 1 million. For the last time. Lulu was a little confused. From Su Pingting's words and tone, she could tell that she was being threatened and blackmailed. The other party wanted 1 million. But she didn't hear what the other party said. Su Pingting's footsteps rang out. Lulu casually entered a suite next door. Then, she heard the sound of Su Pingting opening and closing the door. After a few minutes, the only sound in the room was the music. Lulu opened the door of the suite she was in, and then came to the door of the room they were in. She held the master control card and prepared to open the door. but she heard a pa-pa-pa sound from inside. The sound was loud and harsh. It even penetrated the door of the presidential suite with a good diaphragm effect. Su Pingting's sweet and greasy cry made her sneer. Do you really want to go in and see the naked couple entangled in the sound and shadow? Lulu stopped and hesitated at the door. However, 10 minutes later, the sound suddenly stopped. Lulu felt bad and flashed into the next room. She leaned against the door and heard a sound from outside. Brother Weizhou, why are you leaving so soon today? Stay and accompany me. Don't make trouble. There is something at the company. I will come back as soon as I go back. Ma Weizhou turned and left. Su Pingting had no choice but to enter the room to enjoy the experience of staying in the presidential suite. Lulu felt ridiculous. She was thinking about using the master control card, taking a knife and stabbing Su Pingting to death. But she heard a knock on the door next door. Su Pingting, I know you are in there. Let me in quickly. Otherwise, I will tell Miss Lu and Mr. Ma about your good deeds. Su Pingting, who was lying inside and enjoying herself, was shocked. She was forced to open the door and let a young man standing outside into the room. Lu Liu's thoughts were disrupted by the sudden visitor. She heard the door opening and closing. So she came to the door of the room again. What are you doing? Let me go! Su Pingting's sweet voice trembled. She was pinched by Ma Donglai and pressed against the door. Lulu was frightened and took a few steps back when he heard Su Pingting's clear voice. 1 million. Otherwise you know. Where can I get you 1 million? Find Ma Weizhou. He is the son of the president of Ma's enterprise and is very rich. You could all afford this room of 28,888 per night. 1 million is just a drizzle for him. You don't want Miss Lu to know what happened at night? What would happen if Miss Lu knew that you drugged her and had someone rape her? Ma Donglai laughed. Su Pingting's face turned pale. I only have 200,000. You take it and leave first. I will find a way to give you the rest later. TSK. Since you can't take it out now, just pay it with your body. Su Pingting was shocked. Then, a charming voice sounded. Lulu frowned and took a few steps back. It turned out that what happened that night was really not a coincidence. It was Su Pingting, the bitch, who drugged her. Lulu suddenly felt nauseous. Is the man who spent the night with her the same person who is threatening Su Pingting now? Lulu was in a state of confusion, until the voices of Su Pingting and Ma Donglai stopped for a moment behind the door. She heard the conversation between the two again. Go quickly. Ma Weizhou will be back soon. What's the hurry? He won't be back today. How do you know? Ma Donglai smiled and pulled Su Pingting to continue. Su Pingting thought that it had happened anyway, so she let Ma Donglai carry her into the room. Lulu withdrew her thoughts and decided to go in and find out. She opened the door with the master control card. She quietly touched the living room, and the living room was in full view. The voices of the two people came from inside the room. Lulu touched the door of the room. She took out her mobile phone, turned off the flash and sound, and turned on the mobile phone camera function to shoot. There were constant sounds of love inside. Lulu took a few videos and was about to leave when she heard the conversation between the man and Su Pingting again. Who is better and more satisfying to you? Me or Ma Weizhou? Su Pingting and Lulu were both silent. The room fell into silence for a moment. Chapter 32 Catching an Adulterer. A few seconds later, Ma Donglai slapped Su Pingting hard on a certain part of her body. Su Pingting said helplessly, Of course you are better. Lulu was powerless to complain. Ma Weizhou finished in 10 minutes. This guy took 20 minutes. So it seems that this guy is a little better than Ma Weizhou. TSK. You are not bad either. It's a pity that I didn't sleep with Miss Lu. With Miss Lu's looks and temperament. Su Pingting was furious. When he slept with her, he was actually thinking about another woman. Especially when that person was Lulu. What's wrong with Lulu? Her figure is just like stir-fried string beans. What do you know? How can the big star Shuefei be on the same level as a borderline girl? Asshole. You actually said I was a borderline girl. Good sister. Think of a way to let me sleep with Miss Lu once. Su Pingting sneered, You are dreaming. After hearing this, Lulu learned that the man who had spent the night with her was not this man. Who could it be? With doubts, she quietly left the room and returned to the next suite. Su Pingting must not die too quickly. Lulu took out the sofa from the space and placed it in the middle of the living room. After she sat down, she found Ma Weizhou. who had been blocked by her on WeChat. Unblock and pull back. Click a video to send. 3 videos were shot. And this one was the most fierce and the clearest. Ma Weizhou, who was in a meeting at the company, was proud to see that Lu Lulu actually sent him a message. Lu Lulu still bowed his head first. As long as she bows her head, he can continue to use PUA to suppress and control her until he gets all the shares in her hands. Based on his trust in Lu Lulu, he thought that this video might just be some ordinary food and clothing sharing. However, the moment the video was opened, the woman's moan and the man's panting filled the entire conference room. All the company employees and Ma Weizhou's father looked at him. Ma Weizhou's father continued the meeting with anger, and then left. Under the meaningful gaze of all the employees, Ma Weizhou's face was livid. He endured his anger, first found his father to apologize, and then drove to the Regent Hotel at high speed. 15 minutes later, Ma Weizhou made up a room card at the front desk and walked upstairs quickly. When he opened the door of the room, he saw an unbearable scene when he entered. Su Pingting was pressed on the bed by a young man. Su Pingting! Su Pingting and Ma Donglai's white bodies froze when they heard the voice. Then, Su Pingting's face was pale, and she put on the bathrobe next to her and burst into tears. Brother Weizhou, listen to my explanation. He seduced me. Ma Donglai was stunned for a moment, then stood up slowly and looked at Ma Weizhou. Ma Weizhou saw Ma Donglai and frowned. It's you. It's me. Your woman is very powerful and good in bed. Ma Donglai put on his clothes and left without paying attention to Su Pingting. Ma Weizhou did not stop him. Ma Donglai is his half-brother. The two of them have an inseparable blood relationship. At the beginning, Ma Weizhou's father held a banquet in his hometown and married a rural woman as his wife. Soon after, Ma Donglai was born. Later, Ma Weizhou's father went into business and became prosperous. He forgot his wife and married Ma Weizhou's mother instead. Ma Donglai, who was 10 years old at the time, appeared in the Ma family. It caused a great sensation. In the end, Ma Weizhou's father had to compensate Ma Donglai. He gave Ma Donglai and Ma Donglai's mother 5 million to settle the matter. After 15 years of not seeing each other, Ma Donglai's appearance was always engraved in his heart. Think that sleeping with his woman can avenge him? Too naive. Ma Weizhou was just a little angry. There are many women with good figures and looks in ordinary families, like Su Pingting, and he can change them at any time. Brother Weizhou, everything is his. I was forced. Ma Weizhou stood up, looked at the pitiful Su Pingting, and said lightly, break up? I will give you 1 million breakup fee. Su Pingting was not willing to agree. She also dreamed of getting pregnant with Ma Weizhou's child one day and marrying into the Ma family as a rich wife. No, don't leave me. Su Pingting hurried forward to hold Ma Weizhou, but he avoided her with disgust. Don't be shameless. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Take the 1 million and get out. Ma Weizhou said these words coldly and rationally, and left after transferring the money on his phone. Su Pingting collapsed to the ground, feeling as if the world was falling apart. After a long time, she saw the 1 million transfer on her phone. She gritted her teeth and accepted it. There was no room for maneuver now, and no excuses. She became a woman as unclean as Lu Lulu. Ma Weizhou had a serious virgin complex. A man like him could not tolerate her infidelity, especially when he witnessed this unbearable fact with his own eyes. But why did Ma Weizhou let that man go so easily? Is he really so ruthless? When he saw his woman being violated by another man, shouldn't he stand up for her? Su Pingting was confused. She thought she had seen through Ma Weizhou, but she didn't expect to find out now that it was just the tip of the iceberg. After Ma Weizhou left, sitting in a luxury car at the gate of the Regent Hotel and smoking, he was waiting for Lu Lulu. Such a trick. The angle of the video. It is obvious that the person filming is inside the Regent Hotel. The people filming will not leave until the end of the play. However, he waited for 2 hours and did not see Lu Lulu. On the contrary, he saw Su Pingting taking a taxi from the hotel. Lu Lulu, who was missed by him, had returned to Jinjin Villa to collect supplies. Originally, she wanted to go out through the gate, but as soon as she walked out of the gate, she saw Ma Weizhou's car parked at the gate of the hotel. She didn't want to meet Ma Weizhou again under such circumstances. So, she chose to leave through the back door. At 3:30 p.m., Lu Lulu successfully paid 20 million yuan for the goods. There are less than 9 hours left. Hurry up. You only have 5 hours left. The 3 delivery men and their families saw this, and quickly called their friends to go shopping. Lulu harvested until 8 o'clock in the evening. During this period, she saw ice cream and freezer cabinets appear in the video. Lulu asked them to buy back all the products in the freezer of Wawuma shopping mall. The family of a deliverman directly asked his mother to contact the ice cream factory, and ordered a large truck of ice cream to bring to the villa. Lulu was almost shocked when she saw it. She was very satisfied with it, and specially sent a red envelope of 1,000 yuan to the mother of the deliverman. She, Xiaowu and Jiangyi could not finish eating so many ice cream and cold drinks even if they ate them for a lifetime. Lulu prepared 300 million to stock up supplies. But by the evening, only 150 million was spent. Among them, 15 million was paid by her credit card that she just opened today and the 2 major platforms Jidabao. She planned to spend 2 hours shopping for the remaining 150 million in her hand. Chapter 33 Auction. Regardless of whether they have spent all the money on shopping this time, they will rush back to Lin Wan Villa immediately. Lulu drove the SUV away from the villa. She just left. Ma Weizhou came to the gate of her villa. He held the phone and waited from afternoon to evening. But he did not receive any message from Lulu. So, he was anxious. He was determined to get the shares in Yunchang. He thought that Lulu was upset with him because of Su Pingting. She took this kind of video because of jealousy and love for him. So, he chose to compromise and apologize to Lulu. But when he saw that the villa was dark, his heart was cold. Ma Weizhou could not help but send a message to Lulu. As a result, a red exclamation mark appeared, and his phone number had been blocked by Lulu long ago. He tried to borrow a passerby's phone to call Lulu, but found that he could not get through. Lulu deliberately did not answer the phone, except for the numbers of the delivery men she had noted. She ignored and blocked all the phone numbers she didn't recognize. Lulu drove around the streets, thinking about going for another walk. If she didn't have enough money to spend, she would go to the gold shop and buy as much gold as she could. Just when she was worried, suddenly she saw that she was pulled into a WeChat group. There were many acquaintances in the WeChat group. They were the good people who took over her shares. The 6th floor of Guohua Hotel. The auction starts at 8:30 and ends at 10:30. Entry is by electronic invitation. The treasure manual is as follows. A total of 20 items. There are actually beautiful Chinese women who have been trained as tools. Lulu heard them talking, parked the car at a temporary parking spot, and clicked on the auction file to check. After looking for a long time, they were all antique jade, calligraphy and paintings, until she saw the 10th lot. A ring. This ring was very similar to the one left by her grandfather. There was a voice in Lulu's heart shouting that she must get this ring. She glanced at the starting price. 10 million. She didn't care to continue shopping. Her intuition told her that she must bid for this antique ring. Lulu looked at the time, and the auction would start in half an hour. She drove to Guohua Hotel. After arriving at the store, she showed the electronic invitation letter to the waiter. This kind of invitation letter is only eligible for wealthy people with assets of over 100 million. She had seen the shareholders' discussion several times in the shareholder group, but she never participated. Lulu was invited to the special elevator and went directly to the 6th floor of Guohua Hotel. When she entered, there were many people sitting in the venue. The waiter checked her identity and learned that she was from Yunshang Technology. He led her to the 3rd row and gave her a bidding number plate. The air conditioner in the venue was turned on very high, so Lulu didn't feel very hot. Each person had a separate private seat with a small table on which a fruit plate and a pot of tea were placed. During the period, the waiter came to ask if she wanted coffee or red wine. Lulu shook her head. After the lesson of her previous life, she didn't dare to drink anything handed to her by others. It's better to be safe than sorry. Soon, the bidders took their seats one after another. At 9:30 in the evening, the item that Lulu liked was brought to the stage. The starting price was 10 million. This ring is said to have originated from the Tang dynasty in history. After the waiter introduced the item, someone soon made a bid. 11 million, 12 million, 16 million. Many people bid, until someone raised a sign. 20 million. 20 million once. 20 million twice. Lulu saw the right time to raise the price. 30 million. When she raised the sign for 30 million, no one else competed. Although this ring came from the Tang dynasty, The host explained that this ring came from a beautiful love story, and was a token of love between an emperor and a concubine in the Tang dynasty. There were 2 rings in total. The other one was missing. Many people think that the antique ring is not worth the price if it is missing one. And they don't know whether this story is true. After Lulu bought the ring with 30 million, she left the venue and went to pay and pick up the item under the guidance of the waiter. Things went more smoothly than she thought. After Lulu got the ring, she found that the tight string in her mind finally relaxed. She took the ring and hurried back to the parking place. Without hesitation, she took out a needle from the space and stabbed it. And a drop of blood soaked into the ring. A flash of white light passed by. She felt her middle finger burning so badly that it seemed to melt. After a few seconds, this panicking feeling disappeared. The black dot between her middle finger also disappeared with the burning sensation. Lulu was a little panicked. The black dot with the space mark disappeared. She tried to communicate with the space with her mental power. When she saw the familiar space reappear, she finally let go of her worries. Although the black dot disappeared, the space was still there. As long as she summoned it with her mental power, she could sense it. At the same time, she found that the space had undergone special changes. In a space the size of 10 football fields, a staircase appeared in the middle of each field. The staircase was dozens of meters high, and at the end of the staircase was a white door. Lulu tried to push the door open with her mental power, but it didn't budge. She tried for a long time without success, until the phone rang. It was the alarm she set for 10 p.m. There were still 2 hours. Lulu no longer paid attention to the strange stairs and white door in the space. She drove to a 24-hour mall and asked the jewelry store employees to pack the gold. While the employees were working, she set a limit for herself to leave in an hour. She scanned the first floor and saw a store selling beauty equipment. Lulu carried a shopping basket and put all the equipment on the display stand into the basket without looking at the price. After filling 2 boxes, she asked the waiter to pay. The whole process took her 20 minutes. The clerk service attitude was very good, and he promised Lulu to help her put it in the car later. The beauty equipment cost 100,000 yuan. Lulu saw that there was still half an hour, so she quickened her pace and walked to the basement, and came to an area where supplements were placed. There were all kinds of dry goods such as birds' nests and abalone in it, and the price was not cheap. She asked the waiter to help put all the goods on the counter in the box for checkout. The total consumption was 200,000 yuan. Several waiters helped her put the things into the trunk of the SUV. At this time, the waiter of the gold shop told her that all the gold jewelry had been packed. According to Lulu's request, the waiter packed all the gold with the red belt of the gold shop instead of the red square box that took up space. All the gold added up to 50 million yuan. As soon as she paid, the alarm on her mobile phone rang. Lulu didn't delay any longer and drove to the suburbs of City A to evacuate. She still had 120 million yuan left in her bank card. But it didn't matter. This trip was worth it. She took a picture of the quaint ring. On the way back, Lulu saw that many shops were still open. So she didn't stay. She didn't stop until she came to the commercial district on the edge of City A, 5 kilometers away from Lin Wan Villa. Chapter 34 Virus Outbreak. She put the beauty instrument and bird's nest gold in the car into the space. And now the car is empty. Lulu came to a fruit stall and saw a cart of Chilean watermelons on his tricycle. How much? 5 yuan per pound. Guaranteed ripe, the boss said, handing Lulu a toothpick to taste. Lulu saw that the watermelon looked good. I want all your carts. The boss was very surprised. Quote a price. The boss hesitated and said a number. Lulu agreed without thinking. Miss, where is your home? I'll deliver it to you. Lulu shook her head. Put all the melons in my car. The boss glanced at the off-road vehicle and stuffed watermelons into Lulu's car with a smile. All the places in the off-road vehicle were filled with Chilean melons. Boss, hurry home. Okay. After selling the melons, the melon seller happily packed up and prepared to go home. Lulu said nothing more and drove away. 1 kilometer away from the villa complex, Lulu put all the melons back into the space and drove back to the villa. Jiangyi, who was unpacking a package in the yard, heard the horn at the gate, ran to the monitor at the gate, saw that it was Lulu's car, and immediately opened the gate for her. Lulu parked the car in the yard and got out. Lulu, why are you back at this time? Jiang Yi put down the utility knife and went into the villa with Lu Lulu. Lu Lulu came to the water dispenser, took a cup of warm water, and drank it all. Do you remember what I told you? The end of the world is coming. Jiang Yi was half believing and half doubting. Lu Lulu knew that facts speak louder than words. So, she turned on the LCD TV in the living room and switched to the official channel 1. Jiang Yi sat side by side with her on the sofa opposite the TV to watch the news. Lu Lulu changed several channels in a row, all of which played the same program. Emergency notice. A special virus has appeared in City A. There is currently no specific medicine for the virus. Please return home and do not go out in the past week. All highway exits and road exits leaving City A have been closed, and City A is completely blocked. Jiang Yi saw the news and couldn't believe it was true. It was fine yesterday. How could such news suddenly appear? You keep an eye on the official news. I'll go see Xiao Wu. Lu Lulu gently opened the door and turned on the night light. Xiao Wu was sleeping soundly in bed. In his dream, he heard Lu Lulu's light footsteps and opened his eyes a little. When he saw that it was Lu Lulu, the corners of his mouth curved. Lu Lulu saw Xiao Wu's smiling face and unconsciously smiled. She lowered her head and placed a gentle kiss on Xiao Wu's forehead. Xiao Wu fell asleep with a smile. Lu Lulu walked out of the room and saw Jiang Yi still reading the official news. There are only 3 points. First, City A is closed, and only entry is allowed but not exit. Second, residents are quarantined at home. The source of the virus is not clear now. Third, there is no specific medicine for the virus. Once infected, it is likely to die. Lulu, the end of the world is really coming. Lu Lulu nodded. Rest early. The supplies we have stockpiled are enough to eat for a year. Jiang Yi thought of the large amount of rice, flour, grain and oil stored in the warehouse, and felt relieved. In the past few years, she and Lu Lulu only occasionally communicated on WeChat, sending messages to congratulate each other during festivals. And she was not clear about what happened to Lu Lulu. The current Lu Lulu made her feel a little mysterious. Lulu had changed, but she couldn't tell where she had changed. Jiang Yi couldn't sleep that night. She sat on the sofa and watched the live broadcast of official news. Lu Lulu returned to the room. First used a breast pump to pump milk, and then took a bath. When taking a bath, she took the hot water and put it in a basin. The cesarean section wound cannot be touched by water for the time being to avoid inflammation. She avoided the place where the patch was applied and took a simple bath. She ran back and forth all day and was sweating all over. It took Lu Lulu more than half an hour to finish all this. She lay on the bed and fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Until 2 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Wu's crying sounded. She woke up from her deep sleep, but she heard Jiang Yi shouting, Lulu, you go to sleep. I'll take care of Xiao Wu. Lu Lulu's eyes closed again after opening. In a daze, she heard the sound of official news coming from the living room. Jiang Yi skillfully picked up the breast milk that Lu Lulu had just sucked and put into the milk warmer, and went into the nursery to feed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu had seen Jiang Yi these days, and was familiar with her face. 15 minutes later, Xiao Wu finished his night milk and went to sleep again. Jiang Yi felt a little hungry, and went to the kitchen to cook some small wontons. These wontons were made by her, and Li Jia, and her friends in the villa. There were hundreds of small wontons in the freezer, 20 in a portion, a total of 30 portions. When cooking wontons, she entered Lu Lulu's room and saw that she was sleeping very deeply, so she only cooked her own portion. Jiang Yi was holding the cooked wonton, drinking it with a bottle of iced cola. In the past, she rarely drank these junk drinks. Now the end of the world is coming. Why bother controlling body fat percentage and body shape? She had enough of these years. Every day she eats chicken breast and lettuce leaves, and then fruits, and eats less oil and salt. She endured it very hard. If the end of the world really comes, eat and drink now. After eating, Jiang Yi lay on the sofa, listening to the news, and fell asleep unknowingly. When Lu Lulu woke up, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. The pain of breast swelling forced her to wake up. Lu Lulu got up to pump milk, and the sound of the breast pump startled Jiang Yi. She saw Lu Lulu pumping milk and pushed open the door to ask, Lulu, do you want to eat fresh meat wonton? Yes. Cook me a big portion. Jiang Yi immediately got up to cook the wonton. After Lu Lulu washed the milk, Xiao Wu woke up again. She quickly warmed the breast milk with a milk warmer for a few minutes and poured it into the bottle. Jiangyi came out of the kitchen with a little wonton. Lulu. Eat quickly. I'll feed the baby. Lulu did not refuse. Her abdominal wound was aching. After Dr. Lin Fan left, she left her painkillers. But she did not use them. After the painkillers were used up, Xiaowu could not be breastfed. She could only endure the pain of the wound. Lulu sat at the dining table and blew on the boiling little wonton. She saw a pot of constant temperature warm water in the glass pot on the table. She poured a cup of warm water and drank half a cup first. Then Lulu started to eat the wonton. The TV was still on, and the official news repeated the latest news back and forth. After Lulu finished eating the wonton, she couldn't sleep. She sat on the sofa with Jiangyi, who had just finished feeding and washing the bottle, and watched the news. The latest news is that Lulu, a female star in a city hospital, died due to a virus infection and failed treatment. Lulu was not very surprised to see this news. In the previous life, the official news also reported this news. Lulu, this virus is so powerful. Will it be like in the movie that after being infected with the virus, there will be those horrible zombies? Chapter 35 Isolation. Lulu nodded. You guessed right. The virus infected the dead humans. Because of their different physiques, they will become zombies at different times. Some people slowly become zombies while they are alive, while others become zombies a few days after death. Damn! What should we do? Will there be the kind of superpowers mentioned in the novel? If we don't have superpowers, we two weak women will encounter zombies with a newborn baby. Don't worry. In a year, the authorities will lead the superpowers to wipe out all the zombies. And then we will be safe. Superpowers? Will there really be superpowers after the end of the world? How to become a superpower? Jiangyi was in high spirits and full of expectation. Lulu shook his head. To become a superpower, you must be infected with the virus. After being infected with the virus, there is a small probability that superpowers will be awakened. But most of them will become zombies. Jiangyi's expectant eyes were halved. Then, she reacted. Lulu, you know what happened a year later. You are not like what is written in the novel. A reborn person? Lulu nodded and admitted that there was nothing to hide at this point. However, she would never admit the secret of the space. I have been reborn from the end of the world a year and a half to now. I don't know what happened a year and a half later. But before the official shelter is built, the villa is very safe. Let's wait in the villa with peace of mind. This villa is very safe. The villa uses bulletproof glass and high-tech doors of Yunshang technology. Even bombs can't blow it open. The fence is very high, with barbs made of fine steel on it. When the barbs are electrified and the switch is pressed, high-voltage electricity will be emitted, making it impossible to cross the fence. A few days ago, I had someone install a solar generator with a battery, which is enough to keep the gate electrified for 24 hours. Even if someone gets into the yard by chance, the gate inside the villa is equally indestructible. Jiangyi looked at Lulu, who was confident, and said with lingering fear, Lulu, thank you. If you hadn't called me over and told me this news, I would probably still be in the gym. Jiangyi shuddered at the thought of the crowd in the gym. She was worried about the staff on duty at the gym. So she immediately sent a message to ask the security guard and the front desk on duty to go home quickly. After sending the message, she saw a lot of discussion in the WeChat group. What's going on? I have to go to the gym tomorrow to practice my mermaid line. I just came out of the gym, and the night market on the street has disappeared. I saw the urban management driving a car to drive all the vendors in the nearby night market back. And all the nearby billboards showed that everyone should go home and not go out. What are you afraid of? I'm in the bar. It's very lively. The person who said he was in the bar posted a video. And the video was full of young men and women wearing shorts and miniskirts. On the booth of the bar, a group of girls in bikinis were dancing on the stage. Wow. Brother. Why didn't you call me when you went to the bar? The beauties tonight are very beautiful. Come on. I'm in the booth. There are several big beauties. Jiangyi saw those people were asking for death, and didn't bother to remind them. She just posted a notice in the group. The gym closed for 2 weeks, in response to the official call not to go out. After posting the notice, she pulled Lulu to sit on the sofa and chat. Lulu, what will be my ending after the end of the world? You died. Lulu remembered the video Jiangyi sent her before her death. You were trapped in the office of the gym. And it was full of people who continued to exercise despite official dissuasion. They all turned into zombies. And they were zombies with physical strength beyond ordinary people after training. Jiang shuddered. And then thanks to you. Lulu. Are you the only one who was reborn? Are there other reborn people? Lulu frowned. I don't know. Then how did you die? Betrayed. Lulu said coldly. She looked at Jiang seriously. I can believe you. Right? Jiang was upset. If you don't believe me, who do you want to believe? Don't worry. Anyone can betray you. But that person will never be me. Jiang. Lulu looked at her and swore. And sighed. I hope that after the end of the world, she and Jiang will not fall out for a bite of food. At the same time, Jiang's question reminded her. Besides her rebirth before the end of the world, are there other people who have been reborn? Lulu didn't know. And it was unknown what caused her rebirth. She didn't know whether others were reborn. But Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting definitely didn't reborn. You must not tell anyone about my rebirth. Don't worry. I understand this. Lulu, if you don't spend the money you gave me before now, won't you be unable to spend it after the end of the world breaks out completely? No. I need to stock up more supplies before there are any zombies. Lulu remembered that the zombies appeared a week after the official announcement. This week is the golden time to stock up supplies. She had already stocked up enough supplies in the space that she could not use up in several lifetimes. But she could not tell Jiang. Going out now would risk infection with the zombie virus. But after the experience of the previous life, as long as protective measures are taken, the zombie virus can be effectively isolated. The virus is transmitted through droplets and then infected through the upper respiratory tract. Lulu thought of the more than 130 million that he had not spent, and nodded. We should take protective measures before we go, Lulu said, and got up and went to the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with 100 masks and protective clothing that she had placed in advance. Jiang followed her and entered the warehouse where the supplies were stored. Lulu took out the protective clothing and masks. Wait until dawn. Put on protective clothing and set off again. Jiang nodded, took the protective clothing, and went back to the room to rest. The two of them went back to their rooms to rest. During this time, Xiao Wu woke up, and Lulu held Xiao Wu and fed him milk. On June 7th, the first day that the official A city released the news of the ban, it was 6:30 in the morning. Jiang changed into the protective clothing and in 100 mask given by Lulu, put on sunglasses and a sun hat, and went to the trade center 5 kilometers away from the villa to buy new supplies. Lulu stayed at home to take care of Xiao Wu. She held the sleeping Xiao Wu, lying on the bed in the master bedroom, and turned on the LCD TV in the room to watch the news. An official expert proposed a solution. That is to wear an N100 mask to prevent infection. At the same time, major hospitals in a city were full, and there were long queues in the fever clinic. Many people even lived in the corridor and refused to leave, as if they would die if they left the hospital. However, there are still many people who have not been infected with the virus. In order to support their families and earn a little money, they go to work as usual. Chapter 36 Unbelievable. Especially the bosses of some black-hearted companies, who told their employees to go to work for any reason. Jiang went out to stock up, and she went back and forth every 2 hours. Every time she came back, the SUV was full of goods. After the goods were transported back, they were all placed in the corridor of the villa, all sprayed with alcohol for disinfection and left empty. Jiang did not enter the villa, but continued to go shopping and stock up. 3 round trips in the morning and 3 round trips in the afternoon. The corridor of the villa was full of various cargo boxes. Lulu wore a mask to disinfect these boxes. After transporting 6 trucks of supplies, Jiang returned to the yard of the villa and took out alcohol to spray all over her body. Then, she took off her protective clothing and mask, threw them all into a stone pit in the yard, poured some alcohol, and burned the used protective clothing and mask. After doing this, she stood by the well in the yard, drew a bucket of water, and washed the sweat stains on her body. Lulu had just coaxed Xiao Wu to sleep, cooked rice in a rice cooker, stewed a pot of soup with ribs and potatoes, and added a pot of shredded pork with green pepper. Come in and eat. Jiang stood at the door. Still worried, she said to Lulu, I won't go in. You bring the food out. What if I accidentally get the virus outside? I can't infect you and Xiaowu. Lulu didn't dare to guarantee 100% that the virus could be completely isolated. She nodded in agreement for Xiaowu's sake. Lulu wore a mask and found an iron dinner plate used in the canteen in the kitchen. She filled the dinner plate with soup and vegetables and brought it to the pavilion in the yard. Jiang Yi saw the delicious food and ate it up in big mouthfuls. On this day, she didn't dare to put anything in her mouth, because she was afraid that eating would infect her with the virus. She was so hungry at this moment. While she was eating, Lulu took out the camping equipment that had been put in the warehouse a long time ago. A moisture-proof tent, a small air conditioning fan, and a set of matching floor mats. After Jiang Yi finished her meal, the tent was set up. The weather in June was a bit hot. After Jiang Yi finished her meal, she washed the plate with well water and handed it to Lulu. Lulu, you can't move those boxes, so take them down slowly and put the things inside in batches in the warehouse. Tell me what you think you need, and I will continue to stock up on supplies tomorrow. Lulu really wanted to tell Jiang Yi that she had everything in her space, but in the end, she chose to keep a selfish heart and didn't say that she had a space for supplies. Jiang Yi didn't touch the disinfected houses. After eating, she turned into the tent, turned on the air conditioning fan, and laid down in the tent to sleep. She was exhausted from shopping all day, especially wearing a non-breathable protective suit. She was sweating all over, but didn't dare to take it off. Seeing her resting, Lulu slowly squatted down and unpacked the large and small cartons in the corridor. She put some of the previous batches back to the warehouse in batches. Lulu sprayed alcohol on the cartons of the last batch of supplies as usual, and then let them stand. After disinfection, she returned to the living room of the villa and went to see Xiaowu. Xiaowu was sleeping soundly, and Lulu went to the kitchen to get a meal for dinner. After dinner, she carried Xiaowu to the master bedroom where she lived, opened the bathroom door, and went in to wash her body. She had just finished taking a shower and saw Xiaowu with a pair of big dark eyes open, looking in the direction of the bathroom. Lulu walked into Xiaowu and smiled. Xiaowu, you're awake. Are you hungry? Xiaowu blinked and said in a childish voice, Mom, I'm hungry. When Lulu heard Xiaowu talking, he put his hand over his mouth, with a look of disbelief. Xiaowu, are you also reborn? Xiaowu didn't quite understand the meaning of the word rebirth, and he whispered, I'm hungry. Drink milk. When Lulu heard Xiaowu say that he was hungry, he hid his doubts in his heart and turned to the living room to get warm breast milk for Xiaowu. Xiaowu ate 50 milliliters and fell asleep with his eyes closed. He wanted to talk to his mother, but he was really sleepy. Breastfeeding and just saying a few words had exhausted his energy. Lulu looked at Xiaowu in a daze. How could a child in confinement speak as soon as he opened his mouth? Xiaowu must have been reborn too. Lulu hid her thoughts and found a hair dryer to blow her hair. While blowing her hair, she stared at her long hair in a daze. Such long hair wastes shampoo and water, and is inconvenient. Lulu found a pair of scissors and cut her long black hair short in front of the built-in full-length mirror in the bedroom closet. She cut her hair short to ear level. She had been busy stocking up before, and she forgot to find a hairdresser to cut her hair short. The short hair was cut unevenly. Lulu didn't feel heartbroken at all. In the end times, staying alive is more important than staying beautiful, and it can also protect yourself from being spotted by perverts. Lulu adjusted her uneven short hair, returned to the bedroom, and slept next to Xiaowu. In the middle of the night, she got up as usual to feed, pump milk, wash the bottles and breast pump, and put them in the sterilizer for sterilization and drying. After sucking the bottle and the breast pump, Lulu couldn't sleep. She tried to open her phone to check, and she found that the group purchase of Hungry and Mimi were still open. This reminded her that she was really brave in her previous life. Without any protection, she drove Xiaowu to the nearby commercial center to stock up. Even so, she was not infected by the virus, which can be said to be very lucky. She walked to the door of the villa, looked at the tent, and thought about it. Jiang Yi couldn't go out again. She could continue to place orders online and let the deliverman deliver the things to the entrance of the road into the villa area. The next morning, Lulu told Jiang Yi her idea. Jiang Yi thought this was a good way to avoid the dense crowds in the shopping area. So Lulu and Jiang Yi placed orders frantically on the two platforms. After placing the order, Jiang Yi drove the car over to meet the delivery man. Jiang Yi waited at the intersection and dragged the boxes of supplies into the villa with an off-road vehicle. When she passed the entrance of the villa, the security guard at the Lin 1 Villa booth opened the gate railing for her. The reason why they didn't let the delivery man deliver her to the door of the villa was to prevent her from being targeted by someone with ulterior motives. There were 4 villa groups at the intersection. Lin 1 Villa was just one of them. However, among the 4 villa groups, Lin 1 Villa had the least number of villas, the higher price, the more luxurious decoration, and the best geographical location. Jiang Yi and the delivery man parted at the intersection, and the delivery man didn't know which villa group she went to at all. The staff on duty at the security booth looked at the back of Jiang Yi's SUV in confusion. This car has been frequently entering and leaving the villa recently, which is a bit abnormal. But there are more abnormal things than this car. He has been guarding the gate of the villa for more than 10 years. And this is the first time he has encountered such an abnormal thing. In the past, only during the winter and summer vacations would some rich people drive their children and relatives to vacation in this villa. But it's very strange recently. The 10 villas that were originally uninhabited suddenly have people living in them. Chapter 37: A different change. None of these people match the names of the original owners on the list. They are all unfamiliar faces. And their aura is not small. They are not like ordinary rich people and entrepreneurs. The security guard shook his head and sat in the guardhouse playing with his mobile phone. No matter who he is, he just needs to watch the gate. Being a security guard here is leisurely, and the salary is high. Jiang Yi drove on the spacious cement road of the villa and saw many commercial vehicles parked in front of other villas. She felt something was wrong. Lulu said that before she was reborn, there were not many people here. Why are there cars parked in front of every villa now? And the people in the cars are walking in unison. Obviously a special group of people who have been trained. Lulu will not lie to her. What went wrong? Jiang Yi drove the car to the door of Building 5 uneasily. She entered the villa and told Lulu what she saw outside while moving the goods. Lulu was a little unbelievable after hearing it. Something is wrong. Very wrong. In the previous life, it was not until 3 months after the zombie outbreak that a group of people came to pry open the door of the villa complex. She hurried to the gate of the villa and saw a row of black cars parked at the gate of another villa 20 meters away from the 5th villa. What is going on? Where did these people come from? Jiang Yi stood next to Lulu. The two of them looked at the men carrying supplies to the villa and looked at each other. The men had short hair and wore black t-shirts without any logo, black overalls, and black Martin boots. Each of them wore a disc-shaped watch on their wrists. As they walked, they could sense a military temperament from a distance. Lulu stared at the discs on their hands fixed with black straps. Lost in thought. This disc was a points watch issued after the establishment of the shelter in the previous life. In the shelter, if you want to obtain supplies, you have to trade with points. And the points are uniformly managed by the official. In simple terms, points are equivalent to paper money before the outbreak of the apocalypse. This disc appeared 1 year and 3 months ago. How come this watch has just been released when the virus has just broken out? The things she experienced in the apocalypse happened in advance. Xianjiang lazy red wolf gray wolf. A ringtone rang, pulling Lulu back to her thoughts. Jiang Yi picked up the phone. Is that Miss Jiang? The goods you ordered have arrived at the intersection. Please come and pick them up. Okay. Jiang Yi hung up the phone. Lulu, I'm going to pick up the goods. You go back first. When I come back, I'll go and find out what's going on. Lulu nodded, retracted his gaze, and returned to the villa to rest. Jiang Yi ran several times. It was not until dark that she and Lulu stopped placing orders and delivering goods. 10 million yuan was spent on this day. The goods filled up the warehouse, and there was no place to put the rest. So they were temporarily piled up in the corridor of the villa. Lulu cooked the small wontons that she had packed before, and she and Jiang Yi each had a bowl. After dinner, they were in 100 masks and sat in the pavilion in the yard to chat. Lulu, have you seen these people in your previous life? Yes, they are official people. Lulu said uneasily. The timeline has been advanced. These people in the previous life came here a year and a half after the end of the world. There must be someone else who has been reborn and told the official in advance. And that person must be an official, or have some connection with the official. Otherwise, the official would not believe the words of returning from the end of the world so quickly. Jiang Yi comforted, What are you afraid of? That's an official. The place where we live is right in the middle of the villa. With the official's escort, the safety factor is very high. Lulu shook his head. In the previous life, this was the official's headquarters. The villa I lived in was exchanged by the official for points and a small independent room. The official will not let the two of us stay here. As Lulu was talking, the doorbell sounded at the gate. Jiangyi got up and walked to the gate. Through the monitor, she saw a young girl with short hair standing at the door. Hello. I am a staff member of the A City Police Department. Is it convenient for me to come in? Jiangyi heard her introduce herself, opened the door of the villa, and invited her in. Hello. My name is Zhou Yining, the head of the logistics department of the A City Police Department. Lulu frowned at Zhou Yining, who had dark skin, short neat hair, and a masculine look. Why is it her? Zhou Yining, the famous head of the logistics department of the Lin 1 shelter in the previous life, in charge of the allocation of materials and housing resources for the entire Lin 1 shelter. At the beginning, Zhou Yining also came to negotiate and lobby for the villa where she lived. In the end, the villa was taken over by Zhou Yining under official control. At that time, she urgently needed cold-proof and warm-keeping materials, as well as food and antipyretic antibiotics for children. The extreme cold a year and a half later caused Xiao Wu to have a fever. The high fever lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It happened that the officials came to Lin 1 Villa Group and found that she was still living in the villa. At that time, she was desperate to try all kinds of treatment. The officials proposed to arrange for her to live in an ordinary house behind Lin 1 Villa Group and give her 3 months of food and water. Most importantly, they could provide her with hard-to-find antipyretic drugs. Lulu, who had lived in a small house for a year and a half, had no bargaining power. She could only give up the villa worth tens of millions, because she knew that this villa was impossible for her to keep without power. Fortunately, she had a space to hide supplies. She hid the food and water given by the officials in the space. She and Xiao Wu moved to the high-rise residential house arranged by the officials and lived with 5 survivors. The room was a 5-room house converted from a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom house. If a survivor wants to rent a room, he needs 100 points a month. The room given to her by the officials does not require points and has permanent residence rights. Lulu thought that with a stable residence and her own efforts, she could survive well. However, with a child, she could not do many tasks. During an outing, she met Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting, who came to the Lin 1 shelter to seek shelter. They offered to help take care of Xiao Wu. Naturally, they moved to the small room where Lulu and Xiao Wu lived, and several people lived together. Lulu and Xiao Wu slept on the bed. Su Pingting and Ma Weizhou slept on the floor. At that time, in order to thank them for helping to take care of Xiao Wu, Lulu often shared the food she had hidden with them. Who would have thought that it was because of food that she and Xiao Wu's lives were ruined? Lulu recalled the past and laughed at herself. It was her fault that she trusted Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting. I thought that with the help of Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting, they could live better together in the end times. Who knew that this pair of dogs and men had hooked up with each other early? Hello, ladies. Sorry to bother you so late. Zhou Yining smiled faintly at Lulu and Jiangyi, who were in a daze. Lulu was called back to her senses. She frowned and looked at Zhou Yining. Don't be polite. What do you want to do? Chapter 38 Conditions. When Zhou Yining negotiated with other villa owners before, she introduced herself and was well received. Those wealthy people were in awe of the government. They had to deal with the government when they did business. When they heard that the government wanted to requisition the villa, they quickly agreed to resell it. And the price was very affordable. She didn't expect to hit a wall with Lulu. Madam, to be honest, I came here on behalf of the Hailan country government and want to talk to you about the villa requisition. Don't worry. We will give a reasonable price and won't let you suffer a loss. Oh, what is a reasonable price? According to the market price of 20 million. We will buy your villa in full. Lulu shook her head. She didn't know why something that would happen a year and a half later would happen in advance. But she had to get a suitable reward. Otherwise she would not sell the villa at a low price. Ms. Zhou. Look. What is that? Zhou Yining was puzzled and looked along Lulu's line of sight. When she saw the well in the yard, she was very surprised. According to the information provided by the mysterious man, there will be a long period of water shortage after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Drinking tap water in the city will cause diarrhea. However, mountain spring water that has been filtered through layers can be drunk. If the apocalypse is really coming as predicted by the mysterious man, the value of this well cannot be underestimated. This well alone can save the lives of countless people. I have a deep affection for this well. It was specially built for me by my grandfather when he was alive. Lulu made up a lie without any regret. Who made this Miss Jo cheat her when she was purchasing supplies in her previous life? She was supposed to live in a separate house, but she ended up sharing it with 5 families. Her villa became the core area of the shelter after it was established, and its value is immeasurable. Jo Ening narrowed her eyes slightly. Madam, your grandfather's friendship is indeed worth more than 20 million. So, I will personally add 1 million to the official budget. Ha! Only 1 million. She didn't believe that Jo Ening in front of her didn't know the value of this well. Lulu walked to the gate of the villa and pointed at the steel spikes on the wall. Miss Jo, what are you looking at on this wall? Jo Ening, with her good eyesight, saw the anti-theft spikes on the wall and said disapprovingly, "This is just an ordinary anti-theft steel spike. Could it be that these steel spikes were also specially customized for you by your grandfather when he was alive?" No. No and no. Lulu shook his head. These steel spikes were indeed customized for me by my grandfather. In addition, these steel spikes are electrified, Lulu said, turning on the power supply on the rainproof corridor of the gate. Instantly, the steel spikes on the wall made a crackling sound. Jo Ening was shocked. I didn't expect that the defense of this yard was so strong. The steel spikes were actually electrified. Lulu smiled and said, Miss Jo, these steel spikes can run for 24 hours after being powered on for 1 hour. This set of security technology equipment is a unique product of Yunshang technology, including the floor-to-ceiling windows you see. They also use super bulletproof glass that is far superior to ordinary glass on the street. Jo Ening could tell that the petite lady in front of her wanted to raise the price of the villa. She could afford the price. It would be money soon. All official currencies would lose their function after the end of the world. Money is just a number. Even if Lulu asked for 100 million, she could still give it to him. Madam, your villa is really nice. I will personally apply to the government and give you a requisition price of 22 million. Lulu cursed secretly. Jo Ening, the head of the logistics department, was really evil. The government made arrangements in advance. She guessed that someone in the government must have been reborn and foresaw the end of the world in advance. They treated her as an ordinary, ignorant, and resentful person. The end of the world has already begun to show signs. What's the use of such a small amount of money? A week later, the zombies broke out completely, and everything was gone. Ms. Jo, actually, what I want to say is that money is not a problem. I am not short of money. I don't plan to sell this villa either. This is the ancestral villa left by my grandfather. I can't let him down. Jo Ening frowned and looked at Lulu steadily. Madam, everything has a price. So, you name a price, and I will try my best to meet it. Lulu walked into Jo Ening, looked up at her pair of shrewd phoenix eyes, and said calmly, I don't want money. If you don't want money, what do you want? I want a villa in Linwan Community behind Linwan Villa. Jo Ening shook her head subconsciously. Linwan Community has been taken over by the government. As early as a week ago, all residents moved out. The government has specific plans for Linwan Community. Miss Jo, I grew up here with my grandfather, and I have a very deep affection for this place. If you want my villa, then exchange it for a 1-story house in Building 5 of Linwan Community. You won't lose if you exchange a house for a villa. Jo Ening listened to Lulu's words, looking at her from head to toe. Did this girl know something in advance? Otherwise, why would she want the house in Linwan Community? The house is right next to the planning center of the shelter residence. Madam, I am sorry for being so presumptuous. I haven't asked you what your last name is. My last name is Lu, and my name is Lulu. Miss Lulu, do you have relatives working in the government? Jo Ening asked tentatively. Lulu smiled. Yes, Officer Jo. Don't fool me. I know that the end of the world is coming. Jo Ening was stunned. She didn't expect Lulu to say the 4 words the end of the world is coming so directly. Fortunately, this is inside the villa. There are no other people nearby. Once the public knows about this, it will cause serious panic. This week, the authorities have taken action to mobilize food from the National Granary Base and make overall plans to save more people at the beginning of the apocalypse. Officer Joe, I won't beat around the bush. If you want my villa, you can. The premise is that I want 200,000 points and 2 single apartments. The apartments are independent, and I don't live with anyone. The minimum standard is 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom. If I can't meet this requirement, I won't leave the villa. Joe Eaning calculated in her mind. Linon community can accommodate 3,000 households. And residential buildings will be built around the community in the future. There is a house with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom in Linwan community. This kind of room is reserved by the authorities for scientists and people who have contributed to the shelter. Even she doesn't have the right to live there. Chapter 39 Moving. The most important thing is that the villa where Lulu lives is located right in the center of the villa complex. She must obtain the right to use this villa and use it as the base center of the shelter. As the head of the logistics department, no matter what means are used, the villa complex must be taken down. The people living here are the most important core technical and command personnel of the official, and there must be no mistakes. As for the ancestral well and ancestral protective power grid mentioned by the girl named Lulu, these things can only be said to be icing on the cake. There are many official technicians. Water wells like this can be drilled in countless numbers in minutes. Power grids are better than nothing. With insulating clothing, these power grids are just a mere formality. For ordinary people, this villa does look indestructible. But for them, it's just a trick. The added value of these things is far less important than 200,000 points. 200,000 points is really exaggerated. She has no right to agree immediately. Which guy inside leaked the news? If she catches him, she will never let him go. This Lulu in front of her even knows the points. Even she just got the smart identity watch today and learned about the points. Ms. Lu, I need to report your conditions to my superiors. After Zhou Yining finished speaking, she said goodbye to Lulu and Jiang Yi and left the villa. Lulu looked at her back. Not in a hurry at all. Her villa has a good location, so it doesn't matter whether she trades it or not. If she trades it, she will not lose 200,000 points. These 200,000 points are many times higher than the value of the villa. In addition, the official well-decorated apartment is not much less safe than the villa. The 2 apartments together are at a disadvantage in terms of area. However, with the compensation points, she actually made some money. All the villas nearby have been requisitioned by the government. She and Jiang Yi are stubborn and will be criticized by the survivors who support the government in the future. As for the well, she had already prepared natural and pollution-free well water for her family of 3, which would not be used up for 200 years. The well is actually just an added value. These things are just excuses for her to get more points. Besides, the reason why she wants 2 small apartments is because she has a space. And she lives in the same room with Jiang Yi for a long time. It is difficult to use the resources in it. Jiang Yi has a good relationship with her. However, she died because of the space in her previous life. And she must not be discovered in this life. When she is better, she will live separately from Jiang Yi. Lulu, the end of the world is really coming. Jiang Yi was 100% sure that the news of the end of the world was true. The police officers in City A all came over. No, I have to go stock up on supplies. Jiang Yi was like a chicken blood. Lulu, it's still early. There must be shops outside that are not closed. Lulu looked at the yard of boxes of supplies and had a headache. The small warehouse in their villa was already filled with supplies. There was no place to put so many. But she still had more than 100 million left. Let's act separately. 2 cars can carry more supplies. Remember to take protective measures. Jiang Yi remembered the group of men she had seen, all wearing masks and sunglasses. It seems that the authorities have long known how to prevent the virus. She nodded and put on the mask, sunglasses, and hat that Lulu gave her. Jiang Yi couldn't wait to drive and leave the villa at night. Lulu no longer hesitated. Put on the protective suit, put the sleeping Xiao Wu in the baby box, and fixed it in the back seat. She took Xiao Wu and drove to the commercial center together. If she and Jiang Yi were together, it would be inconvenient to stock up, and her space must not be exposed. The 2 drove out of the villa area one after the other. The security uncle at the gate of the villa felt strange after seeing it. Recently, there are more and more cars entering and leaving the villa, and it is becoming more and more frequent. And his workload has also increased unprecedentedly. Lulu and Jiangyi arrived at the commercial center, and some shops nearby were still open, especially at the gate of a third-rate university nearby. There are many small vendors selling food. Lulu and Jiangyi's target is not this kind of no small vendors. If it were normal, they would patronize and taste the taste. Now that the virus is broken out, you can no longer touch unpackaged food. Lulu, I'm going to the south. Okay, I'm going to the north. The two agreed that one would go shopping from the south to the north, and the other would go shopping from the north to the south. Lulu found a convenience store in the north that was still open. This convenience store is a national chain store, open 24 hours a day. Lulu took a shopping basket at the door of the store and went in to shop. When she entered the store, it was 11:30 p.m., and there was no customer in the store. This was just convenient for her to shop. She first came to the two large freezers in the convenience store yesterday and put the various drinks in the baskets. After 10 trips back and forth, she finally emptied the two freezers of iced drinks. These iced drinks will stay cold when placed in the space. It is very good to take out a bottle and drink it in the hot summer. After Lulu finished shopping and checked out, she asked the store cashier to put all the things in the trunk of the SUV. The clerk felt a little strange when he saw Lulu's shopping behavior. Is it because of the recent official news that this girl is so crazy about stockpiling? In recent years, there have been frequent reports of this kind. Every time there is a report, many people fall into stockpiling and consume crazily. He has seen it several times and thinks those people are stupid. How could the end of the world come? The clerk secretly complained in his heart. But his hands and feet were very nimble to stuff all the drinks into Lulu's SUV. While the clerk was moving the goods, Lulu continued to sweep the items on the shelves. The things in the convenience store yesterday were very mixed, but they covered daily necessities. She saw some stationery, banknotes, computers, notebooks and other things, and swept them all into the shopping cart. When Xiaowu grows up, he still needs to learn to read and write. It's better to stock up on these things for a safer future. Lulu bought out 1/3 of the supplies in the entire convenience store, and drove away only when the SUV could no longer fit in. She drove the car to a blind spot where the surveillance camera was located, and took back all the supplies in the car. Then she went to another nearby Johnson convenience store to shop. This Johnson store, like yesterday, is a national franchise store. Similarly, after shopping for a full car, she went to the blind spot where the surveillance camera was located to collect the goods. For dozens of times in a row, Lulu cleared out all the goods in the Johnson convenience store in the north and the two convenience stores yesterday. In particular, she packed up and bought all the fresh milk, yogurt, ice cream, and other foods in the refrigerators of their two stores. When she drove away for the last time, she saw the cashiers of the two stores restocking the shelves. Lulu did not intend to empty all these goods. There must be boxes of inventory in the warehouse behind the convenience store. These goods were left for the residents living nearby. As the saying goes, don't be too extreme in life. After visiting these two stores, Xiaowu woke up. Lulu took out the constant temperature breast milk prepared in the space and fed Xiaowu. After feeding, Xiaowu fell asleep quickly. Lulu closed the car door, sucked the milk, poured the milk into the bottle, and stored it in the space. After doing this, she drove and swept the commercial street in the north, and then swept the commercial street in the east. Jiangyi did not have the space inherited from Lulu, so she could only fill the car again and again, return to the villa to unload the goods, and set out again to the commercial street to stock up on supplies. Lulu took this opportunity to sweep all the convenience stores on this commercial street. It was just dawn, and the students and residents living nearby woke up and started a new day of activities. Lulu saw the crowd gradually emerging on the street and drove home. It was the morning rush hour, and she didn't join in the fun. It would be bad if she ran into a virus carrier. Lulu drove a truck of goods back to the villa. Jiangyi was immersed in the joy of moving the goods. When she found Lulu coming back, she ran over to help unload the goods. When she moved the goods down, she always felt something was wrong. She asked, Lulu, you didn't buy this truck of goods tonight? Lulu nodded woodenly. Yes, there are too many things, and I am dazzled by the selection. Jiangyi shook her head helplessly. Lulu, you are really Lu. Now is an extraordinary period. Put food into the shopping cart when you see it. Don't care about the price. And don't need to be picky. Chapter 40. Take care of your baby with peace of mind. Okay. I'll remember that. Lulu chuckled shyly. Jiangyi looked disappointed. After unloading this truck of goods, I'll continue to stock up on the commercial street. It's rush hour now. There are a lot of people. Wait until after the rush hour. Jiangyi thought it made sense, and gave up the idea of continuing to stock up. She unloaded the goods from the trunk, and carried them one by one to the living room. Lulu got out of the car holding the sleeping Xiaowu. A few minutes later, she returned to the room, put Xiaowu on the bed, and went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, she woke Xiaowu up to feed him. When Xiaowu fell asleep, Lulu took out a fresh meat bun, a tea egg, and a cup of soy milk from the space. She hurriedly finished this breakfast and fell asleep next to Xiaowu. 3 hours later, Xiaowu woke up and murmured. Lulu heard the sound and picked up Xiaowu to feed him. While feeding, she was thinking. Last night, she visited all the convenience stores on the commercial street. There was no need to visit other stores. She was not considering taking the risk of going out to stock up supplies for the time being. The supplies in her space were enough for her and Xiaowu to lie down. After feeding Xiaowu, Lulu transferred 1 million to Jiangyi. Xiaowu needs someone to take care of him. I'll leave the stocking up to you. Jiangyi saw the funds transferred by Lulu and patted her chest to guarantee. Lulu, don't worry. I will never let you down. I will take care of such a small matter as stocking up supplies. Then I'll leave it to you. Lulu sent a cute emoticon package. Afterwards, Lulu drew the light pink blackout curtains and continued to rest on the bed. On the other side, Jiangyi clicked to collect the payment, and then drove back and forth between the trading center and the villa complex. Lulu rested and took care of the baby in the villa. Every time she slept for 3 hours, Xiaowu would wake up once. Until the evening, Jiangyi was still going back and forth to stock up, and she was never tired of it. Lulu rested up enough, put Xiaowu in the mobile baby box, and took Xiaowu to the living room. She sat on the sofa, and the baby box where Xiaowu slept was leaning against the sofa. Xiaowu's little face was chubby, which made her unable to help but smack and kiss him. Lulu picked up the remote control, turned on the official channel 1, and watched the latest news. Emergency broadcast. The zombie virus is spreading rapidly. Please ask residents of City A to isolate at home. Do not go out unless necessary. The Community Neighborhood Committee will add staff to arrange the distribution of supplies. The news broadcast also showed the scene of staff delivering supplies. In the picture, there was no one in the center of City A. Overnight, the bustling streets that were once crowded with people seemed to have become an empty city. The official reporter continued to report. The people of City A responded to the official call, and no pedestrians were seen going out on the streets. The reporter broadcast live on the spot, praising the high efficiency of the official work and the strong mobility of the people. However, the next second, a group of young non-mainstream men and women walked towards the reporter. Is this a TV interview? Let me show my face. I want it too. I want it too. The TV station's live broadcast reporter saw this scene and immediately turned around awkwardly, asking the cameraman to turn the camera. Then, the outdoor live broadcast was cut off. Lulu couldn't help but sigh. There are really brave people who are not afraid of death. In such an extraordinary period, they are still wandering on the street. She turned on the news live broadcast, got up, and went to the kitchen in the east to boil water. While there is enough electricity in the apartment, she quickly boiled some water for backup. Lulu took out 3 kettles from the space, filled them with well water in the yard, and plugged them into boil water. In her spare time when boiling water, she found an extra-large rice cooker to steam rice. The water used for washing and steaming rice was all natural well water in the yard. She only planned to use tap water for washing. The quality of tap water is not as good as natural well water. This tap water can be used for daily washing dishes and vegetables. Because the first stage of the virus, according to reliable information after the end of the world, the virus is infected through droplets and upper respiratory tract. And tap water will not cause viral infection. Lulu steamed a large pot of rice. She used the mental power in her consciousness to communicate with the space and found a box of disposable packaging boxes in the space. Too much steamed rice. Definitely not enough to eat today. She only reserved the amount for her and Jiangyi tonight, and packed the rest in a takeaway box and put it in the space to keep it fresh. The rice is still hot from the pot. When you want to eat it, take it out at any time without heating it. Lulu continued to steam rice, and repeat the action of packing rice. When she did this, the kitchen door was closed, so there was no need to worry about Jiangyi coming back and seeing this scene. Moreover, Jiangyi was completely immersed in stocking up at this time, and she never stepped into the living room. In order to save time, she always unloaded the goods into the yard, and then hurried outside. Lulu was worried that she would be too busy to eat, so he sent a message to Jiangyi, asking her to have dinner first after unloading the next trip. Jiangyi replied okay. Half an hour later, Jiangyi entered the password Lulu told her at the gate and drove into the villa. Lulu heard the noise and put all the takeaway boxes in the kitchen back into the space. She took the dinner plate and put the prepared dinner on the dining table. Jiangyi took off her protective suit in the yard, threw it into the iron bucket in the yard, disinfected it with alcohol, and then burned the used suit and coat. She came to the living room and ate dinner like a whirlwind under Lulu's gaze. Just put down the bowl and chopsticks. Jiangyi took protective measures and drove to the commercial market. She felt that time was getting more and more urgent. In the largest supermarket nearby, all the vegetables were sold out, and the remaining vegetables were either bad or the price doubled to a sky-high price, and no one bought them, including the grains, oils, and fast food she had stockpiled before. All doubled in price. Jiangyi increased the speed of the car and rushed to the trade market like a flash of lightning. There are many nearby residents who stock up like her. Yesterday, the residents did not care. But after they found that someone was secretly stockpiling goods and many things on the shelves were empty, they followed the trend and shuttled between various convenience stores and vegetable markets to stock up supplies. Lulu said that the first place where the doomsday virus broke out was the First People's Hospital of City A. So City A could not go. The suburbs are still safe at present. She must seize today's golden opportunity and stock up quickly. Lulu watched the plate after she finished dinner. For dinner today, she made beef kelp soup and a stir-fried vegetable. Jiangyi finished eating, and there was still a large part left. Lulu ate dinner and washed the dishes leisurely. Then, she poured the freshly boiled well water into a large iron pot and stored it in a corner of the space. Then, she fed Xiaowu and wiped Xiaowu's body with a wet towel. After Xiaowu fell asleep, she went to the kitchen and continued to steam rice. One rice cooker was too inefficient, so she found 2 other large rice cookers in the space. She used 3 large rice cookers to steam rice together. Chapter 41 New Home. While the rice was steaming, she turned on the dew light in the yard and stared at the piles of cardboard boxes in the yard. It would be difficult to store so many supplies in a short time. So Lulu picked up a utility knife to open the boxes. She unpacked all the supplies that Jiangyi had stockpiled. Then she unpacked all the boxes of supplies piled in the corner of the living room. After 2 hours of tossing and turning, Lulu was so hungry that she drank up the beef and kelp soup in the thermos and ate a small portion of rice. Then, she continued to work. Half an hour later, all the boxes were unpacked by her. Jiangyi was only concerned with stockpiling supplies. When she saw the boxes of supplies in the yard being unpacked, she whispered, "Lulu, you just gave birth to a child. Take care of yourself. Keep these things, and I will come back to sort them out after I finish stockpiling supplies." Lulu nodded in agreement. However, after Jiangyi left, she continued to work. Store them according to the types of supplies. Lulu stored some of the repetitive daily necessities that she didn't need in the space. Here, there were all supplies. It was hard to find more or less. She did this because so many supplies would definitely not be used up within a year, and the space could keep them fresh. As long as they were placed in the space, they would not expire. When Jiangyi needed something, she would take it out. Otherwise, once so many things were discovered, it would be easy to be envied by others. Lulu used the space as a medium to transport all the supplies in the yard to a secondary bedroom in the villa. The warehouse could no longer hold them, so she had to vacate another room to store supplies. This villa has 5 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 3 bathrooms on the first floor, and an extra-large landscape balcony. She and Jiangyi each lived in a room with a private bathroom, and the other 3 rooms were empty. There were only wardrobes, desks, and a basic bed inside. With the help of the space, Lulu slowly moved all the cartons in the yard to the living room and bedroom. Jiangyi returned to the villa and saw the decreasing number of supply boxes. She persuaded again, Lulu. If your wound breaks open, where can we find a doctor? Listen to me. Leave all these jobs to me. Lulu looked at Jiangyi with a worried face and said helplessly, okay. If you do these jobs while I'm stockpiling supplies, I won't go out. Don't worry. I won't move these things again. Jiangyi got Lu Luoyo's repeated assurances and drove to stockpile supplies again. Lulu looked at the latest batch of more than a dozen large cartons, and reluctantly returned to the living room and put the steamed rice and the 2 rice cookers into the space. This time, she did not choose to pack lunch boxes. After several hours of moving and cooking, she was really overworked. The wounds on her back and stomach were aching with pulling pain. Lulu was no longer stubborn. She pushed Xiao Wu's baby box and returned to the master bedroom to wash and rest. A busy day and night was over. Jiangyi returned to the villa in the early morning. Lulu sat with her in the living room. Jiangyi panted heavily. Lulu, how many days are left before the zombies attack? 2 days. Today is June 10th. The first corpse will be transformed into a corpse in 2 days. Starting today. Don't go out to stock up supplies. I learned the time of the first zombie outbreak from official news. This time is uncertain. Jiangyi nodded when she saw the living room and the yard full of supplies. These supplies are definitely enough for us to live for several years. The two were chatting when the doorbell at the gate of the villa rang. Jiangyi got up to open the door. Outside the door stood Zhou Yining, who had short hair and a slightly tired look. Jiangyi opened the door and invited her into the villa. Zhou Yining stared at the cardboard boxes in the yard for a moment. Finally, her eyes turned to Lulu. After a night of investigation, she couldn't find out who the insider who leaked the news was. Because she had investigated Lulu, she didn't have any official background. Both parents and grandparents had passed away. She also investigated Jiangyi, who was with Lulu. Neither of them had an official background. So, how did they know about the end of the world and points? Zhou Yining was very curious about this secret. She and Jiangyi entered the villa. Jiangyi was very polite to the official staff. She invited Zhou Yining to sit down and made her a cup of instant coffee. Hello, Miss Lu. Hello, Officer Zhou. Lulu smiled. Officer Zhou, did you agree to the conditions I proposed this time? Zhou Yining's expression was a little stiff. She took out a contract and 2 newly developed high-tech watches from her briefcase. Miss Lu, our leader agrees to the conditions you proposed. This is the villa transfer document. You just need to sign and confirm it. Zhou Yining pushed the contract in front of Lulu. Lulu picked up the document on the table, glanced at it, and signed his name. Zhou Yining put away the signed contract and handed over the watch. Miss Lu, it's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Lulu asked. Where are the keys to my 2 small apartments? Zhou Yining looked a little surprised. Miss Lulu in front of her knew about the end of the world and points. Didn't she know that the doors of small apartments were opened with watch authentication? Miss Lu, the keys to your apartment door are these 2 bracelets. These 2 apartments are on the same floor. The apartment has 2 units per floor. And you live on the 12th floor. Lulu picked up the bracelet to check. This black bracelet is very similar to a watch, but it is smaller and has a design similar to a sports bracelet. In her previous life, she had one, so she was not unfamiliar with the operation of the bracelet. She turned on the bracelet, bound her face and fingerprint, and the balance interface of the bracelet showed 200,000 points. Lulu checked and found everything was correct. She asked in confusion, can this bracelet really open the door of the apartment? Zhou Yining patiently explained. Yes, these 2 bracelets have special codes. The door of the apartment corresponds to the bracelet code. Without the bracelet, the door cannot be opened. If you are worried that you can't open the door because you forgot to bring your bracelet, you can do fingerprint and face recognition verification after entering the apartment. You can also open the door of the apartment through fingerprint and face. So that's how it is. I understand. Zhou Yining stood up and pointed to the supply box in the living room. I will arrange for someone to help you move these supplies to the apartment. Jiangyi immediately expressed her gratitude when she heard it. Officer Zhou, you are really a great person. I was worried about how to transport so many supplies. Lulu didn't react much to Zhou Yining's help. She understood that Zhou Yining was urging them to move, because the zombie tide is coming soon. You go and pack up. I will arrange for someone to come and help immediately. Zhou Yining left the villa. Soon, She found a team to move the supply boxes to the villa. A very strong-looking man got out of each car. Chapter 42. Leave it alone. I'll do it. They had shaved heads, wore blue medical masks, and wore black overalls and short-sleeved shirts, looking very energetic. Jiang Yi's eyes were full of stars. Just because this group of people stood in the villa, the momentum was really cool. Even if she didn't see the real faces of those people under the masks, she felt her heartbeat speed up, as if she was in love. None of the fitness coaches in her gym had such a strong physique. She was so greedy for the tight muscles vaguely revealed under the men's black t-shirts. How did these people train? If there is a chance, I really want to find them to learn from them. Lulu looked at Jiang Yi's crazy face and thought of herself in the past. When the official personnel of the shelter arrived, she saw this group of people, and they looked like this. Such a good figure. Such a good temperament. Who can resist? What to resist? However, after experiencing betrayal, she has become immune to this type of man. No, not just this type of man, but all men, because of Ma Weijia's betrayal. When she sees a man now, she will assume that there are 4 big words written on their foreheads. I am a scumbag. This feeling of being persecuted once, and then looking at everything with fear, has deeply affected Lulu. Lulu stared at the group of people expressionlessly, watching them quickly move the supplies stored in the villa to the car. Soon, all the supplies they stored in the villa were moved to the official truck. As for the furniture, Zhou Yining said that Lulu would leave it to the official personnel. She said, in the apartment, we have prepared a full range of daily necessities and household appliances. Lulu thought about it, and agreed to leave the original furniture in the villa. Except for the ancestral ring. The other things in the villa didn't matter. Lulu carried a backpack with things that Xiaowu needed. She and Jiang Yi drove their own off-road vehicles, and followed the team that helped move the supplies. 2 hours later, Lulu and Jiang Yi came to the 12th floor apartment of Building 5 in Linwan Community, which was officially allocated. The apartment is 50 square meters, with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom, in the form of a loft. The height of the loft is not depressing. Ms. Lu, the height of the loft apartment in Linwan Community reaches 8 meters, and the upper floor is designed with a loft, excluding the height occupied by the additional stairs. The average height of each floor is more than 3 meters. You and your friends will not feel depressed living here. The apartment is well decorated, ready to move in, and all household appliances are provided. Lulu and Jiang Yi looked at each other after listening to Zhou Yining's introduction. They were very satisfied with the apartment. At a glance, the dining room, open kitchen, living room and balcony were all in sight. Zhou Yining took them to see the bathroom and bedroom respectively. The bathroom was separated into dry and wet areas, and it was equipped with a bathtub and shower, which was very nice. And it was a bright bathroom. The bedroom was also simply decorated, with a wardrobe, bed and dressing table. The curtains were light yellow. In general, upstairs was a rest area, with a small cloakroom, 2 bedrooms, and an independent dry and wet separated bathroom. Downstairs was a leisure living area. There was a shoe cabinet entrance at the entrance, a study on the left, and an open kitchen on the right, with a dining table and chairs. Further ahead was the living room sofa and coffee table. The washing machine is placed on the fully enclosed transparent glass balcony, which is very convenient for drying clothes and has good lighting. There is a small bathroom under the stairwell where you can go up the stairs. It is no problem to wash and go to the toilet. The room is decorated in a simple forest style. Ms. Lu, the furniture in this room is all environmentally friendly materials, and it has been used for 2 years. After professional testing, there is 0 formaldehyde in the room. You and your children live here, which is very safe. Lulu was relieved to hear that there was no formaldehyde. Xiaowu is too young to live in a house with high formaldehyde, which makes it easy to get sick. Zhou Yining's introduction dispelled her last concerns. Ms. Lu, the design and style of these 2 apartments are the same. One facing northeast, and the other facing southeast. You don't have to worry about the lighting problem. As for your supplies, I have someone put them at the elevator entrance, and you will have to sort them out yourself later. At present, there are only 2 of you living in this apartment. Please sort out the supplies in the elevator corridor as soon as possible. We are not responsible for any loss. Do you have any other questions? Lulu and Jiang Yi shook their heads. Zhou Yining completed her mission and turned to leave. After she left, Jiang cheered. Lulu. This apartment is really nice. Yes. It's not bad. After Jiang cheered, she said to Lulu, you take a rest first and take good care of my godson. I'll go to sort out the supplies. Officer Joe said he is not responsible if they are lost. If they are really stolen, it will be a big loss. Jiang said, ran to the corridor, picked up a utility knife to unpack the box. Lulu looked at Xiao Wu in her arms. Xiao Wu was sleeping soundly. She gently held Xiao Wu and put him on the sofa in the living room of the apartment. Lulu did not try to be brave. She lay on the chaise longue of the sofa, lifted her pure white t-shirt, and revealed the medical patch that Dr. Lin Fong had applied to her. It had been 10 days since her cesarean section. The patch could be removed. Originally, it could be removed in a week. But Lulu was always worried that the wound had not healed. So she waited a few more days. She lifted the medical patch on her stomach, revealing a brown scar. The scars were all scabbed, and scar removal cream could be applied. Lulu looked at the door of the apartment, and Jiang was sorting out supplies with her back to her. Then, she looked around the apartment again. For the sake of caution, she chose to reach into the backpack she carried with her, and actually took out a scar cream from the space. She slowly applied the scar cream to the wound. After applying the medicine, she lay flat on the chaise longue, slowly closed her eyes, and fell asleep. This time, she slept very deeply. When she woke up, she looked in the direction of Xiao Wu, who was looking at her with his big black eyes. Lulu glanced at the time and found that she had slept for 3 hours without realizing it. Xiao Wu must be hungry. So she reached into her backpack, took out the fresh thermos bottle in the space, picked up Xiao Wu, and fed him milk. When she held the child, the wound in her lower abdomen was affected, and she couldn't help frowning in pain. Lulu endured the pain and fed Xiao Wu milk. After feeding, Xiao Wu smiled at Lulu and fell asleep in her arms. Lulu put Xiao Wu on the sofa, stood up, went to the corridor outside the door, and sorted out the supplies with Jiang. Lulu, don't move. Let me do it. Jiang found Lulu bending over and shouted urgently. Lulu grimaced in pain when he bent over. She still overestimated herself. These days, she stockpiled supplies, all relying on painkillers. I didn't use the medicine prescribed by Dr. Lin today. Once the effect wore off, I felt really sour. Chapter 43 Rest. Rest. Fortunately, this pain is similar to the most painful time of my aunt. She could barely bear it. Jiang rushed to Lulu and stretched out her hand to help her stand up. I'll leave the supplies to you. I'll go to the kitchen to cook for you. Jiang nodded. She found an insulated foam plastic box and put all the wontons in the box into the refrigerator of the apartment. Lulu took out 2 wontons, went to the kitchen, and put the wontons in boiling water to cook. The kitchen came with a brand new pot, which she simply cleaned and used. After a while, the wontons were cooked. Lulu put the wontons in 2 large white porcelain bowls. Come and eat. Jiang heard the voice and moved a box of laundry detergent to the idle study on the left side of the apartment entrance. The study was filled with various supplies she brought in. Jiang put down the supply box, came to the dining table, and ate with Lulu. After dinner, Jiang continued to work. After the study room of the southeast-facing apartment where Lulu lived was full, she moved the supplies to the northeast-facing apartment opposite. After an afternoon of moving, all the supplies in the corridor were received in the 2 apartments where Lulu and Jiang lived. In the afternoon, Lulu used a small noodle press in the space to press a lot of noodles. Hailan country's technology has entered an advanced era, and she also used a noodle press to make noodles. All you need to do is add water and flour in appropriate proportions. She fried a plate of green pepper and bacon, and stewed a pork rib and lotus root soup as usual, accompanied by freshly made noodles. It was dinner for her and Jiang. After dinner, Jiang changed Lulu's bed sheets and quilt covers, sorted out Lulu's frequently used skin care products, and left. Lulu closed the door of the apartment and carried Xiao Wu to the room on the 2nd floor. She put Xiao Wu, who was sleeping soundly, on the bed to rest, then turned on the air conditioner in the room with the remote control, and went to the independent bathroom next to the bedroom to wash. After such a long time, the wound finally scabbed completely, and she could take a shower. This time, She took a very comfortable shower. Before, she could only wet her handkerchief and wipe her body. Taking a shower also washed her hair, which had not been washed for 10 days. After washing, Lulu changed into mulberry silk pajamas and dried her hair with a hair dryer. She returned to the bedroom. The temperature in the bedroom was a suitable 26 degrees, which was very comfortable. Lulu lay on the bed, staring at Xiao Wu's face in a daze. Xiao Wu really doesn't look like her at all. Her appearance is very good. It is impossible that she didn't inherit it. It is said that sons are generally born to look like their mothers. But why doesn't her son look like her at all? According to the law of genetic survival of the fittest. Is Xiao Wu's father better than her in terms of external conditions? Xiao Wu looks very cute. Like a doll. She has seen many children online. A child like Xiao Wu is definitely qualified to endorse children's products. Lu Liu's evaluation is objective. And there is absolutely no filter for her mother. Alas! Xiao Wu. The virus has already broken out. The identity of the strange man at night is a mystery. And it happened to be the end of the world. In this life, my poor Xiao Wu is destined to have no father. It doesn't matter. Your mother can raise you fat and white all by herself. Lulu. With hope for the future. Kissed Xiao Wu on the forehead. She slept for a few hours in the morning. And she is not sleepy now. So, she took out her mobile phone and checked the news online. You won't know until you see it. It's shocking. On the well-known TikTok app, the top search on the hot search list is news about virus. City A is locked down. It's over. The end of the world is not really coming. Is it? It's very likely. Because there's nothing on the shelves of the convenience store downstairs from my house. Who says it's not? I heard that City A was locked down. So I went to the supermarket downstairs to stock up this morning, and was lucky to grab the last box of small umbrellas. You're still grabbing small umbrellas at this time. I'm different. I grabbed 2 packs of cigarettes. I can go without food for 3 days. But I can't go without smoking for a day. TSK. Smoker. If you don't stock up on food, you'll starve to death. You won't starve to death. Don't worry. I live in a high-end community here. And the property lady has been delivering supplies to me every day these days. These supplies are enough for me to eat for more than half a month. Hee. It's only been half a month. And what I stocked up at home can last for a year. An anime avatar with an IP address in City H posted a comment with a picture. In the picture, there was a pile of rice, flour, grain, oil, and other fast food products in a room. Wow. You all stocked up. But I didn't stock up anything. No. I'm going downstairs to stock up now. As the situation fermented over a week, more and more people rushed to the vegetable market, supermarkets, and convenience stores to buy things. A city official saw this phenomenon and issued an emergency notice to appease the masses. When the masses saw the official news rushing to the hot search, their originally panicked hearts eased. But, not long after the official news was released, in the first people's hospital of the city, a doctor was broadcasting live. And the content of the live broadcast was horrible. In the corridor of the hospital's infection department, people screamed and ran away. A beautiful face covered in blood was transmitted to the mobile phones of netizens across the country through the doctor's camera. Fuck. Isn't that the big star Lulu? It's really her. Her breasts are so big. Isn't this really a gimmick for filming and publicity? Blood. Messy black hair. Fair face. And looming holes. Slurp. I suck. I'm fine. Brothers, go first to show respect. You are so brave. You can even go. I'm scared. Countless TikTok users rushed to the doctor's live broadcast room. Through his mobile phone camera, he could clearly see the female star Lulu walking slowly in the corridor of the hospital. Her original clothes were stained with blood. In the tearing, the clothes were barely hanging on her body, revealing her spring scenery. Many people who didn't know what was going on were watching the excitement. But most people, when they saw this scene, had a premonition that something was wrong, and rushed to the nearby shops downstairs, rushing to buy supplies like crazy. In the Tremolo live broadcast room, the male doctor broadcast live for a while, saw the big star Lulu leave, pushed open the door of the hospital office and ran out. However, as soon as he left the office, the patients who had just been infected in the ward smelled the smell of fresh food, bumped into the door of the ward, and chased the male doctor. The male doctor was scared to death when he heard the movement. He rushed to the elevator in a panic. When the elevator opened, the elevator was full of zombies, and they rushed towards him quickly. Ah! A scream. The male doctor's mobile phone fell to the ground. The onlookers heard the tragic screams and realized that the end of the world had really come. The officials of City A knew that the matter could no longer be covered up. So an emergency notice was issued. Affected by an unknown virus. The first hospital of City A has fallen. If you find that your relatives have signs of a cold, they are likely to be infected with the virus. Please isolate them and do not contact them. Chapter 44. Accept this great gift. As the official news of City A was released, the entire City A fell into dire straits in the following period. People in other provinces and cities were panicked and started crazy shopping. Lulu saw the overwhelming panic and worry information and was helpless. The transmission route and source of the virus remain a mystery. Even if she told other people in advance and posted crazily, she would only be regarded as a lunatic or a psychopath. Fortunately, someone leaked the news in advance, and the official shelter was established a year in advance. She did not have such a big ideal, nor was she a super savior. She was just an ordinary mother who just wanted to survive the end of the world with her children. As for saving people, it was just a joke. In the previous life, she only saved 2 relatives she thought were the closest, but suffered such a fate. She didn't want to meddle in other people's business anymore. She saved Jiangyi because Jiangyi was her childhood playmate. In the previous life, when Jiangyi was facing the death situation surrounded by zombies, she did not forget to remind her to hide. Jiangyi regarded her as her most important friend. She couldn't just watch her and do nothing. Even if she chose to save Jiangyi, she would always stay sober. Apartment. Asked for 2 rooms. If she was alone, she would definitely choose a large flat community with a better environment. She was selfish, but she had to be selfish in order to survive. Lulu continued to watch TikTok, watching several videos in a row, all about the end of the world, and the close-up photos of the miserable state of the female star Lulu. The speed of internet communication was very fast. In a short while, keyboard players left messages under the official video. At the same time, people in many places in City A found that people around them had signs of coughing and fever. They hurriedly called ambulances and begged the hospital to send people to treat them. However, all major hospitals were busy, and the infection department was full. Many doctors had to stay in the hospital to continue treating patients and saving lives in order to fight for their lifelong iron rice bowl. Some doctors in private hospitals were not afraid of death. They believed that there would be a solution to the virus, and that the difficulties were only temporary. They charged extra treatment fees and admitted those suspected of being infected with the virus to the hospital. There were also some people who were unwilling to go to the hospital after being infected and had no money, so they could only stay in the room to isolate themselves. As the rumors of zombies in City A broke out completely, the number of virus-infected people in the neighboring city expanded. In the hospital, countless patients infected with the virus had no medicine to treat them, and lay on the bed praying that the doctor could save their lives. However, for most people, waiting is waiting to die. Lulu sighed helplessly. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. It was a strange call. Lulu rejected all the strange calls before. After that, he never received a strange call except from the deliveryman. She guessed that the call must be from Ma Weizhou. Before she answered the phone, the other party hung up. Then, the stranger sent her a text message. Lulu, are you okay? I seem to be infected with the virus. Can you come to see me? Lulu, I miss you so much. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Did you ignore me because you knew that I was with Su Pingting? Lulu, I really miss you. Until the last moment of my life, I realized that the woman I loved most was you. Please, come and see me for the last time. Okay. Lulu looked at the text messages that kept coming in. Expressionless. Really infected with the virus? She didn't believe it at all. In his previous life, Ma Weizhou was not infected with the virus. He came to Linwan shelter alive and well. Damn scumbag. He still wants to deceive her at this time. She wanted to see what the damn scumbag was keeping secret. Lulu held the phone and replied to the text message. Weizhou. Ugh. I'm also infected with the virus. It's really painful. I feel like I'm about to become a zombie. Ma Weizhou was sitting on the sofa with his parents thinking about what to do next. He wanted to try and get some benefits from Lulu. As the phone vibrated, his face darkened. Son, what did Miss Lu say? She's infected with the virus. Hey, son! I think you shouldn't go after her. She's infected with the virus. If we go to her villa, we'll definitely be infected by her. It's better to wait at home and wait for official rescue. Dad, you don't know that Lu Liu's villa is a single-family house in a prosperous area of City A. There are very few people living near the villa. The villa's security system uses products from Yunchang technology, which is very safe. Dad, we must move. But she's infected with the virus. We'll be infected if we go. Ma Weizhou thought for a while. Dad, don't worry. Wait a few days until Lulu becomes a zombie. And then we'll move to her villa. Lulu, don't be afraid. I'll come to you right away. Even if I die, I want to die with you. Ma Weizhou said nonsense that he didn't even believe. And then got to the point. Lulu, what's the password for the door of your villa? I'm already leaving. Lulu saw the message and laughed. Weizhou, come here first. I miss you too. I'll open the door for you when you come. Ma Weizhou had no intention of going there now. He just wanted to get the password for the door of Lu Liu's villa. When Lulu died, he could take over the house and hide in it for refuge. Lulu, stay in the room and tell me the password. I'll open the door and find you. Lulu thought of the empty villa. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Go ahead. Don't you want to go in? What would it feel like to go in and see that there was not even a hair inside? Lulu was looking forward to it. She didn't continue to tease Ma Weizhou and told him the password for the villa door. Then, she saw many homeless people on TikTok who were suspected of being infected with the virus and were kicked out of their homes by the landlord. So, Lulu took the initiative to add their contact information, provided the address of Jinxin Villa, and told them the password for the villa door. Those wandering virus carriers had nowhere to go, and they were ecstatic after seeing the news. Some wanderers remained skeptical and did not go to the villa. Other wanderers chose to try their luck. Among these infected people, only 1 in 10 survived. The physical fitness of those who survived will be greatly improved. The people living in the villa survived, and it was difficult for Ma Weizhou to stay. The people in the villa died. What greeted him was a crazy zombie. I hope this gift will be liked by the dead scumbag. Lulu smiled, turned off the light of her mobile phone, and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, she got up to feed Xiaowu and continued to rest. Repeated 3 times until dawn. Lulu received a WeChat message from Jiangyi. She glanced at the sleeping Xiaowu and got up to open the door for Jiangyi. Lulu, try it quickly. I cooked a bowl of egg noodles. Lulu swallowed her saliva when she saw the delicious egg noodles. Chapter 45, Throwing Out the Garbage. She invited Jiangyi in. Jiangyi closed the door and had breakfast with her. The two chatted for a while. Jiangyi suggested making more wontons and dumplings and freezing them in the refrigerator. Lulu nodded in agreement. Jiangyi returned to her place, found the fresh vegetables and side dishes she bought, took out the fresh meat she bought from the refrigerator, and pushed it to the kitchen of Lu Liu's apartment in a camper. The two prepared the dumpling fillings together. Just as the fillings were ready, Lulu heard Xiaowu's cry from upstairs. She went upstairs to feed Xiaowu, then carried him downstairs and put him on the sofa to rest. Jiangyi brought the prepared wonton skins and dumpling skins to the dining table. Lulu sat with her to make dumplings. Soon, they made a bunch of dumplings and wontons. The refrigerators of both apartments were filled with dumplings and wontons of various flavors. For dinner, they ate wontons from the whole family and tried some of each filling. It tasted very good. As for what to do with the dumplings and wontons after the power outage, Lulu was not worried. The government had taken over the place in advance, and the apartment building had already installed enough solar generators and storage panels for daily use. Moreover, the power outage would not occur until 1 month after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Even if there is a power outage, there is still the official solar energy installed as a backup. The two finished dinner. Jiangyi sat on the sofa and said, Lulu, your wound still needs time to heal. I checked, and it will take at least 56 days. I will cook and take care of you and Xiaowu for these 56 days. Jiangyi's words were sincere. Lulu didn't hesitate to say, Okay, I want to eat fried dumplings tomorrow morning, with old vinegar and chili peppers. Old vinegar is okay, but chili pepper is not. Eating chili peppers is not good for the baby. Got it. Then don't eat chili peppers, Lulu said, approaching Jiangyi and taking off the identity bracelet on her wrist. I'm not polite. And you don't have to be polite to me either. Officer Zhou gave me 200,000 points. And I'll give you some of them. Jiang Yi saw the light in Lu Liu's eyes. And her heart warmed. She knew that if she didn't accept the points, Lulu would say, "If you don't want the points, then I don't want you to take care of me and Xiao Wu." Jiang Yi took the bracelet and didn't refuse. She didn't know, at this time, how much wealth 100,000 points were. Lulu, have a good rest. There is a second bedroom upstairs in this apartment. I'll take Xiao Wu to live in the second bedroom. Jiang Yi didn't wait for Lulu to refuse, and carried the sleeping Xiao Wu upstairs to make the bed. Lulu didn't stop Jiang Yi from living with her. Her wound was still painful. After 10 days, only the outer layer of the wound had recovered and scabbed. But the inner layer had not yet healed completely. She didn't sleep well the whole night after taking care of Xiao Wu yesterday. Jiang Yi took Xiao Wu away to take care of him, so that she could have a good rest. Lulu got up and went back to the master bedroom upstairs to rest. She brushed the vibrato for a while as usual. At 8:30 in the evening, she finished pumping milk and put it in the small refrigerator upstairs in the apartment to keep it fresh. Then she laid down to sleep early. Jiang Yi stayed up late to take care of Xiao Wu and feed him milk at night. In his confusion, Xiao Wu heard Jiang Yi's voice. He could feel that Jiang Yi's tone to him was very gentle, and it was very similar to the tone when his mother spoke to him. Xiao Wu felt full of security. He did not resist Jiang Yi, and ate milk and went to sleep obediently. Jiang Yi did not sleep after feeding Xiao Wu. She could not sleep at all. The zombies of the end of the world appeared, which made her very curious about the situation of other people. Jiang Yi brushed the vibrato all night, and was still in high spirits. She got up, made breakfast, and brought it to Lu Liu's room. Breakfast was fried dumplings. Lulu finished eating, sucked milk, and went back to sleep. Jiang Yi washed the dishes, took care of Xiao Wu, and brushed the vibrato. With her help, Lulu lived very comfortably in the following days. Jiang Yi helped her take care of the baby, which really helped her a lot. Online, as the zombie incident fermented, more and more zombies appeared in the streets and alleys of the city. All the people were scared by the Walking Dead downstairs and dared not go out. The official immediately formed a rescue team to kill the zombies. There were many panic remarks on the internet, but the official seemed to have been prepared for a long time and quickly controlled the zombies wandering in the streets and alleys. Lulu and Jiang Yi stayed indoors for several days, staying in the apartment to take care of the baby. In the past few days, in addition to following the latest news on the internet, they were also studying recipes. How to preserve food for a longer time became the direction of their research. Jiang Yi learned the technology online to dry some uneaten vegetables and make them into dried vegetables that can be preserved for a long time. Lulu was stopped by her from doing any work that would cause fatigue. Under Jiang Yi's meticulous care, she really lay down. Every day, she woke up to eat, watched the baby after eating, played vibrato, continued to eat, and continued to sleep. Xiao Wu's food, clothing, and daily life were completely taken care of by Jiang Yi. She lived a comfortable life. However, a week later, she found that she could no longer wear the size M clothes she used to wear. After giving birth, she had difficulty wearing size M clothes. After a week of feeding by Jiang Yi, she really couldn't wear size M clothes at all. Lulu immediately weighed herself, and her weight increased by 7 pounds in just 1 week. It soared at an average rate of 1 pound per day. Lulu could see with her naked eyes that her face in the mirror had become rounder. She decided to reduce her food intake and find opportunities to exercise. Jiang Yi didn't let her do strenuous exercise. With nothing to do, she could only walk around the apartment and take a walk. That evening, Lulu was walking around the apartment and saw a pile of garbage in the kitchen. So she told Jiang Yi to go out and throw away the garbage. Seeing that she was bored this week, Jiang Yi decided to go out with her. "I'll go with you," Jiang Yi said, and found a camper in the apartment. Put a cushion and air conditioning blanket underneath, and then put Xiao Wu in. The two pushed the camper and took the elevator downstairs. In the evening, the sunset dyed the sky red. In the blue sky, a few birds flew over, and the white clouds were leisurely, which was beautiful. "What a beautiful sunset," Lulu said with emotion. "Lulu, look, there seems to be someone in the sunset." Jiangyi looked up at the sky and pointed at a black shadow above their heads. Lulu squinted and looked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow became bigger and bigger. It's a plane! A private small plane. Jiangyi also recognized that someone drove a plane here. She and Lulu were stunned. During this period, Zhou Yining arranged for some people to move into the apartment. Most of them drove over with a full car of supplies. The group of people looked unusual, either rich or noble. However, this was the first time that they had come here by plane. Lulu and Jiangyi were very curious about who was in the plane. Buzz buzz buzz. The small helicopter circled in the sky and landed in the middle of the large square in front of Linwan community. Chapter 46 First Meeting. After the plane landed, a man came out soon. The man was wearing a black leather jacket and jeans. From a distance, the man could be seen standing like a pine tree, tall and slender, with his own style. When the man came closer, Lulu could see clearly that his leather jacket was open, and inside was a pure white t-shirt. The man had a neat short haircut, and because he was wearing a blue mask, his face could not be seen clearly. Lulu estimated that the man was at least 1.8 meters tall. Lulu, that man is so attractive. Jiangyi stared straight. Lulu was a little absent-minded until the man stood in front of her and Jiangyi. Hello. May I ask, which way is Linwan Community Building 5? Jiangyi was stunned. Lulu was stunned. Hello. May I ask, which way is Linwan Community Building 5? Xiao Jiao saw them in a daze and greeted them again. Lulu got goosebumps when she heard his feminine voice. This low and clear voice. It was not like the sound of the male audio anchors on tremolo, who were clamping their buttocks. The man spoke without any affectation, as if he was supposed to speak like that. Just this one sentence made Lulu and Jiangyi confused. Jiangyi's face, which had been tanned, showed a blush, and it was the effect of the tanning that made it impossible to see the redness on her face. She was so excited that she stretched out her hand and replied, Hello. I'm Jiangyi. Xiao Jiao. The man slowly uttered 2 words and gave his name. Lulu trembled all over. It was clearly a hot summer evening, but when she heard this familiar voice, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. That night, that man, that voice. Lulu turned his head and looked behind the man's ear. On the right ear, there was nothing. On the left ear, there was a brown-red birthmark. A boom sounded in Lulu's heart. It was really him. It turned out that his name was Xiao Jiao. Are you asking about Building 5? We just live in Building 5. Let's go. I'll take you there. We'll be neighbors from now on. Xiao Jiao listened to Jiangyi's excited chattering, but didn't say anything. He looked at the camper pulled by Jiangyi. The camper was open, and Xiao Wu was lying inside, smiling, sleeping peacefully. The moment Xiao Jiao saw Xiao Wu, he couldn't help but frown. How could this child look so similar to him? It was almost exactly the same as his childhood photo. Xiao Jiao looked at Jiangyi with a meaningful look. Is this your son? Jiangyi nodded. Yes. This is my godson, nicknamed Xiao Wu. He looks cute. Godson? Yes. Godson. I am Xiao Wu's godmother. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao looked down at Lulu, who was silent on the side. The little dwarf in front of him lowered her head, and he could only see the top of her black head. What's your name? Lulu was silent. Jiangyi was crazy about her and introduced. She is Lulu. My friend. Lulu. Xiao Jiao silently recited this name in his heart, and he always felt that he seemed to have heard this name somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Miss Lu, are you the mother of this child? Xiao Jiao couldn't help asking. Lulu nodded. Still silent. She recognized the man as Xiao Wu's biological father, and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Xiao Jiao saw that she looked like she didn't want strangers to come in, so he didn't continue to ask. The girl in front of him, with a Lolita body and a queen temperament, is a very contradictory combination. The familiar Jiangyi next to her, with a queen body and Lolita behavior. These two people are quite interesting. Although the sleeping child in the camper looked very much like him when he was a child, he didn't take it to heart. He didn't connect the fact that Xiao Wu and he looked alike, so he would be his son. In his past life, he only had sex with a strange woman when he encountered an emergency that night. The person in charge of monitoring told him that the woman that night went to the pharmacy to buy contraceptives and took them in a corner. In other words, he couldn't have a child. There are many people who look alike in the world, and the child in front of him can't be his son. The three people had different thoughts, and they took the elevator one by one and entered Building 5 of Linwan Community. A ding sounded. Mr. Xiao? We're here. Jiang Yi and Xiao Jiao waved goodbye. Lu Lulu lowered his head, feeling confused. Xiao Jiao glanced at Lu Lulu, who was always acting like an ostrich. I live upstairs from you. What a coincidence. Keep in touch when you have time. Jiang Yi smiled. Xiao Jiao nodded, and the elevator door closed automatically. Lu Lulu walked quickly to the door of the apartment, pressed his fingerprint, and unlocked the smart door switch. Jiang Yi pulled the camper and returned to the apartment with her one after the other. Lu Lulu picked up Xiao Wu in the camper. You should have a good rest today. I will take care of Xiao Wu. After that, Lu Lulu went back to the room upstairs to rest. As soon as she returned to the room, Xiao Wu opened her eyes. Mom, I'm hungry. Lu Lulu looked at Xiao Wu's eyebrows and remembered the man she had just met. They really look alike. Busy all day long. If Xiao Wu hadn't come out of her belly 100%, she would have doubted whether this was her biological child. There are many coincidences in the world. This coincidence made Lu Lulu doubt whether she really got the heroine's script. First there was the golden finger, then a one-night stand. The other party was tall, rich and handsome. And a year later, she returned with her cub, and the father and son met occasionally. Such a bloody thing actually happened to her. Could it be that she is really the chosen one? Lu Lulu thought wildly, took out a bottle of warm breast milk from the refrigerator, and fed Xiao Wu. The space preservation function is really good. If you can't finish the breast milk, warm it up a few minutes with the milk warmer, and continue to put it into space to keep it fresh. She has read it in a parenting book. Breast milk can be stored for 4 hours at room temperature. Refrigerate for 24 hours. She has a refrigeration space that is even better than the space, so she doesn't have to worry about breast milk expiring. When Xiao Wu is hungry, he can drink fresh milk at a constant temperature of 45 degrees at any time. After Lu Lulu fed Xiao Wu, she decided not to recognize Xiao Jiao. She had Jiang Yi to help share most of the workload, so she didn't need anyone else to help take care of Xiao Wu. And she had a space for supplies, so she didn't need a man at all. Although the man looked good, he just accidentally provided a seed. There was no need to recognize each other. Lu Lulu carried Xiao Wu to the bed to rest. After a while, Xiao Wu fell asleep. Jiang Yi made fried dumplings and seaweed egg soup, and came up to ask her to go downstairs for dinner. The two finished dinner. Jiang Yi went back to the apartment opposite to organize supplies and rest. This week, she has been living in the second bedroom of Lu Lulu's side, and many things in the original apartment have not been sorted out. It was 7:30 in the evening, and it was still early. Lu Lulu couldn't fall asleep for a while, so she turned on her phone's TikTok and watched the latest videos. Chapter 47 Shopping Base Station. I scrolled through more than a dozen of them, all of which were about the official organization to eliminate zombies. It seems that in this life, the official has been prepared. At this time in the previous life, the internet in many places was disconnected. Today is June 15th, and it has been almost 2 weeks since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Many people are hiding at home, complaining that there is nothing to eat at home, and there is nothing to buy in the convenience store downstairs. Hunger has caused unrest all over the world. The most serious is the United States, where each person has a gun, regardless of day or night. Gunshots can be heard from the streets from time to time. Lu Lulu sighed. Fortunately, she was born in the Blue Sea Country. The Blue Sea Country official is very powerful. After scrolling through the vibrato for a while, Lu Lulu saw the latest official video dynamics. The official has established a large shopping base station, and each person is limited to purchasing supplies every day. The address of City A is the address of City B, the address of City C. The people who are clamoring online that they will starve to death if they have nothing to eat have different reactions to the news. Why are there only shopping base stations in the city? I live in the countryside, and I have to drive to the city. What's the point of driving? I still have gas in my car, so it's no problem to go into the city. But you tell me, there are zombies all downstairs. How can I go downstairs? It's better not to open this shopping base station. Who dares to go out at this time? There are zombies everywhere. If they find you, you will die. Hee hee. My house is just near the shopping base station. It's very safe here. The authorities have killed all the zombies within 1 kilometer of the shopping base station. No more. Brothers, the shopping base station operates 24 hours a day. I'll go first to show my respect. Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. Oh my god. I live in Xingxing Town. Is there anyone who wants to form a team to buy 10 million shopping base stations? Add me to TikTok. So we can form a team together and have someone to look after us. Count me in. I want to join. Lulu looked around. Most people complained. But at the critical moment, the official manpower was not enough to cover the entire city. Xingxing Town officials. Townspeople who need to buy supplies. Please gather at the town police station at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. As the local official survivors spoke out, the dissatisfaction of many villagers living in the 18th tier towns was alleviated. A wave of rushing to shopping base stations to buy supplies has been set off across the country. Jiangyi also saw the latest news on TikTok. Lulu, I'll go to the shopping base station first to check the situation. Okay. Pay attention to taking protective measures. Now is an extraordinary period. Okay. Jiangyi put on her 3-piece suit and drove out in an off-road vehicle. Lulu looked through the window and saw some people emerging from the downstairs of the community and driving away. She guessed that they should be the people who got the news and went to stock up on supplies. Lulu went back to bed and lay down, turned on the surveillance of Jinxin Villa on her phone, and checked the situation. Jinxin Villa was dark. Before, she saw the vagrants gathered in the villa to rest. Now, in the past 2 weeks, the only zombie cry in the villa was Aho. After seeing this, Lulu suddenly remembered that the villa had recorded Jiangyi's fingerprint. The newly built shopping base station in City A was very close to Jinxin Villa. So she hurriedly sent a message to Jiangyi and sent her the video recording of the zombies in Jinxin Villa. Jiangyi just got off the car and saw the message sent by Lulu and replied with a terrified emoticon. Oh my god. I'm so scared. I was just thinking that I'd stay at the villa temporarily because I'm tired at night. Don't go. Come back after buying supplies. Lulu warned. Jiangyi replied okay. Lulu switched back to the surveillance screen of the apartment. She was waiting for Ma Weizhou to commit suicide. She hadn't seen Ma Weizhou for several days. Now, the official has released the news of the shopping base station. And the base station is built near Jinxin Villa. She didn't believe that Ma Weizhou didn't have an eye on the villa. Just thinking about it. Suddenly, 5 cars stopped at the door of the villa. A group of people got off the cars one by one. 5 tall and mighty men got off the first car. Ma Weizhou and his parents got off the second car. People with different clothes and expressions appeared in the 3 cars behind. Lulu guessed that this group of people came for the supplies of the shopping base station. Brother Zhang, look at this villa. It's big enough. Zhang Lang looked at the magnificent gate of the villa and nodded with satisfaction. The world is in chaos now. But not completely. The government always controls most of the supplies and power. It is not worthwhile to rob people openly. First, breaking into the house by force will attract zombies. And second, you may not be able to get supplies after breaking into the house. The 29 police officers in the official police station in District C, where he worked, died in the first round of the virus outbreak. He happened to be on vacation that day and did not go to work. So he escaped the virus by luck, taking advantage of the chaos in the world. He went to the official police station to get a batch of weapons, and called a group of surviving brothers who played well with him at the beginning, and prepared to show his skills with his weapons. So he used a loudspeaker to announce the news in District C and recruited soldiers. He and his 4 brothers were all martial artists, and they were equipped with hot weapons. And soon they were supported by a group of survivors in District C. Zhang Lang enjoyed the pleasure of being a leader and being flattered and respected. Ma Weizhou's family was one of the people who surrendered in Area C. The condition for his surrender was this luxurious villa very close to the shopping base station. Brother Zhang, I'll go open the door. Ma Weizhou smiled flatteringly, walked to the door of the villa, and entered the door password he cheated from Lulu. A group of people looked at the door of the villa expectantly. Lulu saw Ma Weizhou's serval face and sneered. Was she stupid or kicked by a donkey's hoof to fall in love with such a guy? Ma Weizhou's flattering face was really disgusting. Beep. With a sound. The password was verified correctly, and the door opened automatically. Ma Weizhou entered the password and made way. Brother Zhang, there may be zombies in this villa. Before I left, There was a maid in the villa. Now it's dark. The maid may have become a zombie. What the hell is a maid? Lulu was furious. John Lang said indifferently. It's just a maid. I can kill her with one shot. Brother Lang, don't use a gun. Although the area has been cleared by the authorities, there may be other zombies in the villa complex. It will be bad to attract zombies. That's right. The officials are very close to here. It's not good for us to hear the gunshots. John Lang said confidently, Don't worry. I know what to do. He took out a tang sword he carried with him as a weapon. The four brothers next to him also took out tools, such as iron hose as weapons. Behind them, a group of people were running around with more or less tools, such as sticks and rolling pins in their hands. John Lang led the four brothers into the gate of the villa. Ma Weizhou had been to the villa. He hid behind John Lang and the other four people, and found the light switch in the villa courtyard and turned it on. In an instant, the spacious courtyard was illuminated. The zombies hiding in the corners and the living room heard the noise and gathered around John Lang and the others. Chapter 48. Very gratifying. Brother Lang, this is not good. A tall man next to John Lang said in panic. John Lang also found something wrong with the villa at this time. The facts were completely inconsistent with what Ma Weizhou said. There was more than one maid in the villa. There were more than 20 zombies. More than 20 zombies rushed out from the corner of the villa's flower bed and surrounded them. John Lang took out his gun. Brothers, the situation has changed. Get on with your weapons. The four people next to him didn't care about saving bullets. Took out their guns and shot at the zombies in the yard. John Lang and his friends were skilled in martial arts. And after one round of bullets, more than 20 zombies were shot in the head. There were only a few zombies left. John Lang called a few brothers and wielded iron tools to behead them one by one. After an overwhelming victory, John Lang's face was livid. The police station had a limited number of bullets. And after this round, 1/3 of the bullets were used. Damn it! He stared at Ma Weizhou with displeasure. Ma Weizhou was terrified. John Lang looked angry, as if he wanted to eat people. He hurriedly explained. Brother Zhang, I didn't know there were so many zombies in the villa. They must be relatives of my maid. You know, this is a critical moment. It must be my maid who opened the door for the relatives. And a group of people all turned into zombies. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Go outside and drive the car in. John Lang saw that there were followers nearby, and temporarily put his dissatisfaction with Ma Weizhou in mind. Several people walked out of the crowd and drove 5 cars into the villa one after another. Ma Weizhou just drove the car in and got out of the car, and was kicked to the ground by John Lang. Is this the mansion you mentioned? How come there is nothing in this mansion? Ma Weizhou was stunned. Impossible. He has been to this villa many times. There are several limited edition luxury cars parked in the garage of the villa, which are top-notch products that you may not be able to buy even if you have money. Moreover, the decoration inside the villa is very luxurious, and the furniture and appliances are all branded. You don't believe it? Come over and see. Ma Weizhou staggered and ran to the living room of the villa. Looking around, it was empty. He was stunned. This is not right. It has only been a few months. How come there is nothing in the villa? Ma Weizhou unwillingly went to the kitchen, bedroom, warehouse, upstairs, and underground parking lot. After a circle, he found nothing. John Lang suffered a big loss this time, and more than 20 bullets were used. He kicked Ma Weizhou in the stomach in anger. Ma Weizhou's expression was distorted with pain. He covered his stomach with both hands and looked flattering. Brother Zhang, I don't know what happened. The house must have been robbed. Ma Weizhou's face was pale, and he couldn't explain. John Lang didn't want to listen to his nonsense. He secretly remembered Ma Weizhou for this loss. He spit at Ma Weizhou and called the other 4 brothers and other followers to move the house in the car to the villa. Although there was nothing in the villa. Fortunately, it was very close to the official shopping base station, and the zombies around it had been dealt with by the authorities, so it was very safe. In addition, the villa looked indestructible, except for the lack of furniture, lighting, bathroom, etc. It was still intact. John Lang took this into consideration, and was only dissatisfied with Ma Weizhou. A group of people quickly settled down in the villa. Afterwards, John Lang ordered 2 brothers to watch the door, and took the other 2 brothers to drive out to the shopping base station to purchase supplies. Lulu saw that Ma Weizhou had only received a little lesson, and sighed inwardly. Those people entered the villa and could not see what happened inside the living room. Lulu switched back to Tremolo, continued to watch a few short videos, and turned off the phone to go to bed before 10:30. She is still in confinement and cannot stay up late every day. She had been hoarding supplies and staying up late for a long time before, and now she is taking the time to recover. Lulu reached out, turned off the night light at the head of the bed, closed her eyes, and went to sleep. Maybe because she saw Ma Weizhou being taught a lesson, she had a smile on her lips and slept happily, until she heard Xiao Wu calling her mother. She opened her sleepy eyes and got up to feed Xiao Wu at night. Xiao Wu, you are back too, right? Xiao Wu, who was feeding with his eyes closed, squinted his eyes and made vague mumblings. He was so hungry and sleepy, and he wanted to answer his mother. Xiao Wu made a few dazed responses and fell asleep. Lulu was not in a hurry to communicate with Xiao Wu. After the confinement period, Xiao Wu's awake time will be longer, and there will be many opportunities to chat with Xiao Wu. Lulu saw Xiao Wu's cute little face and couldn't help but kiss him on both sides of his face. Xiao Wu's skin was as soft as a peeled egg, and he had a milky fragrance, which was very nice. Lulu smelled the milky fragrance on Xiao Wu and fell asleep again with a smile. The next morning, Lulu got up in a daze. She changed Xiao Wu's diaper, fed him, and coaxed him to sleep. She opened her phone to check the message. Lulu. Good morning. I'm back. Send me a message when you wake up. I'm awake. Lulu replied to Jiang Yi. A few minutes later, Jiang Yi knocked on the door of the apartment. Lulu heard the sound and went downstairs to open the door for Jiang Yi. Although she and Jiang Yi were very good friends, they kept the password of the door to each other and did not tell each other. No matter how good the relationship is, a certain amount of privacy is needed. Lulu and Jiang Yi knew this tacitly. Official shopping base station. How is the situation? Jiang Yi's expression was solemn. Let's sit down and talk. Lulu made her a cup of latte, and the two sat on the sofa to chat. Official shopping base station. Very pit. Jiang Yi sighed. What do you mean? You must bring your electronic ID card when shopping. Each person has one card. The amount of supplies each person can buy is limited. You can only buy 1 week's worth of food at a time. After shopping, the ID card must be verified with the person's face. After shopping, the ID card will be saved in the official shopping system. Repeated shopping is not allowed within a week. Even if you have money, you can't buy more food. And the official shopping base station has very few categories that can be bought, and each category is limited. If you are slow, you can't grab it, so you can only buy other substitutes. This is what I bought this time. 3. Bucket of instant noodles. 7 bottles of mineral water. 20 compressed biscuits. 3 chocolates. So little? Can it last a week? Who says it's not? The official said that this is a special period. If you save money, you won't starve to death in a week. What's more outrageous is, do you know how much it costs to write something like this? Lulu shook his head and guessed a price. More than 200 yuan? Guess again. I don't know. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me now. More than 1,000 yuan. Jiang Yi sighed. It's 10 times more. You say. Isn't it a ripoff? Lulu couldn't deny it, because she knew that it was not bad to increase 10 times now. After a while, it might be impossible to buy supplies even if it increased 100 times. Chapter 49 can't be dispersed. We won't go if we can't buy any supplies from the official side. Waste of gasoline. Jiang Yi suggested. Lulu, you have a villa near the official shopping base station? Why don't we stay there temporarily? It's convenient to go back and forth. Lulu took out his mobile phone and switched to the surveillance screen. The villa has been occupied, and it's not safe there. The safest place must be the Linlan community where I live now. In the previous life, City A fell, because zombies will mutate. Primary zombies are easy to deal with. Primary zombies only have hearing and will run towards the source of the sound. And intermediate zombies have awakened their hearing and smell. As long as they smell human scent, they will chase and fight to the death. The quality of intermediate zombies in all aspects is almost twice that of ordinary people. It is impossible to solve it by force. Although the official reacted quickly and controlled the zombie groups in some areas, once those zombies develop to the intermediate or even advanced level, and can jump 3 feet high. City A will be in chaos. You know, there are still many zombies trapped in the house in City A. When the evolution level is reached, these zombies will pour into the central area. It is difficult to escape. In the previous life, Lulu saw a short video posted by some people on Tremolo before they died before they were disconnected from the internet. It was so horrible. The dark group of zombies wandered in the streets and alleys of City A. Later, the officials all moved to the blockade area outside City A, stationed outside, and gradually cleared the zombies. Many official personnel died in the battle. Later, a new type of laser weapon suddenly appeared, which could easily kill intermediate zombies. Without laser weapons, it would be a complete pipe dream for the authorities to wipe out all the zombies. Jiang Yi thought for a few seconds and agreed to continue to hide in Linwan community with Lulu. Lulu, where is Xiaowu? Upstairs. He fell asleep. I'll take care of Xiaowu. You go upstairs and catch up on your sleep. Lulu did not refuse and went upstairs to catch up on his sleep. It was impossible to sleep a full night while taking care of the child during the confinement period. She could only catch up on her sleep after Xiaowu finished eating and fell asleep. Fortunately, Jiang Yi helped, and she only had to be responsible for pumping milk. Lulu went back upstairs to catch up on her sleep. She slept intermittently until noon when she got up. Jiang Yi prepared lunch early. Lulu turned on the high-definition projector configured in the apartment and tuned to the official live broadcast screen. The two ate lunch while watching the live broadcast. The official live broadcast screen was about the official shopping base stations in various urban areas. Lulu saw some supplies in the shopping base stations through the live broadcast. Sure enough, just as Jiang Yi said, there was nothing good. They were all instant food products. She glanced at the egg and seaweed soup, a plate of pickled mustard greens and shredded pork, and the perfectly cooked white rice on the table. There is really no harm without comparison. Jiang Yi was also filled with emotion. She took out her phone and took a photo of the dining table, intending to post it on TikTok to show off. Lulu stopped her. Don't post on TikTok. Be careful of being seen by acquaintances. Now is a special period. Don't show off your wealth. After hearing this, Jiang Yi gave up the urge to post it on WeChat Moments to show off. The two finished their meal in silence. Lulu couldn't sleep because he had slept for a long time in the morning. So, she stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling balcony on the first floor of the apartment. Looking around, she suddenly saw a small helicopter parked on the open space in the community square. Lulu couldn't stop thinking about the scene of that night. The small brown-red dot behind the man's left ear made her feel a little hot for no reason. Is the air conditioner off? Jiang Yi saw Lulu's fair face full of blush, and was immediately confused. She found the air conditioner remote control, and saw that it showed a constant temperature of 26 degrees. It's on. What's wrong? Lulu felt guilty for no reason, and stretched out his hand to fan the air. Is it on? It's still a little hot. Maybe it's the hot summer. Jiang Yi felt a little strange when she saw Lulu's little action. After she finished washing the dishes, she shook off the water droplets on her hands, and stood side by side, with Lulu in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She followed Lulu's line of sight, and saw the plane in the square. Jiang Yi suddenly had an idea. She joked. Lulu, are you thinking of the top man I met yesterday? No, I didn't. You're talking nonsense. Hey, really? If you don't like that type, I'll take action. That man's name is Xiaojiu. The same name as himself. Damn top. Besides, he lives upstairs from us. Lulu was very surprised. She looked at Jiang Yi steadily. Do you like that man? Hey, who doesn't like beautiful things? Lulu's face turned pale. She knew that Jiang Yi was a bit of a nymphomaniac. Every time a new husband appeared in the entertainment industry before, Jiang Yi would talk to her for a long time. But that man, Xiaojiu, can't do it. Of course, it's not that he can't do it. She knows that he can do it. Xiaojiu is Xiaowu's father. Although she and he didn't get to know each other, they only had a one-night stand. But instinctively, she didn't want Jiang Yi to be with Xiaojiu. This kind of selfishness is really strange. Jiang Yi is her best friend, and she is really with Xiaojiu. How can she face it? Jiang Yi saw Lulu's face turn pale, and smiled. Lulu, tell me the truth. Do you like Xiaojiu? As long as you admit that you like him, I will never compete with you. No. It's not like that. Lulu looked dazed. She looked at Jiang Yi, who was half joking, and sighed. Do you think that Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiao we met have some similarities between their eyebrows and eyes? Jiang Yi's hair had 3 question marks. Xiao Jiao was wearing a mask, and she couldn't see clearly whether Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu looked alike. Why did Lulu suddenly say that? Could it be? Lulu, are you saying the man named Xiao Jiao we met is Xiao Wu's father? Lulu nodded. Jiang Yi is her best friend, so she should make it clear in advance to prevent Yi from having that kind of thought about Xiao Jiao in the future. She couldn't face that situation. She didn't want to create a gap between her and Jiang Yi because of the man. Jiang Yi smiled evilly. You guy. That man is wearing a mask. How can you tell that he looks like Xiao Wu? You like him? Just tell me directly. We are good sisters. As long as you like a man, tell me. I will knock him out and send him to you. Lulu was a little anxious and explained, I'm serious. That man is really Xiao Wu's father. Remember? I told you that the man who was with me that night had a small brown-red birthmark behind his ear. Chapter 50 Lin 1 Shopping Base Station. Jiang Yi recalled the scene at that time, only caring about appreciating the man's unique temperament, and did not notice whether there was a birthmark behind his ear. Are you going to tell Xiao Jiao to let him and Xiao Wu recognize each other? No. You keep this a secret for me, Lulu said in a panic. The man looked very handsome, but this was not the reason for her to let the man and Xiao Wu recognize each other. She would not allow a man who only provided a tadpole to take away her most important little baby from her. Yeah. Jiang Yi nodded and promised to keep it secret. Lulu and her looked at the scenery outside the window for a while, and each went back to the building for a nap. In the evening, a soft yellow sunset dyed half of the sky red. Lulu held Xiao Wu and stood in front of the huge French window of the apartment to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Jiang Yi brought the freshly prepared dishes to the table. Dinner was chicken feet for foot bathing, egg and lean meat soup, and fried peanuts. The two sat at the dining table for dinner. The latest official news was being broadcast on the huge projector on the side. All entertainment programs in Hailan Country have been cancelled and replaced with official news broadcasts from Hailan Country. The surviving Chinese people watch the latest broadcasts in front of their electronic devices every day. The official has recently opened a new shopping base station, located in Linwan Community, City A. All survivors in Linwan Community and nearby areas of City A can go to this area to exchange supplies. Bring useful supplies to the official, which can be used as currency to exchange for daily necessities. Lulu and Jiang Yi looked at each other after seeing the broadcast. Lulu, did I hear it right? There is a shopping base station here? After dinner, let's go shopping, Jiang Yi said excitedly. Lulu nodded. The two quickly finished their dinner, took their ID cards needed to buy supplies, and went to the large supermarket on the first floor that was originally built in the center of Linwan Community. Originally, there were many convenience stores and restaurants on the first floor here. Now, the official has accepted all of them, connecting these shops, connecting those that can be connected, and separating those that cannot be connected to sell items separately. Jiang Yi pushed the baby camper and came to the official food area with Lulu. They stood at the door of the food supermarket and saw a glittering sign hanging above the store. Linwan Community Shopping Base Station. Rice, flour, grain and oil area. Lulu and Jiang Yi went in together to choose supplies. As soon as they entered the supermarket, there was a row of shopping baskets on the left and a cash register on the right. There was a reminder board next to the cashier. Please bring your own shopping bags. If you need shopping bags, please buy them at the supermarket. Jiang Yi laughed. Lulu, thanks to my preparation, I saw such a reminder board at the shopping base station in City A before. We don't have to buy canvas bags separately. Well, thanks to you, we saved a lot of money. Read the reminder board carefully. If you steal one, you will be fined 10 times. And you will be blacklisted by the official shopping base, and will never be able to enter the official shopping base to shop. A mighty man in a black t-shirt reminded. Lulu and Jiang Yi heard the reminder sound and looked up to find the sound. I saw a young man standing next to the shelf behind the supermarket cashier counter. The man had a hot weapon hanging on his waist and was stalking the shelf. I understand. We are honest citizens who return lost property. Jiang Yi smiled brightly at the mighty man. Lulu looked at her and became infatuated with her. He quickly grabbed her arm and walked into the supermarket. Hey, 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 don't pull me. Let me take a closer look. Lulu shook his head helplessly. Back then, when she and Jiangyi were young and in love, they were often infatuated with each other. There was a handsome academic master in the class, and a handsome male star who was very popular recently. They often talked about it endlessly, with a spring-like look on their faces. After so many years, Jiangyi has not changed. She still has a longing for men and love. But she has changed. After wasting her time in her previous life, she no longer looks at men only for their appearance. Ma Weizhou is a dog man. Calling him a dog man is an insult to dogs. Don't trust men easily. There are too many scumbags now. Don't worry. Who knows who will be the scumbag? I am the legendary person who walked through the green leaves without getting a single leaf on me. Look at the man just now. His chest muscles and thighs are top-notch. I'll just take a look. It's free anyway. It's a waste not to look, Jiangyi said, holding the shopping basket, and said a few words to Lulu, and ran to the shelf next to the mighty man just now to choose items. Lulu saw her flirting with the mighty man and shook his head and sighed. Lang Qian Kun. The world is really going downhill, and people's hearts are not as good as before. When Jiangyi was a child, she only dared to why with her verbally and visually. Now it's all right. With the end of the world coming, this guy began to let go of herself and took the initiative to talk to men. Look at the mighty man with a serious look, and then look at Jiangyi, who is passionate and has bright eyes, as if she wants to swallow the mighty man into her stomach and eat him on the spot. Lulu treated Jiangyi as a friend, but she didn't want to interfere too much in terms of feelings. Everyone has their own emotional journey to go through. When she was with Ma Weizhou, Jiangyi reminded her, but she didn't listen. Not everyone is like Ma Weizhou, who cheated on her and committed crimes. I hope he can meet a good man. Lulu no longer paid attention to Jiangyi's teasing of the mighty man. She pushed the stroller and went to the vegetable area to buy. Looking around, there was only one potato for sale in the huge vegetable area. It seems that the shortage of supplies is far more serious than she thought. It's only been half a month, and vegetables can't be provided. Potatoes barely count as vegetables. Lulu saw the price marked on the potatoes. 250 yuan per caddy. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, 2.5 yuan per caddy would be bargained. But now it's 250 yuan. The price has increased tenfold. This is still a decision made by the authorities to prevent the survivors from gathering and making trouble. As far as she knew, when natural disasters hit in the later period, it was not suitable to grow vegetable crops. A potato, 2,500 yuan, was not in demand, because at that time, the world was in chaos, and the currency had become waste paper. Only the official points were the only new currency that could be used for transactions. She still had more than 100 million left to spend, so she bought as much as she could. Lulu saw the potato sign, which limited the purchase to 7 kilograms. It should be based on a purchase limit of 1 kilogram per week. She took 7 kilograms of potatoes and put them in the shopping cart. Then, she came to the meat area. In the meat area, there was no fresh meat, only frozen meat in the refrigerator. These meats taste like meat, but actually, they only contain a small amount of meat. They are high-tech foods made from not-so-fresh meat. She picked up a bag and frowned when she saw the ingredients list with names such as flavors, pigments, preservatives, and sweeteners. If you eat too much of this kind of stuff, you will get cancer sooner or later. She wouldn't eat it anyway, but she had to buy it so that she could exchange it with others for the supply she needed. Lulu saw that the purchase of these instant meatballs was limited to 3 kilograms. She took 3 bags. Each bag was exactly 1 kilogram, and each bag cost 500 yuan. Next, she bought all the supplies she could buy according to the order of the shelves. When she and Jiangyi came to the shopping counter to check out, they were carrying 5 large boxes. The cashier's face turned green when he saw them carrying so many things. Didn't you see the reminder? Each person can only purchase supplies for 1 week, and no more is allowed. Lulu explained, Miss, I wanted to buy according to the limit of food reminders, and I didn't exceed it. The cashier saw Lulu's pale face, and one hand was still pushing the stroller, and his unhappy expression eased a little. What you took did not exceed the maximum limit, but the categories you chose were too many. far exceeding the purchase volume of one person in a week. I think you should have just given birth to a child. In this way, you report the ID number of your child's birth permit to me, and the extra one person's share will be counted as the amount of supplies purchased for your child. Lulu didn't expect that this would work. So he opened his mobile phone, found the electronic birth permit, and reported Xiaowu's ID number to the cashier. After the cashier verified it, he paid Lulu. Only this time. You are not allowed to do this next time. I see that it is not easy for you to just give birth to a child. Next time, go to the baby supplies area for your child's weekly share. Lulu nodded repeatedly. Thank you, young lady. Okay. Next one. Jiang Yi pushed the shopping basket over. The cashier's face turned green. You can't do that. You took a week share for 3 people. I have my ID card. My family is large. The cashier asked Jiang Yi to report her ID card number. She operated on the computer for a while. And then her face turned pale. Your family is large? You are the only direct relative left in your family. No. Return the extra things. Jiang Yi was embarrassed. She didn't expect that the official cash register system was so powerful that it could even check how many people were in her family. Miss, you are kind and nice. Please be flexible. Look, there are only a few of us in this supermarket now. Please be flexible. I will never tell anyone. The cashier shook her head firmly. No. Put the extra things back on the shelf. I have surveillance here. If you don't put them back, you are not allowed to buy official supplies. Miss, can you help me? I will give you a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. The cashier was furious when she heard 10,000 yuan red envelope. Who do you think I am? I am an official after all. How can I be insulted by you like this? Are you testing me? Or setting a trap for me? Accepting bribes and taking the back door will not work here. We must follow the rules and regulations. One person, one certificate, buy a week's worth of supplies. Jiang Yi was shocked when she saw the heroic cashier lady get angry. Alas, I thought she could stock up more supplies when there were fewer people. It seems that this will not work. Officials are indeed honest and incorruptible. Lulu took an extra copy just now, but it was only approved because Xiaowu was present and had his ID card information. Jiang Yi was disappointed and was ready to return with the shopping cart. Unexpectedly, a very sharp voice came. No need to return. Give her my quota. Chapter 51. Meet again. Jiang Yi felt warm at the sound. She turned her head and looked at Mr. Wei Ming, who had just delivered the goods. He appeared behind her at some point. The cashier girl saw Mr. Wei Ming and her face changed slightly. Are you sure you want to give her the quota? Well, she took 2 more copies, which counted as my quota. I am an official staff and can get the right to purchase double supplies. In this way, she doesn't have to return the supplies. The cashier said in a low voice. Show your ID card. Mr. Wei Ming took out his ID card and scanned it for the cashier to verify. Jiang Yi was embarrassed to refuse. No. I only take 1 copy and I will return the others. As she said that, Jiang Yi took the ID card from the cashier and took a look at the information on the document. Name, Yan Feiyu. Gender, male. Age, 25. ID number, 42. Home address, City A. Brother Yin, thank you for your kindness. I am a weak woman and I cannot finish the 3 supplies. Please keep the ID card. Jiang Yi looked happy and reached out to hand Yan Feiyu's ID card to him. Yan Feiyu took the ID card stupidly. Sister, which building do you live in? I will take you there. I live in building 5. The two talked from a distance, and it seemed that they could smell the ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Lulu stood next to the supermarket, waiting for them to check out. Yan Feiyu took the supplies and helped put them into the SUV at the entrance of the supermarket. Lulu saw that the 2 of them were smiling, so he suggested going to the daily necessities store next door. Go! Jiang Yi agreed with a smile. Lulu took Xiaowu to other places. This way, she had the opportunity to be alone with Brother Yin. Lulu watched them drive away. She pushed the camper and came to another daily necessities store next door. The official limit for food supplies is once a week, and you must be present to buy it. The behavior of using other people's ID cards is not allowed, since many relatives of survivors have passed away. If this happens, using relatives' ID cards to falsify will cause uneven distribution of supplies. However, the official restrictions on daily necessities are not so strict. Almost all items can be purchased, but each person can only buy one. If you want to buy it again, you need to take the original purchased items and prove that they are indeed damaged before you can buy them again. Lulu pushed Xiaowu into the store. The area of the daily necessities store is very large, almost 3 times the size of the food supplies next door. Lulu glanced at the cashier next to her, who was also a short-haired lady. There was a Mr. Mighty standing next to him, with a hot weapon hanging around his waist. Wow. Lulu was about to go shopping when she suddenly heard Xiaowu calling. She opened the blackout mosquito screen window on the camper to check on Xiaowu. Xiaowu was sucking his fingers in his mouth, looking hungry. Lulu pushed the camper to the temporary rest area of the supermarket. She reached into the backpack hanging on the camper and took out a bottle of warm breast milk. In fact, this breast milk was the constant temperature fresh breast milk she took out from the space with the help of the backpack. Lulu sat on the sofa in the rest area, took out a milk isolating towel, and held Xiaowu to feed him. Xiaowu smacked his lips and ate with great relish. While Xiaowu was feeding, Lulu scanned the goods in the daily necessities area. Although her space had a lot of supplies, who would complain about having too many supplies? Moreover, after scanning around, she found that there were many small gadgets in it, which she had neglected to stock up. Anyway, there was still a little over 100 million. Even if the price rose tenfold, she could still take advantage of the official wool before the currency completely became waste paper. In the future, if you want to buy these things, you have to exchange them with points. After Lulu scanned around, she decided to buy one of each item. After she finished shopping, she could call Jiangyi to drive over to pick up the goods. She put Xiaowu, who had drunk enough milk, back into the camper, pushed the camper to the cashier, and took out a small cart. Lulu pulled a cart with one hand and purchased supplies along the shelf. White porcelain microwavable bowls, stainless steel bowls and chopsticks, rice cookers, induction cookers, electric fans, juicers, ice makers, pots and pans, fly swatters, mosquito nets. She purchased supplies from the last shelf. After a while, a shopping basket was full. Lulu changed to an empty shopping cart again and went back and forth between the shelves. She was immersed in purchasing supplies. Unconsciously, she suddenly found that there was a figure around her. She looked up and saw the familiar back of the man, and subconsciously looked behind his left ear. It was him. Lulu stared at Xiao Jio's tall back for a few seconds, then retracted her gaze and continued shopping. There was nothing to see, just Xiaowu's nominal father. In the future, there should be no intersection between them. Lulu looked at the shelves and picked out the goods. She tried her best to stay calm and persuade herself to be calm. However, with a burst of inexplicable panic, she could feel that Xiao Jio was walking towards her. What a coincidence. You are also here to purchase supplies? Lulu looked up and looked at him. Xiao Jio's eyebrows and eyes were almost exactly the same as Xiaowu's. That feeling was really too similar. In particular, he didn't wear a mask this time. The thin lips in the lower half of his face and the curve of the jaw angle combined the aura that was almost exactly the same as Xiaowu's. Lulu almost blurted out 2 words. Son. Yeah, what a coincidence. Lulu perfunctorily said, reaching out to take a fresh keeping box on the shelf and put it in the shopping cart. Thank you for leading the way last time. It's just a small matter. You're welcome. Lulu's tone was stiff. After she put the fresh keeping box, she remembered the location of this row of shelves and pushed the shopping cart and baby carriage to the checkout counter. Xiao Jio looked at her back and frowned. Lulu's external injuries had just healed, and the cart made her walk in a strange posture. Xiao Jio saw that she must have been injured, so he stepped forward, helped take the shopping cart from her hand, and helped her push it to the cashier. Lulu said to him, thank you. At this time, her eyes were empty, and she just wanted to leave here quickly. You're welcome. You helped me before. The two of them had a few brief conversations, which were very polite. Lulu hadn't finished shopping yet, but she didn't plan to continue shopping. She hurried to the cashier to check out, and the cashier asked her if she wanted to add a packing fee. Now there is a shortage of supplies, and the packed cartons are 100 yuan each. It's really more black-hearted than robbing money. Lulu nodded, spent 500 yuan, and bought 5 large cartons. After a while, the cashier packed all the goods and put them aside. Lulu sat in the rest area on the right side of the store and sent a message to Jiangyi, asking her to drive over to move the daily necessities. After she sent the message, she waited for a few minutes, but Jiangyi did not reply. Lulu frowned. She did not call her at this time. Chapter 52. The child she had was someone else. Jiangyi has a serious mobile phone addiction. She usually puts her phone in front of the treadmill and plays vibrato when she jogs in the apartment. It is impossible that she didn't see the message she sent. It is very likely that she is having some in-depth communication with the mighty man she just met. Lulu thought about it, and decided to take Xiaowu to rest for a while before calling. Xiaojio chose 2 boxes of supplies to check out. Before leaving, he saw Lulu sitting in the rest area. "Are you waiting for your friend?" Lulu was playing vibrato and reading the latest news. When she heard Xiaojio's cold voice, she looked up and looked at him. When their eyes met, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Lulu tried her best to stop her heartbeat from being so uncontrollable, but her heart continued to pound. She opened her mouth, and her voice was a little hoarse. "Yeah." After saying that, she coughed a few times unconsciously to cover up her embarrassment. "I'll take you there?" Lulu refused without a second thought. "No thanks. Your friend. I saw she seemed a little busy when I went upstairs. It's hot now. There's no air conditioning here. Your baby might get too hot later." Lulu's face changed when she heard that. This supermarket for daily necessities doesn't have air conditioning. There was only a floor fan at the cashier's counter. She didn't want Xiaowu to get too hot. Lulu looked at the roof of the stroller and nodded silently. Xiaojio saw that she agreed, so he took her to the open-air parking lot at the door. He was also driving a black SUV. As soon as he opened the door, Xiaojio turned on the air conditioner in the car, turned around, carefully lifted the stroller, and put it in the back seat. Lulu sat in the back seat uneasily, lowering her head, not daring to look directly at Xiaojio. Xiaojio seemed not to notice anything wrong with her, and turned back to the supermarket to carry the 5 large cartons Lulu bought and put them in the trunk. After putting down Lulu's things, there was no extra space in the trunk, so he put the supplies he bought on the passenger seat. Xiaojio started the car and drove Lulu to Building 5. Building 5 was very close to the supermarket, and it was only a step on the accelerator, and it arrived in the blink of an eye. Driving can make it easier to carry supplies. These cartons full of supplies are quite heavy. It would take at least 10 minutes to carry them back and forth just by walking. Xiaojio parked the car in the open-air parking lot under Building 5. He opened the car door and took the stroller down. Lulu got out of the car, held the push bar of the stroller, and whispered, "Thank you." "You're welcome. Go upstairs first. I'll deliver the supplies you bought to your door." Lulu thought about it and nodded in agreement. She pushed the stroller and took the elevator upstairs. Many top-of-the-line solar panels and storage batteries were installed on the roof of the apartment building to supply the daily electricity of the entire building. She couldn't enjoy such treatment in her previous life. The electricity used in the small room she lived in her previous life was charged, and each small room had an independent electricity meter and electricity card. Without the electricity card, there was no way to get electricity. The current apartment has unlimited electricity supply, and you only need to pay the points on time every month. Except for them who took the lead in this apartment. The other residents are basically official personnel. This Xiaojio can live here. It seems that he is also one of the official personnel. Lulu guessed silently and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Xiaowu's father is not a vicious person. He is an official, good-looking, and very enthusiastic. Xiaowu is lucky to have such a blood father. With the elevator ding, Lulu put away her thoughts, pushed the stroller, opened the door with her bracelet, and entered the apartment. Looking around, there was no one in the apartment. Lulu guessed that Jiangyi should have taken Yanfeiyu to her apartment next door. Lulu put down the top cover of the stroller, and saw that Xiaowu was sleeping sweetly. She couldn't help but smile and gently pushed the stroller to the sofa. Then, she came to the study on the first floor that was used as a warehouse, found some fast food products in it, and put them in a red plastic bag. Lulu walked to the door with the bag. She stood for a few seconds and just saw Jio holding the supplies she bought upstairs. Xiaojio saw her standing at the door and did not continue to walk in. He just put the carton next to the door and then moved the next carton. Lulu waited for him to put down the last cardboard box and handed him the plastic bag in his hand. "This is a thank you gift for you. Xiao Jiao glanced at the supplies in the plastic bag and could vaguely see what was inside. He raised his eyebrows and felt a little surprised. So many supplies are worth a lot of money. Does this girl in front of him know how important these supplies are in the end of the world? No. I'll just take some instant noodles, Xiao Jiao said. Took out an instant noodle, turned around and left. Lulu looked at his back, opened his mouth, but the words didn't come out. Xiao Jiao just entered the elevator, and the door of the apartment opposite opened. Jiang Yi smiled and sent Yan Feiyu out. As soon as the two of them went out, they saw Lulu standing at the door. Jiang Yi was very surprised to see the cartons at the door. She first waved goodbye to Yan Feiyu, and then walked to Lulu. Lulu, how did you move these things back? Xiao Jiao helped. Xiao Jiao. Jiang Yi had an intriguing smile on her face. After she watched Yan Feiyu enter the elevator, she couldn't wait to ask Lulu about the situation. So, you met by chance? Yes. There are such coincidences in this world. Lulu rubbed her eyebrows and felt a little tired. Yeah. Jiang Yi saw that she looked pale, so she didn't continue to ask. Lulu, you just bought supplies for a long time. Go upstairs to rest. I'll move the supplies back first. Yes. Lulu nodded. She picked up Xiao Wu, who was sleeping in the stroller, and took him to the master bedroom upstairs to rest together. Jiang Yi came to the door to move the cardboard boxes. On the other side, Xiao Jiao moved his room upstairs, and he always felt that the girl he met today seemed to have seen somewhere. He tried to recall the 10 years of his previous life. 10 years can be short or long. In the 10 years of his previous life, he met many people, but few women. Xiao Jiao carried the cardboard boxes and silently pressed the elevator floor to go upstairs. When he entered the house, he carefully thought about the name Lulu and the woman with the child. Lulu. A light suddenly flashed in Xiao Jiao's mind. This name is exactly the same as the name of the girl he had a love affair with that night. He finally remembered the name he didn't want to remember. Just because, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, he accidentally heard from a companion that the girl who had a love affair with him that night was found. Xiao Jiao couldn't remember what his mental state was at that time. He didn't go to see her in person, but asked Zhou Yining from the logistics department to inquire. Zhou Yining told him that the person he had asked to find had a fiancé and they had a child. Chapter 53. Whose child is it? At that time, he learned that the girl that night was already with another man and had a child. He suddenly couldn't tell what emotion he had. He just asked Zhou Yining to help her out and arranged an easy job for her so that she wouldn't die in the base. Later, he heard that the girl was missing. After that, he felt lonely and lost for no reason. In a blink of an eye, 9 years passed. 9 years later, a natural disaster struck, and he died in it. I don't know what the reason was, which made him return to the time before the outbreak of the apocalypse. No wonder he always felt that this girl had a sense of déjà vu, and her name sounded familiar. It turned out to be her. This child looks almost exactly like him when he was a child. Is it really the child of Lulu and another man? Judging from the time, this child is likely to have been conceived during the accident last year. It has been almost 8 months since last year. The child is likely to be his. Xiao Jiao put down the supply box and went to the bathroom of the apartment to wash up. He turned on the cold shower, took off his clothes, and stood under the shower, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, he put on a bathrobe, walked out of the bathroom, and sat on the sofa in a daze. After a few minutes, he returned to the room, changed his clothes, walked out, and came to the door of Lu Liu's apartment. Xiao Jiao reached out and knocked on the door. Jiang Yi, who was placing supplies in the kitchen, heard the sound and saw through the peephole that it was Xiao Jiao. She warmly welcomed Xiao Jiao into the apartment as a guest. Xiao Jiao looked at the decoration inside the house, which was very similar to the one he lived in. This is different from what he learned in his previous life. In his previous life, Zhou Yining said that she shared a house with 5 households. What changed all this? Jiang Yi held a cup of freshly ground coffee and put it on the table. This is the best imported coffee beans. You try it. Xiao Jiao politely took a sip of the coffee. Bitterness accompanied by the fragrance of milk. The sweetness of sugar. This is a cup of latte. The coffee flavor is very strong. Not bad. The coffee is delicious. Jiang Yi blushed when praised by the handsome guy. She was so excited that she restrained herself from being crazy and couldn't embarrass Lulu. This is Xiao Wu's biological father, so she must treat him well. Ms. Jiang, how come you didn't see your friend Ms. Lu and her child? Lu and the baby are resting upstairs, Jiang Yi said with a smile. We are neighbors. Don't call me Miss Jiang or Miss Lu anymore. Just call me Yi. From now on, he. Just call her Lu. Xiao Jiao looked at Jiang Yi's meaningful smile and felt confused. This friend of Lu was very familiar and outgoing. Also, she didn't set up much defense and just let him into the apartment. Unlike Lu, who was always cautious. When she helped him move things just now, she never asked him to come in. He also saw her defensiveness and caution. So he put the things at the door. They have completely opposite personalities. Okay. Xiao Jiao replied. Jiang Yi replied enthusiastically. That's right. Xiao Jiao struck while the iron was hot and asked Jiang Yi. Why didn't you see Miss Liu's husband? Husband? Lulu doesn't have a husband. Xiao Jiao felt relieved for no reason. What about her child? Xiao Jiao continued to ask tentatively. Jiang Yi looked at Xiao Jiao's heroic eyes and wanted to tell him the truth. But Lulu repeatedly told him not to tell Xiao Jiao. Jiang Yi said helplessly, I don't know either. Xiao Jiao was a little disappointed. Suddenly, a baby's cry came from upstairs. Wow. Jiang Yi stood up immediately. You sit for a while. I'll go upstairs to see the baby. Xiao Jiao nodded and watched Jiang Yi go upstairs. Lu heard Xiao Wu calling and immediately opened her eyes. Before she got up, she saw Jiang Yi walking in with a bottle of milk. Lu, you continue to rest. I'll feed the baby. Lu was half asleep and half awake. Nodded, and continued to sleep. Jiang Yi picked up Xiao Wu, smiled, and carried Xiao Wu downstairs to feed him. When Xiao Jiao saw Jiang Yi carrying the child downstairs, he felt his heart tighten for some reason, and his eyes followed Xiao Wu's figure unconsciously. Jiang Yi held the child and sat opposite Xiao Jiao. She put the pacifier to Xiao Wu's mouth. During the whole process, Xiao Wu did not continue to cry or shout, but just cried a few times at the beginning, and remained quiet after hearing the familiar voice. Xiao Wu held the pacifier and sucked the milk obediently. Xiao Jiao looked at Xiao Wu's profile, trying to restrain his desire to go forward and take a look. Jiang Yi seemed not to notice Xiao Jiao's burning gaze. She patiently fed Xiao Wu, then looked up and looked at Xiao Jiao. Do you want to hug? Xiao Jiao nodded. Xiao Wu was transferred to Xiao Jiao's arms by Jiang Yi. The baby is cute, isn't he? Jiang Yi observed Xiao Jiao's expression, hoping to see something from his face. However, although Xiao Jiao was very excited, his expression was always like a piece of wood, and no emotion could be seen. Jiang Yi was a little disappointed. Xiao Jiao held the child awkwardly. He looked at Xiao Wu's little face, and his heart was already full of turmoil. This is definitely his child. There is no mistake. This child looks almost exactly like him when he was a child. Xiao Jiao remembered that there was a doctor at the base. So when Jiang Yi got up to get coffee, he took advantage of the black hair on Xiao Wu's head, quickly pulled off a few strands, and kicked them into his pocket. Xiao Wu felt a pain in his head and frowned. He felt the pain for only a second, and heard Jiang Yi's voice again. So he relaxed his brows and continued to fall into a deep sleep. Jiang Yi put the added coffee on the coffee table. She looked at Xiao Jiao for a while, thinking that the hint was so obvious. He should have noticed something. Brother Jiao, Xiao Wu is asleep. Take him to bed. Xiao Jiao lowered his head, somewhat reluctant to let go. After thinking for a few seconds, he handed the child to Jiang Yi. When Jiang Yi went downstairs, she found that Xiao Jiao was gone. The coffee in the coffee cup had been drunk. Just when she was wondering, the phone in her pocket vibrated. The coffee is delicious. Thank you. Since you are busy, I won't bother you. I will visit you next time. Jiang Yi replied with an okay emoticon on WeChat. Next time you come, it's better to say hello to me in advance. Come when Lulu wakes up. It's more lively when everyone plays together. Xiao Jiao replied with a smiling emoticon and ended this WeChat communication. He put down his phone and took out a few short hairs plucked from Xiao Wu's head from his pocket. His deep eyes gradually darkened. The most accurate way to prove that Xiao Wu is his child is to rely on DNA technology. Xiao Jiao put Xiao Wu's hair in a transparent bag and sealed it. Then pulled out a few strands of hair from his own head and put them in another bag. Chapter 54 Irony. He took 2 bags of hair and drove to the villa area of Linlon community in the middle of the day, regardless of the hot weather. In the villa area, the area where Lulu lived, there was a villa that was converted into a special hospital. This villa is dedicated to serving top scientific and technological personnel and officials who have made great contributions to Highland country. The medical equipment inside is very complete. Xiao Jiao couldn't wait to take the hair and find a military doctor who had served with him and asked him to help test the DNA. Brother Jiao, I'll take care of this. Lin Fei, how long will it take to get the results? Others may need 7 days, but I only need 3 days. 3 days? Xiao Jiao still felt it was too slow, and he wished he could get the results right away. Lin Fei is a well-known doctor in City A, and 3 days may be the limit. Forget it. 10 years have passed. Just 3 days. He can wait. If this child is really his son, he will no longer be alone in this life. In his previous life, before he died, his biggest regret was loneliness. Work hard for the government and help the survivors resist natural disasters. But one day 10 years later, something happened that made all the efforts become a joke. If that day is destined to come. In the past 10 years, what he wanted to do most was to live happily with his family. Even if it was only 10 years. Maybe he would try harder in this life. Maybe he could defeat the invincible opponent that appeared 10 years later? Tell me the result as soon as possible. Brother Jiao, don't worry. I will send you a message as soon as the result comes out. Xiao Jiao nodded and said goodbye to Lin Fei. He returned to his apartment, sweating all over. The shower he had just taken was in vain. He looked at the time. It was 10:30 in the evening. He could only go to the bathroom and take a cold shower to calm down. Then he went to bed to rest according to the routine. He lay on the bed and fell asleep after a long time. In his apartment downstairs, Lulu had just woken up. The first thing after waking up was to see the baby. The second thing was to suck milk. The third thing was to feed the baby. The fourth thing was to go downstairs to eat the delicious midnight snack prepared by Jiangyi. Lulu slept for several hours and rested up enough. At this point, she couldn't sleep. Jiangyi happened to be a night owl. She and Lulu ate delicious fried chicken steaks, drank 100% juice, and watched the official live broadcast on TikTok. The two watched for a while and didn't find any new news. It was still about the promotion of the official shopping base station. There was nothing special about the official. Instead, other users of TikTok posted various short videos that kept rushing to the top of TikTok's hot search rankings. Brothers, I was trapped by zombies on the way to the shopping base station. Is there anyone who can save me? I am the owner of Fengyun Club in City A. As long as someone can take me to the shelter in City A, I will give him a small goal as a reward. Lulu watched Jiangyi refresh the TikTok video, and various videos emerged one after another. All of them were about the current situation of the masses after the end of the world. Some people stockpiled supplies early and posted videos on TikTok to show off that their supplies at home were enough to eat for a year. Some people just happened to live near the official shelter and shopping base station. This group of people posted a video to thank the official, but they were actually secretly showing off that they were living well now. Another group of people teamed up to go to the official shopping base station. They competed with the zombies on the road. Who runs faster? Zombies or cars? The worst were those who were trapped by zombies and had no food to eat. They could only post videos to ask for help from the official and leave messages under the official live broadcast platform. The official saw the message and issued a very official statement. Please wait patiently. We will arrange personnel to go to the rescue according to the actual situation. Lulu, I am so lucky to have such a good friend like you. Otherwise, I would definitely become a zombie now. Jiangyi was very grateful. Lulu smiled. We used to be friends who wore the same skirt. So this is nothing. By the way, you should also go buy some daily necessities tomorrow. We still have more than 100 million left to spend. For daily necessities, the purchase limit is 1 item per person. But there is no limit on the category. No problem. We'll go together tomorrow. Lulu chatted with Jiangyi for a while, then went upstairs to the room to rest. Half lying on the bed, Lulu couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She took out her mobile phone and turned on the surveillance video in the yard of Jingjin Villa in City A to check. This time, she happened to see Ma Weizhou and Zhang Lang, the leader of the team, arguing about something. Lulu put on headphones and turned up the volume to listen. This broken villa has nothing. You have caused us heavy losses. And you still have the nerve to propose living in the villa. Ha. Ma Weizhou dared to be angry but not to speak in the face of the ridicule of Zhang Lang and their accomplices. The other party had hot weapons in his hands, so it was impossible to say that he was not afraid. It only takes one shot. And he's gone. Brother Lang, please let me live inside for the sake of my leading the way. Look at the weather. It's too hot. If I sleep outside at night, I'll get a heat stroke. And there are a lot of mosquitoes. Zhang Lang listened to Ma Weizhou's pleading face, and his heart was calm. If Ma Weizhou changed his gender, maybe he would consider letting him open his legs and move to an air-conditioned room. Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for you leading the way, this villa is close to the shopping base station. You would have been useless long ago. One of Zhang Lang's men said dissatisfiedly. Zhang Lang glanced at the other followers who were watching. Look, I won't treat those who have contributed to our team unfairly. But he has consumed most of our ammunition, which is a serious fault. A group of followers, mostly soft persimmons, are all people who admire the strong, and they are eager for Zhang Lang to bring them alive. Faced with the decision of Zhang Lang and his accomplices, they all expressed their agreement. They had no reason to disagree. Ma Weizhou saw that group of people were trying to curry favor with the powerful, and there was nothing he could do. He could only accept his fate and spend the night in the corridor. Zhang Lang took the other survivors into the room to enjoy the air conditioning. Lulu zoomed in the high-definition camera and took a clear picture of Ma Weizhou's current state. Once, in Lulu's memory, Ma Weizhou was an image of a gentle gentleman, like a wisp of spring breeze, warming people's hearts. There was no girl who didn't like him. But these were all illusions he created in front of outsiders. In fact, he was a hypocritical hypocrite. A sinister and cunning villain who said one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. She still remembered how Ma Weizhou set up a kind and helpful personality in front of her. It was also because of this that he thought he was her destined son of destiny. At that time, she was young and innocent, and it was easy for her to get into the cage of his carefully portrayed personality. Kind-hearted? Helpful? It's all bullshit. Chapter 55 Mosquitoes. Fortunately, her grandmother taught her since she was a child that girls must respect themselves and keep themselves clean. She was young and took her grandmother's words to heart, which led to Ma Weizhou's failure to succeed. What do you mean she is noble? She won't let him touch her. Is this the reason why he betrayed her and went to other women to relieve his heat? He is obviously a complete scumbag. He is not loyal to his feelings and is calculating the Yunchang shares behind her. Isn't she also suffering from physiological torture? Why didn't she betray him? In the final analysis, isn't it selfish and greedy? Now looking back at Ma Weizhou, she looks at it rationally. That appearance is really good. Even after more than 10 days of apocalyptic disasters, you can still see that his handsome face has an inexplicably attractive temperament. The black hair on his head is sticky and tangled, shining with oil under the light of the villa corridor. It seems that he hasn't washed it for many days. She remembered that Ma Weizhou loved cleanliness. In order to protect his love of cleanliness, she worked hard at the base and brought back the remaining water for him to wash with the help of other companions. The water at that time had to be bought with points. Lulu felt that she was really ridiculous. Every time she saw Ma Weizhou, she was reminding her, fuck the bullshit love story. It was all a dream. Lulu just looked at Ma Weizhou. As long as she looked at him, she would always remember the forced and hurt she had suffered. Buzz buzz buzz. In the hot summer, mosquitoes flew around in the yard at night. There were many flowers, plants, and trees planted in the villa yard, which attracted mosquitoes very much, especially the mosquitoes in City A, which are often controlled by people with mosquito-repellent tools. Those who can survive are the best ones, who are poisonous and cunning. In less than 5 minutes, Ma Weizhou's arm had been bitten by 5 bags. Lulu looked at Ma Weizhou scratching his arm and sneered. This is not an ordinary mosquito, but a mosquito that has evolved in the end times. After being bitten, this bag has no anti-inflammatory drugs and floral water to stop itching and inflammation, and the wound will fester and pus will not heal for a week. Ma Weizhou had no idea about this and just thought it was an ordinary mosquito. However, half an hour later, he found that the part bitten by the mosquito was getting bigger and bigger, and the swelling was almost spreading. He couldn't stand the itch and couldn't sleep at all. So he walked to a faucet in the villa garden, hoping to use tap water to calm the itch. All this was destined to be in vain. Just when Lulu was gloating, the door of the villa opened. A young girl, carrying a bag, opened the door like a thief, and showed her head. "Brother Joe, these are for you." Ma Wei-jo heard the voice, looked back at the girl in the team who often smiled shyly at him, and smiled brightly. "Thank you. Thanks to you." The girl, who still couldn't tell the situation, was confused by Ma Wei-jo's appearance and lowered her head embarrassedly. "Brother Joe, Brother Lang is very strict. We all live in the same room. There is really no way to let you in. Wait until dawn. Brother Lang is in a better mood. I will go and say something good for you. You are such a kind-hearted girl. Thanks to you. Thank you." The girl was the sister of one of Von Lang's brothers, and had some say in the team. She put the bag in Ma Wei-jo's hand, and quietly closed the door. Ma Wei-jo opened his backpack and saw a simple tin, toilet water, a pack of compressed biscuits, and a bottle of mineral water in it. This thing came just in time. He couldn't wait to prop up the tent, get into rest, and use toilet water to relieve the itching of the mosquito bites. It was hot and stuffy inside the tent, but it was better than feeding mosquitoes outside. Lulu saw the girl helping him, gritted her teeth, and sighed helplessly. This girl is so similar to her when she was young. It seems that Ma Wei-jo will not be able to suffer in the short term. What a pity. However, the place where the mosquitoes bit. Tomorrow, there will be another good show to watch. It is more pleasant to watch him fall into the abyss step by step than to kill him. Lulu was in a good mood. After turning off the surveillance, she took out the breast pump, emptied the breast milk, and went to sleep. This sleep, she slept very well. Maybe it was because she felt happy when she saw the people she hated suffer. At 7:30 in the morning, Lulu washed up and went downstairs. As soon as she went downstairs, she saw the nutritious breakfast prepared by Jiangyi. A fried steak, 2 poached eggs, a cup of warm milk, a plate of fruit salad, and 2 steamed sweet potatoes. Seeing the breakfast, Lulu said gratefully, You have worked hard." It's not hard. I often make fitness meals, and it's very simple to make these. Try it quickly. These are high protein and high nutrition foods, which are easy to absorb. The steak is the Australian steak I bought last time. It is raised on a natural pasture and has top quality ingredients. Lulu nodded and sat at the dining table to have breakfast. At first glance, the color combination is very good. She did not take the knife and fork next to her, but picked up the stainless steel chopsticks next to her to eat. Jiangyi has been abroad for a long time, and she is skilled in picking up the knife and fork to cut steak. She saw that Lulu was so late, and it was very difficult to cut the steak as a whole. So she cut the steak into small pieces and pushed it in front of her. "You eat this." Lulu felt warm in her heart, and picked up the cut steak with chopsticks to taste. The steak was fried very well. 7/10 rare, tender and smooth in the mouth. Your cooking skills are really good." Jiangyi was embarrassed to scratch her head with the butt of the fork. "It's good if you like it." The two were eating, and turned on the projector, as usual, to watch the official live broadcast. This time, the official released new news. According to the official rescue team, the rescued survivors will be arranged to live in the shelter according to the principle of proximity. At the same time, the official currency and points exchange system has been opened. Starting from the 1st of next month, all currencies will not be used directly to purchase supplies, but can only be exchanged for points, with a points ratio of 1 to 1,000. Please complete the currency exchange before August 1st. Only the exchange is limited to the card of the person. If a relative has passed away and the relative has been confirmed to have died, the currency under the name of the relative can be exchanged for points. The shelter uses solar technology bracelets. In the presence of ultraviolet rays, the bracelets are not disconnected. Points will be stored in the bracelets. One bracelet is worth 100 points. Each bracelet has ID information and a corresponding unique code. Once the person who snatches the bracelet is found, he will be expelled from the shelter forever. For survivors who do not have points for the time being, the official will provide a bracelet without interest. Survivors can exchange points with material currency or earn points with labor. For survivors who have nothing in the early stage, the official will provide a bracelet for free. After earning points, the bracelet will automatically deduct half of the points to repay the bracelet fee. Chapter 56 My Dad is XX. Lulu and Jiangyi just saw the news when they heard a lot of noise coming from downstairs of the apartment building. They heard the noise, put down the dishes in their hands, and went to the French window to look downstairs. Looking from afar along the French window, there were many large trucks parked at the main entrance of Linwan community. The original security booth at the gate was set up with a checkpoint, and a row of officials with real guns and live ammunition stood guard at the gate. Trucks of survivors got off the trucks outside the gate. As soon as the survivors got off the trucks, there was a commotion. Some excited people made noises and gestures to the officials guarding the gate, because they were too far away and the thick soundproof glass weakened the sound. Only the noise at the door could be heard, which was very chaotic. Lulu went upstairs and took down the drone developed by Yunshan Technology. She controlled the drone to fly out of the window of the apartment and hovered at the gate to transmit the sound and pictures outside the gate. The small drone hovered in the sky, and the angry crowd did not notice it. Lulu pressed the operating button, and the projector connected to the drone's image. Instantly, the noisy sound at the door was transmitted to the projector. Lulu and Jiangyi sat on the sofa, watching the screen on the projector. "We are taxpayers. Why don't you let us in?" "That's right. It's so hot. And you actually let us stand at the door. You are officials. You should serve the people. My father is Li Xian. I am Li Gang. How dare you neglect me like this? Be careful that my father will contact your leaders and make you pay for it." Wow. His father is actually Li Xian. He is a famous rich man in our city. He must have a lot of money in his hands. Yes. The official said that currency can be exchanged for points. He is so rich. How many points can he exchange? Brother Gang, you will be my big brother in the future, and I am willing to follow you. After Li Gang finished speaking, a large group of people surrounded him in the middle, wanting to make friends with him. Currency equals points equals supplies. Being friends with such a rich man, there will definitely be no shortage of supplies in the future. Who knows? Although Li Gang is arrogant and domineering, he is not the kind of person who is very brainless. He usually sees such people who curry favor with the powerful, and he is very comfortable with such scenes. Don't worry. If you want to be friends with me, add WeChat first, and then talk later. A group of people scanned Li Gang's QR code and added him to WeChat. Li Gang casually pulled a WeChat group as the group owner and invited this group of survivors to join the group for communication. The originally noisy gate suddenly became quiet, and everyone was fiddling with their phones to add WeChat. The official staff looked straight ahead and had no expression on their faces. They were trained not to show their emotions, and they had no inner fluctuations in the face of the sudden situation. Everything was done according to the rules and procedures. Li Gang's identity made him the first to check in. ID card? The staff at the window said without emotion and in a businesslike manner. Li Gang was unhappy when he heard her tone. He looked up and was about to speak when he met the eyes of the young lady working there. The murderous eyes of the young lady made him swallow his words. Li Gang was startled and handed over his ID card. All the liquid funds under your name are 200 million. If you convert them all into points, you can exchange them for 200,000. Do you want to exchange them? Exchange. Li Gang had heard about the exchange rate long before he came, and he had no objection to it. Now you can't buy supplies even if you have money, but you can exchange them here, which is not bad. This is your personal bracelet. 100 points will be automatically deducted from the bracelet, and there are 199,900 points left. The official staff handed the bracelet to Li Gang. Li Gang got the bracelet, and under the instructions of the staff, he pulled his suitcase, used the bracelet to open the iron gate next to him, and entered the gate. After he went in, he looked back at the group of people. Brother Gang, wait for us. A group of people started to make noises behind him. Li Gang stopped his steps. He was unfamiliar with the place, so it was good to have more people. He liked the feeling of being surrounded by people. Li Gang stood in the shade of the guardhouse and waited. The crowd lined up and went through the procedures in an orderly manner under the maintenance of the official. The first group of people who arrived had just finished the procedures and entered the community. Soon, the second group of people were transported to the gate. Lulu saw the noisy crowd in the projector and retracted his gaze. The official action to rescue the survivors has accelerated. In the previous life, the official action was not so quick. This is actually a good thing. Before the natural disaster came a year later, the number of people who died from zombies decreased. Lulu flew back with the drone. And she put the drone and the remote control aside. Jiang switched to the tremolo platform at this time. The anchor in the official live broadcast room is an official staff, who is constantly answering the questions of the survivors. We will not be infected with the zombie virus if we are with that group of people? I heard that the virus has an incubation period. Official, please rest assured. After being infected with the zombie virus, you will develop symptoms within 24 hours. All the survivors we rescued have been tested with virus test strips and human body tests. Only when they are confirmed to be free of the virus will they be taken into the survival base. Survivors who have been infected with the virus and have not turned into zombies for more than 24 hours will have a certain chance of evolving into a superpower and possessing special superpowers. A special reminder again, it is not recommended that you try to be infected with the virus. According to statistics, the probability of awakening to a superpower is only 5%. That's hard to say. If there is a fish that slips through the net in the base, won't everyone be unlucky? Official, according to research by relevant virus experts, the zombie virus has entered the second stage. In this stage, the virus can only be transmitted through blood. Only when both parties have bleeding wounds, and one of them carries the virus, will they be infected with the zombie virus. So, I have a bold idea? What idea? Those superpowers. What do you think? If I drink the blood of a superpower, will I also awaken the same superpower? The official anchor frowned when he saw the comments in the barrage. What the hell is going on? They actually want to drink the blood of superpowers. Are they looking for death? Superpowers become superpowers only after they survive the virus infection. The virus in their bodies mutates more severely. If you are not so lucky, you will turn into a zombie directly after drinking blood. It is not recommended to try. Drinking the blood of superpowers will not turn you into a superpower. Instead, you will turn into a zombie on the spot. Another male anchor received a message from the staff in his headset. He turned on the LCD screen behind him, took out the USB flash drive set by the staff, and opened an experimental video. In the experiment, the official scientific staff gave the blood of the two superpowers they found to the experimental mice. As a result, the mice all turned into zombie mice in less than a minute after drinking it. They ran around crazily in the cage. The survivors who had just made these remarks saw the experiment and were frightened and turned pale. Chapter 57. It's a pity that I didn't die. If they hadn't seen the official live broadcast answer, some greedy people who wanted to become stronger would have thought about drinking the blood of the superpowers when they saw the comments. Now it's here. They don't dare to do it anymore. Jiang was a little disappointed when she saw the official answer. At that time, when she heard about the superpowers, this thought flashed through her mind. The idea of becoming a superpower seems to be shattered. It's so boring. The clothes in the washing machine are washed. I'll take them out to dry. Jiang got up, went to the laundry room, put the washed clothes into a clean basket, and carried the basket to the floor-standing clothes drying rack on the balcony to dry the clothes. Lulu watched the live broadcast and listened to the anchors answering questions, and fell asleep unknowingly. Jiang saw Lulu sleeping, adjusted the air conditioner temperature to 26 degrees, and covered her with an air conditioning blanket. Then, she got up and went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for lunch. Lulu slept in a daze until her breasts were swollen and she woke up. She immediately went upstairs to the bedroom to relieve her physical discomfort. After a while, she went downstairs to have dinner with Jiang. It was 5:30 in the evening. In summer, the days are long and the nights are short, so the sky is still very bright at this time. It usually gets dark at 7:30 in the evening. After dinner, Jiang and she went downstairs to buy daily necessities. Xiaowu was placed in the back seat of the SUV, and Lulu sat in the car waiting. Jiang turned on the air conditioner in the car, but did not turn it off. She pulled the car's handbrake, took out a cardboard box from the trunk, and went to the shopping station to buy daily necessities. This time, Lulu chose to wait in the car. And by the way, he could see the situation of the survivors outside through the anti-peep car window film. At this time, the vehicles of the survivors who had cars were exchanged by the authorities with the promised points. They had no fuel to drive, so they pawned their cars to the officials. At least they could get some points. So when the off-road vehicle that Lulu was sitting in was parked in front of the shopping supermarket, it attracted the attention of many survivors who came to purchase. In just one afternoon, the entrance of the shopping supermarket was bustling with people everywhere. The off-road vehicle was parked on the parking line of the open-air parking lot. And the aisle in front of the parking line was crowded with people setting up stalls to exchange supplies. More than half a month after Lulu gave birth. The incision hurts from time to time. This kind of pain does not require analgesics and is within the tolerable range. The air conditioning in the car is sufficient, and it does not feel hot. Lulu adjusted her posture, put a pillow behind her, leaned in the car, and laid her legs flat, so that the incision on her abdomen was temporarily relaxed. Her eyes, through the anti-peeping car window, observed the situation of the people setting up stalls outside the car. The hawking continued. There were several RVs and off-road vehicles parked in the parking space next to her. After the end of the world, the former rich people could buy a lot of goods by exchanging more than 100,000 points for their net worth. Lulu quietly observed for a while. He saw that the stalls were selling luxury goods and daily necessities. These things were flashy and expensive in the past life. Now they are very cheap. A pack of instant noodles and a bag of compressed biscuits can be exchanged for a luxury bag. There are also some big-name sets of skincare products such as lotions, essences, eye creams, etc. Almost all of them are at bargain prices. Lulu saw that these people were selling very cheaply. She was really puzzled when she received a message from Jiangyi on her phone. Just one night later, the supermarket in the entire base was completely renewed. The purchase limit is the same as before, except that the price tag has become a point purchase. The fee can be automatically deducted by scanning the bracelet. A set of big brand lotion in the supermarket only costs 0.5 points. But a pack of compressed biscuits costs 1 point. Like high-calorie chocolate, the price varies by gram. Similarly, fresh vegetables such as potatoes have doubled in price, priced at 2 points per pound, according to the ratio of 1,000 yuan to 1 point. This price is quite expensive. Lulu was sighing, and the bracelet on her wrist vibrated. She received a text message from the official. Recruitment. Due to the shortage of labor in the base, agricultural and industrial talents are urgently needed. Those without work experience are provided with training. The age limit is between 18 and 60 years old, and there is no limit on occupation. Salary, including 3 meals, 10 hours of work per day, 10 points per day, and daily payment. Lulu saw the number of applicants below the recruitment advertisement. Click to automatically register, and the bracelet will automatically pop up the applicant's information to see if the age meets the requirements. The number of recruits shows 250 people have registered so far. In the past, 100,000 yuan, converted into points, was only 100 points. Now, if you work for a day and get 3 meals, you can get more than 10 points, which is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Many people who don't have much savings have signed up to join the recruitment wave. They only get a few hundred points and live in official accommodation. The cheapest 8-person room requires 1 point per day as rent, 30 points per month. You can't live off the land, and the food supplies in the supermarket need to be purchased with points. After 3 meals, at least 3 points a day are needed to barely fill your stomach. Water is still drinking tap water. Mineral water is unthinkable. 0.5 points for a bottle of mineral water. Participating in the work of the base, 30 points are deducted for rent every month, and about 1 point for daily water. And you can still save more than 200 points. After saving for half a year, you can buy a permanent bed in an 8-person room. A permanent bed in an 8-person room requires 1,000 points. However, most people did not choose to buy permanent beds, but chose to rent, because they have no idea how the zombies will develop in the future. They can only take one step at a time. Work hard to earn points first, and try to exchange more daily necessities. Although the base has a purchase restriction policy for ID cards, many people with money and points are very smart. They are willing to pay a few points as a reward to let those who have the right to purchase help purchase supplies. Those who have no points choose to do so under the pressure of life, especially for families with many people. If they save on food, they can exchange more points and have a place to live. It really fits the saying that there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. The official authorities turned a blind eye to this phenomenon. It is their freedom for the rich people with money and points to trade with those poor people in this way. Lulu has 100,000 points. She found the official online platform for currency and points exchange on her bracelet and exchanged all her money for points. This exchange mode can only be used for virtual currency exchange. The official banknotes need to be exchanged at the currency exchange point at the entrance of the gate to find official personnel. With this exchange, her points amount became 220,000. If there is no natural disaster in a year, these points are enough for her to eat and drink at the base. But she knows that after the natural disaster, the official supplies will face a serious shortage. Chapter 58 Crystal Core. Foods such as instant noodles and potatoes that were originally despised by these people as expensive will not be available at that time. Especially instant noodles, which have stopped production. There is a phenomenon of being priced but not sold. When the rainstorm hits, the entire aquamarine will be flooded. The temperature drops sharply. As for what will happen after the flood and severe cold, Lulu is very worried. However, the supplies in her space gave her enough confidence. Lulu glanced at the sleeping Xiaowu, took the other car key given by Jiangyi, got out of the car, locked the door, and picked up supplies at the stall in front of the car. She has a lot of points now, and the things on the stall are almost all cabbage prices. However, gold jewelry is still very popular. There is a shopping mall on the official bracelet, which is buying gold. 1 gram of gold can be exchanged for 50 points. Lulu glanced at the supplies on the stall. Mostly jewelry and luxury jade. These things are useless except for viewing. They are too heavy to carry around. She did not choose to buy these things, even if they were very cheap. She scanned several stalls in a row, but did not find anything of interest, until she saw many rice-sized glowing zombie crystal cores at the stall of a man full of evil spirit. Lulu's eyes lit up immediately. After the official exterminated the zombies, all the crystal cores were taken over and purchased by the official. Ordinary people have no idea what these crystal cores are used for. She was very poor at that time, and the purchase price of a crystal core reached 100 points, which she could not afford. Lulu came to the stall and asked, "How much are these crystal cores?" 110 per piece. The stall owner's cold voice came. Lulu knew that the official purchase price in the purchase mall was 100 points per piece. This person sold it for 110, obviously wanting to earn more points. She glanced at the crystal cores and counted them silently. Exactly 20. Lulu didn't hesitate and bought the crystal cores on the spot. Seeing that she was straightforward, the stall owner gave her a plastic bag to put the crystal cores in and handed it to her. Lulu carried the plastic bag and turned back to the SUV. She glanced around and saw that there were no crystal cores for sale except this stall. As for the other things, they were all things she didn't like. Lulu took a crystal core in her hand and looked at it, and the other 19 were taken back into her space. The crystal core was very small, about the same size as ordinary rice, and the surface of the crystal core was shining with a bright light like a diamond. Lulu couldn't see anything wrong, so she was about to put the crystal core into the space, when her spiritual power just connected to the space. She found that the white gate on the first football field in the space was shaking. At the same time, the crystal core just put into the space also emitted a brilliant light. Lulu suddenly felt that she had a blessing in her heart. She tried to send these 20 crystal cores to the first white gate that was glowing. In the blink of an eye, the crystal core turned into 10 strands of white mist and was absorbed by the white gate of the space. Before, she tried many times but couldn't open the gate. But now it opened. Lulu's spiritual power immediately entered the white gate. As soon as she entered, she found that there was a pool made of white jade behind the door. The pool was about 1 meter in diameter and round. At this time, there was a drop of transparent water lying in the center of the pool. Lulu used her mental power to wrap the drop of water, found a water cup in the space, and put the water drop into the water cup. Her intuition told her that the water drop in the jade pool was not simple. She waited for a while, but the second drop of water did not appear for a long time. This door was opened by the energy of the zombie crystal core. The jade pool is related to the crystal core. So, she threw the remaining 10 crystal cores into the jade pool. In an instant, the crystals turned into wisps of white mist and were absorbed by the white jade pool. Then, 3 drops of water appeared in the jade pool again. There were 2 more drops than before. Lulu put these drops of water in the water cup where the first drop of water was just placed. She waited for a while and found that the jade pool no longer produced water drops. So she withdrew her mental power and took out the water cup containing the water drops. In the transparent water cup, a large drop of water appeared in 4 in 1. Lulu couldn't figure out what this was for a while. Just as she was thinking about how to experiment, she heard a click from the off-road vehicle. It was Jiangyi who came back. Lulu immediately put the cup back into the space. Jiangyi pressed the key, opened the trunk, and put in the supplies she had just purchased. Then, she got into the off-road vehicle, panting heavily. Oh my god! It's so hot today. I'm sweating all over after just a while, Jiangyi said, and took out a bottle of mineral water from the small refrigerator in the off-road vehicle. Took it out and drank it in big gulps. She drank most of the bottle in one breath before she came to her senses. Lulu, you don't know. The supermarket is crowded with people, and it takes a long time to queue up to check out. I don't know where the authorities rescued so many survivors. The supermarket is almost full. Lulu listened to Jiangyi's complaints and felt a little worried. Are these official supplies really enough for the daily consumption of so many people? Lulu, I'll go a few more times. There are not many daily necessities on the shelves. Who knows if the authorities will start to limit purchases again one day, Jiangyi said. Opened the car door again, and ran to the supermarket opposite to buy supplies. Lulu looked at her anxious back through the car window. Thinking. She retracted her sight, and saw Xiao Wu in the stroller wake up. So, she took out the breast milk in the space, and fed Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu fell asleep again after feeding. Every time Xiao Wu sleeps, he will sleep for about 3 hours. Lulu calculated the time, and the ninja's lower abdomen was stabbing from time to time. So he opened the car door, and got out of the car. The crystal core is useful for her space upgrade. She must find a way to get more crystal cores. The authorities bought crystal cores on a large scale, and took monopoly measures. It is early now, and she can receive some from these newly arrived survivors. Once the zombies are wiped out by the authorities in a year, she will have no way to upgrade her space. Lulu walked along the stalls, and went around to the opposite side. Her eyes swept through the stalls, and she only glanced at other items except the crystal cores. Finally, she went around the stalls in the 4 directions of the supermarket, collecting 100 crystal cores. These crystal cores came from scattered stalls. Some survivors found crystal cores, but they didn't know what they were used for. So they dug some out of the zombies' brains, and sold them at stalls. The price is generally about 10 points more expensive than the official price. Lulu doesn't care about these. And now she is competing with the official for crystal cores. She has a lot of points, and a lot of supplies. Even if all the points she has now are used to exchange for crystal cores, it is worth it. Space is her greatest guarantee. Lulu took 100 crystal cores, and walked quickly towards the off-road vehicle. Just after walking 2 steps, she suddenly found a familiar face in front of her. Chapter 59, I didn't expect you to be alive. Lulu. I didn't expect you to be alive. It's great. Su Pingting's smile was as beautiful as a flower, and her voice was still delicate and sweet, giving people goosebumps. Lulu sneered secretly when she saw her former enemy. After so many days, she saw Ma Weizhou being tortured, and she was able to control the hatred in her heart from being too exposed. When she saw Su Pingting, she hated very much, but she still kept the same gentle smile as before. Yes, I didn't expect you to be alive. It's good to be alive. And slowly suffering in life is more satisfying than death. Lulu, you were discharged from the hospital before. Why did you leave without saying a word? These days, I have been worried about you, calling and texting you, but I couldn't get through. Lulu sneered in his heart. Worrying about her? How ridiculous. Are you really worried about her? That she would secretly go to the hotel to fight with her best friend's fiancé when her best friend was in the hospital giving birth? Really worried about her? Who caused her to get drunk and have sex with a strange man? Su Pingting, you are even more hypocritical than Ma Weizhou. You don't know yet, right? I sent Ma Weizhou the video of you and other men having sex in the hotel. It seems now the video worked. In the previous life, this couple came to the shelter together. Now, Su Pingting is alone, and they must have had a quarrel. Can't get through? Lulu was surprised and pretended to be stupid. Su Pingting naturally passed on this topic, as if she didn't care why the call couldn't get through and no one replied to the text message. She smiled and wanted to approach Lulu. Lulu, the base implements a point system. How many points do you have? If you don't have enough points, I can lend you some. Lulu stared at Su Pingting meaningfully. How many points can you have? You bitch. How much breakup fee can Ma Weizhou give you? Even if he gives you 1 million, you will only get 1,000 points. 1,000 points. Barely enough to live for 3 months. Points? I don't have much cash. And I don't have many points. Only 200. You are so nice. I heard that a permanent bed requires 1,000 points. Can you lend me 1,000 points? Lulu followed her words, with a bitter face. Su Pingting heard Lulu say that there were only 200 points. And the corner of her mouth twitched. He actually wanted to borrow 1,000 points from her. It's so unlucky. I should have known not to go up and recognize her. Su Pingting made up her mind to stay away from her. The breakup fee that Ma Weizhou gave her, plus the savings she had made in the past few years. Now she has 1,500 points. Lulu only has 200 points. What use can it be? It's not enough for a month. She only has 1,500 points. It's absolutely impossible to lend it to her. She asked this just to test how many points Lulu has, to decide whether to continue to coax her. Lulu, I don't have many points. Only 100. If you are really in trouble, I can lend you 10 points for emergency. Lulu snorted in her heart. But she looked embarrassed on the surface. Ah, you only have 100 points. Keep it for yourself. Don't lend it to me. She didn't even bother to look at these 10 points. As for taking 10 points to repay Su Pingting, making a profit, and then talking about this kind of thing, she didn't want to do it, so that she won't use these 10 points to make trouble when she meets her again. This area is under official control. If Su Pingting is killed, the official will definitely not let her go. It's too easy to let her die like this. Let her live a few more days, and feel the feeling of being hungry. Even if she can survive by some means. The subsequent rainstorm and extreme cold disaster. Su Pingting was a little surprised. She deliberately said less, and said that she had 100 points. In the past, if Lulu heard that she had no money, he would take the initiative to lend her money. Often, he would not pay it back. In a few rounds, she got at least 100,000 from Lulu. This time, Lulu didn't even think of sharing some of the points with her. Su Pingting was surprised, but she didn't show it. She just thought that Lulu was really poor and couldn't protect himself. So she didn't give her any points. Lulu, where are you living now? I am planning to live in a concentration camp. Lulu started to cry poor. You know, I have a child. And the baby's milk powder is very expensive. With these 200 points, I can only live in a concentration camp. Su Pingting heard this. Her eyes moved around, full of thoughts. Lulu saw it clearly. In the past, she was too naive and trusted Su Pingting too much. And she didn't realize that Su Pingting started to calculate in front of her. Is that so? I don't have many points. Su Pingting was thinking of finding an excuse to leave. Lulu saw through her thoughts. Let's talk later. My baby is still in the concentration camp, and I have to go back to see him now. Su Pingting nodded hurriedly. Okay. When I have more money in the future, I will find a way to help you. Lulu expressed her gratitude, and turned around with a look of indifference and disgust on her face. Su Pingting saw that she had her back to her, and showed a jealous and disgusted look. What? She even brought a burden with her. Milk powder is very expensive for a newborn baby. She just saw it in the supplies supermarket. A can of milk powder costs 50 points. If she sees Lulu in the future, stay away from her quickly. It will be bad if she gets entangled with her. Su Pingting made up her mind and began to look at the pedestrians coming and going. The old, the young, the women, and the children were not her target. Her eyes were always fixed on the young and middle-aged men, until she saw a group of people around a young and middle-aged man. And suddenly her eyes lit up. That person was Li Gang, who was proud of having obtained 200,000 points. The group of survivors with him had added Li Gang's WeChat early, and now a group of people were planning to go to the official cafeteria for dinner. Su Pingting's eyes lit up, and she saw the right moment, twisted her waist, and when she passed by Li Gang and his group, she accidentally fell to Li Gang's side. Li Gang saw that this girl was good, pretty hot, so he winked at the minions next to him, and the minions moved away, allowing Li Gang to reach out and embrace Su Pingting. Su Pingting looked at Li Gang's ordinary face and showed a grateful look. Ah, thank you. After saying that, she blinked at Li Gang. Li Gang saw that she was very coquettish, and at first glance, she was an old green tea. Before the end of the world, he couldn't count the women he had played with his hands and feet. This kind of woman, at a glance, knew that she was here for his points. It's just a piece of cake. Li Gang saw that Su Pingting was pretty. So he said, "The world is in a mess recently. You are so beautiful. It's easy for bad people to target you. Why don't you follow me and go to my apartment?" Li Gang smiled confidently. Su Pingting lowered her head when she heard the word apartment. Her eyes sparkled. The price of renting an apartment for 1 month is 3 times that of an ordinary 8-person room. Chapter 60 Jade Pool Water Drops. The rent alone costs 100 points a month. I heard that the apartment is equipped with air conditioning. Unlike the 8-person room, which only has a ceiling fan. Don't worry. Li Gang, have always been generous to women. Su Pingting's heart was moved, and she nodded shyly. Li Gang was very pleased to see her flirtiness. In front of a group of minions, he took Su Pingting into his arms, and regardless of everyone's gaze, he gave Su Pingting a French kiss in public. Su Pingting has always loved cleanliness, and she resisted the urge to vomit and accepted Li Gang's wet and smelly kiss. The bad breath and cigarette smell in Li Gang's mouth made her feel sick. But the surface work still needs to be done. She knew clearly what her advantages were. Anyway, she had already followed several people, so she didn't care about following more, as long as she could get points and live a good life. These were nothing, Su Pingting thought to herself, happily holding Li Gang's arm, and went to the restaurant with him for dinner. It happened that she didn't have dinner and was very hungry. This way, she could save a meal. Lu sat in the off-road vehicle and saw Su Pingting's behavior of flirting with Li Gang through the anti-peep film. This is the pure, simple and kind bestie she has always thought of. Li Gang is not a good person. He only has points, but his brain is not working well. He is a typical playboy. When Li Gang gets tired of playing, he will see female internet celebrities appear in the base in the future and spend some points to play. Su Pingting will suffer. Of course, she can find a few more rich men to rely on. As for gynecological diseases, it's a matter of time. You know, the price of small umbrellas is high now. It is even more difficult to see a doctor, as the medical resources are incomplete. If you are sick, you can only rely on yourself. Once Su Pingting is pregnant, maybe she doesn't need to do anything. Su Pingting can kill herself. Lu looked at them and retracted her sight. She found that the second door of the space was flashing. It should be the 100 diamonds she just bought, which are enough to open the second door. She has not chosen to upgrade the second door for the time being. I don't know what the water beads in the jade pool of the first door are used for. The jade pool can definitely be upgraded. The crystal core can be used to upgrade the water beads in the jade pool, and it can also be used to open the second door. But she doesn't know what is behind the second door. Wait until she goes back at night. Test the roll of the water beads, and then make a decision. Lu waited in the car for a while, and when Jiang Yi filled the SUV with cartons, they drove back to the apartment. Jiang Yi put the daily necessities she bought in the study of her apartment, then came to the apartment where Lu lived to make dinner. Jiang Yi steamed a large pot of rice, made a plate of hot and sour potato shreds, a seaweed egg soup, and a plate of black pepper beef. Both of them were very full. After dinner, Lu went upstairs to rest. Jiang Yi cleaned up the kitchen clutter, bathed Xiaowu and fed her. Then she took Xiaowu to the second bedroom opposite Lu Liu's room to rest. After Lu entered the bedroom, she closed the glass door upstairs and drew the curtains to ensure that no one could see what was going on in the bedroom. After doing all this, she took out the water cup with water droplets from the space. Lu knew that this water droplet must be extraordinary. She first found a bottle of mineral water and added it to the water cup. Then he took out a spoonful of the special water mixed with mineral water and put it on the dressing table in the room. He must not try it on himself first. Lu took out a little rabbit that was imprisoned from the space. The rabbit was locked in an iron cage. Lu put the diluted spring water in the cage. The little rabbit had just woken up from the space. When the rabbit smelled the special water, it was immediately excited. Without waiting for Lu to observe, the rabbit stretched out its tongue and licked the special jade pool water. After the rabbit finished drinking, it was still unsatisfied. Its red rabbit eyes emitted a human-like light, and it looked at Lu eagerly, hoping to give it more of this water. Lu saw that the rabbit was fine after drinking it, so she was relieved about the spring water. As for the rabbit waiting to look at her with red eyes, she didn't take it to heart. She stretched out her hand and put the iron cage back into the space. The rabbit drank it without any problem, so she could drink it with confidence. Once, she read in a novel that a spiritual spring would appear in the heroine's space. The spiritual spring has magical functions. Although her jade pool spring only has a few drops of water, it is better to have it than not. Lulu drank a small sip of the jade pool water diluted with mineral water without worry. The jade pool water tastes sweet and tastes no different from ordinary water. Lulu just finished drinking it and expected some special reactions in her body. For example, in the novel, the heroine will get the spiritual spring water, which can make people beautiful. She is already very beautiful, but she will not dislike becoming more beautiful. At worst, she will wear a mask when she goes out in the future and use cosmetics to make herself ugly. Lulu waited for about 10 minutes and found that the cesarean section incision in her lower abdomen was itchy. She lifted her clothes and found that the wound that was scabbing was slowly healing. A few minutes later, the wound on her stomach was completely invisible. It was as if the wound from giving birth had never existed. Lulu was overjoyed. She reached out and pressed the wound on her stomach. She felt no pain at all. This jade pool water has healing effects. Lulu drank another sip, expecting some changes in her body again. Sure enough, the healing effect of the jade pool water is very strong. Even after dilution, it still has a healing effect. After taking this sip of water, Lulu felt like going to the bathroom. She immediately pushed open the glass door of the bathroom in the bedroom, went in, and solved the hygiene problem. This solution took her a full half an hour. The whole bathroom was filled with a foul smell. Lulu never knew that there were so many stinky metabolites in her body. After going to the bathroom, she felt lighter. The postpartum weakness, dizziness, and lack of energy after giving birth all disappeared. Lulu stood up and found that she was in great shape. She was no longer in pain. She turned on the exhaust fan and windows in the bathroom for ventilation. While waiting for the bathroom to be ventilated, she drank the third sip of diluted spring water. After taking this sip of spring water, she found that a gray-black sticky mixture of sweat kept appearing on her tiny sweat hairs. Could this be the legendary washing of tendons and marrow? It was incredible. As the gray-black sticky substance increased, Lulu ran back to the bathroom, turned on the shower in the dry and wet shower room, and washed herself thoroughly. While taking a shower, she found that her skin had become super good. It was white and shiny, and the texture was as smooth as a newborn baby. Chapter 61 Freedom of Vegetables and Fruits. Lulu marveled at the magic of the spring water. After taking a shower, she came to the sink next to her and saw the person in the mirror, her mouth wide open. The person in the mirror had short black hair, skin whiter than snow, eyes shining, and lips red without any makeup. The whole person exuded a sense of transcendence, just like the skin state of the super whitening filter on the vibrato. The state without makeup is like the bare makeup. It's really amazing. Just a little diluted spring water actually has such a magical effect. Fortunately, she didn't drink the original liquid directly. Otherwise her body might not be able to withstand such a powerful ability to transform. Lulu found a 5-liter large kettle in the space, and she put the diluted spring water into the large kettle. There was still 400 milliliters left in the 500 milliliters water cup of the first dilution. It seems that every 100 milliliters of the first diluted stock solution can be diluted to 5 liters of diluted liquid. These diluted liquids are just what her body can bear. In the future, drinking a glass of such water every morning after getting up may have the effect of strengthening the body. Lulu took out the rabbit that had just drunk the spring water again. She wanted to verify it with another experiment. Who knew that as soon as she took out the rabbit, she found that the rabbit, which was originally small, was growing bigger and bigger under her eyes. Lulu hurriedly opened the rabbit cage and caught the rabbit out. After waiting for 3 minutes, the rabbit stopped growing. The original small rabbit became 3 times larger than a normal rabbit. The diluted spring water currently has the functions of promoting wound healing, improving physical fitness, expelling toxins, and promoting animal growth. In order to verify the first healing effect, Lulu picked up a knife and cut the rabbit's front leg. Blood immediately flowed from the rabbit's leg. The rabbit was about to bite Lulu with red eyes. After drinking the diluted water, Lulu's strength increased like the rabbit, and the rabbit could not break free from Lulu's control. This also made Lulu realize that her strength seemed to have increased. Lulu was ecstatic. She took out a small cup of diluted water and poured a few drops on the rabbit's injured foot. In an instant, the rabbit's injured front leg healed instantly. Sure enough, This diluted water is a good treasure. Even if there are only a few drops, it has such a powerful effect. This is a good treasure, and must be kept for emergency use. It seems that as long as there is a breath and spiritual spring water, no matter how serious the injury is, it is not afraid. Lulu has an extra life-saving trump card, and is in a good mood. She put the rabbit, and the water cup for the experiment into the space. The first door took 10 crystal cores to open. And the first promotion took 10 crystal cores. So, what about the second door? What will be inside? Lulu was so eager that she gritted her teeth, and gave up continuing to advance to the first door, and instead used the crystal cores to open the second door. As the crystal cores turned into wisps of white smoke under her mental control, the second door opened. This time, 100 crystal cores were consumed. The first door required 10 crystal cores to open, and the second door required 100 crystal cores to open. From the third door to the 10th door, does it mean that the number of crystal cores will increase 10 times for each additional door? How many crystal cores will be needed to open the 10th door? Lulu is a math idiot, and for a while, she couldn't figure it out. She took out a calculator and did some calculations. Assuming that the third door is expected to have 1,000 crystal cores, then the fourth door is 10,000 crystal cores. The fifth door is 100,000 crystal cores. The sixth door is 1 million. The seventh door is 10 million. The eighth door is 100 million. The ninth door is 1 billion. The 10th door is 10 billion. The entire aquamarine country has less than 10 billion people. Counting all the people on the entire aquamarine star and all the zombies, there are barely 10 billion zombies and 10 billion zombie crystal cores. If this is the rule, she is probably daydreaming if she wants to open the 10th door. Alas, let's take it one step at a time. As a person, you can't be too greedy. She already has the magical space, the magical water droplets, and has opened the second door. Let's see what's inside the second door first. Lulu's mental power entered the second door, and what caught her eye was a 5x9 piece of black land. The black land was divided into 45 equal pieces of black land, each about 1 meter long and wide. 45 plots of black soil were arranged in a layout of 5 plots long and 9 plots wide. Needless to say, this land must be used to grow crops. Lulu likes to eat tomatoes the most. It happens to be summer now, and tomatoes are summer crops. In order to test the efficacy of these plots of soil, she found a large cardboard box for storing seeds in the space. In the large cardboard box, there are many packaged vegetable and fruit seeds. Lulu searched for a few minutes in a pile of seeds and found tomato seeds. She had never planted land before, so she didn't know how many seeds should be placed in such a small grid. With a try-it mentality, she found an iron hoe that could dig the ground. Control the hoe to dig a hole on a small grid, and put down 3 tomato seeds. According to the routine operation, planting crops must be watered. Lulu thought of the magical jade pool water. She poured 100 milliliters of the diluted 5-liter jade pool water on the black soil. She saw the tomato seeds sprout and grow quickly, and it took only 1 minute from flowering to fruiting. Because the tomato vines were not inserted with poles, the grown tomato vines all leaned to the side. But it did not affect the ripening of the tomatoes. There were many big red fresh tomatoes on the main tomato vines, and all the branches were red tomatoes. Lulu was hit by a huge pie. Oh my god! There is special jade pool water in seeds. If you plant them in this field, you will never have to worry about not having food and drink. As long as there are seeds, she will never lack food and drink in her life. Lulu rubbed her eyes, and slowly came back to her senses after a few minutes. She picked a big red tomato with her mental power, and took the tomato out of the space. Lulu took the tomato to the bathroom, washed it with tap water, and opened her mouth to take a bite. The rich aroma of tomatoes fills the air. The sour and sweet taste fills the mouth. It is a real treat on the tip of the tongue. The tomatoes grown with the water from the jade pond are natural top-grade ingredients with good color, aroma and taste. There are no insect pests, no fertilizers and pesticide pollution. Every bite you eat is healthy. Now that she has such a production artifact, she doesn't mind selling the greenhouse vegetables originally in the warehouse. These high-quality, pure natural and pollution-free fruits are of course better left for her to eat. However, the source of vegetables must have a source. The balcony of the apartment is connected and very large. You can get some pots and plant tomatoes on the balcony. In this way, there is a source, and it can be justified. if Jiangyi asks. She can also say that it is a crop she grew herself. However, the diluted 5 liters of water must be diluted again to control the growth and development of the crops so that they are not too outrageous. Jiangyi has lived in the county since she was a child. Her family has no farming, and she doesn't know how to farm at all. She wouldn't have any doubts if the tomatoes' growth and development time was shorter. Chapter 62, Acquisition. It can be said that it is because of the fertilizers that were stockpiled before. So the growth is gratifying. Lulu ate the tomatoes as after-meal fruit. She entered the space again and picked all the ripe tomatoes planted on the first piece of land. There were 30 large tomatoes in total, and each tomato weighed about 1 pound. Lulu guessed that if 3 seeds were placed, 30 large tomatoes would be produced. So what about 4 seeds? She began to experiment on the black soil block. Finally, it was concluded that the yield of tomatoes is indeed related to seeds. If 1 more seed is placed, the number of tomatoes will increase. The ratio is 1:10, and each seed can produce 10 fruits. However, as the number of seeds increases, the weight of the tomato output decreases. When she put in 6 seeds, the weight of each tomato dropped by half, weighing only half a pound. The best ratio is to put 3 seeds in a piece of land and produce 30 fruits. After testing the seeds, she diluted the jade pool water again. The water, which was originally less than 5 liters, was diluted by 5 liters of tap water again. This time, the tomatoes stopped growing when they bloomed. Lulu diluted the spring water again. This time, the tomatoes just took root and sprouted, and grew a little. It seemed that it would take some time before they bloomed. 4 drops of jade pool water were exchanged for the first 500 milliliters of ordinary water, which has the effect of healing super growth and detoxification. The second time, 1/5 of the 500 milliliters can be exchanged for 5 liters of water that promotes rapid fruiting of crops. And 5 liters is about 10 kilograms. Each piece of land needs about 100 milliliters. 45 pieces of land, about 4.5 liters. In other words, 1 exchange is enough for these 45 pieces of land to produce a round of rapid fruiting. 4 drops of jade pool liquid can make these 45 plots of black soil bloom and bear fruit 5 times quickly. In this way, if all the jade pool water is put into planting, after 5 times, it will produce about 3 tons of mature vegetables. 3 tons. She eats 1 kilogram as a staple food every day, and 1 person can eat it for 7 or 8 years. Of course, it is impossible to eat only the same kind of vegetables every day. No matter how delicious something is, you will get tired of eating it every day for 7 or 8 years. Lulu continued to experiment in space. She experimented with peppers, eggplants, and strawberry seeds. The conclusions were similar to those drawn before. The weight of fruits and vegetables produced in each plot fluctuated around 30 kilograms. Lulu's last experiment was to simply plant the seeds in the black soil, not watering them with jade pool water, but replacing them with ordinary water. She waited patiently for a few minutes and found that the seeds in the black soil showed no signs of germination. It seems that special spring water is essential for the rapid growth of crops. Wait until tomorrow morning to see the situation of this batch of ordinary water combined with black soil planting. Similarly, she found a few large flower pots in the space and quietly moved them to the balcony downstairs. Lulu saw the lights on outside and the noise downstairs. There was a queue at the gate, and survivors were constantly being rescued to the shelter. The wounds on her body were nourished by the spiritual spring water, and her physical fitness was about 3 times that of an ordinary adult woman. Now she has a certain ability to protect herself. Moreover, it is relatively safe in the official controlled shelter. Lulu thought about the pros and cons and did not alarm Jiangyi. She planned to go outside at night to dig some ordinary soil in the flower pots. If tomato seeds are planted instead of black soil, ordinary soil combined with spring water, what will be the law of crop growth and development? By the way, maybe you can meet a stall owner selling crystal cores. After a few hours, several more batches of survivors came. Maybe you can get crystal cores. She didn't expect to open all 10 doors and get 10 billion crystal cores. However, people always have to have some dreams. What if it comes true? Lulu changed into cool black casual cool pants made of tinsel fabric, paired with an ordinary pure white t-shirt, and the exposed white arms and palms were covered with sun protection sleeves. She wore a mask on her face and a very old-fashioned pair of plain black framed glasses on her eyes. She wore a baseball cap on her head. Her original short hair was tucked behind her ears by the baseball cap, making her look like a tomboy. Except for her fair and smooth skin, which made people feel a little amazing. Other aspects looked ordinary. Black framed glasses, a mask and a baseball cap covered most of her face. After Lulu was dressed up, she found an iron hoe in the space. The owner of the seed station recommended this hoe to her when she bought seeds. You can't farm without a hoe. So Lulu bought 10 of them. She thought it was too strenuous to hoe the land manually. So she bought 10 fully automatic electric hoes. When she had time, the electric hoe in the space would be equipped with a large capacity battery and could hoe the land automatically. However, this method required mental control. Her mental power was limited, and she would feel very tired after staying in the space for 2 hours. This situation can be alleviated by drinking some diluted jade pool water. In this way, hoeing the ground and digging the pit is very simple. Lulu found an unused plastic bucket. Put the hoe in the plastic bucket. Gently opened the door of the apartment and came to the garden downstairs. She found a big tree near the apartment and dug a pile of ordinary soil in the plastic bucket nearby. A bucket of ordinary soil is probably enough for 2 flower pots to plant plants. After digging the soil, she returned to the apartment with the plastic bucket, put the bucket on the balcony, and turned back and went downstairs without stopping. In order not to attract attention, she did not drive this time. The purpose is to collect crystal cores, so there is no need to drive and carry supplies. Now, her body has recovered better than that of an ordinary adult woman, and she does not need to use a vehicle to travel, which reduces the pulling pain of the wound. At 11:30 in the evening, the lights in the community were bright. Lulu walked slowly on the cement road of the community. After a while, she came to the gate of the community. The survivors who had been here for half a day knew that all survivors would pass through the gate to enter the shelter. So many of them set up stalls at the gate. When the officials saw this, they did not stop them. They just sent a bunch of officials to watch the stall owners maintain order and did not interfere much. Lulu came to the first stall and saw that all the stalls were selling jadeite. These things were useless. So she looked at the next stall. On this stall, there were a lot of seeds and fertilizers. Lulu's eyes lit up. Who would complain about too many seeds? Now, she didn't know how to get plant seeds from fruits. She needed to read agricultural books to find out. However, there were ready-made seeds, so she had to buy them. Lulu squatted in front of the stall and saw that there were 3 kinds of seeds on the stall, which were the most basic cabbage, cucumber, and shallot seeds. How much are these seeds? The stall owner was a middle-aged woman. She was very excited when she heard Lulu asking about the price. Chapter 63, Hoarding Crystal Cores. Her family runs a seed and fertilizer station. After the end of the world, the food at home had long been consumed. Official staff found them while searching the area. They brought their family to the shelter. Most of the seeds at home were taken away by the authorities. The official price was very low, but they had to agree due to the situation. After arriving at the shelter, she found that the points from selling seeds were only enough for a family of 3 to live for 1 month. Fortunately, she kept some seeds and wanted to keep them to grow vegetables at the base. After arriving at the base, she found that points were required for water, electricity, and accommodation. For water use, 1 ton of tap water, 1 point, equivalent to 1,000 yuan. In this season, planting crops requires too much water, and she has no place to plant. They live at a concentration camp, and everyone lives in a square area of 10 square meters. Thousands of people, all huddled together. The stench is overwhelming. The heat is deadly, and there is not even an electric fan. With such conditions, where could she farm? If she planted them outside, they would bear fruit and be stolen sooner or later. Without the conditions to farm, she could only sell the seeds as soon as possible with a try-and-see attitude. 1 point for 1 bag of seeds. The stall owner quoted the price and stared at Lulu's face, trying to see what her expression was. The official purchase of the seeds from her seed shop was based on the market price of the seeds. 1,000 yuan of seeds was equal to 1 point. None of their families agreed to this price. After a final bargaining, the official purchase price was 0.1 points per bag of seeds. In the end, her family received 1,500 points, and some seeds that they kept for their own use. Lulu frowned when she heard the price. The official store also sold seeds, 1 point per bag of seeds. The price was the same as the official price. So why didn't she buy from the official? 0.7 points. If you don't sell, I'll go to the official to buy. The stall owner had also seen the seeds sold by the official, and she knew that she was cheated by the official. But she had to bow her head under the eaves. Selling for 0.7 points. She didn't lose money. If she gave these to the official to recycle, the current market price would be at most 0.5 points per bag. The stall owner nodded. I'll lose a little. How many bags do you want? I'll take all the ones on your stall. The stall owner was ecstatic. There were 100 bags of seeds on the stall. 0.7 points per bag. And they could be sold for 70 points in total. The three of them needed 1 point to rent a day in the concentration camp. 70 points was enough for their rent for more than 3 months. If you want to live in a better 8-person room, you need 1 point per person, which is 3 times that of the concentration camp. Their family needs 90 points a month, including water and electricity. At least 100 points a month. They also need to eat. And 1,500 points are not enough. So they can only choose to live in the concentration camp with high cost performance. Lulu watched her pack the seeds on the stall and put them into a large black plastic bag. The two showed each other their wristbands. Lulu turned on the scan code payment function of the wristband, scanned the stall owner's payment QR code, and paid her 70 points. After buying the seeds, Lulu continued to visit the third stall. Next, she visited 5 stalls in a row, all of which were daily necessities, and there was nothing she wanted. Until she visited the 6th stall and saw the crystal cores the size of rice grains on the stall. Looking at the crystal cores on the stall, the stall owners were 3 big and strong men. They looked very similar, and they should be blood relatives. How much are these crystal cores? The one standing in the middle of the 3 big men spoke. 120 points each. Good guy. It's only been a few hours, and the price of crystal cores has increased by 10 points. The official only purchases crystal cores, and I have never seen them sold outside. So it is understandable that the price of crystal cores is higher than the official purchase price. Otherwise, they would not come to set up stalls in the hot weather. It's to earn more points. In this situation, many people don't know what the crystal cores are for, and they don't care about this kind of thing that can't fill their stomachs. And these crystal cores are in the brains of zombies, and they may even carry zombie viruses. Of course, some people try to eat the crystal cores to see if they can become mutants. The result is tragic. Many people on Vibrato have done such stupid things, thinking that they are the chosen ones. As a result, they all turned into zombies after eating crystal cores live. As a result, except for the official, the general public does not care about crystal cores at all. They do not have extra points to purchase such dangerous things. Lulu is not sure what the official uses the crystal core for, but the crystal core is the energy body of her space evolution, so she must buy it. Lulu squatted down and picked up a crystal core from the stall to check. If you can't afford it, don't touch it, the big man on the left said angrily after seeing it. Lulu was not angry. She tried to bargain with the big man in the middle. 110 points per piece. Will you sell it? The big man hesitated for a moment and agreed. The 3 of them killed all the zombies in the building to get these things. Originally, they thought that they could become superpowers with crystal cores. But after the official announcement and the tragic situation of those who ate crystal cores on Vibrato, they were scared. Setting up a stall was also a temporary idea. I can sell it to you, but you have to tell me what these crystal cores are used for? The big man in the middle thought that Lulu must know the purpose of the crystal cores when buying them. How could Lulu tell him that the truth was that she needed to use the energy in these crystal cores to upgrade her space? I don't know either. These look good, so I bought them to study them. The big man in the middle obviously didn't believe it. But the 3 brothers urgently needed points to improve their lives. They still had a lot of such crystal cores in their bags. It wouldn't be a problem to sell some of them. At worst, if she didn't have any points to spend, she could kill zombies and dig out the crystal cores in their brains. How many do you want? The big man who played a leading role in the middle didn't pursue this question. After she bought them, he would send someone to watch her, find an opportunity to force her to tell him what they are for. I want all of them. The big man in the middle showed a sinister smile. She really knew the function of these crystal cores. If they are just beautiful, why don't you exchange them for the diamond and jade jewelry next to them? Those things can be exchanged for 1 point. Here are 200, A total of 22,000 points. Lulu felt a little painful when she heard the price. In a flash, 1/10 of her points were gone. The 200,000 points she originally thought of seemed to be just a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, she could exchange supplies for points. Fresh fruits and vegetables. Tobacco and alcohol are in short supply and have no worries about sales. Fresh vegetables grown in the space can be exchanged for a lot of points after harvesting once. Lulu scanned the code to transfer money very quickly. She counted the number, and after making sure there was no problem, she put the crystal cores in the canvas bag she carried with her. When she stood up to leave, she saw a familiar figure walking in the middle of the stall. Chapter 64 just on the way. Xiao Jiao. What is he doing here so late? Xiao Jiao saw Lulu, who was covering herself up from a distance. The results of the genetic test for his son with Lulu have not come out yet. After the results are confirmed, he will consider how to deal with the matter between him and Lulu. Xiao Jiao walked straight to Lulu and greeted her. It's so late. Why don't you rest? He seemed to be concerned about her. But in fact, he was worried about Xiao Wu, who might be his son. How can he run out so late and leave his son alone at home? Come out for a walk and buy some supplies. Tell me what supplies you need, and I'll buy them for you. After Xiao Jiao finished speaking, both of them were stunned. The relationship between them has not yet broken through the window paper. And saying such words can easily make people have other associations. Brother Jiao? Who is this? Zhou Yining popped her head out from behind Xiao Jiao and stood silently beside him. Lulu recognized the official logistics department leader, Officer Zhou, who was very famous in the Linon base in the previous life. Zhou Yining just finished speaking, looking at Lulu up and down. She always felt that she had seen this girl somewhere before. Lulu smiled brightly. Officer Zhou. It's only been a few days. You don't recognize me? Zhou Yining heard the familiar voice, and then slowly remembered Lulu's identity. The only daughter of the former chairman of Yunshang Technology. How could she know Brother Jiao? From what Brother Jiao said, the relationship between the two is not simple. Lulu. My neighbor. I see. I was wondering how you two knew each other. Zhou Yining was angry at her own stupidity. She randomly picked a room to give to Lulu, who knew that when Brother Jiao was choosing an apartment, he actually chose that building and just lived upstairs from them. It was really infuriating. If I had known that Brother Jiao would come here in advance, I would have arranged for him to live next door to her. After the three of them introduced themselves to each other, the atmosphere was a little awkward. The three big men who had originally set their sights on Lulu looked at each other after seeing Zhou Yining, and saw the fear in each other's eyes. This girl has a relationship with an official. The shelter is full of surveillance cameras, so it's hard to start now. Miss Lu, do you need to buy anything else? I'll go with you. Hurry up and go back to see the child. What if the child is hungry and crying? Ah? No. No. You old man. You ruined my business. Officer Zhou is here. Can I say that I came out to steal official business and buy crystal cores? It's so late. As a neighbor, I have to be responsible for your safety. I'll go with you to buy. You can even come up with such a far-fetched reason? What do you want to do? Why do you like to meddle in other people's business so much? Really no. You see, I've bought almost everything. Lulu shook the black plastic bag of seeds. Xiao Jiao frowned when she saw such a big plastic bag. I heard from her friend Miss Jiang that she had just given birth to a child, and it was a cesarean section. How can she carry such a heavy thing? She totally ignores her own body. Xiao Jiao reached out and took the belt in Lulu's hand. Since you have almost finished shopping, I will take you back. It's just on the way. The corner of Lulu's mouth twitched slightly. Now it's really hard to get off the tiger. Forget it. Go back with him first, and then sneak down after he goes home to sleep. Then, thank you very much. Lulu said the word thank you very seriously. Xiao Jiao saw her grinning and spitting out the word thank you, thinking that she was really thanking him seriously. He felt warm in his heart for some reason. Lulu lowered her head and walked quickly towards the apartment. Xiao Jiao followed her with a bag. Zhou Yining, who accompanied Xiao Jiao, walked side by side with Xiao Jiao towards the apartment. A subtle awkward atmosphere arose between the three people, until the elevator reached the 12th floor. Xiao Jiao brought the seeds that Lulu bought to the door and told her, "You are injured. Go to bed early." Lulu smiled. "Thank you. You are a nice person." After that, Lulu stretched out her hand to open the door, turned around, and closed the door with force. Xiao Jiao saw her angry look, and then she reacted a little. She seemed to be angry. Why was she angry? Brother Jiao. Zhou Yining saw Xiao Jiao in a daze, and called him. Xiao Jiao came back to his senses, and walked into the elevator with big strides. Zhou Yining went up to the 13th floor with him. After reaching the 13th floor, Xiao Jiao came to the door and looked at Zhou Yining. You should go back and rest early. Zhou Yining was a little unhappy. She accompanied him for so long. And even when they reached the door, he didn't invite her in to sit down. Brother Jiao, aren't you afraid that I will meet hooligans when I go back at night? Yining, if the hooligans see you, it will be too late to hide. Zhou Yining was furious. Just now, when I sent Miss Lu off, I kept saying that it was unsafe and concerned about her health. Why did it become like this when I got to her place? Brother Jiao, I'm thirsty. Let me go to your house to drink some water. Zhou Yining was not discouraged. She looked at Xiao Jiao affectionately and blinked. However, Xiao Jiao didn't buy it. Yining, are your eyes uncomfortable? Yes, my eyes are not comfortable. It seems that sand has entered my eyes. Can you help me blow them? Xiao Jiao shook his head. There is sand in my eyes. Blink a few more times, and the sand will come out. Okay, I'll go back and rest first. After saying that, Xiao Jiao turned around, stretched out his bracelet, and opened the door of the apartment. Zhou Yining looked at his broad back, gritted his teeth, and reached out to hug Xiao Jiao from behind. Xiao Jiao noticed her intention and dodged to the side to avoid her touch. Brother Jiao, don't you really know my heart? We grew up together, and people say that you and I are a perfect match. I will marry you in the future. Xiao Jiao's body became stiff. Brother Jiao, you have feelings for me, right? The end of the world is here. Let's not suppress ourselves anymore. Okay? Xiao Jiao sighed. Yining, I have always treated you as my own sister over the years. It's getting late. Go back. Zhou Yining was very sad to hear him refuse again and again. Xiao Jiao broke free from her arms around his waist and walked into the apartment without looking back. Zhou Yining stood at the door, crying silently. She is the most beautiful girl in the official logistics department of City A. Why is Brother Jiao unwilling to look at her straight in the eye? Isn't it said that as long as a woman is a little bit pretty, she will come to the door? Will a man not refuse? Why did he refuse her? Zhou Yining left in despair. She pressed the elevator button, and the elevator opened and closed, stopping at the 12th floor. Lulu was stunned when she saw Zhou Yining with red eyes. Chapter 65. Not enough points to spend. Zhou Yining glared at her. Lulu felt puzzled. She entered the elevator and waited for the elevator to descend. Two people stood on the far left and the far right, with a large gap in between. Officer Zhou seemed to have cried. Did Xiao Jiao make her angry? Lulu was thinking wildly. After the elevator reached the first floor, the two people separated and went their separate ways. Lulu strode to the gathering place of the stalls and put the little episode aside. She was only interested in the crystal core now. At present, she had 200 crystal cores, which was far from enough for her space upgrade. Lulu skipped the stall she had just visited and came to the 7th stall. She followed the stalls and scanned all the way. She visited more than 10 stalls in a row, but did not see any crystal cores for sale. She felt a little disappointed. After visiting the left side, she started to visit the right side. Still didn't come across anything she needed, until she saw the crystal core she had been searching for on a stall on the right. There were more crystal cores here than on the stall just now. How much are the crystal cores? 120. No bargaining. Lulu looked up and looked at the stall owner. The stall owner wrapped himself up tightly, and his dress was even more outrageous than hers. In the middle of the night, he was wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a fisherman's hat. 110. I want them all. Lulu tried to bargain. The man shook his head. Lulu saw him and stopped talking. It seemed that 110 crystal cores would not work. 115? 116? Miss, if you don't want to buy, leave quickly. Don't joke with me. The price is set by our boss. We won't sell it below this price. Lulu listened to him until he had no chance to bargain this time. She could only pay the money and buy all the crystal cores on the stall. However, an embarrassing scene came. She originally thought that her points were not enough to buy these crystal cores. There were a total of 2,000 crystal cores, totaling 240,000 points. She originally had 200,000 points, but only more than 170,000 points were left. She had spent more than 20,000 points on buying crystal cores and seeds before. Wait a minute. I'm short of points. Lulu picked up the phone and called Jiangyi. Jiangyi had just coaxed Xiaowu to sleep. She saw the incoming call and picked it up immediately. Lend me 70,000 points. What do you mean by lending or not? These points were originally given to me by you. Wait a minute. I'll transfer them to you now. A few seconds later, Lulu saw the transfer points notification on the bracelet. The original 170,000 plus the 70,000 borrowed from Jiangyi was just enough to buy the 2,000 crystal cores. The stall owner collected the points and showed a visibly happy expression. He hurriedly put away the stall cloth on the stall, packed it together with a box of crystal cores, and gave it to Lulu, and then left in a hurry. Lulu put away the box of crystal cores and put it in the messenger canvas bag she carried with her. With so many crystal cores on her body, she always felt unsafe outside. Lulu looked around and found that the people who set up stalls nearby always glanced at her vaguely. Some of them also looked at the mysterious man who had just received the points and hurried away. Seeing this, Lulu carried her bag and strode towards the apartment. She ran all the way to the elevator entrance and saw the 2 official security guards on duty near the elevator entrance. And she felt a little more at ease. The little tail that followed Lulu all the way quietly left after seeing her enter the apartment building. Lulu greeted the security guard at the door and quickly entered the elevator. It was not until she entered the apartment that she was completely at ease. Fortunately, the official shelter was relatively safe. There were official armed security guards on duty at the entrance of this apartment. She must be more careful when going out in the future. She remembered that there was a wig in the space. When the time comes, she will put on makeup and wigs, and go out after she is more disguised. Lulu looked around the apartment and was about to put the crystal core into the space. When she looked up, she saw Jiangyi standing at the stairs of the apartment and walking down. Jiangyi opened her confused eyes. Lulu, why didn't you go out to buy what so late? Lulu thought about it, hesitating, not knowing how to start. You have difficulties, right? Jiangyi saw that she looked embarrassed and did not continue to ask. The points she had were originally given by Lulu, so even if she gave them all to her, it would not be a big deal. Without Lulu, she would not be able to live in such a good apartment, and there would be enough supplies in the apartment to keep her well fed and clothed. She would not have to squeeze in a stinking concentration camp with other people. More importantly, without Lulu, she might have become a zombie long ago. Lulu, if you don't have enough points and you have difficulties, you can rent out my apartment. An independent apartment like this costs 30 points a day. I have been living here with you, and the apartment over there is also idle. Lulu shook her head when she heard her say she was renting out the apartment. After a month, she found an excuse to live separately from Jiangyi. Before, she went to Jiangyi and gave her points and an apartment to live in. First, Jiangyi was her best friend when she was a child. Second, she was born prematurely when she was a child, weak and often sick. Jiangyi always helped her exercise when other children bullied her. It was Jiangyi who stood up for her and drove those people away. The most important point is that she had a cesarean section and was in great need of help. Between choosing a nurse and Jiangyi, she trusted Jiangyi more. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Jiangyi has helped her a lot. This little point is not enough to make up for her help over the years. In the future, in resisting natural disasters, she must have a trustworthy teammate. In the previous life, heavy rain, floods. If Jiangyi hadn't taught her to dive and swim when she was a child, she would have died long ago. Rather than saying that she helped Jiangyi change her inevitable death, it is better to say that she needed Jiangyi. After giving birth, if no one helped share the work of taking care of the child, the mother will really collapse during the confinement period. In her previous life, she suffered from depression during the confinement period. Several times, she even wanted to take Xiaowu with her and end it all in this doomsday world. Every time, Xiaowu called her mom in a baby voice, which brought her back to her senses. Jiangyi has been taking care of her and the child with all her heart and soul in the past half month. She saw it all. I hope she didn't trust the wrong person in this life. No, I have other ways to get the points. The apartment is absolutely impossible to rent out. The rental points are too low. And after she leaves the confinement period, she plans to let Jiang Yi live next door. She is grateful to Jiang Yi. But the secret of her space must not be exposed. No matter who it is, the secret of the space cannot be revealed. It takes experimentation to grow crops in this space. And it also takes experimentation to grow crops on the balcony. It is necessary to avoid Jiang Yi and operate slowly. When I was stockpiling supplies before, I stocked up a lot of small umbrellas and cigarettes and alcohol. Those men who are addicted to cigarettes and alcohol will definitely be willing to spend a lot of money to buy them when they are addicted to cigarettes. Cigarettes and alcohol are not on the official shelves. And cigarettes and alcohol are in high demand. And small umbrellas. In this situation, once a woman gets pregnant, it will be very troublesome. For physiological desires, those people will definitely buy small umbrellas. The shelter is taken over by the official. Those who violate the will of women and commit some illegal acts will be driven out of the shelter by the official. The shelter is very safe and has many rules. Basically, it is not much different from the rule of law society before the end of the world. Therefore, those men who are obsessed with rice will find ways to buy small umbrellas to coax their girlfriends or wives to do some special exercises for the sake of desire. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up when she heard it. When she was stockpiling supplies, she also stockpiled some wine. But they were all red wine and cocktails. These are also considered alcoholic beverages and can be exchanged for points. Lulu continued, "We still have a lot of points in our hands. And we have a place to eat and live. So we are not in a hurry for the time being." In fact, she was very anxious. The stockpiling of crystal cores requires a large amount of supplies. Go and rest quickly. I will take care of Xiao Wu in the second half of the night. Lulu went upstairs with a crossbody bag on her back. Jiang Yi saw that her complexion was rosy and nodded. Lulu looked well recovered these days under her careful care. In the past half month, she stayed up late to take care of Xiao Wu, which was actually quite tiring. Lulu walked to the second bedroom next door and carried the sleeping Xiao Wu back to the master bedroom. After settling Xiao Wu down, Lulu took off her sleeves and clothes and changed into a cool suspender skirt. Chapter 66. Leave the small umbrella for me. She had just gone out and was sweating all over. She wore a hat and her hair was soaked with sweat. She threw her clothes into the washing machine next to the sink and washed them. She turned around and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After coming out of the bathroom, Lulu felt alive again. She sat on the bed, half leaning against the headboard, and took out the crystal cores in her backpack to check. Add the 200 in the space. Now she has 2,200 crystal cores. Rome was not built in a day. And crystal cores are not enough in a day. Come on! Lulu put all the crystal cores into the space. She now has 2,200 crystal cores, and can try to open the third door. Lulu used her mental power to control the crystal cores to upgrade the third door. As expected, the third door is 10 times the size of the second door. And it took 1,000 crystal cores to upgrade successfully. Lulu couldn't wait to enter the door. She found that it was an independent little world with blue sky, white clouds and sunshine. The ground was green grass. When she saw this area, she suddenly got a message that this area could be used to raise animals. The area was about 50 square meters in size, which was relatively small. And it certainly could not raise too many small animals. However, animals are alive. If animals can enter, can people enter? Lulu put a living rabbit frozen in the space into the third door. The rabbit was jumping inside and looked very comfortable. Lulu tried to connect the space so that she could also enter the third door. As soon as she had this thought, she suddenly felt black in front of her eyes. After a while of dizziness, she and the rabbit looked at each other. The rabbit was so scared when he saw her suddenly appear that he ran to the corner. Lulu laughed happily. Sure enough, people can also enter inside. In this way, if you encounter unavoidable danger, you can take Xiao Wu to hide in the space for refuge. I was worried that the crystal core was not easy to get. Now that there is a space as a backup, you can consider going out with the supply team to collect supplies and find a chance to get the crystal core in the zombie's brain. At that time, take Xiao Wu with you and put him in the space to play. But what should Jiang Yi do now that she has a space? Her wounds have recovered in advance, and she can't wait to go out and buy supplies. Things like collecting supplies must be avoided from her. Otherwise, Xiao Wu will disappear. and it will be difficult to explain. It is impossible to explain how she got the official to agree to let her take a child to collect supplies. If Jiang Yi sees it, she will be gone for several days, and she can't rest easy. If she doesn't see Xiao Wu for a day, she will feel inexplicably anxious. In the previous life, Xiao Wu died tragically because of negligence and blind trust in the bitch. If you go out, you must take Xiao Wu with you. The shelter looks safe now. If time goes on and supplies are reduced, the official deterrent power will not be enough to control the riot, and the apartment will no longer be safe. The apartment door provided by the official will not last long if it encounters violent destruction. After Lulu tested the functions of the third door, he came to the first door to check. In the first door, there was no drop of jade pool water in the original jade pool. A day and a night have passed. There has been no new jade pool water in the jade pool. This discovery made Lulu a little anxious. Jade pool water is an important part of her ability to have a constant supply of supplies. She saw that there were still 1,200 crystal cores left, and decided to use these crystal cores to upgrade the jade pool. Lulu threw the bag of crystal cores into the jade pool. A few minutes later, the energy in the crystal cores was absorbed by the jade pool. This time, the jade pool upgraded, consuming 1,000 crystal cores. At the same time, 6 drops of jade pool water appeared in the center of the originally dry jade pool. Lulu carefully controlled her mental power, and put these water droplets into a small bottle. She placed the small bottle next to the jade pool. With these 6 drops of jade pool water, she felt more confident. Lulu found the first batch of diluted jade pool water. She poured out 500 milliliters, and quietly came downstairs to the apartment building. She poured the water, which had been diluted 3 times, into the water dispenser where she and Jiang Yi drank water, which contained about 50 milliliters. Jiang Yi was her good friend, and asked her to drink some jade pool water to improve her strength. This water, which had been diluted many times, had a much lower efficacy. However, drinking it many times is beneficial to the body and not harmful. Xiao Wu is breastfeeding, and special water is also arranged for Xiao Wu to make milk. It will definitely be good for Xiao Wu's growth and development. After Lulu poured the water, he went back upstairs to rest. The next morning, Lulu got up early and made breakfast. Her body has now recovered to be healthier than before, and she can't always let Jiang Yi cook alone. Lulu put the prepared breakfast on the table, and went upstairs to call Jiang Yi down for breakfast. Jiang Yi yawned and went downstairs. She saw Xiao Wu in Lulu's arms, looking around with his eyes open, and smiled and greeted Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, I'm your godmother. Hee. So cute. Jiang Yi touched Xiao Wu's little head, and then sat down with Lulu to have breakfast. They had the small wontons they had made before for breakfast, accompanied by a cup of warm milk. Compared to the survivors, who had to eat compressed biscuits every day, their lives were much more comfortable. After breakfast, Lulu suggested taking the cigarettes and alcohol she had stockpiled to a stall to exchange points. She and Jiang Yi had no use for cigarettes and alcohol. Originally, the small umbrella was also on the exchange list. Jiang Yi stopped her. Lulu. Let's keep the small umbrella. We are still young, and there will always be a time when it will be useful in the future. Lulu was speechless. So, this girl wanted to use it with the previous mighty Mr. Yin Feiyu? Lulu finally nodded and agreed to keep this small umbrella. She swore that she definitely didn't want to use this kind of thing in the future, although she had a lot of space for this kind of thing, because she knew that this thing could be sold at a good price. She had stockpiled a lot of it at the beginning. The small umbrella she stockpiled could be used for hundreds of years even if it rained 7 times a day. Of course, she couldn't tell Jiang Yi that she had a lot of them in her space. Lulu pushed the baby carriage. Jiang Yi pushed the camper for the stall. The two went downstairs together. Soon, they found a good place for feng shui. This place was right under a big tree and was relatively cool. The sky in the early morning was not too hot, and the temperature was within the tolerable range. Lulu was still dressed the same as yesterday. She covered her appearance to look very ordinary. Jiang Yi saw her doing this, and felt it was very necessary. She didn't know where she took out 2 sun protection clothes. This kind of sun protection clothes, with a hood and a front brim, directly framed the 2 of them in the sun protection clothes. It looked a bit funny. Lulu pulled the baby carriage, and sat on the folding stool installed by Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi arranged the cigarettes and alcohol and waited for customers. After a while, some male survivors passing by saw cigarettes for sale at their stall and ran over to ask the price. Chapter 67. Not only did he think it through, Lulu knew that these people wanted to get rid of their addiction to cigarettes. If they were sold a whole box, few people could afford it. There were 3 kinds of cigarettes on sale at the stall. One was 10 yuan a pack, one was 20 yuan a pack, and one was 40 yuan a pack. These cigarettes were the city cigarettes of City A. With the characteristics of City A, they sold very well in City A and were very popular. They agreed that the cigarettes, which were originally priced at 10 yuan a pack, would be sold at a price of 10 points per cigarette. The cigarettes, which were originally priced at 20 yuan a pack, would be sold at a price of 20 points per cigarette. The cigarettes, which were originally priced at 40 yuan a pack, would be sold at a price of 30 points per cigarette. A box of cigarettes worth 10 yuan could be sold for 200 points. A box of cigarettes worth 20 yuan could be sold for 400 points. A box of cigarettes worth 40 yuan could be sold for 600 points. If all 3 packs of cigarettes are sold, they can be sold for a total of 12,000 points. Lulu, are our prices too low? Will anyone really buy them? Will they not be unsellable? Try it. Just in case. Right? Lulu smiled simply. It is impossible that they cannot be sold. The entire official shopping base has never seen hard currency such as cigarettes and alcohol. Unless these people are desperate and run to the supermarkets to fight with the zombies for cigarettes and alcohol. Otherwise, they have no source at all. It is a seller's market now. They cannot bargain. Jiang Yi waited with uneasiness. After a while, a group of survivors got up early to participate in various tasks organized by the official organization. When they passed by the gate and went to work in a large open space next door, they saw the cigarettes and alcohol on Lulu's stall. Everyone surrounded the stall with green eyes. C&M. Finally, I see someone selling cigarettes. If I don't smoke, I'll be dead. Hiss. This cigarette is so expensive. 10 points a stick. Come on. Some people still complained about the high price, while some people had already taken out their bracelets to buy a cigarette for enjoyment. Lulu sold cigarettes and thoughtfully prepared a lighter. The lighter can be used on the spot and cannot be taken away. You know, the official lighters are sold for 2 points each. The man bought a cigarette and couldn't wait to pick up the free lighter. After lighting the cigarette, he began to puff. Looking at the way this man smokes, he is definitely an old smoker with more than 10 years of smoking experience. Some other men who were watching could not help themselves when they smelled the smoke. You can skip 1 or 2 meals, but you can't smoke a cigarette without a puff a day. Soon, the cigarettes at Lulu's stall, which cost 10 points each, were sold out. The strange scene of the stall surrounded by people attracted the attention of many people. Among them, there was Li Gang, the best among this group of people. Li Gang used to be a super rich second generation, and he smoked special cigarettes, the kind that cost 100 yuan a box. But now, things are different. It's good to be able to smoke a cigarette. When he brought Su Pingting to the stall, the group of people who bought a cigarette for 10 points formed a team and left to work. There are cigarettes here. How are these cigarettes sold? Li Gang showed a confident and ordinary smile. Su Pingting beside her looked shy, as if Li Gang was her favorite male god. When she noticed the 2 people selling things on the stall, she was shocked. The one on the left. How come she looks so much like Lulu? Those eyes, that temperament, are exactly the same. Lulu, is that you? Jiang Yi was surprised to see Su Pingting calling out Lulu's name. How could Lulu know such a person? This woman, from a distance, smelled like white lotus. Lulu looked at Su Pingting expressionlessly. Su Pingting was a little gloating when she saw her like this. It's really a matter of time. Lulu, who was originally regarded as a goddess by Ma Weizhou, has now fallen to the point of selling things at a stall. Su Pingting suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. Lulu, I didn't expect that you would live such a difficult life. Li Gang glared at Su Pingting. What is this woman talking about? Why does she seem to be a bit stupid? 2 packs of cigarettes on the stall, plus a few bottles of erguado, can be exchanged for at least tens of thousands of points. How could they live so miserably? With 10,000 points, they can find a job in the base. These 2 people can live a comfortable life. 20 points for a cigarette on the left. 30 points for a cigarette on the right. What? 20 points for a cigarette. Su Pingting's sweet voice became sharp and thin, as if she couldn't believe it. Seeing her fussing, Li Gang suddenly felt that such a woman was really not presentable. No knowledge. It's only 20 points. Lulu. We are good friends. Right? You are selling cigarettes too expensive. Can you give us a discount? Lulu didn't say anything. Jiangyi sneered. What time is it now? You have the nerve to say that Liu's friend. Our friend's so ungrateful? I won't sell this cigarette for less than 1 point. Li Gang picked up a cigarette and sniffed it. He had an intoxicated expression on his face. Although the cigarette is relatively cheap, it is better to have it than not. I'll buy both of your 2 cigarettes. And the wine on your stall. The cigarettes are 10,000 points in total. And the wine is 3,000 per bottle. A total of 13,000 points. Su Pingting saw Li Gang take out the bracelet and scan the points to Jiangyi without blinking. The originally out-of-control expression was under control. She really didn't follow the wrong person. This Li Gang must be very rich. More than 10,000 points without blinking. He must be served well. However, where did Lulu get these supplies? She just told her that she was very poor. Could it be the supplies of the girl next to her? In just a short while, Su Pingting's eyes kept rolling. Lulu looked at Su Pingting and smiled secretly. Do you think you have found a rich man? I'm waiting for you to get caught in your own trap. People like Li Gang, whose eyes just revealed a lot of disdain, have already expressed a lot. Su Pingting proudly took Li Gang's arm. Lulu, Brother Gang and I are going to have dinner first. Come to apartment 8 to visit me when you have time. I live in 801. While speaking, Su Pingting emphasized the word apartment. They live in a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. It's not comparable to the dirty concentration camp. Originally, Brother Gang planned to rent a single apartment. I heard that kind of apartment is for people who contribute to the base. So, they can only live in a 3-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom room and share the rent with others. However, those who share the rent with them are all rich people. Su Pingting smiled and left. Lulu looked at her twisted buttocks and laughed. Her original image of a pure and harmless white lotus was probably heading for the abyss. It seemed that after being nurtured by Ma Weizhou and the strange man, Su Pingting had come to her senses. Add to that Li Gang, and her legs were also spread wide. Chapter 68. Setting up a stall for points. She still has the video of Su Pingting fighting with the strange man that night in her mobile phone. Post this video on TikTok. It will surely add some fun to the not-so-beautiful lives of many people. As for whether she is crazy to do this, who cares? As early as when Su Pingting killed Xiao Wu, broke her legs and destroyed her face. When she was with her, she had completely lost her original kindness. Don't tell her that revenge will never end, and you should forgive others when you can. She has always believed that kindness and hatred must be repaid. To Jiangyi, it is to repay her. When she was a child, she was weak, and Jiangyi played with her, helped her exercise, and improve her physical fitness. Stop other children from bullying her. After she gave birth to the child, Jiangyi came to her house without saying a word, carrying expensive supplements. Jiangyi deserves her gratitude. As for Su Pingting, she only had hatred. The current TikTok has become zombie-like with the staff of the TikTok review department. Some of the above content that was originally not allowed to be reviewed and published has appeared in TikTok. Most of them are pictures of zombies eating people. There are also some lawless elements, mentally ill patients, live broadcasting behaviors such as abusing cats and dogs. Their behavior is despised by the official. The few remaining managers in the background of TikTok were taken over by the official, and they banned these illegal live broadcast rooms and live videos day and night. However, TikTok is the largest short video entertainment platform in the entire Hailan country. All Hailan country people know TikTok. The original staff was reduced, and there were not enough people. The staff could only ban those videos that seriously endangered the safety of the official and the people. Su Pingting, I'm actually helping you. Don't you like to hang out with men? After this video is released, I believe many men will take the initiative to find you and let you hang out with them. You should be very happy. At the beginning, you ruined my reputation and made the headlines in City A. You should be the first to take the credit. Now, it's time for you to experience this feeling. Lulu, don't associate with that White Lotus flirt just now. At first glance, she's not a good person. White Lotus flirtatious girl. This nickname is just right. Lulu nodded. Yeah. We sold all the cigarettes and alcohol we brought, and sold a total of 15,000 points. I'll transfer the points to you now. Jiangyi operated the bracelet to transfer money to Lu Lu. Lu Lu stopped her action. Before, I borrowed 70,000 points from you, and I will pay you back 15,000 first. Jiangyi was stunned. Ah? This is you. Take it. There is no need to be so polite between us. No. At least half each. How can you not keep some points in your hand? Seeing her firm attitude, Lu Lu took half of the points and kept them for backup. While it's still early, I'll wait here. You go home and get some cigarettes and alcohol to sell. Jiangyi nodded. Anyway, she and Lulu don't smoke or drink. It's better to exchange more points and buy other supplies. Jiangyi pulled the camper and ran quickly towards the apartment. Lulu and Xiaolu sat in the shade of the tree and waited. 15 minutes later, Jiangyi panted and pulled the camper loaded with alcohol and cigarettes over. The two continued to set up the stall. The stall lasted until about 10 in the morning. The sun was high in the sky. The temperature was getting higher and higher. Lulu found that Xiaolu was sweating in the stroller. So, the two packed up the stall and planned to go back to the apartment to escape the heat. When the sun went down and the weather was cooler in the evening, they would go out to set up the stall again. Then, the two returned to the apartment. Jiangyi gave half of the points from selling cigarettes and alcohol to Lulu. Later, there was no big customer like Li Gang. They were all poor survivors who were struggling, and they all bought loose cigarettes for 10 points. Wine was sold for 1,000 points per bottle, and no bottle was sold. They were all poor people who thought it was too expensive. From 8 to 10 in the morning, they earned a total of 16,000 points. Each person was given 8,000 points. After the points were distributed, it was 10:30 in the morning. Lulu got up and went to the kitchen to prepare to cook. Jiangyi stopped her and asked her to sit down and rest. Lulu knew that she was worried about her, so she returned to the living room from the kitchen area. She saw Jiangyi busy in the kitchen. She also saw Xiaowu sleeping well. Lulu felt inexplicably warm. She came to the balcony and found the ordinary soil she dug at midnight yesterday. She put the soil in 2 plastic pots. She planted tomato seeds in both pots. One was secretly watered with Yuchi diluted water, and the other was watered with ordinary water. Jiangyi saw her fiddling with the soil on the balcony and asked curiously, Lulu, what did you plant? I planted some tomato seeds. Tomatoes? I like to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes the most. Jiangyi came to the balcony excitedly, looking at the 2 plastic pots with anticipation in her eyes. Don't worry. I'm an expert at growing vegetables. I'll make you fried tomato eggs as soon as I grow tomatoes. Jiangyi looked at the 2 plastic basins and seemed to see the tomatoes waving at her. Lulu, there are only 2 basins. Let's plant more. Well, there's no soil. I didn't dig much of this soil. I'll go dig more soil after dinner. Jiangyi was very excited. If there are not enough basins, go to my apartment. I bought several basins of various sizes before. They are definitely enough. Let's plant more tomatoes. Even if we can't finish them, we can still exchange them for points. Yeah. Lulu nodded in agreement. Go wash your hands first. The rice should be cooked. I'll go check it out. Lulu turned around and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. The two of them ate lunch leisurely. After lunch, Lulu went upstairs to take Xiaowu to take a nap. After washing the dishes, Jiangyi picked up the plastic bucket on the balcony and ran downstairs to dig soil. It was evening. The temperature dropped a lot, but it was still very hot outside. However, as the wind blew, it brought a bit of coolness to the hot temperature. Lulu and Jiangyi pushed the baby carriage and camper again and went downstairs to set up a stall to sell cigarettes and alcohol. The cigarettes and alcohol were taken from the small warehouse converted from Lu Liu's study. It was filled with various boxes of supplies. Jiangyi didn't know what was inside. Lulu directly moved a box of cigarettes from the space. These cigarettes were all cheap. 10 yuan a pack of affordable cigarettes. This kind of cigarettes is very easy to sell. She and Jiangyi each took a pack of expensive cigarettes. The other wines were cocktails and red wine that Jiangyi brought back to the apartment. Cocktails were originally 8 yuan a can, priced at 80 points. Red wine was more than 100 yuan a bottle, priced at 1,000 points. Wine is not as easy to sell as cigarettes. Jiangyi also wanted to give it a try. Anyway, if she couldn't sell it, She could keep it for celebrations during the holidays. The stall had just been set up. Many regular customers came. They all came to buy the 10-point cigarettes they had bought before. Some people couldn't resist the temptation of smoking and bought high-end cigarettes at 20 points. No one bought the 30-point ones. Many people thought that the taste of the 30-point cigarettes was similar to that of the 20-point ones. And they could buy 3 10-point cigarettes and smoke more. Buying 10 and 20-point cigarettes is more cost-effective and more cost-effective. Chapter 69. This kind of woman. Just play with her. This time, Lulu brought 5 packs of 10 yuan cigarettes, each worth 2,000 points. 1 pack of 20 yuan is worth 4,000 points. 1 pack of 40 yuan is worth 6,000 points. If all of these are sold, there will be 20,000 points in the account. Lulu saw that Jiangyi was collecting points and selling cigarettes smoothly. She greeted Jiangyi, pushed the stroller, and strolled around the nearby stalls. In fact, she was just looking for a day. Is there anyone else selling crystal cores? After a day of fermentation, many survivors in the base took risks. They thought that the official work provided too few points every day, only enough for 3 meals a day and barely living. If this goes on, it will be a problem to live in an 8-person room. I heard that the official price for crystal cores is very high. And there are people in the base who sell crystal cores. And the price is higher than the official price. Therefore, many people went to the business area 10 kilometers away from the shelter to kill zombies and dig out the crystal cores in their brains. Lulu saw crystal cores appearing on many scattered stalls. However, there were not many. There were only 2 or 3. After seeing this, Lulu accepted all the crystal cores from the stalls. The price was uniformly 120 points per piece. These people sold 20 points more expensive. Lulu also tried to bargain, but couldn't lower it, as if she had tacitly agreed that this was the price. If you don't buy it, I'll sell it to the official. The 8,000 points she just got were quickly consumed. Lulu squatted in front of the stall awkwardly. She looked at the bracelet and wanted to send a message to Jiangyi and borrow some more. But this is definitely not a long-term solution. He spent all his 8,000 points so quickly, and he didn't bring anything of value back. Even if Jiangyi was her best friend, she would definitely think too much. Lulu pretended to take out a pack of cigarettes from her backpack. Can I exchange this for the crystal cores on your stall? The stall owner's eyes widened when he saw the cigarettes. The current cigarette market is good. It is in a state of being priced but not in demand. Once the cigarettes appear, they will be quickly snapped up. Moreover, he himself likes to smoke. 1 pack of cigarettes can only be exchanged for 2 crystal cores. A pack of 10 yuan cigarettes, 200 points, and 2 crystal cores. Lulu nodded. Exchanging cigarettes for crystal cores is more cost-effective than buying directly with points. She reached into her bag and took out 2 more packs of cigarettes. A total of 3 packs of cigarettes. And bought all 6 crystal cores on his stall. After she finished shopping, she looked around. There was always a feeling that someone was staring at her. This made her stop buying crystal cores. The main reason is that her canvas bag looks this big. If she can always take out cigarettes from it and be noticed by someone with ulterior motives, it will be troublesome. Lulu pushed the stroller back. Along the way, she saw 1 or 2 crystal cores appearing on some stalls. This made her feel eager. She kept calm and pushed the stroller back to the stall where she had set up the stall. Seeing her come back, Jiangyi began to clean up the stall. Lulu, all sold out. These cigarettes are too good to sell. A total of 20,000 points were sold. We agreed that each of us would take half. You are not allowed to refuse, Jiangyi said, and transferred 10,000 points to Lulu. Lulu opened the payment code on her bracelet and accepted it. These 10,000 points came just in time. Wait for me here. Lulu pushed the stroller and came to the stall where she had just seen the crystal cores. She acted quickly and spent all the 10,000 points she had just received in 20 minutes. This trip earned her 150 crystal cores, including the remaining 1,200. She now has a total of 1,350 crystal cores. Lulu took the crystal cores and returned to the apartment with Jiangyi. After washing up, Lulu returned to her bedroom and half leaned on the bed. She opened TikTok and posted the high-definition video of Su Pingting and the strange man on TikTok in the early hours of the morning. Her TikTok account was a blank slate. There was no short video content in it. The first video she posted was on the hot search shortly after it was posted. When the official staff found out and banned her account. This video had already been spread by other accounts, big and small. There were too many things that the authorities wanted to ban, and this video was spread infinitely. Later, the momentum could not be stopped. Shortly after the video was released, Su Pingting got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and she clearly felt that the other two families living in the room looked at her in a very strange way. The woman looked at her as if she were a flood and a beast, and the man looked at her with a blue light in his eyes. This discovery scared her, and she hurried back to her room. As soon as she returned to the room, Su Pingting saw Li Gang staring at her fiercely. "Bitch! Get out of here!" Su Pingting was confused. She had no idea what was going on. "Brother Gang, what's wrong with you?" Li Gang saw that she seemed to be unaware that her high-definition video was on the trending search on TikTok. So, Li Gang turned on his phone and turned up the volume to the maximum. Inside, the conversation between her and Ma Donglai, who threatened her, was playing in the hotel. Such a sweet and coquettish voice gave Su Pingting goosebumps. The moment Su Pingting saw this video, she collapsed. She knew that crying was useless at this time. At the beginning, she was found by Ma Weizhou, and it was useless to kneel down and beg him. Su Pingting quietly packed her clothes and prepared to leave. She knew that no man could accept such green humiliation. Although, things were not as unbearable as they imagined. She was coerced. Su Pingting walked to the door and said goodbye to Li Gang for the last time. Who knew that Li Gang saw her good figure and remembered that he had played a lot these days, thinking that she was still quite pretty. Once she walked out of this door today, she didn't know who would play with her in the future. It's not good to let her go so late. It's better to seize the opportunity of the last night and have fun again. Li Gang reached out and pulled Su Pingting. Su Pingting looked back, thinking that Li Gang had changed his mind and didn't care about this matter. So, she and him had a deeper communication in the room. The other two families who lived with them, separated by only a wall, couldn't sleep after hearing their movements. In order to win back Li Gang, a rich man, this time, she worked extra hard and used all her tricks to please Li Gang. After a night, it was dawn. Li Gang, holding a cigarette in his mouth, said coldly, "Go away. From today on, don't say you know me, Brother Gang. I am your woman. Last night, we were still entangled. How can you be so ruthless? Okay, I have seen many women like you. You just want points. I will give you 100 points. Go away," Li Gang said, holding out his bracelet and transferring 100 points to Su Pingting. Then, he deleted Su Pingting's bracelet friend. This kind of woman is just for fun. He is tired of playing with her now, and has to change to a new one. Su Pingting felt humiliated when she saw that there were only 100 points. These days, she was played by Li Gang. If she is tough now and looks down on these 100 points, it will really be a waste of effort. Su Pingting concealed her hatred and left with the things she had packed last night. Who on earth sent her video that night to TikTok? Chapter 70 Balcony Planting. Is it Ma Weizhou? He is the only one who has her original video. Ma Weizhou, why did you do this to me? Su Pingting came to the official housing rental office with tears of regret to rent a house. When she walked on the cement road in the community, she found that many people looked at her strangely. Especially men. They looked as if they wanted to eat her alive. All kinds of harsh words came from the mouths of those seemingly uneducated hooligans. Su Pingting heard these words and wanted to find a hole to crawl into immediately. Even so, she never thought of committing suicide. Those men who hurt her and looked down on her, she must take revenge. Su Pingting walked to the housing rental office with hatred and paid 30 points for a month's rent for an 8-person room. The points she had, plus the points she got from Li Gang, were enough for her to live alone for half a year. In this half year, she must find a way to break the situation. Now that her reputation was ruined, she could not count on men, so she could only go after some rich girls and win their favor. Su Pingting made up her mind and laid down on the bed to rest. The other women who lived in the same rental house with her excluded her and wanted to stay away from her after seeing her. What if she got some dirty disease from those men and passed it on to them? A girl expressed her concerns when she went to take a shower. In an instant, the other women all packed up their things and found the official staff in charge of house rentals to ask for a room change. When Su Pingting came out of the shower, she found that the whole room, which was originally full of people, was now gone. She saw these people leave. She angrily called them bitches. It's good that they left. Now, she can enjoy the treatment of 8 people by spending 1 point every day. It's not too comfortable to live in a single room alone. Su Pingting was very strong in her heart, and she lived here with peace of mind. Lulu did this thing, not knowing that there was a follow-up incident with Su Pingting. Although this incident allowed Su Pingting to take advantage of some rental houses. However, her goal was achieved. From today on, anyone who has watched this short video will know Su Pingting. She wants Su Pingting to live in the eyes of everyone, no matter how strong she is mentally. The pure and innocent persona she created should be changed. At the beginning, she calculated her, and was laughed at by the entire A City circle. Now, it's time to collect the interest. That day, she walked out of the hotel. There were rumors in the upper-class circle that she had an affair with someone in the hotel. This kind of gossip was once a hot search. If Ma Weizhou had not coveted her shares in Yunshang Technology, he would have stood up to defend her. He issued a notice saying that the man that night was actually him, and suppressed the matter. Until now, she would still be accused of being romantic, cheap, and shameless. At that time, she was very moved. She was moved that Ma Weizhou did not despise her. She was drunk and made mistakes. She thought that this must be true love. In fact, all this was just a good show performed by Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting. But why did the man that night leave without saying goodbye? Now, she already knows that the man is Xiao Jiu. After these days of short exchanges and interactions, Xiao Jiu looks upright and not like an irresponsible man. Maybe she was wrong. Isn't Ma Weizhou like this? He looks elegant, but he has a lot of tricks behind the scenes. You can't know a person's heart by knowing his face. Xiao Jiu. It seems that he is just an irresponsible scumbag after a one-night stand. Lu Liu's heart is in a state of conflict. She met Ma Weizhou because she was shallow-minded, had poor vision, and had no experience in love for the first time. Then, what about Xiao Jiu? What happened between her and him was a complete accident. Lu laughed at herself. At first, she regarded the man that night as an irresponsible scumbag. When she woke up in the morning, the man in the night was gone. That's how she viewed him. What about Xiao Jiu? Did he view her the same way? A drunk woman staying in a hotel can easily have sex with a strange man. Lu Liu's mind was in a mess. After a long time, she put all these things behind her. Go to the man. How can a son be cute? My son looks too much like someone. Lu was going crazy. She covered Xiao Wu with a blanket and didn't look at his face. As soon as she saw Xiao Wu, she would think of Xiao Jiu. Don't look. Don't look. The turtle will lay eggs. Hurry up and close your eyes to sleep. In the end, the most important thing is to survive. Revenge when there is revenge. Repay kindness when there is kindness. Only by not forgetting your original intention can you achieve your goal. Finally, after Lu had some random thoughts, she used the method of counting sheep to successfully hypnotize herself. The next morning, the weather was particularly hot and humid. Lu Liu's mental state was not very good. She stayed at home and didn't go out to set up a stall. She was worried that Xiao Wu would be alone at home. It was too hot to take him out to set up a stall, and she was worried that Xiao Wu would be hot. So, she chose to take care of the children in the apartment. Jiang Yi went outside to set up a stall to exchange points happily. After Lu waited for Xiao Wu to fall asleep, he went to the balcony and watered the tomato potted plants on the balcony. 1 tomato. Ordinary soil. Ordinary water. The other 3 pots of tomatoes were all watered with diluted jade pool water. After her observation, she found that the soil of the second door in the space also promoted plant growth. Only diluted water was used, without the blessing of space soil. And the potted plants on the balcony sprouted after a day and a night. And the piece of land in the space will sprout immediately after planting, without the blessing of special soil. This speed is just right. Not too fast, which will be suspected, and not too slow, which will make them eat tomatoes longer. As long as it is controlled within a certain range, it can be self-consistent. In addition to planting tomatoes, Lu also found a large round bathing basin and planted a lot of garlic in it. Garlic is something that I bought a lot of before and is very durable. Sow the garlic cloves directly in the soil. Water them, and they will grow well. When the fresh garlic grows up, you can eat the seasoning with green leaves. Garlic is very good for removing fishy smells and seasoning. The soil for planting garlic was a bucket of soil that Jiang Yi had dug before and had not had time to deal with. So it was just used. Lulu watered the garlic with jade pool water, as usual. After doing all this, Lulu went to a treadmill placed in the apartment to run and exercise. At 10:30 in the morning, she came to the kitchen to make lunch. Jiang Yi endured the heat outside and must be very tired when she came back. Make some chilled honey lemonade and wait for her to come back to drink a cup, which can relieve the heat, beautify and nourish the skin. Cooking is very simple under the current conditions of electricity. There is no gas in this apartment. All electric mode is adopted. Rice is cooked with an electric rice cooker, stir-fried with an electric cooker, and an electric water heater is used to heat water. Thinking of this, Lulu realized that she seemed to have forgotten to stock up some gas jars. Fortunately, there are enough smokeless carbon tubes and cassette stove tubes. It is enough for simple cooking. In addition, the solar power generation of the base is very powerful. At present, there is no problem with electricity. However, we still have to find an opportunity to go out and buy a wave of 0 yuan, especially gold. The more the better. Lulu made up his mind. Came to the kitchen to cook a big pot of rice and steamed 2 steamed eggs. She opened the refrigerator and saw a lot of meat stored in the quick frozen. These meats can be eaten for a long time if they are eaten sparingly. Take out some meat and thaw it in the microwave. She fried a dish of garlic and pickled pepper with meat, and another dish of potato slices with meat. 2 people, 3 dishes, almost enough to finish. Since drinking the spring water, her physical condition has improved, and her appetite has also increased. Even Jiang Yi, after drinking the jade pool water that has been diluted many times, has increased her appetite to an outrageous extent. A large pot of rice in the rice cooker can be completely finished by 2 people. At 11:30 in the morning, the sun outside is getting hotter and hotter. Lulu is in the apartment with the air conditioner on, feeling very uncomfortable. She is worried that Jiang Yi will have heat stroke. So she sends her a message to ask her to come back for dinner. As soon as the message was sent, she heard a knock on the door. It must be Yi who is back. Lulu happily came to the door of the apartment, and through the cat's eye, she saw Jiang Yi standing at the door happily. Confirmed that it was Jiang Yi. Lulu opened the door. Jiang Yi said excitedly, "Lulu, all the things we brought are sold out." All sold out? Those people in the base seemed to be very powerful. Lulu was sighing when she suddenly saw someone coming in from the side of Jiang Yi. When she saw that person, her eyes widened. Chapter 71 Returning a Favor. Oh my gosh! Why is Xiaojiu here? Lulu. Thanks to Brother Xiao. He has some connections with the government and bought all the cigarettes and alcohol I brought. The price is the same as before. Heh. Xiaojiu looked at Lulu who was standing at the door in a daze and said expressionlessly, "You don't seem to welcome me." Lulu. You called me so affectionately. I don't know you well. Okay. Not welcome. Super not welcome. Can't you see it? Who would come to visit during other people's lunchtime? She always felt that Xiaojiu would snatch her son from her. Lulu hurriedly passed Xiaojiu and took Xiaowu in the stroller upstairs. Xiaojiu saw all her actions of covering her ears and stealing the bell. Lulu. What's the point of doing this? Are you afraid that I will snatch your son from you? He is my son. You can hide for a while. But can you hide forever? In his previous life, he received a notice and flew abroad to perform an undercover mission, and failed to find her in time. When he returned to China, the apocalypse had already broken out. It was not easy to send someone to find out about her. But I heard that she had taken contraceptive pills afterwards. Zhou Yining said that she had a fiancé and a child. Contraceptive pills killed 99% of the possibility of pregnancy. He naturally thought that Lulu, the woman who had a one-night stand, had another man and had a child with him. Because of the guilt he felt for her that night, he ordered Zhou Yining to arrange a light job for her so that she and her fiancé could live a more relaxed life. This time, he was reborn and returned to China early, and unexpectedly found that the child was his son. Xiaojiu looked at Lulu's panic with interest. Jiang Yi didn't notice the subtle changes between the two. She thought to herself that Xiaojiu looked good, handsome, in great shape, and had an official background. He was Xiaowu's biological father. What a coincidence that he lived upstairs from them. This was a match made in heaven. Xiaojiu should be invited to the house more often to develop feelings with Lulu. When the relationship develops, it will be great for the whole family to be together in harmony. Jiang Yi brought the dishes to the table with good wishes. Because Xiao Jiao was invited to come over temporarily, the dishes looked a little small. Jiang Yi seized the time and cooked a pot of dumplings to go with the rice. 3 dishes, a pot of dumplings, and a can of Lao Gan Nai beef spicy sauce. It should be enough. Wait until Jiang Yi is done. Lu Lulu went downstairs after comforting Xiao Wu. Seeing her go downstairs, Jiang Yi enthusiastically pulled her and sat at the dining table. Brother Xiao, you sit here too. There's plenty of room for eating here. Jiang Yi pointed to the seat opposite Lu Lulu. Xiao Jiao pulled out a chair and sat opposite Lu Lulu. When their eyes met, sparks seemed to flash between the two. Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao's eyes met for a moment. And suddenly she felt as if she couldn't breathe. 3 seconds later, she lowered her eyes and shifted her sight to the food on the table. Jiang Yi looked around at Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao, picked up a bottle of NFC juice, and poured a glass for each of them. Hee. Brother Xiao, don't be restrained. Eat freely. Jiang Yi livened up the atmosphere at the table. Lu Lulu looked embarrassed. She picked up the porcelain spoon in the porcelain bowl of dumplings and served herself 6 dumplings. Xiao Jiao picked up the chopsticks and tasted each dish. It tastes good. Faced with Xiao Jiao's praise, Lu Lulu and Jiang Yi both felt a sense of inexplicable happiness. The food they cooked was praised by others. Whether the other party was sincere or just a polite remark, it would make people happy to hear it. After drinking a glass of juice, he ate the dishes for a few minutes. The stiff atmosphere on the table was relieved to a certain extent. Lu Lulu's tense body relaxed a little, but she didn't say a word the whole time. It was Jiang Yi who advised Xiao Jiao not to be polite. Xiao Jiao was really not polite. The dishes on the table were eaten clean by the 3 people. At this critical moment, wasting food is a shameful act. Brother Xiao, I really want to thank you this time. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to sell these supplies and set up a stall. It's just a small favor. You're welcome. In the future, if you have any supplies to sell, you can contact me and I'll have the official logistics staff come to buy them. After hearing this, Lu Lulu's eyes lit up. At this juncture, setting up a stall outside is not a long-term solution. If she and Jiang Yi go out to sell supplies frequently, they may be targeted by some lawless people. If the official power declines in the future, they will definitely become the lost land of the crowd. The official can come to the door, and it is more private, and it will not be targeted by some people with ulterior motives. Thank you. Lu Lulu said the first sentence sincerely. When Xiao Jiao heard these 2 words from her, a trace of joy flashed in his heart. You're welcome. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. Lu Lulu frowned when she heard Xiao Jiao suddenly say that if you have any problems, just come to him. Her defense line in her heart was pulled up again. They were just neighbors. What position did he take to make such a promise? Could it be that this man was a kind-hearted person who was eager to help others? Perhaps. She thought too much. However, Lu Lulu stared at Xiao Jiao with a vigilant attitude. The meal is over. Xiao Jiao. Right? We still need to rest. So we won't see you off. Xiao Jiao's happy mood just rising suddenly dropped like a roller coaster. Jiang Yi looked at Lu Lulu with a bad face. Turning her head again, she saw Xiao Jiao also had a stern face. It was obvious that both of them were not in a good mood. Forget it. A forced melon is not sweet. Rome was not built in a day. They live so close. There is a long way to go. And there will always be an opportunity for Lulu and Brother Xiao. He? Jiang Yi smiled happily. Brother Xiao, Lulu is still in confinement. She is not feeling well and needs more rest. I will take you there. Xiao Jiao remembered that Lu Lulu had just given birth to his child, and it was the time when she needed to replenish her body. And his stern face returned to expressionless. I just happen to have some bird's nest and ginseng at home. I'll give you some of these things. Haha. Brother Xiao is really handsome and kind. Then I will accept it. It is our blessing to have such a friendly neighbor like you. Lu Lulu originally wanted to refuse, but was intercepted by Jiang Yi. Bird's nest and ginseng. She really has no shortage of them. Space and small warehouse. A lot of them. Jiang Yi also gave her 2 large boxes of bird's nest, and the packaging was not opened. In the short 10 seconds when she was confused, Jiang Yi took Xiao Jiao out the door. After a while, Jiang Yi came back with a smile, holding 2 large gift boxes in her hands. Needless to say, one gift box contains bird's nest, and the other gift box contains ginseng. Look at this brand. It's all written in English. Lu Lilio's English is just at the level of CET4, and she has no idea what brand this is. Jiang Yi saw these 2 boxes of supplements and smiled from ear to ear. Lulu, this is Emma's bird's nest and ginseng. You know, I've seen it in a foreign specialty store. It's worth $10 tabulous a box. Oh, Lulu was completely stunned, as if she had instantly become a slow-reacting puppet. Lulu, I'll stew the bird's nest for you. Bird's nest is an excellent artifact for beauty and skin care. Jiang Yi chattered and went to the kitchen to open the box and clean the bird's nest. Lulu looked at her busy figure and couldn't say no. Xiaojiu, he must have gone crazy. Such expensive supplements. He just gave them away. However, she didn't take these supplements seriously. If it was before opening the first door of the space, she would definitely be very happy. Who would complain about having too many good things? However, now she has the magical jade pool water. No matter how good the tonic is, it can't compare. This favor of his must be repaid. In addition, before, Jiang Yi asked him to contact the official to purchase. She hates owing things to others, especially men. By repaying the favor, she also advertised her products and got some crystal cores. Lulu went upstairs and found a super small glass bottle. Chapter 72 Male Beauty Misleads People. She poured 20 milliliters of jade pool diluent into the glass bottle. This is enough to repay his favor as a return gift. The points from selling supplies this time are far from enough for her to open the 10th door. In the future, Xiaojiu will have to trouble him again. He doesn't look like someone who is short of supplies. If he is really so enthusiastic, maybe he can get some hot weapons from the official through his relationship. As for the excuse of sending diluent, he has already thought of it. The daughter of the chairman of Yunshang Technology. Her father studied the super vitality water that can improve human physique. No one will not believe this reason. After all, Yunshang Technology is at the top level in all fields of technology. Lulu put the glass bottle in his pocket. I'll go out for a while and be back soon. Jiang Yi saw Lulu going out in home clothes and was a little confused. Lulu, where are you going? Lulu didn't want her to know, so she went upstairs to find Xiaojiu. Otherwise, Jiang Yi would be in a gossipy mood and would definitely chase her to find out the truth. I went downstairs to throw away the garbage. With that, Lulu picked up the garbage at the door and turned to go out. Jiang Yi saw that her walking posture seemed to have returned to normal, so she let her go. Lulu, wearing a pink dress with cartoon rabbit patterns, pressed the button for the 13th floor of the elevator. She walked out of the elevator, took a few deep breaths, looked around, and was a little confused. There are 2 apartments on the 13th floor. Which one does he live in? Men on the left and women on the right? Go to the left and knock on the door first. Lulu came to the left and knocked on the door. She stood at the door and waited for a minute. But nothing happened. Isn't it here? Lulu knocked on the door again. This time, she heard footsteps. Click. The door opened. Behind the door stood a shirtless man. Lulu's expression was a little out of control. In her eyes, the snow-white bath towel around the man's waist was reflected. The moment she looked up, she seemed to see something she shouldn't see. It was at this moment that she sorted out her expression. However, her mind was full of the scene she just saw. This guy is really good. That night, I was dazed and couldn't see clearly at all. Good guy. Now I can see clearly. He may have made a profit, but she didn't lose at all. With this figure, she can go to the show as a male model. Lulu. Xiaojiu noticed the black plastic bag in her hand. Lulu was very uncomfortable when he called her so intimately. Please call me Miss Lu. I don't know you very well. This is a return gift for you. Thank you for the supplements. From now on, we are even, and no one owes anyone anything, Lulu said, and held out the black plastic bag in front of Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu took the plastic bag with doubt. He slowly opened the bag in front of Lulu and took a look. A sour smell of rotting food invaded his sense of smell. He frowned. What does this woman mean? The return gift for him was actually a bag of garbage. Is she saying that what he gave was garbage or something else? Xiaojiu's dark eyes flashed with anger. What do you mean? Lulu found that he had reached out to the wrong person and explained, well, I gave it to the wrong person. You give me the garbage back. And I gave you something else. Also, who takes a shower in the middle of the day? You are a very indecent person. Not only do you take a shower in the middle of the day, but you also dress so indecently. Xiao Jiao was confused. The weather was so hot. And he was a young man, with blood boiling and sweat all over his body. How could he take a shower at home in the afternoon and not be indecent? After taking a shower, wearing a bath towel, isn't that also quite decent? What's wrong with this woman? Is she mocking him for being indecent? That night was a complete accident. One of them was drunk and unconscious, and the other was entangled by his female boss, and took aphrodisiac from Xia Ziguo because he was performing an undercover mission. This led to a one-night stand. Except for this accidental and bloody indecent behavior. What else was indecent about him? I hope my son doesn't have the same IQ as this stupid woman. Lulu frantically took out the glass bottle from her pajamas pocket. She stretched out her hand and spread it. This is the tonic I gave you. Xiao Jiao saw the small glass bottle filled with transparent diluted mineral water and gritted his teeth in anger. Lulu. What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Ahem. Don't underestimate this gift. This is the high-tech super biological vitality water of Yunshang technology. Take this and I won't owe you anything. Don't owe him anything? Want to draw a line with him so soon? With her son around? She won't be able to draw a line in her life. By the way, what is this Yunshang technology super biological vitality water? Xiao Jiao took the glass bottle from Lu Liuliu's fair and small palm with half belief and half doubt. The moment their skin touched, they both felt like they were electrocuted. Well, give me the trash. Lulu added guiltily. Just put it on the ground. No need. You're still in confinement. Your body needs to recover. I'll take care of the trash later. Lulu turned and left after hearing this. She almost ran into the elevator. If she stayed any longer, she would really suffocate. Xiao Jiao was wearing such a frivolous outfit, which was too oppressive for her. Xiao Jiao stared at the pink cartoon rabbit pattern on her body for a while, then turned back to the apartment. The moment he turned around, crisscrossing and terrifying scars appeared on his back. These scars were the injuries he left when he was an undercover agent abroad a few years ago. Xiao Jiao put the trash aside and stared at the small transparent glass bottle in his palm in a daze. After a moment of thinking, he used his thumb to pick the cork of the glass bottle. He sniffed the smell inside the bottle. A faint smell of mineral water with disinfectant came out. Just this? Where did she find this glass bottle? Pour some mineral water into it. And think it was something like that. The super biological vitality water produced by Yunshang technology? This is just a trick on him. Xiao Jiao stared at the glass bottle and silently read the system in his heart. A light blue screen appeared out of thin air. Only he could see this screen. System. Check the composition of this bottle of liquid. A light flashed on the light blue screen and scanned the glass bottle. 10 seconds later, the system interface appeared with an introduction. Super Gene Water with Super Growth Resurrection Factor. Long-term use can enhance physical fitness. Xiao Jiao retracted the system interface, feeling guilty for the narrow-minded thinking just now. This bottle of water made him fall into a blind spot of knowledge. He had heard of Yunshang technology, which was very famous abroad. The core technologies used in many products came from Yunshang technology. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and drank the non-toxic super biological vitality water that had been tested by the system. As soon as he drank it, he felt uncomfortable in his stomach. Lulu returned to the apartment, and her confused consciousness gradually recovered. Male beauty misled people. She was not a pure flower maniac like Jiangyi. How could she be so stupid just because she saw the other person's half-naked upper body? In the future, she must not lose her composure like this. Lulu sat on the sofa, controlled the drone to fly over the stall, connected the projector, and played what was happening on the stall in real time. In this way, once a crystal core appeared on the stall, she could find the right place and buy it directly. Going straight to the destination saves time and avoids being targeted. At this time, Jiangyi had just stewed the bird's nest. She sat next to Lulu and watched the projector with her. Chapter 73 Help me. Okay. Lulu. That batch of supplies sold for a total of 200,000 points. I'll keep some of the points, and you can take the rest. Jiangyi transferred 120,000 points to Lulu. Most of these cigarettes and alcohol were hoarded by Lulu. and the alcohol in her apartment only accounted for a small part. If she didn't accept some points, Lulu would definitely argue with her. It's better to take the initiative to keep some. She will save these points for Lulu first, and give them to her whenever she needs them in the future. Lulu smiled when she saw the points. I can hoard crystal cores again. 120,000 points can hoard 1,000 crystal cores. Lulu had the points in her hand. And the next step was to control the drone to search for traces of crystal cores on various stalls. She watched for 2 hours. Maybe the weather was too hot at this time, resulting in not many people setting up stalls. There was no trace of crystal cores on the stalls. Lulu was a little discouraged. She glanced at the time. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiangyi found that the bird's nest was ready, so she brought her a bowl of bird's nest to nourish her body. Lulu drank the bird's nest, hugged Xiaowu beside the sofa, and went upstairs to rest. Jiangyi cleaned up the kitchen, returned to her own apartment, and sorted out the supplies. It was 6 o'clock in the evening after waking up from a nap. Lulu felt refreshed. She went downstairs and sent a message to Jiangyi, saying that she would eat tomato and egg noodles today. Where did the tomatoes come from? I exchanged 2 at the street stall. Lulu had thought of an excuse early. She took out 2 large tomatoes weighing 1 pound from the space, put one in the refrigerator, and took the other to the kitchen to process. When Jiangyi came to knock on the door, dinner was also cooked. Each person had a big bowl of tomato and egg noodles, and his mouth was full of oil. Slurp. Jiangyi sucked the noodles crazily. This noodles tastes so good. Especially this tomato. Such a strong tomato flavor. Exactly the same as the tomatoes grown in my grandmother's yard when I was a child. I haven't eaten such authentic tomatoes for many years. In recent years, technology and hard work have prevailed, and vegetables have been sprayed with pesticides, resulting in the original vegetables losing their original taste. Jiangyi was full of emotion. This is an old man nearby. He grew tomatoes himself. There are not many. When I went there were only 2 left. I'll go and see in the evening. If I see that they are sold again, I'll buy some back, in order not to expose the secret of the space. Lulu had to lie to Jiangyi. Jiangyi believed her words. Buy more. Hee. I love it. Yeah. After dinner, Lulu saw that the sky was still very cool, and the temperature dropped slightly. She asked Jiangyi to help watch Xiaowu, then turned around and went out to look for crystal cores at the stalls. Lulu just walked to the stalls and saw the 3 big men who had bought things before. There were a lot more supplies on their stalls. Among them, there was the crystal core she wanted. Lulu strode forward. How much? 224,000 points. It was still the big man in the middle who quoted the price before. This price was very fair. It was the market price. I want it. After saying that, Lulu squatted in front of the stall and counted the number of crystal cores. After confirming that it was correct, she transferred 24,000 points to the big man in the middle. After the transfer, Lulu put the crystal core she had just bought back into the canvas bag she carried with her at all times. Boss, it's that girl. Let's. The 3 people spoke in low voices and carefully discussed. She has a relationship with the authorities. Will we anger the authorities if we do this? What are you afraid of? There are blind spots in this place. The surveillance can't capture it. Who can know that it was us? But at this point, there are many people, and it will be bad if we are discovered. Don't worry. After this job, we will leave the shelter immediately and go to other areas. The 3 people discussed it well, put on the masks and hats prepared in advance, and followed Lulu's eyes. One of them quietly followed Lulu, waiting for an opportunity to move. Lulu didn't notice the little tail following her. She walked along the way, looking for crystal cores to buy. After a trip, she bought more than 100 crystal cores in bits and pieces. She greeted the other stall owners at the stalls and kept crystal cores for her. She came to buy them at 6:30 every night. After a round of shopping, Lulu walked slowly towards the apartment. Just a few steps away, she saw Su Pingting setting up a stall. The people surrounding Su Pingting's stall were all little hooligans who didn't look like good people. Lulu got a little closer and found that Su Pingting was selling her own original stockings and underwear. 10 points per piece. Give me one. I want one too. This mysterious operation made Lulu dumbfounded. Su Pingting not only opened her legs, but also had a very open mind. After the video fermented, I didn't expect that she would break the jar and do such a business. The group of men took the opportunity to buy items and deliberately touched her hands when scanning the code. Su Pingting suppressed her anger and gave them a very reluctant smile. These men were all older bachelors without wives. They were very envious of Su Pingting's beauty and figure. They were just like a group of flies circling around a rice field, wishing to swallow the rice field into their stomachs. Soon, everything on Su Pingting's stall was sold out. After someone bought her original clothes, he buried his face in the items in front of her and took a deep breath. Ugh. After seeing this, Lulu and the crowd of onlookers felt stomach discomfort. There were also some men watching the excitement with fiery eyes, because Su Pingting was the heroine of the short video, with fair skin and good figure. Very attractive. If there was a chance, it would be very nice to have something happen with her. The room in the video was at the level of a 5-star hotel. I really want to play with it. What it feels like to be played with a woman by a rich second generation. The end of the world is coming. The men whose evil hearts were suppressed by justice. After seeing this scene, their desires were stirring. Su Pingting finished selling things and stood up to leave. The group of men deliberately lay on the hot cement slab, staring at the scenery under her skirt. Su Pingting's face turned pale, and she quickened her pace. She had just taken a few steps when she saw Lulu looking at her from afar. Hee hee. Lulu. Are you here to laugh at me? Su Pingting strode to Lulu. Lulu, can you help me? Su Pingting pretended to be aggrieved and weak. Lulu saw through her trick at a glance, and she remained calm. What can I do for you? Help me get rid of those people. Lulu, I have no place to live now. Can you let me live with you first? Su Pingting was betting that Lulu had not seen her video. Even if she saw it, she could explain that she was forced, although it is far-fetched. Lulu, who is so naive, will definitely believe it. Chapter 74. 3 Men. Can they bear it? Okay. Lulu chuckled. As long as you kneel down and beg me now, I will help you immediately. Su Pingting's originally happy face showed surprise. She didn't hear it wrong. Lulu, a silly and stupid girl with a soft personality. How could she say such a thing? She and Lulu were good friends in college. Half a month ago, she went to the hospital to visit her and gained a wave of goodwill. How could Lulu change her face so quickly? Su Pingting seemed to not know Lulu. Lulu, what are you talking about? You actually asked me to kneel down. No kneeling? I'm leaving. Lulu was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. It seems that the video worked. Su Pingting has fallen to selling such items. Li Gang must have broken up with her. As for having no place to live, the concentration camp accepts everyone. 1 point can get you a 10 square meter area for a day, including water and electricity. She saw clearly just now that Su Pingting sold original clothes and earned a lot of points. Su Pingting looked at her leaving back and stamped her feet. She was wrong. She didn't expect Lulu to be such a powerful person. She must have found the video on the internet and is now in a hurry to cut off ties with her. Originally, she thought that the 7 girls in the 8-person room would leave, and she would live in the 8-person room alone, which was very comfortable. Who knew that the 7 girls who left not long ago suddenly came back? They drove her out. They threatened her that if she didn't leave, they would beat her to death. Su Pingting went to the administrator, and the administrator thought that it was better to keep things quiet, and the minority obeyed the majority. She asked Su Pingting to change the dormitory. It was easier for her to change by herself than for 7 people. Su Pingting had no choice but to change a dormitory. As soon as she changed, she was recognized and suffered the same isolation and discrimination. Finally, the administrator had no choice but to let her rent a shared apartment with 3 points per room, or go to the concentration camp. Of these 2 places, the concentration camp was a hodgepodge, and no one disliked anyone. Once the curtain was drawn, except for noise and air pollution, it could be visually isolated and closed. The other apartment was twice as expensive as the concentration camp and the 8-person room, but each room had independent doors and windows, and it was relatively unlikely for people to have disputes inside. Su Pingting had no choice but to go and see the environment of the concentration camp and the apartment first. As for the apartment, she knew it without even looking. Li Gang had rented this kind of apartment before. The environment inside was very good. Each room was equipped with air conditioning, but it cost points to use electricity. Su Pingting went to the concentration camp to take a look. The concentration camp was a large area similar to a sports plaza. Each area was divided into an area of 10 square meters by a curtain that was transparent to light, but not to people. There was nothing in the area. She could only sleep on the floor. When she first entered, it was stuffy and hot inside, and the large ceiling fan in the middle blew a smelly wind. Foot odor, sweat odor, body odor, fart odor, food odor, mixed with noisy sounds. The shouting and noise of various people were endless. Many people snored like thunder. She couldn't stand this kind of environment, so she chose to rent an apartment. The price of the apartment was too high. It cost 3 points to stay for a day, and that was the smallest room. It cost 5 points to have a private bathroom. A person would earn at least 100 points a month. She had to eat and was weak, so she couldn't spend the points for long. But she had no choice but to bite her teeth and rent a small apartment for 3 points a day. The minimum rent was 7 days, and she paid a total of 50 points, including the deposit. In order to make money, she thought of selling original clothes. Who knew? She saw Lulu. She remembered that day. Lulu and her friends sold cigarettes and alcohol to Li Gang and made a lot of money. With Lulu's personality, she would definitely not live in a place like a concentration camp. With the points, she and her friends would probably live in an apartment. If she could win Lulu's sympathy, she could live in the apartment for free. Unexpectedly, Lulu seemed to have completely changed. He actually said such words to her. Su Pingting gnashed her teeth in hatred. She looked around at the men with bad intentions and chose a section of the road where officials were on duty to walk back. After walking for about 2 minutes, 3 men suddenly appeared in front of her. Su Pingting was frightened and her face turned pale. These 3 men could feel the evil spirit even with masks on. What are you going to do? Don't mess around. There are official personnel nearby. Be careful or I will report you. Su Pingting was very nervous, thinking that these 3 men wanted to violate her and rape her. Unexpectedly, one of the men laughed. Miss, don't worry. We have no ill intentions. Just now, the girl who talked to you at the intersection. Do you know her? It turned out that they were asking about Lulu. Su Pingting nodded. The man in the middle was delighted. Can you tell me all the information you know about her? If you tell me, I'll give you 50 points as a reward. Su Pingting's uneasy heart relaxed when she heard their purpose. It turned out that they were coming for Lulu. She remembered that Lulu and her friends sold cigarettes and alcohol and made a lot of money. Maybe they had other supplies on them. Thinking of Lulu's humiliation of her just now, Su Pingting nodded in agreement. Only a fool would not do it if he could get 50 points for free. Anyway, she was just a snake for Lulu and had no friendship at all. Su Pingting looked around quietly and explained Lulu's identity, background and origin clearly. In particular, she told Lulu and Jiangyi that they had a lot of cigarettes, alcohol and supplies. In the process of description, she also added fuel to the fire and deliberately portrayed that there was a room full of supplies. The 3 big men were moved when they heard it. Sure enough, the girl was generous and turned out to be the daughter of the chairman of Yunshang Technology. Yunshang Technology is so rich. As the only daughter of the chairman of Yunshang Technology, the points exchanged. The big man in the middle transferred 50 points to Su Pingting and told her not to tell others. Otherwise they would come back to find her. Su Pingting nodded repeatedly, holding the points and smiling from ear to ear. What a blessing from heaven. It was obvious that those 3 people were not good people. It seems that they are going to trouble Lulu. Why? Only she encountered such a thing. Lulu should have lived a worse life than her. 3 men. Can Lulu bear it? Su Pingting speculated maliciously and walked back quickly. After getting the news, the 3 big men left after a few words. They were waiting for an opportunity to make a move. After doing this job, they don't have to live on the edge of a knife every day. Lulu didn't know about this at all. She took the crystal core and walked back happily. As soon as she arrived at the apartment, she saw Xiao Jio's tall figure standing at the elevator entrance from afar. Oh my god! How come I ran into him again? Lulu subconsciously hid by the wall at the entrance of the apartment. She poked her head out like a thief and looked inside. Chapter 75. A man and a woman are alone in a room. The official on duty in the apartment saw her sneaking around and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Jio was attracted by the voice and looked towards the gate. Lulu looked at the window and the sharp eyes of the official. and had no choice but to walk out. Well, I live here. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. After that, Lulu showed her bracelet and swiped the big iron gate access control at the door. And the door opened. The official then retracted his gaze. All the people living here are important people. And sneaky people must not be allowed to approach here. When Xiao Jiao saw Lulu, a light flashed in his deep eyes. Lulu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. What? What is this guy waiting for her for? Didn't we agree that we are even? I have something to talk to you about. Let's talk about it upstairs. Lulu tried hard to control himself from looking at Xiao Jiao's handsome face. What could he want from her? With doubt in his heart, the two walked out of the elevator one after the other. When they arrived at the elevator entrance, Lulu had no intention of opening the door. Whatever you want. Just say it here. Xiao Jiao looked up and pointed at the surveillance camera above his head. It's not very convenient here. Lulu followed his finger and saw the surveillance camera flashing red lights at the elevator entrance. Okay. She reluctantly opened the door and invited Xiao Jiao in. The apartment was empty. Lulu didn't see Jiangyi and Xiaowu, and her heart tightened. She picked up her phone and prepared to send a message to Jiangyi. As soon as she opened WeChat, she saw the message Jiangyi sent her. Lulu, I'm sorting out supplies with my godson next door. I'll be back soon. Remember to leave the door open for me. Lulu let out a long sigh. Xiao Jiao saw her reaction and guessed most of it. Just when he went upstairs to look for her, Jiangyi was still in the room. It was only a few minutes ago, and she disappeared. This made it convenient for him to talk to Lulu. Although Lulu didn't welcome him very much, he was still forced to make him a cup of green tea because of his official background and the consideration that he would have to deal with materials in the future. In this regard, she and Jiangyi had completely different preferences. She preferred to drink tea. Jiangyi was influenced by her life abroad and preferred coffee. Xiao Jiao saw the green leaves floating in the teacup, thought for a moment, and said lightly, Do you still have the super vitality water you gave me this afternoon? Lulu looked at Xiao Jiao for a moment and nodded. She gave Xiao Jiao the vitality water, but she actually had selfish motives. 1 drop of vitality water can be exchanged for a pound of reborn liquid, and then exchanged for 10 pounds of liquid that promotes elongation and healing. She has a lot of inventory in her space. Xiao Jiao has an official background, and it seems that she has a close relationship with Zhou Yining. She needs a lot of points to buy crystal cores. It is not practical to take out a large amount of materials for a long time. It would be great if she could exchange a lot of points for vitality water. In this way, not only can she get a lot of points, but she can also increase the strength of the official personnel. Let the base in this area survive longer, as long as the official personnel do not fall. She and Xiaowu Jiangyi can live here and their safety can be guaranteed. You have tried vitality water. The effect is absolutely awesome. Lulu began to promote vitality water. Xiao Jiao nodded. The effect of vitality water is indeed very powerful. After he finished drinking the 20 milliliters vitality water, he found that the scar on his back was actually healed. Moreover, he felt that the overall quality of his body had improved to a higher level. There are not many such good things in stock. Lulu deliberately created the illusion that things are rare and valuable. You name a price. Xiao Jiao is determined to get the vitality water. 1 bottle is 10,000 points. Lulu was not sure about the opening. 10,000 points is not a small number. 1 drop of stock solution can make 10 kilograms of diluted vitality water. 20 milliliters is 10,000 points. 1 drop of stock solution can be sold at a high price of 2.5 million points. It can be exchanged for at least more than 20,000 crystal cores. These crystal cores can completely upgrade the jade pool many times. How many do you have? I want them all. Lulu raised his head and met Xiao Jiao's deep eyes. I want them all. Can he afford it? This vitality water is very useful to our official. Points are not a problem. What's important is, how much vitality water do you have? Not much. There are 250 bottles left. Lulu plans to sell a drop of the original liquid first. 2.5 million points. Right? Lulu nodded. She thought about it and put forward a condition. I hope that there is no need for points to settle. No points. What to use? I want crystal cores. Which are the things in the zombies' brains. Xiao Jiao remembered that the official encircled and suppressed the zombies and collected a large number of crystal cores. These things are all in the official laboratories, and are used by scientists for research and experiments. In his previous life, he lived in the apocalypse for 10 years. Scientists have a more thorough study of zombie crystal cores. This kind of crystal core can be used as an energy body. Energy consumable similar to gas and gasoline in the previous life. A low-level crystal core is enough for a family to supply electricity for a month. For those who have awakened their innate superpowers, these crystal cores can be used to upgrade their superpowers. Lulu wants these crystal cores. Could it be that she has awakened her superpowers? Xiao Jiao silently recited the system, and asked the system to scan Lulu. Host. No information about any superpowers has been detected on this target. She is not a superpower. What do you want the crystal cores for? If you are not a superpower, these crystal cores have no effect. Used to generate electricity for home appliances? This technology only appeared 5 years after the end of the world. There is not much use for hoarding crystal cores now. Lulu saw Xiao Jiao in a daze, and felt a little guilty. No problem. Xiao Jiao took out the bracelet and contacted Zhou Yining to send the crystal cores. About 15 minutes later, Zhou Yining personally brought 25,000 crystal cores upstairs. As the door was knocked, Xiao Jiao opened the door, took the box, and closed the door casually. Zhou Yining looked at the closed door of the apartment. Her face livid. She came here in person. But she was locked outside the door like this. It was too much. If I remember correctly, this apartment is where the girl I met that day lived. Jiao Ji's eyes looking at the girl were obviously abnormal. Late at night, a man and a woman, living in the same room. No matter how you think about it, you feel that there is a secret that cannot be told. Zhou Yining stood at the door angrily. She put her ear behind the door, trying to listen to the movement inside. Xiao Jiao saw the shadow under the door, and winked at Lulu. Lulu also found that there was someone standing at the door. She led Xiao Jiao to the entrance upstairs to talk. Xiao Jiao looked around and opened the box. And suddenly a large number of sparkling crystal cores appeared inside. These crystal cores emit a shining light like diamonds. Lulu's heartbeat accelerated. Crystal cores? So many crystal cores. If she went to the stall to grab crystal cores from the official, the price of each crystal core would be 20 points higher. And she had to collect them bit by bit. Chapter 76. The apartment is not safe. It's great to cooperate with the authorities. Each crystal core only needs 100 points. Large quantity. Guaranteed. Lulu put away the crystal cores. I need to count these crystal cores. When I count them clearly, I will bring vitality water to you upstairs to deliver them. In this situation, she couldn't just take out the diluent. You count now. I'll wait for you downstairs. Xiao Jiao didn't give her a chance to refuse. Turned downstairs, sat on the sofa and sipped tea. Lulu was helpless. She put the box of crystal cores on the dressing table in the bedroom. These numbers, you don't need to count to know that they are correct. Officials will not lie to her. This is based on her understanding of Zhou Yining in her previous life. Although Zhou Yining is a black-hearted person, she has a very high reputation in the base, and she will not easily change the conditions agreed. In addition, Xiao Jiao's righteousness made it impossible for her to ignore. More than 20,000. It's too difficult to count. Lulu stood in the bedroom and walked back and forth. Before, there were only a dozen small glass bottles left for Xiao Jiao. It was too troublesome to pack them one by one. It would be better to put them directly into a large glass cup for him. Lulu found 10 transparent glass bottles with a capacity of 1 pound and put the diluted diluent in them. In order to make these diluents look more like the real thing, she found a gift box of supplements in this space and packed the 10 glass bottles in 2 boxes. After careful packaging, it looks a lot more upscale. Lulu came to the computer desk in the bedroom and typed a line of instructions for use, briefly introducing the efficacy and dosage of vitality water. Then, she printed out the instruction manual with a home printer, bound it, and stuffed it into the gift box. It took more than half an hour to finish all this. Lulu clapped her hands and waited for another 10 minutes. Then she slowly went downstairs with 2 gift boxes. When Xiao Jiao saw her going downstairs, he immediately stood up and walked towards her. Lulu looked down at the stairs under her feet, then looked up and met Xiao Jiao's eyes. This guy is so handsome. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door outside the apartment. This time, the knock was a few points louder than before. The sudden knock distracted Lulu when she went downstairs, and she slipped. In a flash, Xiao Jiao saw the two gift boxes in Lu Liu's hands tilted to the left and right. His heart tightened, and he didn't care about anything else. He reached out and hugged Lu, who was falling forward, tightly in his arms. This time, the two people had a close contact at zero distance. Lu Liu's face leaned against Xiao Jiao's chest, and a fire cloud suddenly appeared on her little face. Xiao Jiao felt something soft in his arms. Lu gave him the feeling of a small ball. It was only a few seconds of contact. Xiao Jiao looked nervous, gently loosened his hands, and kept a certain distance from Lu. Lu lowered her head, and her cheeks seemed to be red enough to drip blood. She was so old. Why was she still like a little girl? So useless. It was just a hug. Lu took a deep breath and looked in the direction of Xiao Jiao. However, when her eyes moved from Xiao Jiao's lower body to his upper body, she immediately lowered her head again. Oh my god! She was not dazzled. Xiao Jiao didn't hide anything in his pocket. Why does it look bulging now? Lu glanced at it again curiously, and then looked at Xiao Jiao with a puzzled look. When she saw Xiao Jiao's embarrassed look, she seemed to be struck by lightning. This, could it be? Lu pursed her lips and looked away from Xiao Jiao. Energy water. Xiao Jiao tried to speak, but found that his voice became very hoarse. Lu heard his originally clear voice with a hint of hoarse sexiness, and she felt bad. Damn it! She can't be a fangirl. Others are wearing clothes. Not like they were at noon. Without clothes. What's going on? What's there to be afraid of wearing clothes? Lu. Don't be scared. Ahem. Energy water. Give it to me. Lu took a deep breath and handed the gift box to Xiao Jiao with both hands at the same time. Xiao Jiao just took the gift box. The door of the apartment opened with a click. Lu was shocked when she heard the door open. What happened? She didn't tell anyone the password of her apartment. So why could the door be open from the outside? Lu turned around to see who the person who broke into the house was. She turned around and saw Zhou Yining standing at the door in anger. I really don't know whether I should say MP or not. What happened? Didn't they say that the apartment was very safe? Without her bracelet authentication and password, no one else could open the door. Go to hell. Lu stared at Zhou Yining angrily. After Zhou Yining entered the room, she found that nothing that shouldn't have happened between Xiao Jiao and Lu seemed to have happened. Only then did she feel a little regretful. She shouldn't have doubted Brother Jiao. Brother Jiao is not the kind of man who is obsessed with sex. How could he have sex with a strange woman under such circumstances? Miss Lu. I'm sorry. Facing Zhou Yining's sudden apology, Lu didn't want to buy it. The apartment was open casually from the outside. How could her safety be guaranteed? MB! You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Lu was furious. Xiao Jiao saw that Zhou Yining was worried about him. He didn't explain this matter clearly to her. He hadn't been out for such a long time, and he was carrying so many crystal cores. It was inevitable that she would think too much. Miss Lu. I'm sorry. I promise you that this kind of thing will never happen again. Promise? What promise? Today Zhou Yining can come in casually. Tomorrow Zhang Yining and Zhao Yining can also come in. Xiao Jiao saw that Lu was very angry. Yining, you crossed the line. Go back and accept the punishment. Lu crossed her arms. Let's go. My little temple can't accommodate two of you big Buddhas. Xiao Jiao knew that at this time. He could only leave first. Lu was angry. Wait until she calmed down. Then come to apologize to her. As Zhou Yining and Xiao Jiao left, Lu slammed the door shut. MB! Officials can open the door of her apartment at will. No matter how you think about it. It's unacceptable. This door must be dismantled and reinstalled. It must be a double-layer anti-theft door. Haha. Yining. You call me quite affectionately. A big pig's hoof that looks like a human. Lu sat on the sofa angrily. Until Jiang Yi knocked on the door. She stood up and opened the door. Jiang Yi pushed the stroller into the apartment and saw that Lu was in a bad mood. Lu. What's wrong? You don't look happy. Jiang Yi walked up to Lu and asked. She saw Xiao Jiao enter the apartment. What's wrong? Are the two of them not getting along well? Chapter 77 Space Upgrade. This shouldn't be the case. Lu and she are both members of the Appearance Association. Facing Xiao's biological father, who is so handsome, it is impossible not to be moved. A single man and a single woman. living in the same room. Lulu gradually calmed down and told Jiangyi what happened today. What? Officer Zhou opened the door of our apartment just like that? Lulu felt a little tired. Too many things happened today. She wanted to go back to the bedroom quickly, use the crystal core to upgrade the space, and open the fourth door. I'll go upstairs to rest first. Lulu picked up Xiaowu and took Xiaowu to the bathroom to wash up. After cleaning herself and the child and lying on the soft bed, Lulu felt better. Once a person calms down, he will recall some impressive scenes. Lulu lay on the bed and saw Xiaowu's face, and instantly thought of Xiaojiu. He with clothes and without clothes. In her mind, Xiaojiu's figure appeared uncontrollably. It took Lulu some time to dispel Xiaojiu's shadow from her mind. She collected all the crystal cores she bought into the space and piled them together. Under the sweep of her mental power, the number of crystal cores appeared in her mind. A total of 26,800 crystal cores. In the space, the first door was opened with 10 crystal cores, and the first upgrade used 100 crystal cores, and the second upgrade used 1,000. The second door was opened with 100 crystal cores. How many crystal cores are needed for the upgrade? Lulu tried to throw 1,000 crystal cores into the second door. 1,000 crystal cores, visible to the naked eye, turned into 1,000 strands of white energy, absorbed by 50 square meters of land. In an instant, a pond appeared next to the original 45 small grids, and another 45 small grids were divided out of the pond. Lulu curiously entered the space and came to the edge of the pond. Black soil can be used to grow terrestrial crops. This pond should be used to grow aquatic crops. Lulu thought of lotus roots and lotus pods. She found lotus seeds and sowed them in this aquatic crop area. Then, she watered them with spiritual spring water that had been diluted twice. After a few seconds, the lotus seeds took deep roots and sprouted, and blossomed and bore fruit. She saw that the lotus was full of fruitful lotus pods. Lulu controlled her mental power to come to the edge of the pond and picked lotus seeds. Aquatic crops are the same as terrestrial crops. Each small grid produced 30 lotus pods weighing 1 kilogram. She casually opened a lotus pod and tasted it. It had a fresh fragrance and was very good. Lulu stood by the pond and controlled her mental power to pick lotus seeds. In a short while, all the lotus seeds were picked by her and placed in a large cardboard box beside the pond. Before, she had done a small experiment when planting tomatoes, and the things in the planting area could not be kept fresh forever. After Lulu harvested the crops, she controlled the cardboard box and came to the space preservation area. All the lotus pods and tomatoes were placed in a large area. Lulu controlled her mental power again, dug the soil in the pond, and dug out the lotus roots buried deep in the soil. After digging only 3 grids, she felt mentally depressed. She immediately drank a mouthful of diluted spiritual spring water, and her tired mental power was instantly relieved. Lulu followed this pattern and spent half an hour to dig all the lotus roots in the grids ashore. The weight of lotus root is the same as lotus pod tomatoes. Both weigh 1 pound, and each grid produces 30 pounds. After planting this wave of lotus roots, Lulu sowed all the grids again. But this time, she did not water them with spiritual spring water. Let these plants grow naturally. The diluted spiritual spring water will be used to exchange crystal cores with the official. The number of crystal cores she wants is too large, and the spiritual spring water cannot be used indiscriminately. The planting area in the space originally shortens the growth time of crops. The growth rate is about 3 times the growth rate outside. If it takes a month for tomatoes to germinate, bloom and bear fruit normally, it only takes 10 days to plant them in the space. Lulu came to the terrestrial crop area and planted potatoes in each grid. After a while, the crops in these 2 areas can be harvested. Then, Lulu prepared to open the 4th door. With her mental control, the 4th door opened with a boom after consuming 10,000 crystal cores. Lulu sensed that the 4th door could be entered. So, she couldn't wait to run to the 4th door. She found that there was a manor in the 4th door. The manor was about 300 square meters, consisting of ancient bamboo houses. In front of the bamboo houses, there was a stream flowing. Lulu followed the stream and walked to the end. When she reached the end, she found that the water of the stream flowed out of a stone cave, circulating back and forth, and the specific source could not be seen. Her body stood in this bamboo house, feeling relaxed and happy. Looking up, there was a bright moon and stars above her head. The time here was the same as the time outside the Highland country where she was. Both were night. Lulu pushed open the bamboo house. And there were bamboo beds, bamboo windows, and bamboo cabinets made of bamboo. The bed and the cabinet were empty. Inside, there was a place to live. Except that the space was only about 300 square meters. It looked not much different from the environment outside the sea blue country. Lulu walked to the stream, found a glass, filled half a cup of stream water, and tried to drink a sip. The stream water was sweet. It tasted as delicious as the well water in her previous Lin Wan villa. If this stream would never dry up, she would not worry about the problem of water shortage in the future. To take a bath, you can come to this stream to get water. In addition to the stream water, her space also stored a lot of water for daily use. As for the other functions of the bamboo house, Lulu was not sure for the time being. She exited the fourth door and stood in a huge space area, thinking about which door to upgrade. To open the fifth door, at least 100,000 crystal cores are needed. Now it is far from enough. In order to obtain more crystal cores, it is definitely the safest to upgrade the first door. The first door brought her the most benefit. Lulu made a decision. Put 10,000 crystal cores into the first door and upgrade it for the third time. As expected, the capacity of the jade pool of the first door was visibly upgraded. In the center of the jade pool, there was no longer a drop of water, but a pool of water. Lulu controlled the pool of water to enter the anti-fall PP plastic bottle with a scale. Not more, not less. Just 500 milliliters. This is rich. With a gamble, the bicycle became a motorcycle. Even if there is no more jade pool water in the jade pool in the future, she will not lack diluted jade pool water for trading. While Lulu was stunned, she found that a drop of original liquid appeared in the jade pool. It seems that the jade pool will automatically produce original liquid. She continued to wait for a moment, and found that no second drop of original liquid was produced. Lulu found an alarm clock to set a timer, and check whether there is new original liquid in the jade pool in an hour. After setting the alarm clock, Lulu exited the space. She saw Xiaowu lying on the bed sucking his fingers. Xiaowu found Lulu who appeared out of nowhere on the bed. And his two big black eyes were wide open. Chapter 78 Lulu. I love you. Mom. Why did you suddenly appear? Where did you come from? Lulu saw Xiaowu wake up, and felt a little guilty. She had been in the space for too long. Luckily, Xiaowu was well behaved and didn't cry. She hurriedly found the stored breast milk in the space, and took it out to feed Xiaowu. Xiaowu, don't suck your fingers. Mom will feed you. Lulu held Xiaowu in her arms, and fed him with a smile. Maybe Xiaowu was hungry, so he opened his mouth wide, held the pacifier in his mouth, and sucked the breast milk. After feeding, Xiaowu, who was in the confinement period, was groggy. He smelled the familiar smell on Lulu, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Lulu carefully put Xiaowu on the bed, and skillfully changed his diaper. Afterwards, she picked up her mobile phone, and turned on the surveillance of Jinqin Villa. She was worried about waking up Xiaowu, so she put on Bluetooth headphones. In the past few days, she has been busy upgrading the space and hoarding crystal cores, and has not been able to see how Ma Weizhou is doing. Now, things are almost done. It's time to see how Ma Weizhou is doing. It has been 5 days since Ma Weizhou was bitten by a mosquito. Lulu called up the surveillance. She thought that the girl could really find a way to get Ma Weizhou into the villa. But she found that the tent provided by the girl was still placed in the corridor of the villa. Lulu glanced at the clock in the bedroom. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. She turned up the volume of the surveillance. The camera was aimed at the tent and zoomed in. The camera, which was originally in the distance, was adjusted to the inside of the tent. Lulu was staring at the tent intently. The next second, a beam of light appeared in the tent, and two figures emerged in the projection of the tent. The two shadows snuggled together, looking very intimate. Lulu frowned. Has the mosquito bite on Ma Weizhou healed? She waited patiently for a few minutes. Suddenly, she saw a pungent picture. Ma Weizhou and the figure, who was thinner than him, were entangled and inseparable. The sound monitoring that was specially amplified showed the slight breathing of men and women. Lulu frowned and took off the Bluetooth headset. The technology products of their company were not good in this aspect. The functions were too powerful. Fixed point monitoring. Fixed point monitoring. She didn't want to listen to this kind of sound that polluted her hearing. Lulu decided to wait and see how things developed. In her memory, Ma Weizhou and Su Pingting were at the level of 10 minutes, so they shouldn't let her wait too long. As she expected, 10 minutes later, the two entangled shadows in the tent separated. A few minutes later, Ma Weizhou walked out of the tent with a girl who provided him with food and tools that night. Both of them had spring on their faces. Brother Zhou, I'll go in first. Go ahead and have some rest. Well, remember to take the medicine I gave you. The girl smiled shyly after she finished speaking. Ma Weizhou looked at her affectionately. Okay, Shuer. The girl he called Shuer stood on tiptoe, kissed him on the face, and entered the villa with a red face. Lulu smiled This girl named Shuer was not good looking. If she was on the street, she would be ordinary. Ma Weizhou's appearance was probably at the level of a male internet celebrity. If he was recruited to the famous White Horse Club, he would definitely be a top star. It was really hard for Ma Weizhou. In order to survive, his taste had been lowered. Before, he and Su Pingting were quite a good match. Ma Weizhou, did you sacrifice yourself? Or did you gain something? Lulu put on the headphones again. She observed that the place where Ma Weizhou's arm was bitten by mosquitoes was smeared with milky white anti-inflammatory ointment. Needless to say, this medicine must have been provided by the girl named Shuer. It was a pity that I didn't see Ma Weizhou's wound become inflamed and oozing pus. Lulu saw Ma Weizhou turn around and was about to enter the tent. She thought there was nothing to see and was about to turn off the surveillance. However, Ma Weizhou's voice suddenly sounded. Lulu, you are watching, right? Lulu was startled by his sudden words. Did he find out? Ma Weizhou stared at the direction of the red light from the villa camera. Lulu looked at Ma Weizhou from a distance. The moment she saw him, Lulu was angry and sad. She was angry that Ma Weizhou had betrayed her in his previous life. So light and so rational. Everything is for the sake of profit. She was sad. Why did the kind and good man in her memory take such a path? If life could only be like the first sight. Later, as they walked, everything changed. Lulu, you are watching. Are you happy to see me like this? You sent me the video of Su Pingting. What do you want to prove? She and I were just playing around. And the girl just now was also playing around. Even if I slept with 1,000 or 10,000 women, the person I love most is only you. Ma Weizhou's brown eyes were fixed on the red light of the camera that flashed from time to time. Lulu smiled. He smiled in anger. He was so shameless that he could say such a shameless thing. Lulu, I love you. Ma Weizhou smiled, thinking he was affectionate. Lulu felt sick. She turned off the camera and never wanted to see that face again. If she met him again, she would give him a big gift without hesitation. I hoped that Ma Weizhou would die in the zombie riot in City A. After Lulu turned off the camera, Ma Weizhou continued to talk to the camera. In this way, he would say a few words from time to time every day, especially after he had sex with Shuer. Originally, he did not find the camera. One night, he got up to relieve himself, and when he looked up, he found a flashing red light in the corner. After identification, he found that it was a camera developed by Yunshang Technology. He thought that there was no body of Lulu in this villa, so he speculated that his coming here was probably Lulu's punishment for him. Even so, he still wanted to try to save the relationship. Lulu had a lot of digital currency in her hands, and if she could get her forgiveness, she would definitely have plenty of points. As long as he could get her back, he could get rid of this miserable life. He was really fed up with eating compressed biscuits every day. Ma Weizhou spoke a few words to the air, and when he saw that the surveillance camera didn't respond, he turned around and went into the tent. He did these things with the idea of trying. After all, Lulu was already dirty, and she had a child with a wild man. He was just playing with a few women. This was nothing at all. He could accept her innocence, and believe that she could figure it out and accept him as well. Ma Weizhou lay in the tent, praying for a better future. He wanted to leave Zhang Lang and take his parents to the government, but he couldn't leave yet. At the beginning, there were zombies downstairs in their community. Zhang Lang promised to rescue them to the shelter in City A, and he provided a villa. Originally, it was only a villa, but in the end, Zhang Lang took away all the liquid funds in the mobile phones of all followers on the grounds of management points. He and his parents' savings were also lost. In the past few years, he had fleeced Lulu for tens of millions. Chapter 79 Family. Come and play. Excluding the expenses of the family's venture capital investment, all the liquid funds of their family add up to about 10 million, which can be exchanged for 10,000 points. However, he kept a trick. He had a bank card that was not linked to Zizibio, so it was not discovered by John Lang. There were 5 million in this card, which could be exchanged for 5,000 points. These days, he will definitely return the humiliation John Lang has inflicted on him 100-fold. He is waiting for an opportunity. Now it won't take long for a family of 3 to go to the official shelter with 5,000 points. This villa is very safe, with water and electricity, very close to the official shelter, and no points are required. John Lang has many followers, and he cannot provide a place for everyone to live. So a group of them have never gone to the official shelter for refuge. Living in the villa is much better than the concentration camp in the shelter. But John Lang is really arrogant. He dared to leave him outside the villa. There are obviously many rooms in the villa. John Lang. Ma Weizhou's eyes flashed with a sinister look. He wanted to get all the points that John Lang embezzled. Then he took his parents away. Ma Weizhou narrowed his eyes, touched the fruit knife beside him, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. No words were spoken all night. The first thing Lulu did when she got up in the morning was to open the official smart bracelet and post on the forum. A large reward. Urgently need an anti-theft door, and specially recruit a door-to-door installation master. Lulu chose to post anonymously. And then she got up and washed. Just after washing, Xiao Wu woke up and looked at her curiously with his big eyes. Lulu picked up Xiao Wu and kissed him hard on both sides of his chubby face with a strong milky smell. Hee hee. I like Xiao Wu the most. Xiao Wu is the cutest kid in the world. Xiao Wu smiled and smiled when he heard Lulu talking. Lulu was in a very good mood. The premise is to automatically block the 90% similar faces of Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu. Lulu teased Xiao Wu for a while, and saw him smacking his lips. So he immediately took out a bottle of 45-degree breast milk from the space and fed him. After feeding, Xiao Wu quickly fell asleep in Lulu's arms. Lulu held Xiao Wu for a while, and gently put Xiao Wu on the bed with the door open. In this way, she could hear Xiao Wu's voice in the apartment downstairs. Xiao Wu will wake up in about 2 to 3 hours. During this time, she can do other things. Lulu just went downstairs and saw the breakfast on the dining table. A bowl of black rice porridge, 2 fried eggs, a plate of chopped beef, a cup of milk, and a small bowl of blanched green leafy vegetables. The combination is very good. Lulu's appetite has increased now, and these are just enough for her. She saw a note on the dining table. Lulu, I'll go back to the apartment to sort out the supplies. Take the ones I don't need to sell at the stall. Breakfast is on the table. If it's cold, you can put it in the microwave to heat it up. Lulu touched the plate, and it was warm. It seems that Jiangyi has just been out for a while. She sat on the dining chair, picked up the remote control on the dining table, turned on the high-definition projector, and ate while playing Douyin. This time, she used Jiangyi's account to play Douyin. Before, she posted a clip of Su Pingting's excellent work and was punished by justice. Now, every time I use Douyin, I can only use Jiangyi's account. Family. Only 1 point is needed to unlock deeper postures. Family. Don't wait. Come to my Douyin membership. Only 1 point is needed to get a great experience. Lulu looked at a young girl in a bikini, wearing a mask, standing in a bedroom, twisting her waist and hips in front of the front camera of her mobile phone, and dancing a fringe dance. Countless people poured into her live broadcast room. Some remarks were simply unbearable to watch. I saw it. A black one. Brother, your angle is very tricky. Only 1 point. Damn. Countless losers poured into the girl's live broadcast room, typing with one hand and busy with needlework with the other hand. Lulu watched for dozens of seconds, just when the female anchor finished dancing. Then, the projector went black, and an option appeared that required 1 point to continue watching. Lulu thought about it, and was a little curious. In the past, she often saw such dancing videos of borderline girls on TikTok, which were free to watch. Now it is actually charged 1 point, which is indeed not expensive. Driven by curiosity, Lulu scanned the code to pay 1 point and entered the paid viewing live broadcast room. Can I return to the interface where I just chose whether to pay 1 point? The picture is too hot for the eyes. Lulu almost couldn't eat breakfast. She quickly exited the live broadcast room and drank a sip of milk to calm down. Nowadays, female anchors really have all kinds of tricks to get points. Lulu watched 10 videos in a row, 9 of which were such borderline girls. Cute, sexy, pure, classical. She called him brother. And it was so crisp. MP. What does he usually pay attention to? Big data will not lie. How come 9 out of 10 videos are borderline girls? If she didn't know that Johnny liked men, she would really want to find a way to get rid of her. Fortunately, she finally saw a young man. The man held his throat, wore a suit, and held a belt, and pulled it back and forth between his hands. Lulu watched for a while, and had no idea why so many crazy girls were calling husbands crazily below. On the vibrato video, there were small gifts constantly. This is fucking. Earning points faster than robbing money. What do you usually watch? Lulu frowned. Just when she was about to turn off vibrato, found a recommendation for a live broadcast room. Lulu entered casually and found that the live broadcast room showed that it needed to be paid to watch. This viewing points were not small. 10 points per person. The first live broadcast room she just entered had more than 10,000 people in it. This female anchor made some tricks and easily earned points. As expected, women become rich when they become bad. Lulu was a little curious. 1 point is so eye-catching. What kind of program effect will 10 points have? She paid 10 points again and entered the live broadcast room. When she saw Su Pingting in the video, she didn't know what to say for a while. Su Pingting was wearing ultra-short shorts, black stockings, and a small suspender, sitting on a chair. It's really her. I've seen her wonderful videos. Brother, lend me a video to talk. Brothers, I'm ready. Brothers, does anyone want to see what I'm wearing under this dress? It only takes 100 points. Add me to the private message on vibrato, and you can unlock it. This is my QR code. Scan it to transfer points. Chapter 80 Water Pollution. Su Pingting made a sweet clip sound as usual. Lulu admired her very much. She could keep such a clip for many years. Didn't your brother add Tingting on WeChat? Tingting is so sad, Su Pingting said. Her legs and black silk stockings deliberately swayed. And from time to time, she gave some people in the live broadcast room a little sweetness. Lulu watched for more than 10 seconds and laughed. Want to earn points by skirting the rules? The messenger of justice is about to arrive. Lulu found the button below the vibrato, clicked on fraud and extortion points, and submitted. She didn't care about other survivors making a living, and kept watching the fun. But Su Pingting couldn't. The power of Lulu's report alone was very small, because Su Pingting's dress was far less open than some of the female anchors just now. With her level, the official didn't have the time to care about her. Lulu found the bracelet and posted anonymously on the forum. 1 point once. 4569, live broadcast room. 1 point for each report. Up to 1,000 points. Take screenshots to get points. First come first served. It was only a few seconds after the post was posted when Lulu looked at Su Pingting's live broadcast room again. The screen was black. Nice. Sure enough, points can make the devil work. She was punished by the messenger of justice before, and had no account, so she could only borrow Jiangyi's. Su Pingting's account has been blocked, and there is no way to get it back. Now there are zombies everywhere, and it is impossible to re-register for vibrato, unless she borrows an account from others to broadcast live. Even if she can find a way to borrow an account, what can she do? This kind of thing won't last long. In the previous life, there would be a power outage 1 month after the end of the world. Later, there would be intermittent power outages, and this state would last for 3 months. After 3 months, except for the places where solar panels are installed, no other places will continue to supply electricity. Power outages will be accompanied by network outages. This method of earning points through live broadcasting will not last long. In the end, those who can survive the end of the world are not fools. Such methods may earn some points in the early stage. Later, she swiped several live broadcast rooms in succession. Without exception, they were either strange men or strange women. At first, she found it incomprehensible. Later, she unknowingly watched half an hour of free live dance, until she swiped the live broadcast room of the cool male god and superstar Su fan. Family, don't swipe me for gifts. I don't like points. Really don't swipe anymore. Su Fan is a well-known idol actor in Highland country. Part-time singing and dancing rap and playing basketball. In the world of young girls, he is very famous and has a lot of fans. These surviving fans, after the end of the world, still support him through the internet. If you don't let them brush, why do you open the live broadcast? Little white face. Learn from some women to be both a big shot and a big shot. Where did this black fan come from? Administrator. Quickly ban him. Stinky dick. Slandering my brother. It's really not a pity to die. I curse you asterisk. Lulu looked at the chaotic tremolo live broadcast platform and sighed helplessly. She chose to adjust the program to the official live broadcast room. Finally, the painting style returned to normal. After the unremitting efforts of the authorities, the number of rescued survivors in City A has reached 300,000. And the number is still increasing. After Lulu finished breakfast, she listened to the official news and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. While washing the dishes, she found that there was something wrong with the tap water. The water source was yellow, with many black fine particles in it. Lulu quickly took out the water test pen from the space. As soon as the smart water test pen was put into the tap water, it lit up red directly, and the value was frighteningly high. Only tap water with a value below 50 is considered qualified. The value on this smart water test pen exceeded more than 10 times. Oh my god! Lulu quickly took out a bucket of domestic water that had been stored before from the space and washed the dishes again. She had just finished washing the dishes and put the bucket back into the space when she heard the official release of the latest report. Emergency notice. Due to the influence of unknown pollutants, all survivors, from now on, do not try to drink tap water and other untreated natural water sources. Just after the official announcement, a group of onlookers issued a barrage. Woo woo woo. I drank a cup of tap water today and boiled it. Should it be okay? Me too. It's okay. Don't worry. I drank a pound of it. It's okay. Isn't it just diarrhea and collapse? I need a pack of montmorillonite powder. Help. I want montmorillonite powder for a lot of money. Can anyone give me a pack of montmorillonite powder? I can do anything. I have it. Is there a pretty girl from the survivor base in District B? City B? Contact me, and I'll give you montmorillonite powder. Why only pretty girls? Can't pretty guys be okay? Not that it's impossible. As long as they're pretty enough. I can accept both men and women. Lulu saw that the time when the official water pollution was reported was not much different from what she remembered in her previous life. It seems that some natural trends cannot be controlled by the official. Water pollution has finally come. However, water pollution has little impact on her. She has already stored enough water resources. As for the well in the villa, she just felt a little sorry. The well is connected to the underground water system of City A, which will definitely cause a certain degree of pollution. However, the well is filtered by sand and gravel and nearby green plants, and the pollution should not be as serious as tap water. The well is not like tap water, and there is a risk of water outage at any time. She is not sure about the details. Fortunately, she used the added value of the well to exchange for a lot of points. As for the current degree of pollution of the well, it has nothing to do with her. In any case, she is not short of water. After the fourth door was opened, she had a stream that would never dry up. If we can't use tap water, won't we die of thirst? How can I survive in such a hot day without 4 kilograms of water a day? I thought we were just short of food, but now we are short of water. If I had known, I would have stocked up more water in advance. Just when everyone was complaining and crying out to the sky. The official emergency response measures. Latest notice. Please go to various shopping base stations to buy daily drinking water. Limited to 3 kilograms per person per day. The panicked masses saw this news, and their pessimistic state of mind was alleviated to a certain extent. After seeing the news, some people immediately rushed out of their homes and ran to the shopping base stations to buy water. If you go too late, you may not be able to buy water in the end. Not to mention the queue. Lulu watched the news and comments for a while. After a while, she stood up and stood in front of the large French window on the balcony of the apartment. A group of bustling people rushed to the shopping base station. They were carrying a variety of water storage tools in their hands. No need to guess. They must be going to buy water. Lulu remembered her tragic days of water shortage in her previous life. Without food, people can only live for 3 days. With water, people can survive for 7 days. At this time in the previous life, there was undoubtedly a great shortage of water. Fortunately, in her previous life, the things she used in the Lin 1 villa where she lived were all high-tech products developed by Yunsheng technology. The water dispenser in the villa has its own water purification function. She relied on the water purifier with its own water purification function in the villa. It allowed her and Xiaowu to wait for the arrival of the official personnel. When the official personnel came, the filter element in the water purifier had been completely blocked. Every day, she had to give priority to making milk powder for Xiaowu when she was in a hurry. She would only drink a small sip when she was extremely thirsty. Lulu tried hard to recall what happened in her previous life. About 10 days after the official notification of water pollution, the villa's tap water was cut off. In order to survive, she risked encountering zombies and used the little gasoline left in the car to go out to the river to fetch water. She put the fetched water into the water purifier for filtration. The filtered water was stored in the villa's pots, pans, and all other containers that could be used to store water.